Chapter 1. It hurts so much. Where am I? Why can't I remember anything? Me too. Does anyone know what's going on? In the midst of darkness, Anno strained to open his eyes upon hearing the commotion around him. The evening sky was painted crimson by the setting sun, adorned with wisps of pink clouds drifting lazily. This was the first scene Anno beheld upon awakening. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a dilapidated structure. The walls were marred with cracks and sprouting grass. Enormous stone pillars lay fractured, and the roof was open to the sky. There was even a towering female statue, over 5 meters high, though its head was mysteriously missing, its moss-covered hands clasped at its chest. It seems like a medieval church. Anno was taken aback. How could he have ended up in such an unfamiliar place after just a nap? Had he traversed dimensions? The ruined church was not devoid of other individuals. The conversations he had heard earlier were theirs. Yet, from their exchanges, it appeared that everyone was suffering from amnesia. They remembered nothing but their own names. So they are unaware that they have crossed over. Upon closer inspection, Anno noted that there were 15 modernly dressed individuals, including himself. 8 men and 7 women. At that moment, they were all moving about, rummaging through the debris. Outside the church lay a dense forest, occasionally interrupted by eerie caws reminiscent of crows. Hey, what's this? Anno suddenly noticed something resembling a panel in his mind. Name Anno. Race, human. Level, 0. Experience, 050. Class, none. Magic power, 1010. Skills, none. Talent, spirit summoner. Note: killing monsters grants their souls. Sacrificing these souls can summon monsters to assist in battle, and consuming monster souls allows one to learn their skills. What the hell? Anno was astonished. Not because of the panel in his mind, but because he had just learned that this world was inhabited by monsters. His eyes widened as he immediately rose to assess the situation around him. Suddenly, Anno's gaze sharpened, and he hurried to a collapsed wall, crouching down to examine it. On the stone surface, there were numerous scratches, varying in depth. They appeared to be caused by a sharp object. Looking elsewhere, Anno discovered that this was not the only place marked by such scratches. Could there be monsters lurking here? I'm just a total rookie. Where's the new player protection? Anno licked his lips, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Spotting a sharp stone about the size of his palm nearby, Anno quickly picked it up and tucked it into his windbreaker pocket. The amnesiac crowd around him had formed clusters, some engaged in discussions, while others peered over the remnants of the walls. They exhibited no sense of danger, seemingly oblivious to the existence of monsters in this world. Could it be that not only have they lost their memories, but they also lack a panel and talents? Anno felt no joy in this realization. Rather, it left a bitter taste in his mouth. If danger were to arise, not a single one among them was capable of fighting back. Just then, a lean man climbed atop a 4-meter-high section of the wall, surveying the distance, and spotted a town. He immediately shouted excitedly to the people below, "Hey, everyone!" In that direction, beyond the forest, it seems there are signs of habitation. Swish! A sound sliced through the air. The lean man felt a shadow rush past him and turned in confusion to look below. An arrow struck the wall, bouncing off and rolling to the ground. Before he could comprehend what was happening, another arrow flew toward him. This time, he was not so fortunate. The arrow pierced his throat. Anno and the others watched in horror as the lean man fell, his head splattering upon impact with the ground. Several women, witnessing the blood pooling beside the man's corpse, collapsed in screams. Ha ha ha! Accompanied by a series of sinister laughs, 5 small, grotesque, green-skinned creatures with pointed ears and sharp teeth emerged from the ruins, brandishing curved blades and daggers. What the hell are these things? A man, only a few meters away from the creatures, turned to flee upon seeing their appearance. But as he lifted his leg, a green-skinned creature hurled a dagger, striking him in the calf. The man felt a sharp pain in his leg, his body pitching forward. "Ah, help me, help me!" The fallen man, seeing the dagger embedded in his leg, felt a wave of weakness wash over him and desperately called for assistance from those behind him. Anno noticed a burly young man with a buzz cut preparing to rescue him. But the next moment, he halted in his tracks. Upon the man's fall, the 5 green-skinned creatures pounced without hesitation. They bludgeoned his head with their clubs and stabbed him repeatedly with their weapons. One even opened its mouth and sank its teeth into the man's face, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. The man let out a single cry before succumbing to silence. The green-skinned creature continued to chew on the bloody flesh in its mouth, making grotesque swallowing sounds. Someone in the crowd could no longer contain their scream, and chaos erupted as everyone turned to flee. Anno, of course, was not foolish enough to remain there. He had already turned to run before anyone had screamed. As he dashed away, Anno muttered to himself, "Goblins. No doubt about it, these are goblins. So this is what monsters from another world look like." Though these goblins appeared diminutive, their speed matched that of Anno and the others. Moreover, they were agile, stronger, and armed with sharp weapons. Anno knew his own limitations. If he did not flee, he would only await death. Ha! A cacophony of unintelligible goblin cries echoed behind him, followed by a series of horrified screams. "Help me! Get away! Don't come near me! Don't come near me!" Without needing to look back, Anno knew some were being overtaken. At that moment, every fleeing person wished fervently for more legs to run faster. The church was not large, only a few hundred square meters. Anno and the others quickly reached the other side, preparing to escape. In the brief span of time, one man had already fallen victim. Another woman was being dragged to the ground by 2 grotesque goblins, her clothing torn to shreds. It appeared the goblins intended to assault her. "No, please don't, please don't." Hearing the desperate screams of the girl, those still alive felt a shudder of horror. Monsters! Finally, the strong young man who had been ready to help could no longer hold back, rushing forward with a roar. The 3 pursuing goblins paid no attention to the rushing young man, heading straight for Anno and the others. Perhaps they deemed the burly youth no match for their 2 companions. "What are you waiting for? Run!" As Anno prepared to climb over a low wall at the edge of the ruins, he noticed a girl in a blue dress still frozen in place. The girl jolted awake, her face contorted in fear as she followed Anno over the low wall. Once outside, Anno intended to continue running, but was shocked to see several goblins still lingering outside the ruins. As soon as one goblin archer spotted Anno emerging from the church, it immediately loosed an arrow. Perhaps it was just Anno's misfortune, but the very first arrow struck him. The arrowhead embedded itself in his left forearm, but did not penetrate. Experiencing such pain for the first time, Anno could not help but cry out. Watching the goblin prepare to draw another arrow, Anno thought he was doomed. Swish! The goblin archer released the string, sending the arrow flying. Anno instinctively crouched, only to hear a scream nearby. Turning, he saw a girl with disheveled hair, an arrow lodged in her chest. Beside her stood the terrified girl in the dress. "That arrow wasn't meant for me." Regaining his senses, Anno grabbed the dress-clad girl's hand and ran toward the forest. He remembered that the first person had seen signs of habitation in the distance before dying. That direction was precisely where Anno was fleeing. The other fleeing individuals evidently had the same thought, choosing to escape in the same direction as Anno. However, the goblins had already regarded this weak group of humans as food and breeding tools. There was no way they would let them escape. 3 goblins charged out from the church ruins, alongside 2 more goblins with the archer, brandishing their weapons as they rushed toward Anno and the others. 8 people were following Anno, 3 men and 5 women. Yet behind them loomed 5 brutal goblins and a goblin archer, continually drawing their bow. Although the goblin archers exhibit a low accuracy rate against moving targets, they nevertheless exert considerable pressure on the group. The arrows that periodically whiz by greatly impede their escape, and coupled with the exhaustion of several girls, they find themselves pursued by goblins before they have managed to cover even 50 meters. The 9 individuals come to a halt, their faces etched with terror as they behold the goblins blocking their path. Hey! The goblins, perceiving the humans as lambs to the slaughter, brandish their weapons and dance in place. I've been struck by an arrow. I've been struck by an arrow. A man adorned with earrings suddenly cries out in agony, clutching his shoulder. Just moments ago, a goblin archer from behind had unleashed another arrow towards the group, its aim primarily targeting the males. In the eyes of the goblins, human males are merely sustenance, to be dispatched without hesitation. Conversely, human females are regarded as vessels for procreation, essential for strengthening their tribe, and thus should be captured alive whenever possible. The humans they encounter this time could not only resolve their tribe's food scarcity for several days, but also contribute to an increase in their numbers. The 5 girls, witnessing the goblins' approach, turn as pale as ghosts, devoid of any color on their faces. They have seen the grim fate of the girl who was dragged away by 2 other goblins. If that fate awaits them at the hands of these grotesque and cruel creatures, they would rather meet their demise. Anno senses the girl beside him, clad in a dress, trembling incessantly, desperately shrinking behind him, and he cannot help but sigh inwardly. The path ahead is blocked, and goblin archers lurk in the direction of the church behind them. Though he possesses the talent for summoning spirits, requiring the sacrifice of a monster's soul to call forth allies in battle, he must first slay a goblin to obtain such a soul. In the present predicament, how could he possibly kill a goblin? It is all but certain that he will soon meet his end at the hands of these goblins, only to be butchered and devoured. Friends, we must fight with all our might. A diminutive man addresses Anno and the others. We cannot know how many of these monsters lurk in other directions, and retreating to the church means certain death. There are 9 of us, and only 5 of those little brutes ahead. For men can each face one, while the 5 women can take on another. On the count of 3, we charge together. Upon hearing the small man's words, the man with the arrow in his shoulder ceases his wailing, and the women's faces are filled with dread. Anno and another bald youth gaze wide-eyed at the diminutive man. Despite the goblins standing only between 1 and 1.3 meters tall, the 4 men do not appear to be fighters at all. In an unknown confrontation with armed goblins, their demise is all but assured. Yet, witnessing the small man's resolute determination, Anno and the other 2 men come to understand. This is indeed a desperate gamble. To refrain from fighting is to await death. If they charge together, there may still be a chance for someone to escape. What if that someone were to be him? 1, 2, 3, charge! With the diminutive man's thunderous command, Anno and the others shout to embolden themselves as they rush toward the goblins. However, scarcely have they taken 2 steps when Anno's heart sinks. Aside from himself, the bald youth, the man with the arrow in his shoulder, and a woman in a bikini, no one else is advancing. The other 4 women remain paralyzed with fear, showing no inclination to move forward. After calling out 3, the small man does not charge with them, but instead turns and flees toward the direction of the church. At present, there is only 1 goblin archer there.
Damn it! At this juncture, Anno was acutely aware that he had been deceived. The slender man clearly intended for them to buy time while he retreated to the church and escaped through another route. However, understanding the situation did little to aid him, as the goblins had already surged forward. Turning to flee was no longer an option. The man, already wounded with an arrow lodged in his shoulder, found his movements sluggish. The moment he came into contact with the goblins, one of them stabbed his thigh with a knife, blood gushing forth and staining his trousers crimson. "You filthy creature. Even if I die and become a ghost, I will not let you off the hook," he cried, pointing at the slender man who had narrowly dodged an arrow. Cursing vehemently, having awakened together in an unfamiliar place, there was an initial sense of camaraderie among them. Who could have anticipated that the slender man harbored such malice? He had deceived them all to create an opportunity for his escape. Meanwhile, Anno found himself in grave peril. 4 of them charged forth, yet they faced 5 goblins. Perhaps the goblins perceived the bald young man as less injured and therefore more threatening, as 2 of them targeted him. Although Anno was only required to contend with 1 goblin wielding a dagger, he still had an arrow embedded in his left arm, despite his frantic evasions. The dagger found its mark, leaving several wounds across his body, soaking his white shirt in blood. This is utterly futile. As Anno struggled to rise, he gazed at his mangled left hand, pain causing his lips to twitch. 3 meters away, the goblin was swapping the dagger between its hands, blood dripping from its maw, and a severed finger was visible within its jaws. His finger. During their earlier scuffle, Anno had attempted to grasp the goblin's wrist to wrest the dagger away, only to discover the creature possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength. Instead of seizing control, he found himself ensnared by the goblin's other hand. As the creature prepared to bite him, Anno hastily thrust his left hand to push away its head, resulting in his hand being mangled. his thumb severed in the process. Although he managed to kick the goblin away and create some distance, the excessive blood loss rendered his vision somewhat blurred. Upon seeing the goblin charge at him once more, Anno sprinted towards the forest. The goblin, undeterred, quickly closed the gap. Just as the goblin was about to strike, Anno pivoted sharply, shedding his coat in a fluid motion and draping it over the pursuing goblin's head. The goblin momentarily stood bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, but soon regained its senses, attempting to pull the garment away while retreating. Anno seized this fleeting opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that sent the goblin sprawling to the ground. He then retrieved a sharp, triangular stone from his coat pocket, channeling all his strength as he plunged it into the goblin's skull. The stone penetrated a full 3 centimeters. The goblin's eyes rolled back, its short legs thrashing in a desperate struggle. Anno quickly mounted the goblin, striking its head repeatedly with the stone until it lay motionless. As he prepared to rise and retrieve the fallen dagger, a translucent white substance suddenly emanated from the deceased goblin's body and entered Anno, the goblin's soul. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Anno glanced at his status panel. Name: Anno. Race: human. Level: 1 experience, 20100. Profession: none. Magic power: 1010. Skills: none. Talent: spirit summoning. Goblin soul acquired 1. His level increased from 0 to 1, granting him an additional 20 experience points. This meant that by slaying a single goblin, Anno had earned 70 experience points along with a goblin soul. The thought of the goblin soul sparked an idea. With it, he could summon a goblin. Yet, as he prepared to activate the summoning, he realized he needed to sacrifice the goblin's claw and left ear. Without hesitation, Anno picked up the fallen dagger, suppressing his revulsion, and severed a claw and the left ear from the dead goblin. Watch out! A feeble voice called from behind him. Anno turned to see another goblin charging at him, brandishing a wooden club. Oh no! Fear coursed through him at the sight of the approaching goblin. Defeating one had nearly cost him his life. He surely could not contend with another. In a panic, he placed the severed claw and ear on the ground and hastily offered the goblin's soul in sacrifice. The summoning activated. Anno's meager 10 points of magic were instantly depleted. The goblin's claw and ear on the ground disintegrated, and in their place, a diminutive creature materialized. With green skin, pointed ears, and sharp teeth, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the slain goblin. Yet, Anno knew this was his summoned creature. He could command it to do anything, including self-destruction if he so desired. After summoning the goblin, Anno promptly tossed the dagger to it, instructing it to intercept the approaching wooden club-wielding goblin. The summoned goblin, clutching the dagger, let out a cry. It then engaged in battle with the wooden club goblin, which initially mistook it for an ally. It was not until the dagger pierced its arm that it realized its mistake and retaliated in fury. Seizing the opportunity, Anno observed the information about his summoned goblin. Name: none. Race: goblin. Level: 1 health, 100. Profession: none. Magic power: none. Skills: none. The level of the summoned goblin matched Anno's, and its health was displayed, but it lacked experience points. The additional health was likely to inform Anno of the summoned creature's status. As for experience points, it seemed that once summoned, the creature could not level up. This was Anno's first summoning, and he could only speculate about certain aspects. Glancing down at his bloodied left hand, he grimaced. He removed the pouch from the deceased goblin's waist and yanked a beast's tooth from around its neck, tossing it into the pouch. As he stood with the pouch in hand, Anno realized with alarm that his summoned goblin was being pushed back by the wooden club goblin, its health dwindling to 60. So formidable! Anno discerned that the goblin wielding the wooden club bore no injuries, save for the initial laceration inflicted by the summoned goblin's blade. Could this be due to a disparity in levels? Anno surmised, deducing that the adversary likely possessed a higher level than the summoned goblin, at least level 2, or perhaps even 3. After all, his own recent vanquishing of a goblin had propelled him up a level. I must flee, Anno resolved, realizing that the summoned goblin's endurance was waning. In mere moments, it had sustained 2 blows, its life force plummeting below 50. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the arrow-stricken man slumped on the ground, his body marred by wounds, with a short-sword goblin incessantly stabbing at him. The bald man, drenched in blood, was fleeing into the forest, pursued by 2 goblins. As for the woman behind him, apart from the girl in the dress who stood frozen in terror, the others had long since followed the diminutive man back into the church. Suddenly, Anno spotted a woman, her upper body bare, struggling to rise from the ground. Blood streamed from her forehead, and her bronze skin bore the purple contusions of blunt force trauma. Anno recognized her as the bikini-clad woman from the group of 5 who had charged at the goblins alongside the men. Of all the women, she was undoubtedly the most resourceful. Anno's gaze involuntarily drifted towards her exposed upper body, but before he could approach, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Turning, Anno saw that the arrow-stricken man had been slain by the short-sword goblin. To his dismay, the goblin's gaze swept between Anno and the bikini-clad woman before it lunged directly towards Anno. Damn it! Anno cursed under his breath, pivoting on his heel and sprinting away. Before fleeing, he shouted to the bikini-clad woman and the girl in the dress, I'll draw it away. You too run. Although the goblin's initial target was him, he thought it prudent to curry favor. Anno's physical fitness was commendable, a testament to his dedication to exercise during his school years. However, The short-legged goblin proved to be surprisingly swift. Hearing the goblin's increasingly proximate cries, Anno plunged into the forest. The short-sword goblin, undeterred, continued its pursuit. Yet, within the confines of the forest, its visibility was limited, and it soon lost Anno's trail. Whack! The short-sword goblin shrieked in frustration, venting its impotent rage before retracing its steps. Meanwhile, Anno ran for his life, traversing the forest at breakneck speed for 10 minutes before finally emerging. Huff, huff! Anno gasped, casting a glance back at the forest as he struggled to catch his breath. Finally, escaped. He raised his left arm, which he had swathed in layers of torn fabric from his short sleeve. However, the bandage was already saturated with blood. I must find a place to tend to this. Anno wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed his surroundings. He was now situated on elevated terrain, affording him a clear view of a town in the distance. He even observed plumes of smoke rising from chimneys. Excellent. I'm heading in the right direction. Anno's face lit up with elation, and he hastened towards the town. The summoned goblin, before it could escape the forest, had succumbed to its wounds, its life force extinguished. Nevertheless, it had bought Anno precious time against the wooden club goblin. Otherwise, Anno would have been either bludgeoned to death or hacked down by the pursuing short-sword goblin. As for the other survivors from the church, Anno was uncertain of their fate and could only offer a silent prayer for their well-being. The forest was approximately 3 kilometers from the town. Half an hour later, Anno arrived at the town's perimeter, where he was intercepted by 2 armored guards at the moat. Awake! Awake! Anno heard ethereal voices calling out to him, and his consciousness gradually returned. Yet, he was enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything. Suddenly, he recalled taking a midday nap, and that his bubble tea delivery should be arriving soon. In the next instant, a horde of grotesque goblins surrounded him, brandishing their weapons and lunging at him. Anno's eyes snapped open, jolted awake from the nightmare. There were no goblins, no blood, only the azure sky and the gentle sway of white clouds, accompanied by the murmur of flowing water. A cool breeze caressed his face, bringing a sense of relief. Is it morning already? Anno yawned, raising his right hand to shield his eyes from the sun's glare. His head throbbed, and he instinctively closed his eyes and shook his head. Climbing out of the dilapidated room, Anno straightened his clothes and made his way to the nearby river to wash his face. Gazing at his reflection in the water, Anno was lost in thought. The goblin pursuit, the summoned goblin. Everything that had transpired yesterday was not a dream. After enduring so much to reach this town called Grohl, he had been stopped by the guards. After a brief explanation, the town guards had deemed Anno a traveler in distress. One of the guards, noticing Anno's injuries, escorted him to the church in the town center. The church was home to an old priest capable of casting healing spells for the price of 1 silver coin. Anno was penniless. However, he had acquired a pouch from the goblin's corpse. Upon rummaging through it, he discovered 2 damaged silver coins, a beast's tooth, and a collection of useless trinkets. Anno initially rejoiced at his discovery, but his hopes were dashed when the old priest examined the coins. The coins were too damaged, and were only worth 30 copper coins. Normally, 1 silver coin equaled 100 copper coins. Anno was unsure if the priest was being truthful, but the coins were indeed damaged. When Anno presented the second damaged coin, the priest shook his head once more. Together, the coins were only worth 80 copper coins. The old priest sighed, and ultimately accepted the damaged coins. However, he stipulated that Anno repay the remaining 20 copper coins once he had acquired them. Subsequently, the old priest cast a healing spell on Anno's left arm. It was the first time in Anno's 19 years that he had witnessed magic. The old priest's staff emitted a soft glow, and the arrow wound on his forearm and the wounds on his left hand shimmered with light. Within seconds, the pain had subsided. There, I can only do so much. If you wish to have your severed finger restored, you must travel to Varkam City and seek the aid of a high-level priest. The old priest's words startled Anno. He then realized that while his arrow wound and the goblin bites on his left hand had indeed healed, his severed thumb remained a stump. The function of the thumb is indeed significant. Without it, one cannot even grasp objects steadily. One could say that the left hand becomes half useless. Nevertheless, Anno had no choice but to accept this reality. Losing a finger is certainly preferable to losing one's life. Subsequently, he engaged in extensive conversation with the old priest. Acquiring some foundational knowledge about this world, Anno now found himself on the continent of Engamros, inhabited by humans, demi-humans, dwarves, elves, and a multitude of magical creatures. Among these, the Kingdom of Nigel, the Duchy of Orelbel, and the Roland Empire are the 3 nations established by humanity, which have been persistently resisting the invasion of magical beasts. The town of Grohl belongs to the territory of the Kingdom of Nigel. The city of Valkam, as mentioned by the old priest, is located to the north of Grohl, approximately 30 kilometers apart. Valkam is the largest city on the southern border of the Kingdom of Nigel. Within its walls reside not only high-ranking priests, but also a multitude of professionals and mentors of various trades. On the continent of Engamros, humans have 6 distinct paths of cultivation: warrior, knight, magician, hunter, priest, and rogue. The way for humans to gain strength is to choose one of these as a profession. Professional skills can be acquired by paying a certain sum of money to a mentor, who will then impart knowledge and skills. Upon selecting a profession, one can enlist in the military and serve the nation in fending off the magical beast attacks, or be recruited by various families or merchant guilds as guards. Alternatively, one might join a mercenary group, taking on commissions for profit, or continuously train to enhance their abilities, aiming to obtain a mentor's certificate to teach newcomers in any city within the national territory. Town, with a population of nearly 2,000, lacks nearby resources and has a low standard of living. The town is primarily inhabited by ordinary people, hence there are no professional mentors available. The old priest had originally come from Gruel, but, having achieved little in life, chose to return in his old age. Towards the end of their conversation, Anno's stomach growled audibly. The old priest provided him with a piece of black bread and water, directing him towards the location of the impoverished district before bidding him farewell. The impoverished district, as its name implies, is a place where individuals who cannot guarantee their basic needs reside. Most of the inhabitants are refugees from villages that have been ravaged by magical beasts. They are homeless or physically impaired, forced to eke out a meager existence in the town's impoverished area. Anno had spent his last 2 damaged silver coins on medical treatment and was currently left without a single coin to his name, making the impoverished district his best option. There, even finding a dilapidated house to sleep in for the night would be preferable to sleeping on the streets, especially since summer had only just begun and the nights remained quite cold. As Anno fled, he felt both hunger and fatigue. Although the black bread was hard and unpalatable, he consumed it quickly and washed it down with water. After slightly satiating his hunger, Anno set off towards the impoverished district as indicated by the old priest. Night had fallen, and there were few people on the streets. However, the dilapidated houses of the impoverished district, which looked as if they could collapse at any moment, were easily discernible. Upon reaching the impoverished area, Anno observed many ragged individuals like himself huddled within the crumbling structures. These people noticed Anno, but upon realizing that he was not in a much better condition than they were, they turned their attention elsewhere. Anno searched around and found a space enclosed by walls but lacking a roof, where he lay down. He was utterly exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber. It had been a day. He wondered if his takeout was still outside. Squatting by the river, Anno reminisced about the milk tea he had ordered before his journey. How he longed for another cup from Mishua Ice City. Anno let out a groan, dragging his hungry body towards the town center. The old priest had mentioned yesterday that the beast tooth he possessed could be exchanged for some copper coins from a merchant, and Anno now intended to check the market. Gruel Town. The ground was paved with large stone slabs, and the surrounding buildings were infused with a medieval European style. As Anno inquired with passers-by, he eventually arrived at the market. Stalls lined up, selling a variety of goods, fruit stands, household items, and vendors pushing carts of merchandise. Contrary to his expectations of a bustling crowd, most stalls had very few customers. Scattered groups of shoppers meandered through the streets, while bored stall owners engaged in idle chatter to pass the time. After a brief exploration, Anno spotted a merchant dozing over his cart. Upon rousing him, Anno produced the beast tooth from his pocket. The merchant, sporting glasses, examined the tooth for a moment before addressing Anno. "Ah, this is a gray wolf's tooth. If you deem 1 silver coin a fair price, you may sell it to me. Of course, you could sell it to other merchants as well. However, I believe no one will offer more than 1 silver coin." 1 silver coin. Anno was taken aback. For just a single tooth, it was worth 1 silver coin. The merchant elaborated. Gray wolf teeth are needed for crafting talismans. Anno was unfamiliar with talismans, yet he decided to sell the tooth. Placing the silver coin into his pocket, he inquired about the location of the blacksmith shop and proceeded there. Undoubtedly, he needed to purchase a weapon to hunt magical creatures for profit. This was not only to collect the souls of the beasts, but also to save money for the treatment of his left hand. Moreover, becoming a professional and learning skills would require funds, with costs starting at several silver coins. Without money, even in another world, progress would be painfully slow. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Anno exhaled deeply and stepped inside. Behind the counter stood a robust figure examining a dagger. Hearing Anno's entrance, the burly figure set down the dagger and emerged from the shadows. As Anno had anticipated, the blacksmith was an immensely strong man, standing nearly 6 feet tall. John was approaching 40 years of age. His arms were bulging with muscles, and his face was adorned with a thick layer of flesh. From a distance, he resembled a bear, exuding an imposing presence. His scruffy beard and bald head, paired with small eyes, could easily frighten a child. "What would you like to purchase?" Old John's voice boomed like a bell, startling Anno. "I'll just take a look first." Anno gulped nervously, speaking cautiously. Old John, upon hearing this, ignored Anno. Anno walked over to the display wall, noticing that it was lined with various farming tools. There were also daggers and short blades, yet all were short weapons. The only long weapon was a sword hanging at the very top. The sword measured approximately 1 meter in length, with a hilt of about 20 centimeters. The blade, forged from fine steel, gleamed with a cold light. Anno's eyes sparkled as he pointed at the sword and inquired, "How much for this?" Old John cast a glance at Anno. Having lost his trench coat during the battle and with his short sleeves torn and barely covering his left arm, Anno appeared rather disheveled. "The steel longsword is priced at 15 silver coins, non-negotiable." Upon hearing this price, the gleam in Anno's eyes faded. 15 silver coins. That is exorbitant. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he offered a sheepish smile to the owner of the weapons shop and inquired, "What weapons do you have for under 1 silver coin?" Old John, upon hearing this, pointed to a few wooden clubs displayed on the ground and said, "Iron weapons start at several silver coins. But these clubs made from century-old wood are just 50 copper coins each." Anno grimaced at the sight of the over a meter-long club on the ground. The prices here were indeed steep. Furthermore, what could one do with such a large club? While it might not be very effective against formidable magical creatures, it could still serve to deal with a slime. Noticing Anno's curiosity, Old John spoke up. "Slimes? Where are the slimes?" Anno's interest piqued at the mention of slimes. The goblins in the forest were too strong and numerous, making even wielding a steel longsword feel perilous. The prospect of encountering slimes was certainly more appealing. Old John, observing Anno's excitement, doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. There are indeed many slimes on the grasslands outside the town. However, they are not to be underestimated. A careless encounter could lead to serious injuries. Subsequently, Old John shared information about slimes. They were common magical creatures in the grasslands. One could easily dispatch them with a solid strike from a wooden stick, earning 1 copper coin for each slime skin collected. However, do not be deceived into thinking slimes are easy prey. Otherwise, they would not be so prevalent on the grasslands outside the town. Slimes can spray corrosive acid. If one were to be hit, it could lead to dire consequences. If it merely splashes on the hands or feet, a bit of herbal remedy and a couple of weeks of rest would suffice. However, if it were to strike the face, it could result in disfigurement. Moreover, slimes are social creatures, and angering one could attract a swarm. Ordinary people, lacking armor, generally avoid these creatures and would choose to circumvent them. The attack range of slimes is less than 3 meters. Farmers, with a bit of caution, can maintain their distance and remain unharmed. While they pose a certain danger, the reward for defeating one is merely 1 copper coin. Additionally, slimes typically feed on dirt and grass in the grasslands, rarely attacking humans. Thus, no one pays heed to this cluster of gelatinous creatures. Only during harvest season does the town mayor consider employing low-level mercenary groups to address the issue of slimes damaging crops. After listening to Old John's words, Anno fell into contemplation. Yet, he ultimately resolved to venture into the grasslands to hunt slimes for experience. After all, they were the weakest magical creatures, easily dispatched with a single blow. However, the mention of mercenary groups from Old John caught his attention. Are mercenary groups akin to the adventurers and guilds? He inquired. The previous day, the old priest had also mentioned that professionals could join mercenary groups, a detail Anno had forgotten to ask about. In this otherworldly realm, adventurers were undoubtedly the most distinctive feature. Ambitious souls, slaying monsters, earning gold coins, leveling up, and ultimately confronting the Demon King. Presently, Anno struggled against goblins and certainly would not confront the Demon King. However, the adventurer guilds offered numerous quests, ranging from the perilous to the trivial. Before embarking on a monster hunting expedition, he should check for available quests. To Anno's disappointment, Old John's response was that this world lacked adventurer guilds and the profession of adventurers. The only related entities were mercenary groups. Mercenary groups accept commissions and receive remuneration. In terms of operations, mercenary groups bear similarities to adventurers, yet in reality, they are vastly different. Firstly, mercenary groups are organized collectives. One must first become a professional and pass the mercenary group's assessment to join and undertake tasks as a team. Secondly, the compensation for tasks undertaken by mercenary groups is substantial, as they must support many members. Ordinary individuals do not post commissions unless it is a significant matter. This is also why mercenary groups do not linger in Gruul Town. There are hardly any commissions to be found, and they would inevitably starve. In contrast, adventurers are comparatively more independent. They embark on quests ranging from slaying dragons to clearing out rats in sewers, often unaware that they may meet their demise on any given task. However, this does not concern others. Aside from friends, few would care for the fate of an adventurer. Naturally, adventurers can also form adventurer parties. The significance of adventurer parties is somewhat akin to that of mercenary groups. However, the existence of mercenary groups means that there are no adventurer guilds, nor adventurers or adventurer parties to deal with the slimes on the grasslands or the goblins in the forest. Unless the goblins proliferate to a point where they threaten the village by raiding food and women, the mayor would only then consider sending someone with a commission to Valkarn to hire a mercenary group for resolution. In summary, Anno's aspiration to become an adventurer and earn money through quests was dashed. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that since this world lacked adventurer guilds, he could establish the first one. Although he currently lacked funds and strength, with the spirit of the festival at his side, he believed these obstacles could be overcome. Once the adventurer guild was up and running, Anno could reap the rewards effortlessly. He resolved to open an adventurer guild in this otherworldly realm. On the grasslands outside Gruul Town, a youth clad in tattered short sleeves and wielding a 1-meter-long wooden club squatted behind a stone. Anno glanced at his status panel. Name, Anno. Race, human. Level, 1. Experience, 20100. Profession, none. Magic power, 1010. Skills, none. Talent, Spirit of the Festival. After a night of rest, his magic power had fully replenished. Before him lay a mass of green, jelly-like creatures, feasting on grass. Numerous similar jelly-like beings were nearby, occasionally rolling or bouncing half a meter into the air, moving with a playful agility. These were indeed slimes. Anno gazed intently at the blob before him, which resembled the slimes from his recollection. Unlike the goblins, however, Anno was able to discern the details of the slime's attributes. Species, slime level, 1 health, 1010 mana, 60 skills, devour, perception, acid spray in the distance. He noticed a few larger slimes, but their information eluded him. Anno surmised that he could only inspect the attributes of creatures at a lower level than his own. Any he could not view were undoubtedly of a higher level. With this understanding, he resolved to confront the level 1 slime first. This novice foe in the game could indeed pose a challenge to an ordinary person. After a reminder from the blacksmith, Anno no longer underestimated slimes. Anything deemed a monster ultimately posed a threat to humanity. Gripping his wooden stick tightly, Anno kept his gaze fixed on the slime ahead, waiting for it to approach. Unbeknownst to him, slimes lacked eyes, perceiving their surroundings through their faint magical energy. When Anno was 3 meters away, the slime sensed a creature in its vicinity, entering its alert and attack range. Splurt. A jet of water shot forth from the slime's body, arcing toward Anno. Sizzle. The moment the acidic liquid made contact with the stone, a corrosive sound echoed through the air. Whoa. Anno, hiding behind a rock, was startled. He had no idea how he had been discovered. Fortunately, he had taken precautions by concealing himself behind the stone. Had he been lying exposed in the grass, the slime spray would surely have inflicted significant harm, forcing him to return to town. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Anno scrambled up from behind the rock, brandishing his stick and charging toward the slime. The weaponsmith had informed him that after a slime sprayed, it required at least 10 seconds to reload for another shot. This interval presented Anno with the perfect opportunity to vanquish the slime. To his surprise, after expelling its spray, the slime turned and began bouncing away toward a gathering of its kin. Should it reach them, Anno would lose his chance. Come on, little buddy. Anno leaped into the air, swinging his stick downward at the bouncing slime. Smack. The slime, about the size of a basket, was obliterated, an unknown liquid splattering everywhere. Subsequently, a white orb floated up from the deceased slime and merged into Anno's being. He had successfully acquired a slime soul 1, and his experience points increased by 5. A mere 5 points for a single slime. Anno gasped. Yesterday, he had gained 70 points for defeating a goblin. Yet, recalling the combat prowess of goblins, he concluded that it would be wiser to stick with slimes for now. Chirp, chirp. Nearby slimes detected Anno, making chirping sounds as they bounced toward him. One slime, undeterred by the distance, launched an acid spray from several meters away. Time to skedaddle. Anno, frightened, rolled and scrambled back behind the original rock. Upon realizing that the group of slimes was pursuing him, he hurriedly retreated several hundred meters. Only after exiting the grassy area and reaching the main road did he finally lean against a stone, panting heavily. Indeed, these slimes held a grudge. Anno had not expected them to chase after him. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. He raised his right hand, inspecting a tattered piece of slime skin, and chuckled softly. As he had harvested the slime's soul, Anno instinctively understood how to summon a slime. By offering 1 piece of slime skin and 1 slime soul, he could summon a slime to fight alongside him. A single piece of slime skin could be sold for 1 copper coin. Yet, without hesitation, Anno sacrificed the slime skin and soul to conjure a slime. After all, 1 copper coin was a trivial cost. Summoning a slime to slay more slimes was a delightful prospect. After ensuring the area was clear, Anno laid the slime skin on the ground and released the slime soul. In the next moment, a slime of the same size as the previous one materialized. Upon its appearance, it immediately began to devour the soil beneath it. Anno could distinctly see the particles of earth consumed, even witnessing them visibly disintegrate. With control over this slime, Anno recognized its passive skill, devour. It could digest earth, grass, and even stones. Indeed, the slime's digestion relied on its passive ability, meaning its internal mucus was non-corrosive. The slime also possessed a passive skill called perception, which, while not particularly useful, served as its form of sight. As for the slime's active skill, it had but one, acid spray. It could launch acid up to 3 meters away, with a 10-second cooldown between sprays, allowing for a maximum of 6 consecutive shots. However, despite the acid spray consuming only 10 points of mana, the slime's total mana was a meager 60 points. Once depleted, it would require at least an hour to replenish fully. Such a lack of endurance. Though Anno lamented this fact, he could not help but envy the slime. Not to mention its active skill, even its 60 points of mana made him envious. Anno possessed a paltry 10 points of mana, which had been reduced to 0 after summoning the slime. The blue-haired youth's predicament was indeed troublesome. It would take at least half an hour to fully restore his mana. Yet, the slime's body was remarkably soft, feeling delightfully pleasant to the touch. After toying with the summoned slime for a moment, Anno set it down at his feet, took a stance, and dramatically pointed toward the grassland, proclaiming, "Slime, you shall be the one." Chirp. Whoosh. The summoned slime eagerly leaped into the air and fired a shot forward. Seeing this, Anno leaped up in exasperation, exclaiming, "Come on, there are only 6 shots in total. Why waste one?" To prevent the slime from firing recklessly, Anno swiftly exerted his will to control it, halting any further acid sprays. With that, the duo returned to the grassland, ready to engage the wild slimes. After spending nearly 3 minutes, Anno and his summoned slime stealthily approached the grassy expanse once more. The rock he had used for cover was now surrounded by a multitude of slimes. How peculiar, Anno mused. Does that rock seem slightly smaller than before? He gazed at it from a distance, unable to suppress a grin. This group of slimes truly had an insatiable appetite. "Little one, it's your time to shine." Anno encouraged his companion, gently patting the slime beside him. "Go forth." Chirp. The slime, affectionately dubbed Little Moon by Anno, chirped in response and bounded toward the slime cluster. These brainless creatures were oblivious to the fact that the slime approaching them was not one of their own. Little Moon encountered no resistance and nestled beside a slime frolicking on the grass. The nearest slime was a good 5 meters away, providing an ideal opportunity for a clandestine elimination. "Little Moon, fire." Anno commanded from afar, his voice brimming with excitement. "Bayou." A stream of acidic fluid splattered onto the unsuspecting slime. The slime's fragile form offered no defense against the corrosive assault, and a hole was immediately etched into its being. From Anno's vantage point, the afflicted slime appeared to be afflicted with a bleeding status, hemorrhaging 2 health points per second. Anno noticed that the targeted slime seemed to diminish in size, but the tall grass obscured his view, making it difficult to discern the precise details. As Anno contemplated approaching the scene to assess the situation, it occurred to him that if he could control his summons, perhaps he could also perceive the world through the slime's eyes. With this notion in mind, Anno promptly put it to the test. As Anno focused his will to connect with Little Moon, a wave of dizziness washed over him. After a few seconds, the sensation abated, but Anno discovered that he could no longer open his eyes. Or rather, it wasn't that he couldn't open them, it was that he no longer possessed eyes. "I seem to have taken control of Little Moon's body," Anno mused, experiencing this novel perspective. In his perception, the surroundings were as clear as if viewed through an X-ray scanner. Before him, the slime that had been targeted was steadily shrinking. As the slime's viscous fluid ebbed away, leaving only a husk of its former self, Anno noticed a wisp of white substance ascending from the corpse and drifting into the distance. His experience points also increased by 5. "Success!" Anno exclaimed, elated, as he relinquished control of Little Moon and returned to his own body. Acquired Slime Soul X1. The slime's combat prowess paled in comparison to that of a goblin. However, for the time being, slimes would suffice. Once he had gained enough levels, Anno intended to clear out the goblins from the forest. He hadn't forgotten the sight of the goblins dragging away the woman. Anno did not immediately retrieve the slime skin. Instead, he commanded Little Moon to continue attacking the level 1 slimes in the vicinity. In less than 2 minutes, Little Moon had exhausted its mana, dispatching 5 slimes and clearing a small patch of land. Anno, who was surreptitiously collecting slime skins, still lamented the one shot that Little Moon had wasted earlier. The 5 slimes had yielded 25 experience points, and with the previous 25, he only needed to eliminate 10 more slimes to level up. Anno recalled that the spirit of the offering could learn the skills of magical creatures by consuming their souls. However, when Anno attempted to learn acidic spray, he discovered that it required 100 slime souls. 100 slimes, then, Anno muttered, glancing at the prairie before him and tightening his grip on the club. "It's just 100. It can't be too difficult." With that, he crept toward a lone slime, brandishing his wooden club. Over the course of nearly half an hour, Anno cautiously crushed 7 slimes to death without sustaining any injuries. During this time, Little Moon's mana had replenished enough for 2 more shots, eliminating 2 more slimes. Now, with only 1 slime remaining, Anno was on the verge of leveling up, as there were no lone slimes in sight. Anno hesitated to charge in himself and waited for Little Moon's mana to recover. When Little Moon's mana reached 1060, Anno immediately directed it to charge into the slime throng and use acidic spray to kill a level 1 slime. Acquired Slime Soul X1. Experience points increased by 5. Anno eagerly opened his status panel to examine the changes. Name, Anno Race, Human Level, 2 Experience, 0 200 Class, None Mana, 1020 Skills, None Talent, Spirit of the Offering. Huzzah, my mana limit has finally increased, Anno exclaimed, overjoyed. When he had leveled up from 0 to 1, his mana limit had not increased, and he had feared that it would remain unchanged. Fortunately, it had increased by 10 points. Furthermore, Anno felt a warm current coursing through his body, and he sensed that his strength had increased slightly. Anno gripped the wooden club, savoring the changes in his body. So this is the positive feedback from leveling up, he mused. Turning his gaze to the larger slime in the distant slime throng, Anno observed new information. Race, slime level, 2 health, 20 mana, 100 skills, devour, sense, acidic spray. Its health had doubled, and its total mana had increased by 40 points, but it remained as fragile as ever. Using the recovered 10 points of mana, Anno summoned another slime. And he noticed that Little Moon 2's stats had also changed to match those of a level 2 slime. It seems that my summons levels are the same as mine and are not affected by the soul's material, Anno concluded. After ordering Little Moon 2 to swiftly eliminate a level 1 wild slime, Anno noticed that the experience points gained had decreased from 5 to 2. The gains had been significantly reduced. To level up to level 3, he would need to kill 100 level 1 slimes. Directing Little Moon 2 to fire an acidic spray at a level 2 wild slime, Anno observed that although the target's health had only decreased by 2 points, its skin had been scorched by the acid, causing it to bleed continuously. Soon, all 20 health points had been depleted. Acquired Slime Soul, X1. Experience points increased by 5. Do I gain 5 experience points for killing a creature of the same level? Anno pondered for a moment before instructing Little Moon I to approach the slime, whose information he couldn't access. Since the slime's outer skin would bleed until death after being scorched by acid, why not attack level 3 or even higher level slimes directly? Surely there would be an experience bonus for defeating enemies of a higher level. With this in mind, Anno commanded Little Moon I to unleash an acidic spray at the slime whose information remained hidden. He had expected things to proceed smoothly, but to his surprise, the slime, which was likely level 3, leaped into the air just as the acid was about to strike. As it landed, it flattened Little Moon I. What? Anno exclaimed, witnessing the scene, and quickly ordered Little Moon 2 to cease its attack and distance itself from the suspected level 3 slime. I didn't expect it to actually attack its own kind. Anno felt a pang of sorrow as Little M1 was lost. Settling down, Anno dared not provoke the higher level slimes anymore, opting instead to send Little M2 to ambush the level 2 slimes. He himself wielded a stick, targeting only the solitary level 1 and level 2 slimes. After nearly 2 hours of hunting slimes, as noon approached, Anno had ascended to level 3. Name, Anno race, human level, 3 experience, 2300 class, none mana, 930 skills, none talent, spirit summoning slime souls, 95. The scarcity of level 2 slimes meant Anno had only defeated 10, with the rest being level 1. At this moment, for lively slimes, all at level 2, bounded alongside him. Unfortunately, Little M2 had also perished, overwhelmed by a horde of wild slimes while hunting. The 4 slimes currently with Anno were summoned later. If only the mana restored faster than half an hour, he would have commanded a veritable army of slimes by now. Seated behind a stone, Anno meticulously counted his spoils, tallying the slime skins. There was no need for counting. The visible slime souls indicated a total of 95. Yet, Anno relished the joy of counting his earnings. Each slime skin fetched 1 copper coin, totaling 95 copper coins. If not for the fact that summoned slimes dissipated upon death without leaving skins, Anno could have earned an additional 2 copper coins. Stacked, the 95 slime skins reached a height of 20 centimeters. He removed his tattered short-sleeve shirt and wrapped the skins within, concealing their nature from prying eyes. Picking up his stick, Anno resolved to return to the town, sell the slime skins, enjoy a meal, and continue his endeavors in the afternoon. Just as Anno prepared to rise, he noticed a shadow beneath him growing ever larger. Oh no! An instinctive fear gripped him, prompting a forward roll. In the next instant, a massive sphere crashed down from above, creating a deep crater in the ground. Little M3 through M6 met their untimely end. Goodness, that was enormous. As Anno clambered to his feet, he glanced back, nearly having his eyes pop out in shock. A slime, approximately a meter in diameter, leaned back ominously, seemingly gathering strength for something. Unable to glean any information about it, Anno surmised it must be at least level 5. By the heavens! Anno, recognizing the impending danger, turned and fled as the colossal slime prepared to unleash its acidic spray. Whoosh! The gigantic slime expelled a torrent of acid toward Anno. If Little M's firepower was akin to a squirt gun, then this giant slime's was akin to a high-pressure hose. Even from 10 meters away, some acid splattered onto Anno's arm. Ouch! Anno winced in pain, hastily using his discarded shirt to wipe away the corrosive liquid. In mere moments, the acid had already eroded a palm-sized patch of skin, revealing raw flesh beneath. After expelling its acid, the enormous slime readied itself to leap again. Anno, sensing the urgency, grasped his stick and the wrapped slime skins, sprinting away. Though the massive slime pursued him, Anno's recent level up had enhanced his vitality and speed. Before long, he had distanced himself from the gigantic slime, reaching the bridge leading to Gruul Town. It hurts, it hurts. Anno lamented as he felt the sting of the corrosive wound on his arm, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He dashed to the blacksmith shop, selling the slime skins to old John, keeping 3 for himself, and then hurried off with the coins to find the old priest for healing. Fortunately, having sold a wolf's tooth for 1 silver coin and deducting expenses for the stick and breakfast, he had 48 copper coins left. Adding the 92 copper coins from selling the slime skins, Anno now possessed a total of 140 copper coins. Handing over 120 copper coins to the priest, he repaid the 20 copper coins he owed from yesterday, exclaiming, "Hurry, please heal me." The old priest wasted no time, waving his staff and reciting a spell. A radiant light enveloped Anno, and he felt the pain gradually fade away, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The pain had been truly unbearable. It was reminiscent of the agony he felt when a goblin had bitten off his finger. "Did you encounter a slime?" the old priest inquired, shaking his head. "You haven't even chosen a class yet, and you dare to provoke slimes?" Anno felt tears welling up. Everything had seemed fine until that enormous slime had appeared suddenly. Was it truly acceptable for such a large slime to roam the plains outside the town without anyone addressing the threat? If Anno had been pushed to such extremes, he couldn't fathom how an ordinary person might survive an encounter with a giant slime. Unbeknownst to him, the colossal slime was the leader of the slimes in the prairie outside the town. Typically, it lounged in the sun, gnawing on mud. Today, sensing the demise of numerous smaller slimes, it had ventured out and stumbled upon Anno. What a loss. Not only had he failed to earn any copper coins, but he had also expended 8 copper coins on healing. Anno began to understand why ordinary people could defeat slimes, yet no one bothered to clear them away. After toiling all morning, he ended up losing money. It was likely that an ordinary person encountering a giant slime might never return. How infuriating. The more Anno pondered, the angrier he became. He spent 4 copper coins to buy 2 dark loaves of bread to fill his stomach and set off once more. He did not return to the blacksmith to upgrade his gear. Even a wooden shield required 1 silver coin, which he could not afford. In the prairie outside Gruel town, having slain nearly 100 slimes that morning, there were none left within a few hundred meters of the path. To find more slimes, one would need to venture deeper into the fields. Just 5 more slime souls, and he could learn the skills of the slimes. Anno remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any signs of the earlier giant slime, while also eyeing the accumulating souls. 100 slime souls were required to learn the skills of the slimes. And Anno was quite eager for this opportunity. After all, he was still merely a novice in combat, and acquiring skills would enhance his prowess. Suddenly, he spotted a solitary level 2 slime. Anno's gaze sharpened as he discerned his target nestled within a thicket of grass, nearly camouflaged. Summon. Anno produced a slime skin, sacrificing a soul to conjure forth a new slime. Little M7, go forth. Chirp. Now level 3. Little M7 rolled 2 meters from the target and unleashed a spray of acid. The target was unexpectedly slain. Anno glanced at the increasingly numerous slimes ahead and summoned 2 more. His 30 points of magical power were instantly depleted. The 3 slimes hopped towards the target, commencing their quest to procure slime souls for Anno. Acquiring 1 slime soul, he gained 5 experience points. This time, Anno refrained from engaging the slimes directly. He needed to conserve his strength and energy for the colossal slime that could appear at any moment. With his current capabilities, he was certainly no match for a giant slime. However, if he were to flee upon encountering one, it would not be able to catch him. Contemplating this, Anno scrutinized his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Within a mere 5 minutes, the summoned slimes had vanquished 8 wild slimes, and he finally amassed a total of 100 slime souls. Would you like to consume 100 slime souls to learn Devour? Would you like to consume 100 slime souls to learn Low-Tier Perception? Would you like to consume 100 slime souls to learn Acid Spray? Here it comes. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Anno, who had been crouched in the grass, promptly chose to learn Acid Spray. With a mere thought, his slime souls diminished by 100. Anno felt as though his body had been jolted by a current. A tingling sensation enveloped him, akin to experiencing a full-body massage. It was not painful, but rather delightful and comfortable. This process lasted only about 3 seconds. Once the tingling subsided, Anno examined his right hand. It felt as if it were inscribed in his very DNA. He could now wield Acid Spray, since Acid Spray consumed 10 points of magical power. And Anno had only restored 2 points. He was unable to utilize the skill just yet. Patiently, he awaited the restoration of his magic to 10 points. Eager to test his newly acquired skill, this one shall do. Anno fixed his gaze on a level 2 slime, which was less than 5 meters away. With a slight adjustment of his position, he stepped within a 3-meter range. Upon reaching his designated spot, Anno raised his right hand, palm directed towards the target, slightly elevated. Acid Spray. Hit it. With a whisper of intent, a stream of acid erupted from his palm, arcing gracefully to land upon the rotund body of the target, corroding it into a gaping hole. Watching the target S-form deflate, Anno could not suppress a smile. Ahaha, I have finally mastered a skill. Although he had previously dispatched numerous slimes with a wooden stick, this was the first creature he had defeated using the skill of a magical being. In terms of power, his Acid Spray was comparable to that of the slimes, albeit with the drawback of high mana consumption. One cast required 10 points of magic, which was less efficient than summoning another slime. The summoned level 3 slime possessed 30 health points and 150 magical points. Race, slime level, 3 health, 30 magic, 150 skills. Devour, perception, Acid Spray. This was far more economical than using his own Acid Spray. However, the skills he had learned could be employed as long as he had magic, unlike spirit summoning, which had prerequisites for activation. Anno concluded that summoning slimes for combat was indeed more beneficial than engaging in battle himself. Henceforth, every half an hour, when his magic restored by 10 points, Anno would summon a slime to assist him in battle. He could only summon up to 5 slimes at a time, thus, He had a limit of 5 summon slots at present. Nevertheless, even with this limitation, the level 3 summoned slimes effortlessly hunted level 1 and level 2 slimes. With 150 magical points, they could unleash acid spray 15 times in succession. Including the time spent locating targets, they could eliminate approximately 60 wild slimes in about 20 minutes. However, the slimes regenerated magic at the rate of 1 point per minute, and once their magic was depleted, they required 2.5 hours to fully recover. During the downtime of his summoned creatures, unless a slime was isolated, Anno would remain hidden in the grass, unwilling to sustain any injuries that would render his afternoon's efforts futile. Fortunately, the giant slime did not make an appearance throughout the afternoon. By evening, Anno had collected 214 pieces of slime skin. The vast expanse of the grasslands had been significantly thinned by his onslaught. Chirp chirp, the 5 summoned slimes, having exhausted their magical energy, clustered around Anno. Well done. Anno gathered the slime skins from the ground, gently patting each summoned slime before returning them to their summoning space. He had discovered that as long as the summoned creatures were not defeated, they could be recalled to a space akin to a summoning realm. Anno prepared to return to town, knowing he could not bring a swarm of slimes back with him, thus he recalled them. Have I truly gathered 214 slime souls? Anno mused as he surveyed his soul reserves, consuming 100 of them to learn the low-tier perception skill. At that moment, his status panel underwent yet another transformation. Name, Anno race, human level, 3 experience, 281 300 profession, none magic, 30 skills, low-tier perception, acid spray talent, spirit summoning slime souls, 114 at Anno's current level. Defeating a level 1 slime yielded only 1 experience point, while a level 2 slime granted 2 points. Although level 3 slimes offered 5 experience points and were relatively easy to defeat, they were scarce in the grasslands, and he had encountered very few throughout the afternoon. Despite slaying numerous slimes, his level had yet to reach 4. Eager to test his new skill, Anno activated it immediately. Yet, the passive skill of the slimes had transformed into an active skill for him. Low-tier perception, activate. Closing his eyes, an intangible magic radiated from him, expanding outward. The surrounding environment materialized vividly in Anno's mind. Grass, stones, and crawling insects appeared in shades of gray and white, reminiscent of his previous experience when he controlled the body of Little M No. 1. Unfortunately, the range was limited to a mere 3 meters. Goodness, such a limited distance. Do I truly require perception at this range? Anno felt a twinge of frustration. However, upon further reflection, how potent could a magic creature's skill be? Moreover, the consumption for low-tier perception was minimal, expending just 1 drop of magic to sustain for 10 seconds. With only 19 experience points remaining, he would surely reach level 4 by the following morning. Anno cradled a hefty stack of slime skins as he made his way toward Grolltown. He navigated the familiar path to the blacksmith shop, leaving behind 5 skins and selling the remaining 209 to Old John. Upon seeing such a large quantity of slime skins, Old John's eyes nearly popped out. He had thought that gathering so many in the morning was already pushing the limits, yet the afternoon had yielded double the amount. Moreover, when Anno had arrived in the morning, his arm had clearly been splashed with the acidic liquid from the slimes, resulting in injury. However, he emerged in the afternoon without a scratch. Truly a little monster. Could it be that I misjudged him, and he is actually a seasoned adventurer? Yet, his physique does not resemble that of a trained professional. Old John mumbled to himself, while handing Anno 2 silver coins and 9 copper coins. Young man, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Old John suddenly spoke as Anno was about to leave. Deep within the plains lies a slime king. That creature poses a life-threatening danger even to low-level adventurers. Should you encounter it, remember to flee. The slime king? Anno initially thought Old John referred to the enormous slime he had encountered that morning, and eagerly inquired, have adventurers fought against the slime king before? Old John fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, recounting, 2 years ago, there was a slime infestation that devastated crops, and slimes frequently appeared on the roads. The townsfolk pooled their resources to send the mayor to Valcam to hire a mercenary group to deal with the slimes. The mercenary group, dismissing the slimes as a trivial threat, dispatched a level 5 warrior to handle the situation. Initially, everything went smoothly, but soon the slime king emerged. And that level 5 warrior was utterly outmatched, ultimately devoured by the slime king. Devoured? Anno was taken aback, realizing that a level 5 adventurer was undoubtedly far superior to him. Yet even he had met such a fate. The power of the slime king was indeed formidable. Anno pressed on with his inquiries. What happened next? What happened next? Old John shrugged. The mercenary group of the fallen warrior came to Grolltown, consisting of 9 members. The most formidable among them, their captain, is rumored to have reached level 10 and is a hunter by profession. They spent several days in the plains, exterminating slimes and nearly clearing them out. However, they ultimately failed to locate the slime king and had to leave the matter unresolved. The mayor warned everyone to avoid venturing too deep into the plains, as there are powerful monsters lurking within. It was during that time that the title of Slime King began to circulate. It appears that the Slime King has indeed survived. Otherwise, We wouldn't be witnessing such a resurgence of slimes. In less than 2 years, the slimes on the plains are once again proliferating. Sigh. It's time to discuss the hiring of a mercenary group with the mayor again. Just the other day when I traveled to Valcam, I nearly fell victim to slimes along the way. What does the Slime King look like? I have no idea. Old John shook his head, explaining. No one has ever seen the Slime King. However, the battle site revealed a large pit several meters in diameter and extensive corrosion left by acid. The level of destruction is certainly beyond that which an ordinary slime could inflict. Additionally, there were weapons belonging to that warrior scattered about, along with a severed arm still clutching a weapon. The cross-section of the severed arm showed clear signs of corrosion, leading us to speculate that he was consumed. Upon hearing Old John's account, Anno furrowed his brow. According to his account, a level 5 warrior was no match for the Slime King and was devoured with ease. Anno realized he was even less equipped to confront such a foe, whether it was the large pit described by Old John or the sheer strength involved. The enormous slime he had encountered earlier did not seem to fit the profile of the Slime King. This indicated that the colossal slime he had faced that morning was likely of a lower level than the Slime King. Thus, the dangers lurking in the plains were far greater than he had previously imagined. A spark ignited in Anno's eyes as he envisioned himself defeating the gigantic slime and summoning it to combat the Slime King. Old John, mistaking Anno's expression for fear, offered reassurances, but there is no need to worry excessively, as long as you don't venture deep into the plains. The chances of encountering the Slime King are slim. In a few days, the merchant caravan from the town will head to Valcam, and the mayor should return with hired mercenaries to deal with the slimes. If the legendary Slime King is still on these plains, it won't escape this time. What? They will seek mercenaries in Valcam in a few days? Anno felt a wave of urgency wash over him. He was counting on slimes to gain experience and wealth. If mercenaries arrived, it would be as if he was left behind in a race, unable to catch up. Without slimes in the plains, he would stand no chance against the goblins in the forest, effectively trapping him in the novice village. No way. Anno felt anxious, gazing intently at Old John, and seriously asked, when does the mayor plan to depart? How long will he stay in Valcam? Oh, do you wish to see Valcam as well? Old John responded with an understanding expression. I'm not sure of the exact date, but it won't exceed 3 days. The townsfolk are going to Valcam primarily to sell agricultural products and purchase supplies. They will spend a maximum of 2 days there, and accounting for travel time, they should return in about 4 days. This meant he had at most a week left. Anno exited the blacksmith shop. If he could not strengthen himself before the arrival of the mercenary group, at the very least, to have the capability to hunt solitary goblins, his chances of becoming stronger would be significantly delayed, and his path to becoming an adventurer would be prolonged. After all, once the mercenary group wiped out the slimes, he would have no monsters left to battle. He resolved to rise early and exert himself even more starting tomorrow. Clenching his fists, Anno felt his strength increasing and thought to himself, I cannot rely solely on my summoned creatures. After leveling up, my physical prowess has improved significantly. As long as I maintain my focus, it will be challenging for the slime's acidic liquid to land a hit on me. Previously, I had depended on my summoned creatures because I wished to avoid injury and waste a day's worth of gains. However, after leveling up, Anno could clearly sense the enhancement of all his physical attributes. With his level 3 physical condition, as long as he wasn't surrounded by a horde of slimes or confronted by a creature as formidable as the enormous slime, he possessed the ability to flee. As Anno passed by the only tavern in the town, his stomach growled audibly. In this vast world, nothing was more paramount than a good meal. After toiling all day in the plains, he had only consumed 2 hard, unpalatable black breads for lunch. As a dedicated foodie, he was already ravenous. After selling the slime skins and adding the 16 copper coins he had left over, Anno's wealth had increased to 2 silver coins and 25 copper coins. In Grulltown, the daily food expenses for an ordinary person amounted to around 10 copper coins. The money Anno earned in a day was sufficient for an ordinary person to sustain themselves for over half a month. Yet for Anno, that was still far from enough. A finely crafted steel longsword at the blacksmith shop required 15 silver coins. Upon entering the Light Moon Tavern, Anno did not hesitate to order 2 meat dishes for 8 copper coins, 1 vegetable dish for 2 copper coins, 2 black breads for 4 copper coins, and a drink of unknown origin for 1 copper coin, totaling 15 copper coins. Although the expenses are somewhat considerable, Anno does not feel regret. The enhancement of physical fitness requires adequate nutrition, otherwise, adverse consequences are inevitable. Anno is quite aware of this balance. As for accommodation, although a night's stay at the Light Moon Tavern costs merely 20 copper coins, Anno has no intention of lodging there. He carries no baggage and is not concerned about theft in the slums. The 5 slime skins he has reserved are tucked securely in his pocket, and his finances are kept close at hand. Coupled with his current strength, the inhabitants of the slums lack the capability to steal from him. However, there is one matter that piques Anno's interest. After he finishes his meal and prepares to leave, 2 women dressed as waitstaff descend from the tavern's upper floor. One, tall and voluptuous, dons a knee-length gown that accentuates her long legs. Her skin possesses a healthy, sun-kissed hue, and her ponytail frames her exquisite features. She is decidedly a beauty. The other server appears somewhat delicate, standing under 1.6 meters tall, a head shorter than the first. Her flowing dark hair cascades down her back, and her ample bosom immediately captures the attention of male patrons within the tavern. Despite their modest attire, the radiance of both women cannot be concealed. The delicate woman walks with her head bowed, avoiding the gazes of the surrounding diners, her hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her skirt. The tall woman furrows her brow, visibly displeased by the invasive stares. Anno, already at the entrance, is momentarily taken aback by this scene. Aren't these the bikini-clad woman and the girl in a dress he encountered upon awakening in the church? How did they come to serve at the Light Moon Tavern? Although Anno notices the two women, they seemingly do not see him. They are alive and have become tavern servers. They will gradually find their way. With this thought, Anno turns and departs from the tavern. Having only a fleeting acquaintance with them, aside from their shared experience of fleeing, they remain strangers. He must now focus on leveling up, earning money to heal his severed finger, pursuing a career in Valcam, and aspiring to establish the first adventurers guild in this other world. Perhaps their paths will not cross again. Yen, holding Lu Rongrong's hand, senses something and turns to glance towards the entrance, causing her ponytail to sway. Noticing this, Lu Rongrong timidly asks Sister Yen, "What is it?" "Nothing." Yen responds, but by the time she turns her head, Anno has already left. And thus she does not see him. Let us focus on our work. The boss has kindly taken us in, providing us with food and shelter. We cannot afford to be lazy. Understood, Sister Yen. Anno returns to the slums, locating the spot where he slept the previous night, finding it unoccupied. He slips inside and leans against the corner to sleep. When he opens his eyes again, the sky has begun to lighten. Anno shivers, rubs his shoulders, and mutters. This weather is unbearably cold. Although his short-sleeved shirt is clean, it is tattered and insufficient to ward off the chill. If only I hadn't lost my trench coat. After sneezing, Anno checks to ensure he has not lost anything before leaving the slums. It is not that Anno refrains from buying clothes. They are simply too expensive. A basic coarse linen shirt at the tailor's costs a staggering 80 copper coins. However, considering the circumstances, he will have to purchase clothing this afternoon. Otherwise, he risks falling ill from the cold, which would be a grave miscalculation. Spotting that the bakery is open, Anno buys 3 black loaves of bread and requests a bowl of water, resolving his breakfast needs before heading towards the grasslands outside the town. Upon reaching his destination, Anno immediately summons the 5 level 3 slimes he had collected the day before. In honor of my ascension, summon slimes, attack. Anno grips his stick tightly, eyes gleaming with anticipation as he surveys the slimes on the grassland. Squeak. The summoned slimes heed Anno's command without hesitation, moving swiftly towards the wild slimes nearby. Anno himself does not remain idle. He swings his stick, constantly searching for targets. Now at level 3, Anno's reflexes have improved significantly. Even when slimes spit acid at him, he can dodge in time. Every slime visible on his information panel meets its end with a single strike. As for the higher level slimes that elude his panel, Anno simply avoids them. How dare they challenge him, Anno the Great? Bending down to collect the slime skins of those he has vanquished, Anno feels a rush of excitement. Perhaps the immense pressure from the giant slime had spurred him to level up to level 3 yesterday afternoon, while still lurking in the shadows, taking down isolated slimes. Just moments ago, he charged in beside 3 slimes, instantly smashing one, then using acid to eliminate another, and expertly dodging the last acid spray before delivering a fatal blow. Although all are level 1 slimes, each one provides him with 1 experience point and 1 copper coin. Meanwhile, the 5 summoned slimes indiscriminately dispatch several more slimes. His experience skyrockets by 8 points. Just 11 more points to reach level 4. Anno licks his lips, transforming into a slime slayer with his stick. Embarking on a killing spree. Obtaining slime soul x1, experience increases by 2. Within mere minutes, Anno levels up. Name, Anno. Race, human level. For experience, 0400 profession, none magic power, 1240 skills, low level perception, acid spray talent. Spirit summoning magic power cap increases by another 10 points. However, upon gazing at the attributes of the level for slimes he has just summoned, Anno cannot muster a smile. Race, slime level, for life, 4040 magic, 200,200 skills, devour, perception. Acid spray. The summon level 4 slime has visibly grown in size. Previously the size of a basket, it now stretches to 50 centimeters, making it a challenge for Anno to lift. The reason for Anno's discontent lies in the significant increase in the slime's magic power. He understands that slimes are magical creatures, and a higher magic power is expected. But why does he gain only 10 points of magic power upon leveling up, while they gain 50? Must he inevitably become a reclusive summoner hiding behind his creations? Infuriatingly, there is no summoner among the 6 available professions. Anno feels a mix of frustration and delight. The frustration stems from his lack of endurance, while the delight arises from the fact that the more magic power the summoned slimes possess, the more acid they can unleash. I must head into town. Anno crushes a level 2 slime. I need to heal my left hand. He dispatches another level 1 slime. I need to earn money. I must become a professional. He strikes down yet another level 1 slime. So, dear slimes, do not blame me. Your sacrifices are all for the greatness of Anno. Muttering to the deceased slimes, Anno feels a surge of mania as the slimes on the grassland rapidly transform into slime skins. Half an hour later, Anno's magical energy was fully restored, and he exchanged all his summon creatures for level 4 slimes. However, the level 1 and level 2 slimes in the plains now yielded merely 1 experience point, while the level 3 slimes offered a meager 2 experience points. Encountering a level 3 slime was a rarity, requiring the defeat of dozens. As for the level 4 wild slimes, he had only spotted one since morning. Though he had collected a substantial number of souls and skins, the accumulation of experience points was painfully slow. After laboring for over 3 hours, he had gained a mere 220 experience points, leaving him 180 points short of leveling up. After swinging his club for a while, Anno felt a slight ache in his arms and decided to take a break. He instructed his summoned slimes to continue their pursuit of the wild slimes while he organized the collected slime skins. He had amassed 201 slime souls, totaling 310. And with 206 slime skins? Yes, he had saved 5 from yesterday. He chuckled, having earned 2 silver coins that morning. Just as Anno was reveling in his newfound wealth, he suddenly noticed that one of his summoned slimes had lost its signal. As the summoner, Anno could always sense the presence of his summoned slimes. The loss of signal could only mean one thing. What could possibly kill his level 4 slime? Anno immediately turned towards the direction of the lost signal. Despite the frailty of his summoned slimes post-upgrade, their speed had significantly increased. Unless they were overwhelmed, it was unlikely they would be struck by the acid of lower-level wild slimes. Just as Anno turned around, he spotted a massive slime leaping towards him from several dozen meters away. It was it. Anno grinned, swiftly rising to his feet and gripping his wooden club tightly. Though the colossal slime bore no expression, Anno could almost feel its immense wrath. However, this time he chose not to flee, but instead summoned back the 4 level 4 slimes scattered around him. Anno was determined to challenge this gigantic slime. Bang! Bang! With each powerful leap, the massive slime landed with a resounding thud. Upon reaching approximately 10 meters in front of Anno, it halted and faced him in a standoff. This time, Anno had ample opportunity to scrutinize the enormous creature before him. Externally, it resembled a magnified version of a low-level slime, with a diameter of 1 meter. Yet, past experiences of injury reminded Anno that this foe would not be easily vanquished. The distance was too great, and he dared not approach recklessly, opting instead to wait for the beast to strike first. Thankfully, after a brief respite, his 40 points of magical energy were fully replenished. While the enemy remained still, he too refrained from action. Throughout the tense standoff, Anno kept his muscles taut, ensuring that he could react instantaneously when the enormous slime launched its attack. Moments later, the colossal creature could no longer contain itself and unleashed a spray of acid towards the motionless Anno. The acid surged forth like a high-pressure water jet, racing towards him from 10 meters away. Dodge! Anno swiftly rolled to the side and sprang to his feet, dashing forward. 100, full swing, he shouted. His club aimed fiercely at the advancing slime. However, just as they closed the distance to the range of his weapon, the gigantic slime leapt, aiming directly for Anno's face. A 1-meter diameter slime was no lightweight. Thud! Anno felt as though his head had collided with a stone wall, stumbling back 2 steps before crashing to the ground. As he struggled to rise, a wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving him unsteady. In the next instant, the massive slime targeted his abdomen with another crushing blow. Anno's body contorted into an arc, propelling him several meters away. Spit! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, the sudden rush snapping his foggy mind back to alertness. Just as he noticed the gigantic slime preparing to charge again, Anno urgently commanded his surrounding summoned slimes to unleash their acid. Although the level 4 slimes were only half a meter in diameter and emitted a minimal amount of acid, it still managed to corrode 5 thumb-sized holes into the massive slime's body. Following its injury, the jelly-like substance within the colossal slime began to ooze out through the small openings. However, before Anno could revel in his success, he observed that the small holes were miraculously healing. In less than 5 seconds, they had completely closed up. Impossible, it can self-heal. Anno's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the giant slime was once again bounding towards him. He quickly evaded. Thud. The colossal slime landed with a hollow thump, missing him, and turned to face him. Seizing the opportunity, Anno swung his club several times at the massive creature. Unlike his previous encounters with level 1 and 2 slimes, where a single blow would obliterate them, now it felt as if his club struck nothing but cotton, inflicting minimal damage upon the gigantic slime. Curse it. If only I had a sharpened weapon, I could surely slice through its body. Retreating to create distance, Anno glanced at his wooden club and shook his head in resignation. The tactile feedback from earlier had revealed that the skin of the massive slime was significantly tougher than that of its lower-level counterparts. His rounded club simply could not penetrate it. As he observed the gigantic slime preparing to spray again, Anno hurriedly dashed backward. To his dismay, the massive slime redirected its focus onto his summoned slimes. One of the slimes, unable to evade in time, was struck by the thick column of acid, disintegrating into a burst of light. Slimes, unleash your acid. Seeing this, Anno did not allow the remaining slimes to flee the gigantic creature. Instead, he commanded them to leap beside the colossal slime and collectively spray their acid. Sizzle. The acid corroded the massive slime, creating 4 new small holes, and more jelly-like fluid oozed out. Yet, in a startling turn of events, the wounds began to heal once more. This time, Anno noted a difference. Previously, the healing had taken 5 seconds, but now it extended to 8. Though it was merely a 3-second difference, it ignited a flicker of hope within Anno. Surely, its self-healing had limits. If he could create sufficiently large wounds, it might be unable to heal them. Alas, without access to its status panel, he could not make further assessments. Resolutely gripping his wooden club, Anno stepped into the giant slime's direct line of sight to attract its attention. He signaled for the slimes to gather and prepare for another acid barrage. Chirp chirp. Upon seeing Anno approach, the massive slime abandoned its focus on the traitorous slimes and charged at him once more. Anno swiftly dodged, skillfully leading the enormous slime on a merry chase. As the slime's acid spray cooled down, Anno maneuvered the gigantic slime directly in front of them. Fire. For small creatures aimed precisely at a point before the massive slime, simultaneously unleashing a jet of corrosive liquid. The acid immediately eroded a hole the size of a fist in the front of the enormous slime, causing its bodily fluid to surge forth. The colossal creature seemed to feel the pain this time, bouncing restlessly in place. Anno's eyes brightened. He thought, this is effective. He directed the small creatures to concentrate their attacks at one point to compensate for their insufficient damage. It took the gigantic slime a full half-minute to recover from the substantial wound. The surrounding grassland was drenched in the slime's viscous secretions. As the enormous slime ceased its bouncing, it retaliated with a reinforced acid spray aimed at the small creatures preparing to launch another attack. Caught off guard, the small creatures had no time to evade. Just as the corrosive liquid was about to engulf them, Anno instinctively recalled the small creatures. The acid struck the ground where they had just been, corroding the grass. Anno summoned the small creatures once more, a smile playing on his lips as he observed their energetic leaps. I could easily withdraw the small creatures, wait for their cooldown to expire, and then unleash them suddenly for another strike on the massive slime, repeating this cycle until the giant slime is either dead or gravely weakened. Each time the gigantic slime was injured, it lost a portion of its internal slime, akin to the blood and flesh of a creature. A significant loss of slime would spell doom for the creature. Anno was elated at having devised a new battle strategy for his summoned minions, while the massive slime appeared oblivious to the imminent danger, launching another attack. Bring it on. Anno altered his approach, abandoning offense to engage in continuous taunting. Once the small creature's skills had cooled down, he would unleash a volley. After several exchanges, the enormous slime had shrunk considerably, its form riddled with slime goo in its wake. The sudden assault from the small creatures made the gigantic slime finally realize something was amiss. It abandoned Anno and turned to flee deeper into the grassland. But at this point, Anno would not allow it to escape. It was time for retribution. He had not forgotten the silver coin spent on healing his injured arm due to the massive slime's antics yesterday. Perish swiftly and serve me. The injured gigantic slime's jumping speed had significantly diminished. The wounds inflicted by the small creature's acidic sprays healed at a drastically reduced rate. Before it could cover 100 meters, the gigantic slime was already covered in holes, oozing slime from every orifice. Watching the weakening massive slime, Anno felt a surge of excitement. However, a swarm of lesser slimes appeared ahead, obstructing the retreat of the massive slime. You shall not escape. Anno was determined to summon the gigantic slime as his own creature. He could not let it return unscathed. With a burst of energy, Anno sprinted ahead, swiftly surpassing the massive slime and blocking its path. Chirp. The gigantic slime emitted an anxious sound. Upon seeing Anno in its way, it spewed acid before leaping desperately, trying to vault over him. Anno deftly dodged the acidic attack and looked up at the airborne massive slime, summoning the poised small creatures. The summoned creatures materialized in midair, merely 2 meters away from the gigantic slime. For jets of acid struck the massive creature with precision. As the gigantic slime descended, gravity caused a torrent of slime to erupt from its wounds. Like a fountain, the massive slime collapsed to the ground, motionless. Just then, the small creatures had exhausted their magical energy, and Anno's meager reserves were depleted long ago. Gripping a wooden stick, Anno cautiously approached, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Just as he reached within 2 meters of the massive slime, it suddenly sprang to life, its wounded body splitting open with a gaping maw aimed directly at Anno. Oh no! Despite his caution, Anno had not anticipated such a maneuver from the gigantic slime. In a panic, he summoned the 4 small creatures to shield himself while swinging the wooden stick with all his might. After striking once, Anno did not hesitate. He turned and distanced himself. The summoned small creatures absorbed the blow, filling the massive slime's gaping mouth. As the maw closed, Anno sensed their demise. Phew! Anno watched the enormous slime, now oozing slime and slowly writhing toward the depths of the grassland, with a sense of dread. His wooden stick had been partially swallowed, its rough, diagonally cut and marred by corrosive damage. Had he reacted a moment slower, it would have been him, not the small creatures, that was consumed. What a close call. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Anno hurled the wooden stick with force at the massive slime. Thud. The bitten end of the stick lodged itself into the gigantic slime. Anno observed as the massive creature shuddered, ceasing all movement. In less than a minute, the deflated gigantic slime released a green orb that integrated into Anno's body. The color has changed. Anno noted the green soul with curiosity. When the panel displayed acquired large slime soul X1, experience points 120, Anno was nearly overcome with excitement. Clearly, the creature he had referred to as the massive slime was actually designated as the large slime, and it was of considerable level. When Anno had slain a goblin at level 0, he received only 70 experience points. Yet, the large slime granted him 120. The level of the large slime undoubtedly exceeded 5. Anno was certain of this. Not only was the soul's color distinct, but the panel had also listed the large slime's soul separately. Previously, whether it was a level 1 or level 4 slime soul, all had been categorized simply as slime souls upon defeat. Anno picked up the large slime's skin from the ground, eager to summon it, but discovered he lacked sufficient magical energy. Retreating to a safe location, he began to regain his magical energy while resting to restore his stamina. After battling the large slime for nearly 10 minutes, both his stamina and magical energy were nearly depleted. After 10 minutes, having restored some magical energy, Anno prepared to summon the large slime, only to find that the panel indicated he could not sacrifice a green soul of level 6 or higher due to his own insufficient level. Damn. Anno felt a surge of frustration. He was still 60 experience points away from reaching level 5, let alone level 6. Gathering his belongings, he clutched a piece of slime skin and a broken wooden stick, preparing to return to Grull Town. Judging by the sun's position, it was already noon. In the distance, he could see smoke billowing from a chimney. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, Anno placed 200 pieces of slime skin on the counter and called out to Old John. I've come to make a trade. Old John, eyeing Anno's dust-covered appearance from battling large slimes, involuntarily twitched his lips. He had slain hundreds of slimes that morning. Was this fellow truly an ordinary person? Surely not. If an ordinary person possessed such capabilities, the vast plains would have been devoid of slimes long ago. Here are 2 silver coins. Keep them safe. Anno paid no heed to Old John's tone shift and, pulling out the remaining half of his wooden stick, inquired, Do you have any weapons priced at 1 or 2 silver coins? It was not that Anno was disinterested in purchasing a superior weapon. He had long coveted the fine steel longsword. However, he was short on funds, including the 2 silver coins. His total wealth amounted to merely 4 silver coins and a few copper coins. Old John examined the wooden stick thoughtfully, clicked his tongue, then scoured the weapon display wall before retrieving a short sword. This short sword measures 50 centimeters in total length, with a 12-centimeter hilt and a 38-centimeter blade. Priced at 8 silver coins. However, I can offer you a discount. You can have it for 5 silver coins. As Old John handed the short sword to Anno, he added with a smile, However, you must prioritize selling any slime skin you acquire in the future to me. I will continue to buy it at 1 copper coin each. His willingness to reduce the price by 3 silver coins stemmed from his optimism about Anno. Slime skin could be transformed into clothing or leather goods, fetching 3 copper coins each in Valcam City. By purchasing from Anno at 1 copper coin per piece and deducting various expenses, he could earn 20 copper coins for every 100 pieces. Given Anno's capacity to slay 400 to 500 slimes daily, it would not take long for Old John to recover those 3 silver coins. This transaction was certainly profitable. Anno understood that Old John sought a long-term partnership, aiming to prevent him from selling slime skin to other merchants in the town who also bought slime skin at the same price of 1 copper coin each. He felt tempted, but the issue remained he simply did not have enough money. Haha, with your pace in slaying slimes, you will have it soon. Old John laughed heartily, showing no sign of reclaiming the sword. You can pay a deposit of 3 silver coins now. And as long as you can make up the remaining 2 silver coins within 2 days, I won't charge you any interest. As he spoke, Old John produced a piece of parchment and noted the terms of slime skin purchase priority along with the 2 silver coin debt, offering the pen to Anno. After glancing at it and finding no issues, Anno signed his name. Exiting the blacksmith shop, he now possessed a short sword, but only 1 silver coin and a few copper coins remained, with a debt of 2 silver coins to the blacksmith. Just 2 silver coins. He could repay that by afternoon. Anno rested his hand on the sword's sheath, exhaling deeply, murmuring to himself, with a new weapon. I shall aim to slay 300 slimes this afternoon. Given Anno's current strength and the newly equipped short sword, defeating 300 slimes in 1 afternoon was no mere boast. Upon leaving the blacksmith's, Anno made his way directly to the Light Moon Tavern. His battle against the large slime had drained his energy, and he was quite hungry. However, as he approached the tavern, he observed a long line of patrons waiting outside. What is going on? Anno pondered, perplexed. Was the Light Moon Tavern's business typically this bustling? Even nearing 1 p.m., such a crowd was unexpected. He noticed that most of those waiting were young men, casting glances inside as if searching for someone. Brother. Is there a discount at the Light Moon Tavern today? Why the crowd? Anno inquired, tapping the shoulder of a young man at the back of the line. The young man turned, his face displaying disdain upon seeing Anno's ragged appearance. Yet, his expression transformed to a grin upon noticing the short sword at Anno's waist. Big brother. The crowd today isn't here for a meal. We're here for two beauties. Anno furrowed his brow, reiterating, 2 beauties? Indeed. The young man pointed excitedly at the tavern, exclaiming, I don't know where Uncle Lewin brought them from, but they are stunning. Black hair and black eyes, exotic beauties. In my life, I have never seen women with black hair and black eyes, and I have no idea which country they are from. Oh, wait. You have black hair too? As the young man spoke, he suddenly faltered, realizing that the seemingly intimidating man before him also possessed black hair and eyes. Anno surveyed the lengthy line, bemused. All this fuss for that? Having been in this town for 2 days, where black hair was a rarity amidst a multitude of colors, he had drawn no such excitement. Ultimately, men were all just lecherous fools. Shaking his head, Anno decided to leave and purchase some black bread. Given the current situation, he would likely wait an hour without even getting a meal. Yet just as he prepared to depart, chaos erupted within the tavern. Suddenly, patrons stood up, rushing out in a panic, shouting warnings to others. The bully Harry is inside. Those outside, initially confused, quickly took flight upon hearing this. In a matter of moments, the once crowded Light Moon Tavern became eerily quiet. Sensing something amiss, Anno, who had intended to leave, recalled the 2 compatriots working in the tavern, if they could be called compatriots. Let us take a look. Anno placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and walked over cautiously. Haha, ladies, as long as you follow me, Harry, I guarantee you a life free of worries. You will never have to work in this shabby tavern again. Let go of me, you filthy man. Help us, Uncle Lewin. Upon entering the tavern, Anno immediately discerned the ongoing discourse. A sweeping glance revealed the establishment in disarray, tables overturned, and victuals strewn about. Amidst the chaos, one table remained upright, encircled by 5 men, each bearing a sheathed blade. Among them, a diminutive figure, scarcely reaching 5'7", with flaxen hair cascading to his shoulders. A face of cunning and a lascivious grin clutched the delicate arms of 2 damsels. Unsurprisingly, these were the exotic beauties, Luyin and Lu Rongrong, whose presence had drawn the gazes of the town's male populace. Luyin struggled valiantly against the lecherous man's grasp, but his superior strength rendered her efforts futile. Lu Rongrong, her face etched with terror, tears streaming down her cheeks, pleaded for succor from a trembling, kneeling middle-aged man. Anno recognized him as Lunin, the proprietor of the Moonlight Tavern. The situation was starkly clear. The women's exceptional allure had attracted the unwanted attention of nefarious individuals, and their influence had precipitated the current predicament. As Anno surveyed the scene, he, in turn, became the object of curious stares. Harry gestured to an associate, who promptly kicked a stool towards Anno, bellowing menacingly, Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Harry's order to close up shop? Get out. Anno's gaze fixed upon the speaker, his panel displaying the man's information. Name, Burton race, human level, 3 class, apprentice warrior skills, basic swordsmanship talent. None Burton, with his ash-brown hair and elongated face, stood at 5'11", his physique neither burly nor frail, befitting a level 3 apprentice warrior. Turning his attention to the others, Anno noted that, save for Harry, they were all level 3 apprentice warriors, their skills limited to basic swordsmanship. Harry's stats were, name, Harry race, human level, for class, apprentice warrior skills, basic swordsmanship. Sweeping strike talent, none Harry's level surpassed the others. Each of the 5 men bore an identical sword emblem upon their necks. Though the distance obscured the details, it was evident that these individuals were seasoned professionals. No wonder Lunin and the patrons hesitated to intervene. They were mere mortals, ill-equipped to confront such adversaries. Even Anno weighed the consequences of antagonizing them for the sake of the women. This marked Anno's first encounter with fellow professionals in Gruul Town. Save for the guards and the old priest, still in the nascent stages of his development and uncertain of their affiliations, he preferred to avoid confrontation. Harry, Anno began tentatively. Would you consider releasing these women? They're acquaintances of mine. The women's faces flickered with a mixture of hope and trepidation. They had noticed Anno's arrival, and while they would ordinarily rejoice at his presence, eager to express their gratitude for his earlier intervention with the goblins, the present circumstances were dire. They feared that his involvement would only subject him to Harry's wrath. Earlier, a patron who had dared to challenge Harry's actions had been swiftly subdued by Burton and unceremoniously ejected from the tavern. Anno, with his slender frame, appeared no match for Burton. Now, his intervention could very well result in a similar fate. So, you know me, do you? Harry guffawed, his demeanor abruptly shifting to anger. Knowing that Harry is conducting business here, you dare interfere? Initially, the sight of the short sword at Anno's waist had given Harry pause, leading him to suspect that the newcomer was a professional himself. However, a closer inspection revealed Anno's threadbare attire and disheveled hair, indicative of a commoner from the slums. Moreover, the absence of a professional emblem confirmed that Anno was not a professional at all. Dismissing him as an insignificant pretender, Harry commanded, Burton, cripple his hand. Let that be a lesson to him. As you wish, Burton responded, approaching Anno with a predatory grin. Don't think that wielding a weapon makes you a hero. Harry is beyond your reach. With that, he reached for the short sword at Anno's waist, intending to seize it. Such acquisitions were commonplace for Burton and Harry, providing them with a lucrative income. Even in Vaucombe, they had preyed upon down-on-their-luck apprentice warriors who lacked the backing of a guild or army. Devoid of influence and power, these victims were forced to endure their losses in silence. However, Burton had misjudged his target. As he closed in, Anno unleashed a swift kick, sending Burton sprawling backward, crashing into several tables and crumpling to the floor, clutching his abdomen in agony. Burton, what's going on? Harry exclaimed, stunned by the turn of events. Seeing Burton writhing on the ground, unable to speak, Harry cursed, incompetent fool. He attributed Burton's defeat to carelessness, dismissing it as a fluke. Turning to Anno, he roared, "You dare strike my man. All of you attack him. I'll take responsibility, so long as you don't kill him." 3 long swords were drawn, and the men charged toward Anno. Without hesitation, Anno drew his own short sword and retreated. The confined space of the tavern was ill-suited for combat. The open street offered a better advantage. Moreover, a public brawl would undoubtedly attract the attention of the guards, even if he had miscalculated Harry's strength and found himself at a disadvantage. The arrival of the guards would force his opponents to cease their attack. "You dare resist?" one of Harry's henchmen shouted, pursuing Anno out of the Moonlight Tavern, his longsword arcing downward. Like Harry, he assumed that Anno was merely a commoner with a modicum of skill. How could a commoner possibly stand against an apprentice warrior? Unaware of his opponent's presumptions, Anno remained vigilant. This was his first encounter with human professionals, and despite their apprentice status, he was keenly aware of the danger. As the man's longsword descended, Anno's eyes narrowed, and he sidestepped the blow, delivering a sharp kick to the man's shoulder. The man staggered backward, nearly losing his footing. Not bad. Tommy steadied himself, licking his lips. When he saw his 2 companions emerge from the tavern and stand in a line beside him, his confidence surged. "Brothers, this lad has some skills, so tread carefully. Haha, even if he is strong, he is still just an ordinary person, especially since we have 3 of us. Less chatter, let us attack together," the trio proclaimed as they brandished their large blades, encircling Anno before launching their assault. Observing the situation, Anno immediately activated his low-level perception. A wave of magical energy swept over him, imprinting the scene within a 3-meter radius into his mind. The clashing of blades echoed as Anno hardly paid attention to the movements of the 3, yet his short sword deftly parried each attack aimed at him. Though it appeared somewhat chaotic, he sustained no injuries. Conversely, Tommy found himself wounded by a slash from Anno's blade on his arm. "Everyone be cautious, this fellow is troublesome." Tommy retreated a few steps, clutching his bleeding arm, his face etched with fear. How could he, outnumbered 3-1, have been injured? It seemed as though Anno possessed an uncanny awareness of every attack from behind. Was he truly just an ordinary person? Could he be an unmarked practitioner? Once Tommy withdrew from the fray, Anno felt a significant reduction in pressure. He deflected one assailant's large sword with his short sword and swept his leg to strike the other's lower body. The man lost his balance and fell heavily onto the cobblestone ground. "Damn it!" The last remaining assailant cursed furiously, raising his blade to strike Anno from behind. However, with low-level perception active, Anno sensed every move the opponent made. Before the assailant could react, Anno pivoted sharply, thrusting his sword toward the man's throat. Bulk, who had been poised to strike, suddenly halted, feeling the sharpness of the blade at his neck, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Clang! Bulk dropped his long knife to the ground, and, his legs giving way, knelt in surrender, pleading for mercy. He had always followed Harry, tormenting ordinary people and novice practitioners. He never expected to encounter such formidable resistance in this shabby town. Seeing this, Tommy immediately turned and rushed back into the tavern, shouting at Harry, "Sir, trouble, trouble." Harry, who was preparing to engage in less than honorable activities with 2 women upstairs, was incensed by Tommy's outcry. "You wretched cur, what are you shouting about?" Tommy pointed outside with his left hand, saying that fellow Harry, noticing the blood on Tommy's left hand, interrupted, "Did you kill him? If he's dead, you'd better confess to the guards. I'll bail you out in a couple of days. Now, get out there and keep watch. Don't let anyone disturb my business." "No, sir," Tommy exclaimed anxiously. "That lad isn't dead. The blood is mine. We 3 couldn't defeat him." "What? You couldn't win?" Harry was taken aback, glancing at Tommy and noticing the 10-centimeter gash on his arm. Lu Yen and Lu Rongrong, seeing the blood on Tommy, initially assumed it was from Anno, and upon hearing Harry's arrogant remarks, believed Anno had perished. However, before their sorrow could fully surface, the situation reversed. The blood was not Arno's, and the trio had been bested. "You fools." Harry released the 2 women, storming out of the tavern in a fury. Upon witnessing Bulk on his knees, with Arno's sword pointed at him, and Ford, who had just risen after hitting his head when he fell, Harry's anger intensified. A bunch of useless wretches, unable to handle a single person. What good are you? With that, he kicked Ford, who bowed and cowered, not daring to resist. "Humph, you have some nerve." Harry unsheathed his long knife, pointing it at Anno, his teeth clenched. As a practitioner, even if no faction is willing to accept you, you must carry a professional seal. Didn't your mentor ever teach you this basic knowledge when you became a practitioner? Harry was not a fool. Anyone who could defeat 4 novice warriors could not possibly be an ordinary person. In Harry's estimation, Anno was at least a level 3 or even 4 practitioner. Yet he was taken aback that Anno lacked a professional seal, leading to his earlier misjudgment. Professional seal? What is that? Anno pondered, confused. He was unaware of the common knowledge in Angamros that mandated all practitioners to wear a professional seal. Feigning ignorance? Harry scoffed. I don't care whether you're genuinely foolish or pretending. Dare to delay my affairs, and I'll make you pay. Arno's lack of a professional seal further confirmed Harry's suspicion that although Anno possessed some abilities, his level was undoubtedly low. At that moment, Burton emerged, clutching his stomach. Seeing Harry prepare to strike, he jeered at Anno. You're finished, brat. Lord Harry is a level 4 novice warrior with additional skills. In full force, he can defeat level 5 novice warriors. Against Lord Harry, your defeat is inevitable. Moreover, you've now enraged him. You won't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Anno had been watching Harry approach and quickly turned to face him directly, disregarding Burton's taunts entirely. With the panel information available, he was already well aware of Harry's skills. Die! Harry shouted, feeling insulted by Arno's impassive demeanor. He had grown accustomed to bullying around the towns near Valcam, and now that Anno had humiliated him, he was determined to kill Anno to restore his reputation, even if it cost him a few extra silver coins. As Harry charged, Anno remained unfazed, ready to engage. A level 4 novice warrior should not differ greatly in physical prowess from him. Through his earlier encounters with Tommy and the others, Anno had gained a preliminary understanding of novice warriors. Harry was only 1 level higher than Tommy and the others, and Anno felt confident in his ability to contend with him. Clang! Their blades clashed, sparks flying as both exerted their strength to overpower the other. Normally, warriors' training methods bestowed them the greatest strength among practitioners of the same level. However, Harry, barely standing at 170 centimeters and lacking in stature, was merely a novice warrior. In their struggle, Anno surprisingly held a slight advantage. Bang! With a kick, Anno sent Harry stumbling back, gripping his sword with the other hand. His gaze fixed warily on Harry. You bastard! Harry seethed as he glanced down at the large footprint on his clothing, his anger boiling over. Die, you scoundrel! Harry dashed to Anno's side, his blade sweeping horizontally with astonishing speed. After executing the sweeping strike, the speed of Harry's blade was so swift it was nearly imperceptible. However, Anno had remained vigilant since the onset of the battle. Noticing the shift in Harry's movements, he surmised that an ability was forthcoming. Rather than endure the strike, Anno retreated with all his might to evade it. Ultimately, the tip of Harry's blade narrowly grazed past Anno's chest. I dodged it. Anno exhaled in relief. But in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovered a gash over 20 centimeters long had been inflicted. The wound was shallow, merely breaking the skin, with blood beginning to seep out. What just happened? Anno furrowed his brow. He had clearly evaded that strike. Could this be the skill of a warrior? Harry, taken aback by Anno's timely evasion, was momentarily stunned. Yet, upon seeing the blood trickling from Anno's chest, he broke into a gleeful laugh. The sweep is not something you can simply avoid. The blade's aura can slice through your skin, even at a distance. This is the consequence of provoking me. Goodness. Anno looked up at Harry in astonishment, pondering how this fellow had managed to survive thus far while explaining his abilities to his adversary. Die. Harry gripped his long knife and charged once more. Anno lowered his body, his gaze fixed on Harry's gripping hand. Clang! Their weapons clashed again. However, this time, Anno did not engage in a contest of strength. At the moment of collision, he extended his left hand, aiming for Harry's right hand that held the blade. Acid sprayed forth. Ah! The street echoed with Harry's blood-curdling scream. The long knife fell from his grasp as he stared in horror at his mangled right hand, shrieking incessantly. Seizing the opportunity, Anno pressed his short sword against Harry's throat. Harry's complexion paled, his cries ceasing as he repeatedly implored, "Calm down, brother, calm down." Burton and the others outside the tavern were momentarily stunned. The turn of events had transpired too swiftly. Just moments ago, Harry had inflicted a wound on Anno's chest, and now Anno's short sword was poised at Harry's neck. It was known that Harry had once used his sweeping strike to annihilate a level 5 apprentice warrior. Who could have anticipated that someone without even a professional insignia could wound Harry? Let go of my lord, you scoundrel. Burton and his companions anxiously approached, pointing at Anno and demanding, do you know who Lord Harry is? Sharp Carl, the captain of the Bloodstained Mercenary Group, ranked 3rd in the Valcam Mercenary Corps, is his brother. If you dare harm Lord Harry, Captain Sharp will not let you off lightly. Upon hearing this, Harry nodded in pain, affirming, yes, yes. My brother is a level 10 knight. If you harm me, my brother will not spare you. Having been frightened earlier, he had forgotten to leverage his brother's status. A level 10 knight certainly has connections. Anno sighed, finally understanding the source of Harry's arrogance. A knight of such high caliber was not someone he could contend with at present. However, if he were to let Harry go, Anno doubted the latter would feel any gratitude. Given Harry's character, the likelihood of him plotting against Anno was considerable, and he might even seek assistance from his brother to deal with him. Just as Anno's headache was escalating, 2 armored guards rushed in from a distance, shouting, "What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited in the town." Upon seeing the guards, Harry felt as though he had found salvation. "Help! Someone is trying to kill me." Anno, seeing the guards arrive, sheathed his sword. Harry, seizing the moment, swiftly distanced himself from Anno, hiding behind Burton and the others. "What has happened?" One of the middle-aged guards approached the group, frowning as he inquired, "Why the armed conflict?" Harry, eager to shift blame, pointed at Anno and shouted, "Guards! This scoundrel attempted to kill me. He wants to murder in the town. Quickly, arrest him." Brooke glanced at Harry's injury, a flicker of disgust and surprise crossing his face. He was repulsed by Harry, who always caused trouble when visiting the town, and astonished that someone in Grueltown could actually injure Harry. Brooke turned his attention to the tattered Anno, incredulous, and asked, "Is that so?" Anno sensed Brooke's disdain for Harry and felt relieved, answering truthfully, "Not at all. The reality is that these individuals sought to kill me. I was merely acting in self-defense." "Nonsense," Harry interjected. "Clearly, it was you, that wretched beast, who harmed me, and now you are biting back. Guards, apprehend him and execute him." "Harry Carl." Brooke showed no regard for Harry, his tone grave. "The report I received states that you were bullying women. How is that possible?" Harry exclaimed incredulously, countering, "How could I do such a thing? Bring the complainant forth. I shall confront them directly. They must be mistaken." "Confront directly?" Brooke scoffed, questioning, "Do you intend to retaliate against the complainant secretly?" Harry was taken aback by Brooke's blatant hostility, gradually realizing he was not in Valcam, his tone weakening. "Damn it, this is unfortunate. I'll go find a priest." "Wait." Brooke glanced at the 2 black-haired women and the figure hiding behind the tavern, saying, "I will gather evidence. You are not to leave until I return." Harry raised his injured right hand, his expression contorted. "Damn it, can't you see I'm wounded?" "Owen, go fetch the old priest to treat our Lord Harry." Brooke instructed another guard in his 20s. "All right." Owen grinned at Harry, saying, "Hang in there. I'll be right back." Harry watched as one guard entered the tavern to speak with Lon, while the other turned and headed toward the church, muttering under his breath, "Those 2 bastards." Anno, intrigued by the spectacle, remarked with a smile as Harry glanced his way, "It seems you are not very popular in this little town." The 2 guards clearly held a poor impression of Harry and offered him no respect. How infuriating. Merely 2 insignificant guards. Harry was ridiculed, to the point of nearly bursting with anger. However, he could only express his grievances verbally. Those who could become guards were at least level 6 official professionals, far beyond his capacity to provoke. Furthermore, the guards were part of the army of the border protector, Viscount Reno. No matter how arrogant and overbearing Harry might be, he would not dare to confront the guards. Otherwise, even his brother would be unable to shield him. The church was centrally located in the town, not far from the Light Moon Tavern. Within minutes, Owen arrived with the old priest in tow. Upon seeing the priest, Harry immediately withdrew a silver coin from his pocket, requesting the latter to provide treatment. At that moment, Brooke emerged from the tavern with 2 women. "I have come to understand the situation," Brooke declared, his expression grim as he addressed Harry. "The incident originated from your inappropriate intentions towards these 2 ladies, coupled with the damage you inflicted upon the tavern's property. You are required to compensate the tavern 5 silver coins and apologize to the ladies. As for Mr. Anno, he is deemed to have acted in self-defense during this incident. Therefore, Mr. Anno bears no responsibility for the injuries sustained by you and your companions. Moreover, you are liable for Mr. Anno's medical expenses." "What? You want me to compensate the tavern and apologize to those 2 women, and now I must pay for this brat's treatment?" Harry's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Brooke's pronouncement, especially after just having healed his right hand. Brooke smiled and added, "Alternatively, you may choose to spend some time in the dungeon." Upon hearing this, Harry glared at Brooke for a moment, clenched his fists, and replied, Fine. Remember this. Just wait." He emptied 6 silver coins from his pouch, handing one to the old priest and tossing the rest to Lon. He then turned to the 2 women, reluctantly muttering an apology. Without regard for whether they would forgive him, Harry departed with his companions. To be remembered by Master Harry is indeed an honor. However, as a guard under the esteemed Viscount Reno, I am obligated to maintain order within the territory. I hope you will exercise more restraint in the future." Brooke mused, somewhat perplexed by Harry's sudden compliance. He issued a warning to their departing figures. Unexpectedly, Harry halted, turned around, and pointed at Anno, exclaiming, "Guard, I wish to report. This person is not wearing a profession insignia, thus violating the kingdom's regulations. I hope you will enforce justice and imprison him." "What?" Brooke frowned and approached Anno, scrutinizing him. "Please present your profession insignia for my inspection." Anno, with a puzzled expression, replied, "I'm sorry, but I do not possess a profession insignia." "Impossible!" Harry shouted immediately. "You inflicted the injury on my hand using magic. Everyone witnessed the damage just now. How could you wield magic without a profession insignia?" Brooke's expression shifted, and he extended his right hand towards Anno, stating seriously, According to kingdom regulations, all professionals must wear their insignia when they leave their homes. In the event of an emergency, all professionals are obligated to assist the guards. Failure to comply is considered evasion of professional duties and is punishable by severe penalties. Mr. Anno, please present your profession insignia. Realizing Brooke's tone was becoming increasingly hostile, Anno understood the gravity of the insignia situation. To draw a parallel, the profession insignia was akin to an identity card in a previous life. Every professional possessed one. Brooke was prepared to check Anno's identity card. The problem was, Anno did not have an identity card. I truly do not have a profession insignia. Anno explained, I have only been in this small town for a few days. Although I have longed to go to Valkarm to choose a profession, I have yet to find the opportunity. Are you implying that you learned a spell on your own without any instruction from a mentor and became an apprentice mage? Harry laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. Burton stepped forward, pointing at Anno, declaring, Guard, I suspect he is a spy sent from another country. Apprehend him at once. A spy? Brooke cast a dubious glance at Anno. With black hair and dark eyes, he indeed appeared different from the citizens of the kingdom. Moreover, anyone aspiring to become a professional must be taught by a mentor who imparts skills and issues the state-manufactured profession insignia. Is this not common knowledge? Brooke had already witnessed Harry's injuries. They were clearly caused by magic. Now, Anno's claim of lacking an insignia led Brooke to question Anno's identity. However, Brooke refrained from taking action due to one perplexing detail. Every mage required a staff to connect with the elements of nature to cast spells. Yet, he had not seen a magic staff on Anno. Instead, he noticed a short sword. Anno observed Brooke placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, and his expression grew increasingly serious. His limited understanding of this world had placed him in a precarious position. If he failed to clarify the situation, he might very well be imprisoned as a spy. We are not spies, guard. Luyan suddenly stepped forward to defend Anno. We are just unfortunate victims who were attacked by goblins, and we barely managed to escape to this town. As she spoke, Luyan pointed towards the forest outside the town, the very place where they had awakened alongside Anno. You're getting more ridiculous. Attacked by goblins? Burton interjected, goblins are pack creatures, if you encountered them. How could you survive? Exactly. Tommy chimed in. Those two women and that spy share black hair and dark eyes. They must be working together as spies. No. We are truly not spies. Luyan exclaimed, unsure how to refute the accusations, glancing helplessly at Anno. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Anno turned to Brooke and asked, how can I prove that I have never possessed the insignia you mentioned? You're just being obstinate. Brooke retorted, you mentioned Anno used magic earlier? Then why did I not see him holding a magic staff? The old priest, who had been observing quietly, suddenly interjected, posing the most crucial question. Young guard Owen circled Anno, expressing his curiosity. I too am puzzled. Did he not use magic? Yet I see only a short sword. A tremor ran through Anno. It seemed he had inadvertently shattered some preconceived notion of this world. The magic he employed had all been learned from slimes. Once he mastered it, he could use it directly without needing a staff. However, it appeared that mages in this world were expected to utilize a staff to cast spells. Oh, indeed. Tommy suddenly exclaimed. How did that kid cast magic without a staff? Burton and Barkford exchanged glances and replied in unison. I did not see one either. Only a select few extraordinary magical geniuses could serve as their own conduit to communicate with the elements of nature to release magic. Aside from that, all mages were required to wield a staff. The magical fluctuations emanating from Anno are merely a trifle above that of an ordinary individual, insufficient to even reach the apprentice magical level required for any profession, rendering him incapable of communicating with the elements of nature. In other words, he cannot cast spells without the aid of a magic wand. The old priest, having taken the short sword from Anno's hand, drew it forth for inspection, continuing. This is merely an ordinary steel short sword, not a magic sword. Thus, I harbor doubts regarding your claims that Anno can cast spells. Brooke was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on his own confusion, could Harry and the others' words be trusted? Just because they asserted their injuries were inflicted by Anno's magic, does that make it true? He had not witnessed it himself. It was merely the one-sided account of Harry's group. Harry was equally perplexed, sensing something was amiss, but finding himself unable to refute the old priestess' assertions. For it indeed appeared that Anno had not used a wand when he cast his magic. How could he explain that? In summary, either Anno is a once-in-a-century magical prodigy capable of casting spells without a wand, or he is not an apprentice magician. And his lack of a professional seal is entirely reasonable. The old priest concluded, stating, therefore, Anno is the latter. But he single-handedly defeated us all. Tommy interjected in disbelief. The old priest continued without lifting his gaze. Perhaps it is merely a reflection of your own lack of skill. How do you explain my injuries then? Harry countered, presenting his wounds. I have seen your injuries. They are the result of slime acid corrosion. If it were magic, corrosion magic is not something an apprentice magician could master. The old priest stroked his beard thoughtfully, adding, Anno has been hunting slimes on the prairie for days. He himself was injured by slime acid yesterday and came to me for treatment. Your hand must have been contaminated by the slime acid he collected when you were not paying attention. Harry was left speechless. Anno was also taken aback. Since the old priest spoke, Anno had been stunned. He had indeed used magical acid to injure Harry, but the priest's interpretation twisted it into a story of deceit, suggesting that Anno had poured the acid on Harry's hand. The crux of the matter was that Anno now had to follow the old priestess narrative. Who would have thought you would see through it? Anno bowed to the old priest, praising, "Truly a priest, nothing escapes your notice. However, I must keep my method of collecting slime acid a secret. I am counting on it to hunt enough slimes and earn money to become a professional." When Anno produced a low-grade slime skin, Brooke nodded in affirmation. There was no doubt that Anno had hunted slimes, otherwise he would not possess a slime skin in his pocket. Brooke had already adopted the old priestess line of reasoning, convinced that Anno had used slime acid to injure Harry. Harry recalled the earlier confrontation with Anno and began to question whether he had indeed been harmed by magic. The common knowledge that a magician uses a wand caused him to waver. As for believing Anno was a magical genius, that was utterly impossible. He dared not entertain such thoughts. Offending a genius magician was vastly different from crossing paths with someone who merely injured him with slime acid. Did you all see clearly? Did he indeed use magic? At this point, Harry found himself hoping that Anno had indeed used slime acid to harm him. Tommy replied, "I didn't see." Burton added, "I didn't catch it either." The other two shook their heads in agreement. "Humph, such misfortune," Harry muttered under his breath, his anger boiling as he thought about being injured by someone who was not even a professional. He approached Anno, tiptoeing to whisper a threat in his ear. "You wait and see. Those who offend me will not fare well. I do not believe you will remain in this town for long. This fellow intends to seek me out for trouble outside the town?" Anno regarded Harry's departing figure with grave concern. Should the other party truly block his path outside, Anno would need to tread carefully. The previous battle had been possible due to Harry's group approaching separately. If all five had charged together, Anno would certainly have found himself at a disadvantage. If only I could summon a large slime, I would have no need to worry about their underhanded tactics. Anno sighed inwardly. Based on their encounters, low-grade slimes were not a match for Harry and his companions. Even summoning 5 slimes to face all 5 of them simultaneously would not significantly increase his odds. However, with Harry's departure, the conflict reached a resolution. Anno promptly expressed his gratitude to the old priest, Brooke, and Owen. "We did not assist in any meaningful way," Brooke replied with a rueful smile. "Harry, relying on his brother, has always lorded over the town, and he leaves no incriminating evidence in his wake, rendering us helpless. This is the first time he has encountered a setback. But do not rejoice too soon. Harry will undoubtedly harbor resentment and seek an opportunity to retaliate. Though you possess some strength, do exercise caution. The gap between ordinary individuals and professionals is substantial." Brooke pointed to the wound on Anno's chest created by a sweeping slash. At this point, Owen leaned in with curiosity, asking, "Anno, are you truly not a professional? This is the first time I've seen a not-professional fend off 5 professionals. I heard Harry is a level 4 apprentice warrior." Anno shook his head with a smile, replying, "I have yet to visit Valcam and have not learned any professional skills or chosen a profession." "Then why not go?" Owen pressed on. "With your talents, if you became a professional, your growth would surely be rapid." Anno's expression turned bitter as he confessed, "I lack the funds. The priest informed me that selecting a professional mentor requires a payment of 5 silver coins, and only then can I learn a foundational skill and become a professional. I spend my days hunting slimes solely to save money." He tapped the short sword hanging at his waist, explaining, "This weapon was lent to me by Uncle John at the blacksmith's shop. Otherwise, I could not afford it." "Ah, I see." Brooke and Owen nodded, stroking their chins in understanding. At that moment, Ruan, who had been waiting for an opportunity to interject, finally found his moment. He excitedly addressed Anno. "If you are in need of silver coins, I can provide some." He extended his hand, revealing 5 silver coins. "This is the compensation for the tavern's losses from Harry. Had it not been for your assistance today, my staff would undoubtedly have suffered at Harry's hands, and my conscience would be forever tormented. These 5 silver coins are a token of gratitude from the Light Moon Tavern to you, my benefactor." As Llewellyn concluded his words, his gaze towards the 2 women, Elyin and Lu Ronron, was imbued with a profound sense of regret. Previously, upon witnessing their unfortunate plight on the streets, he had proposed to his wife that they offer the women employment at the tavern. Little did he anticipate that after encountering Harry, such dire circumstances would unfold. Fortunately, Anno arrived just in time. Otherwise, the fates of the 2 young women would have been irrevocably altered. Anno was taken aback to learn that Llewellyn Inn had willingly parted with 5 silver coins for their sake. Given the economic conditions of Gruel Town, the tavern's weekly profits barely amounted to that sum. Frankly, Anno felt a stir of temptation. Having provoked Harry, the dangers of venturing into the plains to hunt slimes would undoubtedly escalate. Now, with sufficient funds to become a professional, he could circumvent such risks. In just a few days, he could join a merchant caravan protected by guards, heading towards Valcam. The old priest cast a glance at Anno and casually remarked, "Once you become a professional, your strength will increase. At that point, you can find a lucrative job and repay Llewellyn." "No need to repay, no need at all," Llewellyn interjected repeatedly, smiling. It is my honor to assist Lord Anno. His words unconsciously dripped with reverence. In the past, his tavern had often been extorted by Harry for protection fees, typically during times when no witnesses were around. This left Llewellyn's reports to the guards utterly futile. Now that Anno had dealt with Harry, Llewellyn felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. He would gladly pay not only 5 silver coins but even 10. Very well, consider this alone. Anno accepted Llewellyn's goodwill, reiterating his intent to repay the amount. Alas, I still owe Uncle John 2 silver coins. Even before becoming a professional, I am already in debt to the tune of 7 silver coins. The wretched Harry had robbed him of the opportunity to continue hunting slimes in the wild. Inside the tavern, a few individuals were tidying up. Once the place was clean, Llewellyn brought forth several dishes, inviting Anno to sit down for a meal. Besides Anno and his companions, there were no other patrons in the tavern. The old priest and the guards had already departed, and although Anno initially considered leaving, Llewellyn insisted on treating him to a meal. Moreover, Llewellyn and Lu Rongrong had matters they wished to discuss with him. After their meal, Llewellyn recounted her and Lu Rongrong's experiences. Following Anno's diversion of the goblins, she and Lu Rongrong fled towards Gruul Town. However, they took a rather circuitous route through the forest, wasting precious time before finally emerging from it. Fortunately, they maintained the correct direction, otherwise, they might have encountered more goblins. Upon reaching Gruul Town, they found themselves in a predicament akin to Anno's. They were broke. Before fleeing, Llewellyn had picked up the discarded cloak Anno had lost, draping it over her shoulders. Otherwise, she would have been left with nothing but her swimsuit. The 2 disheveled women resorted to begging for food in the town until Llewellyn discovered them. Out of pity, he offered them work at the tavern, ensuring they could at least secure a meal. After hearing their tale, Anno shared his own experiences to the extent that he could. When Llewellyn and Lu Rongrong learned that Anno had ventured into the plains to hunt slimes armed with merely a wooden stick, they were left astounded, their mouths agape. Today is the first time I've heard of professionals, Llewellyn mused, taking a while to digest Anno's revelations. The existence of numerous magical creatures in this world implied that without professionals, humanity would have long been extinguished. Anno sipped some water and stated, I aspire to grow stronger. Firstly for self-preservation, and secondly to establish an adventurers guild. To found an adventurers guild, become its leader, and lead countless adventurers to combat magical beasts and save the world. The very prospect stirred a fervor within him, and by the end of his declaration, Anno was so animated that he stood up. Lu Rongrong, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, inquired, an adventurers guild? What is that? Anno resumed his seat and explained, it is a collective of professionals who accept commissions. Llewellyn interjected, isn't that essentially a mercenary group? That interpretation holds merit. Anno found himself disinclined to delve into the nuances distinguishing the two. Llewellyn stroked his chin, saying, to establish a mercenary group, one must travel to Valcam and seek the approval of the Lord Viscount. Moreover, only professionals can apply. Anno sighed, I am aware of that. Which is why I tirelessly hunted slimes for money. However, the price of slime hides is notoriously low, fetching only 1 copper coin each. Despite my efforts over the past few days, I have only managed to slay a few hundred. A few hundred? Good heavens! Llewellyn exclaimed. Have you eradicated all the slimes on the plains? Llewellyn had never ventured deep into the plains and was unaware of the sheer number of slimes therein. He only knew that from the road, one could see vast swathes of slimes. Not quite. There are still thousands of slimes on the plains. I have merely scratched the surface. Having finally acquired a decent weapon, Anno yearned to clear out the slimes. Yet, after his clash with Harry and with Llewellyn's support, he was hesitant to venture out, particularly without formidable summons. The risk of being ambushed by Harry was too great to ignore. That is still quite impressive. Llewellyn exclaimed animatedly, 2 years ago, when the slimes were rampant, I witnessed firsthand their capacity for harm. Individuals struck by slime acid suffered grievous injuries, their flesh rotting away as they cried out in agony. Without Pastor Henry's intervention, many would have perished at the hands of slimes. Is it truly that severe? Llewellyn, having just learned of the thousands of slimes, had assumed them to be weak. Yet, from Llewellyn's account, she realized that slimes were indeed capable of causing death. Llewellyn grimaced, how could magical creatures not be formidable? We are merely ordinary humans, utterly incapable of battling such creatures. Previously, there were dozens of towns surrounding Valcam. Now, only over 30 remain. The rest have been destroyed in the wake of magical creature attacks. Lu Rongrong, her disbelief evident, queried, how can this be? Surely the other towns must have guards to protect them? Indeed, they do. However, magical creatures are also incredibly powerful. In addition to slimes, there are also ferocious goblins. While guards are skilled, they too can fall victim when faced with particularly strong goblins. Anno, upon hearing this, recalled his previous encounter with goblins. The goblin he had slain bore a white soul, indicating it was no higher than level 5. Yet, Anno had nearly lost his life to its assault. Even at the same level, goblins possessed significantly greater combat prowess than slimes. Had Anno not acquired skills, facing a slime of equal level with only a wooden stick, while exercising caution to avoid its acid, he could have defeated it. However, confronting a goblin of the same level would require a readiness to face death. This was precisely why Anno refrained from leveraging numerical superiority against Harry and his ilk. In the presence of professionals, slimes were utterly inconsequential. Subsequently, Luin shared a piece of information that left Anno and his companions wide-eyed. Goblins, it was said, typically killed male humans for sustenance, while they captured and violated females, forcing them to bear goblin offspring. The goblins possess a unique constitution, and human females who fall victim to them can indeed become pregnant. Consequently, in towns besieged by goblins, captured men are invariably slain, while women endure boundless suffering. Upon hearing this, Anno immediately recalled the women who had been captured by goblins in the past. Among the crowd that emerged from the church, there were 8 men and 7 women. Anno witnessed the deaths of 3 men with his own eyes, while the whereabouts of the remaining individuals were uncertain, casting a shadow of despair over the situation. Among the women, aside from Lu Yen and Lu Rongrong, only 5 remained. One woman had been brutally assaulted in front of everyone, with a robust young man attempting to rescue her. Another woman was struck by an arrow in the chest as Anno climbed over the church wall, after which she was undoubtedly captured by the goblins. The remaining 3 women also had a high likelihood of being seized by the goblins. Anno had previously believed that goblins assaulted women merely out of depravity, and that these women were subsequently executed. He had never considered that they might still be alive, enduring relentless torment at the hands of the goblins. The thought rendered Lu Rongrong pale with fear, trembling all over. Beasts! Lu Yen also realized this and slammed her hand on the table, rising abruptly to head outside. Anno quickly inquired, "What are you doing?" Without turning back, Lu Yen replied, "Of course, I am going to find the guards and rescue them." Observing Lu Yen's hurried departure, Lunin questioned, "Did I say something wrong?" Anno then explained to Lunin that it was highly probable that the goblins in the forest had captured several women. "This is dire." Lunin's expression changed dramatically, and he began pacing anxiously. The goblins in the forest had always been regarded as a looming threat. A year prior, to prevent them from attacking the town, the former mayor had spent 2 gold coins to hire a mercenary group, all of whom were above level 5, and had taken 5 guards into the forest to eradicate the goblin menace. However, only 1 mercenary returned. According to that mercenary, there were goblins in the forest exceeding level 10. Unless a mercenary group or the Lord dispatched soldiers with levels exceeding 10 were to intervene, anyone who entered would face certain death. Yet, Valkarm only had 3 mercenary groups with members above level 10, each demanding no less than 10 gold coins. In this small town, gathering 2 gold coins had already required considerable sacrifice. Where could they possibly find 10? The newly appointed mayor had reported to the Lord, yet no action had been taken to eliminate the threat. The forest had long been regarded as a forbidden area. How could anyone dare to venture into such a place where goblins of level 10 or higher exist? Upon hearing this news, Anno realized Lu Yen would return empty-handed. A mercenary group typically consisted of at least 10 members, and with 5 guards above level 5. Returning with only 1 from the forbidden forest underscored the formidable strength of the goblins residing within. Currently, the town's guards numbered merely 5. Even if Lu Yen sought to report to Brooke and request the guards to rescue the possibly surviving women, Brooke would be powerless against the formidable goblins. As expected, half an hour later, Lu Yen returned with a dejected expression. Brooke deemed the situation too perilous. The town's guards could not risk their lives for a few potentially surviving individuals. Anno remained silent, as this aligned closely with his own hypotheses. Lu Yen looked at Anno with a serious expression and inquired, "Anno, can we go rescue them?" "Oh no, that's not possible." Before Anno could respond, Lunin interjected, "Lord Anno is not yet a professional. You, as a woman, would only be walking into your own demise in the forbidden forest. Why would you even consider going to rescue them?" Anno cast a puzzled glance at Lu Yen. Lunin had painted a vivid picture of the dangers of the forbidden forest, from which she had barely escaped. Now, she wished to risk her life to re-enter it for the sake of strangers. Was it truly worth such peril? Anno had already dismissed the notion of rescuing anyone upon realizing the danger. Having the capability to save lives is one thing. Lacking it only leads to becoming a casualty oneself. "I don't know," Lu Yen responded, clutching her head in despair. "I only know that saving people is a duty." "Duty?" Anno exclaimed in surprise, quickly asking, "Have you regained your memory?" There was no such thing as a duty in this world, and Lu Yan's recollection of this term likely indicated a restoration of her memories. Anno briefly entertained several thoughts. However, Lu Yan shook her head. "I don't know what duty means. It just suddenly appeared in my mind, and then I felt that I must go save them. I have to save them. It's my responsibility. Is it really a duty?" Anno regarded Lu Yen with a complex expression, recognizing the determination in her gaze. Could it be that before she was sent to this world, she had been involved in some form of duty? Anno reassessed Lu Yen. Although she had lost her memory, her actions still bore a connection to her past. Among the women who had been captured, only Lu Yen had dared to confront the goblins. Standing up to such brutal beings required immense courage. It was likely that Lu Yan's previous role was the reason for her bravery, even without sufficient strength. She possessed the valor to face death. Lu Yen, unaware of the true meaning of duty, simply felt compelled to save others, regardless of the dangers ahead. She could not waver. However, Anno poured cold water on her resolve. Even if you go to rescue them, what difference would it make? With your strength. Entering the forbidden forest would merely provide the goblins with another vessel for reproduction. Lu Yan, a bit flustered, replied, but those captured women are enduring inhumane torment. At least there's a good chance they're still alive. Once they're dead, there's nothing left. Wait until a strong person can go rescue them. Anno stood up and walked toward the door, not glancing back as he said, Lunan, please keep an eye on them. Don't let them do anything foolish. Lu Yin attempted to pursue, but was stopped by Lunan. Lu Yin, Lord Anno is right. You should stay here in the tavern and not act recklessly. Lu Yin glared at Anno's departing figure, shouting, Anno, where are you going? Anno paused briefly, contemplating, and replied as he walked, to become stronger. Become stronger? Lu Yin was taken aback for a moment before turning to Lunan and asking, Uncle Lunan, can I become a professional? Lunan furrowed his brow and stated, as long as you pay a tuition fee of 5 silver coins, the instructor will teach you the initial skills. If you learn the initial skills of a profession, you will be considered a professional. Determined, Lu Yin bit her lip and declared, Uncle Lunan, I want to become a professional. After Anno departed from the Getsu Tavern, he made his way to an empty alley, lingering there for nearly half an hour. When he finally emerged, he strode purposefully towards the outskirts of the town. Although he had intended to remain within the town for a few days due to the incident involving Harry, the mention of the word inspection by Lu Yin struck a chord within him. A certain irresponsible man, also an inspector, had forsaken his life and family, becoming a so-called hero in the eyes of the people. Damn it. Anno clenched his fists, gazing at his status panel, muttering to himself, I am still too weak. Too weak. It was this weakness that made him worry about Harry and hesitate to leave the town. It was this weakness that prevented him from rescuing those who were suffering. However, the expression of unwillingness on Anno's face lasted only a few seconds before he donned his standard smile. In the afternoon, after hunting slimes and reaching level 5, he attempted to see if he could attain level 6. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Harry and his companions lurking in the shadows. But Anno was no longer concerned. With his hands clasped behind his head, he leisurely exited the small town. Not long after Anno left, several figures emerged as well. That brat has left the town. Let's hurry and follow him. Harry's lips curled into a smile upon realizing Anno had truly stepped outside, daring to harm Lord Harry. Let us show him the price of his heroics. Burton and his companions trailed behind Harry, their faces twisted in sinister grins. Anno was still not a professional. As long as they attacked together, he would undoubtedly be no match for them. If Anno were to hide away like a turtle, remaining in the town, Harry would find it difficult to deal with him. Yet, in the vast grasslands beyond, amidst the wilderness, they had the final say on whether to kill or maim. Due to Anno's recent hunts of hundreds of slimes, the slimes outside the grasslands had dwindled to a sparse few. To hunt slimes more efficiently, he needed to venture deeper into the prairie. After walking for over half an hour, Anno's surroundings were filled with leaping slimes. There were slimes ranging from level 1 to 4, and even some above level 4 whose attributes were concealed. They were not as large as the giant slimes. Likely around level 5. Caution was warranted, but the danger was minimal. Anno drew his short sword and swiftly charged into the midst of the slime horde. There were 5 slimes in total. The slimes in the deeper regions of the prairie were generally of a higher level. Among the 5 slimes, 3 were level 2. 1 was level 3, and 1 was level 4. As Anno approached, they immediately shifted their bodies to spray acid towards him. The few meters of distance left him little time to react. With a swift slide, he sprang back to his feet, his body darting side to side. Evading all the acid, his short sword pierced through the fleeing slimes, which fell to the ground. Ethereal white quality souls, invisible to outsiders, ascended from the corpses and entered Anno's body. Slime soul, white, 5, experience 10. Name, Anno. Race, human level. For experience, 350-400 profession, none magic power, 2640 skills, low-level acid spray perception talent, spirit summoning. Anno collected the slime skins, glancing at the approaching group of slimes, and retreated a short distance before charging towards another group of slimes. Equipped with the short sword, Anno felt significantly more at ease. Previously, using a wooden stick required immense effort to slay a single slime. Against level 3 or 4 slimes, he would often need to strike multiple times. Now, with the short sword, he could effortlessly pierce through the slime's skin. Even level 4 slimes could be dispatched in a single strike. After a few minutes, Harry and his companions, who had been observing from the shadows, noticed that Anno had suddenly ceased his slime hunting. What is going on? Tommy inquired, puzzled. Harry smacked Tommy on the head, scolding, fool. This guy isn't even a professional. After such an extended hunting session, he must be exhausted. Exhausted? Burton's eyes brightened with excitement, exclaiming, my lord, what are we waiting for? Shall we go now? Harry turned to glance at Anno, who had plopped down to rest, and nodded. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Everyone, let us move together and make sure he doesn't escape. Anno turned to regard the 5 individuals emerging from the grass, a faint smile gracing his lips. He could slay slimes for hours on end. It was inconceivable that he would tire after merely a few minutes with the short sword. The reason he had paused was that he had just leveled up. Name, Anno. Race, human level, 5 experience, 1500 profession, none magic power, 30-50 skills, low-level acid spray perception talent, spirit summoning. Since you insist on causing me trouble, come at me. Anno gripped the short sword tightly, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. If a mere minor character could corner him within the town, how could he ever grow stronger? How could he possess the power to manage an adventurer's guild? Not to mention leading adventurers against the overwhelmingly powerful demon race of this world. Come and fight. Kid, you've got guts. You offended me at noon, and now you dare venture out. Harry, seeing Anno make no attempt to flee, encircled him with his companions. Anno glanced at the armed men and asked, Harry, are you planning to deal with me? Haha, am I going to deal with you? Harry burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke, joined by his subordinates. You ventured out to hunt slimes, only to be surrounded by them. Is it not entirely normal for a non-professional to be killed by slimes? What does that have to do with me? Upon hearing Harry's words, Anno scoffed. What happened this morning was your fault to begin with. Now you wish to kill me? Perhaps due to Anno's calm demeanor, Harry felt infuriated, growling, even in Valcam. Others must show me some respect. You, with no background or strength, dare to challenge me. This morning was merely luck on your part. I was caught off guard. Now that I have you cornered, there is no escape. You all go together. I will first break his legs, making him beg for mercy. Then, I shall toss him into the pile of slimes, letting him slowly feel his body being devoured bit by bit. After hearing Harry's words, Anno mentally placed him on his list of those to eliminate. Well, I was prepared for such matters upon arriving in this other world. Especially after witnessing those few brothers perish at the hands of goblins, I understood that in this realm, human life may not hold much value. There will be no civilized laws or moral constraints as in my previous life. Without sufficient strength for self-preservation, one could easily perish in a corner. Yet, I did not expect to encounter such events just days after my arrival. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. In battle, everyone must be prepared to face death. With a final shout from the depths of his heart, Anno reversed his grip on the short sword and lunged forward in an instant, confronting Tommy. Startled, Tommy swung his large blade toward Anno, but to his surprise, Anno merely feigned an attack. Before Tommy's blade could descend, Anno pivoted and thrust his short sword toward Balk. Balk, taken aback, swiftly leapt aside. You little brat, die. Harry and Burton's attacks arrived almost simultaneously. Harry felt the battle was already over before the blade struck. The saying 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands rang true. Surrounded by adversaries, even if Anno could swiftly take down 1 or 2, 3 remained. A single strike from any one of them would spell his doom. However, to Harry's astonishment, Anno seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, evading both his and Burton's assaults with minimal movement. Bang! Anno kicked Harry away and aimed to stab Burton. Yet Ford rushed in, blocking Anno's attack with his own blade. Well done, Ford. Burton expressed his gratitude hurriedly. Ford smiled, but in the next moment, he noticed an unsettling grin forming on Anno's lips. A wave of anxiety surged within him. As he saw Anno raise his left hand, Ford attempted to flee. But it was too late. Acid sprayed forth. Anno directed a stream of corrosive liquid at Ford's face, drenching him entirely. Ford screamed in agony, dropping his large sword. His hands instinctively rising to shield his face, yet he hesitated to touch it, the intense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. But soon, he found he would not have to endure the pain any longer, as Anno's short sword sliced open his throat. Ford! Burton cried out as he saw Ford clutching his neck and collapsing, rushing toward Anno with a strike, only to be deftly evaded by the agile Anno. Thud! Ford fell to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. For a brief moment, the scene froze, disbelief washing over Harry and the others. Everything had transpired in the blink of an eye. One of their own had already fallen. Anno crouched low, holding his short sword horizontally in front of him, silent. Though it was his first time taking a life, it felt no different from slaying a goblin. You bastard! Harry, witnessing Ford's throat being cut, knew he was beyond saving. He roared as he charged at Anno, swinging his large blade relentlessly. Harry, having undergone systematic training as a level 4 apprentice warrior, possessed a foundational combat technique. Although Anno had reached level 5, his combat skills were primarily derived from his father's teachings, leaving him at a disadvantage against Harry's fierce onslaught. With Burton and Tommy assisting, Anno found himself overwhelmed. The moment they clashed, he received 2 cuts on his back. Sweep. Harry, seeing Anno wounded, immediately unleashed a warrior skill. Swish. His large blade swept through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages. Yet, there was no joy on Harry's face, for Anno seemed to have anticipated Harry's skill. Dodging it effortlessly. My lord, it's slime acid. Balk's voice rang out, standing beside the lifeless Ford. He had just been examining Ford's injuries, and upon seeing Ford's corroded face, Balk recalled how Harry's hand had been eroded by slime acid earlier that day. Once again, it was slime acid. Harry's teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. But he became considerably more cautious in the ensuing battle. Earlier, he had failed to discern how Anno had unleashed the slime acid. now. Anno had used it to eliminate one of his own. If he were to be struck, it could very well result in his demise. Burton, Tommy, Bulk. You all attack together. I'll support you from the back. Desperate to survive, Harry commanded the three to advance and wear Anno down. Upon hearing Harry's order, the trio exchanged glances of apprehension, but nonetheless approached to encircle Anno. Seizing this moment to catch his breath, Anno realized that the white spirit did not rise from Ford's corpse, understanding that the spirit summoning only affected monsters. After exhaling a breath of frustration, Anno fixed his gaze upon Bulk. From their earlier skirmish, Anno recognized Harry as the strongest, followed by Burton and Tommy, with Ford being the weakest. With Ford eliminated, Bulk was next. As Anno's gaze fell upon Bulk, the hairs on Bulk's body stood on end, instinctively causing him to take a step back. Where could Anno be concealing the acid? It was clear he had no place on his person to hide anything. The unknown breeds fear. No one wished to be unexpectedly doused with slime acid. Harry, observing Bulk's hesitance, kicked him, growling, "What are you afraid of?" He asked just one person. "You three attack together and see who he uses the acid on. Move." Gritting his teeth, Burton was the first to strike. With Tommy and a recovering Bulk close behind, Harry remained on the outskirts, seeking an opportunity. The next time you use the acid, it will be your end. As Harry sought his chance, Anno internally scoffed. Just as he had anticipated, Harry was too fearful to engage with him directly. Originally the strongest, Harry now circled outside, wary of Anno's potential acid attack, significantly easing Anno's burden. The trio of Burton and the others were merely level 3 apprentice warriors, while Anno stood at level 5. The two-level disparity was evident in strength and speed. As the three launched their simultaneous assault, Anno managed to hold his ground, astonishing Burton and the others while simultaneously compelling them to intensify their attacks. Bang! Anno swept low, knocking Burton down, then parried Tommy's assault with his short sword, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him staggering back several steps. Seeing this, Harry rushed in to apply pressure. However, Anno ignored him completely, charging towards Bulk. What an opportunity! Harry's eyes brightened, surprised that Anno would disregard the assault from behind. Just as he prepared to swing his blade, half-meter slimes suddenly appeared in midair. Whoosh! The slimes, freshly summoned, unleashed a torrent of acid directly at Harry. In a panic, he raised his arm to shield his face. The acid splashed onto his arm and scalp, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Now alone against Anno, Bulk, already trembling with fear, flinched at Harry's agonized cries, exposing a vulnerability in his movements. Seizing the moment, Anno lunged forward, plunging his short sword twice into Bulk's chest before pivoting to face the stunned Burton and Tommy. "Ah, my head! My head!" Harry collapsed to the ground, rolling back and forth while uttering pitiful cries. A novice warrior could easily defeat a slime, but it required agility to dodge the corrosive liquid and strike with a weapon. If struck by the acid, even a novice warrior would be injured, just like Harry was now. His arms and scalp were gruesomely eroded by the acid, and the intense pain caused his eyes to roll back as his body convulsed. "Burton, hurry and take me to the priest. Quickly!" Upon hearing Harry's command, Burton remained motionless. It was absurd. If he turned to leave now, Tommy would surely not last much longer. Once Tommy was dead, could Burton escape? Moreover, the scene before him made Burton feel that their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they witnessed the incredible sight before them. Across from them, Anno assumed the same defensive posture as before, yet beside him were 4 bouncing slimes. Am I seeing things? The slimes aren't attacking Anno. Tommy swallowed hard, unable to comprehend why the slimes were aiding Anno against Harry. Damn it, there were no slimes around just now. These slimes were conjured by him. Burton pointed at Anno, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead as he spoke with a tremor in his voice. "This guy. He can create monsters. He can create monsters." Tommy froze, gazing in Anno's direction, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had never known that someone could create monsters. A person who could create monsters was also a monster, right? Tommy's voice quivered with a hint of despair as he addressed Burton. "Even Lord Harry has fallen. We are no match for him. Burton, we must flee." Burton was terrified as well, but he recalled Anno's words before the battle began. "Once the fight starts, everyone must be prepared to die." Burton patted Tommy's shoulder and echoed Anno's words. "If we wish to kill him, he certainly won't spare us. We must fight him, but we can't win," Tommy exclaimed, retreating as he saw Anno making another move. "We must fight despite our disadvantage," Burton roared, charging towards Anno with his blade raised. Clang! The swords clashed, sending sparks flying. In the next moment, the slimes, their skills now cooled down, aimed at Burton and unleashed their acidic spray. Burton rolled to the side in a panic, but before he could rise, Anno kicked him down, leaving him sprawled on the grass. Thud! A dagger pierced Burton's back, and his eyes widened in shock as his hands gripped the earth tightly. Soon, the light in his eyes began to fade. "Please don't kill me. I don't want to die." Meanwhile, Tommy witnessed this scene and lost all will to fight Anno, turning to flee. Anno, however, would not leave any survivors, enduring the pain from his own wounds. He commanded the summoned slimes to keep watch over Harry while he swiftly pursued Tommy. Don't chase me. Lord Anno, I know I was wrong. Please, spare me. I swear I won't speak of today's events. Tommy looked back at the ever-approaching Anno, fear overtaking him as he begged for mercy. But Anno paid him no heed, relentlessly pursuing him. Thud! In his panic, Tommy stumbled over a protruding stone, falling to the ground. As he prepared to rise and continue fleeing, a foot suddenly pressed down on his chest, pinning him back down. Lord Anno, spare me. It was all that bastard Harry who made me do this. All the wrongs were his doing. I shouldn't have helped him torment your friend. Nor should I have harbored thoughts of harming you. Please, spare me. I have a 10-year-old child at home. If I die, she will be bullied, my poor daughter. I'm sorry, dear. I know I was wrong. Anno withdrew his dagger from Tommy's heart, listening as his pleas transformed into confessions. Then ultimately fell silent as he became a lifeless corpse. Perhaps you had reasons to wish for survival, but you lacked the clarity that Burton possessed. Anno cast a complex glance at Tommy's body. Burton had understood that if he did not kill Anno, he would never return alive. Thus, knowing he could not win, he still charged at Anno, seeking a final chance at survival. Perhaps Tommy truly had a 10-year-old daughter. But again, the truth remained, once the battle began. One must be prepared to die? Anno dragged Tommy's lifeless body closer to Harry, who was now barely clinging to life. His golden hair had been reduced to mere tufts, grotesquely bubbling as the corrosive liquid continued its work of decay. When Harry saw Anno approaching, he reached out, clutching Anno's leg. You can't kill me. My brother, Sharp Carl, is a level 10 knight and the captain of the Bloodstained mercenary group, ranked 3rd in Valcam. If you kill me, he won't let you off the hook. Take me to the priest, save me, and I will reward you handsomely. Harry, in a state of half-life, struggled to speak. Was it truly a reward, or was it revenge? Once you decided to kill me, I had already placed you on my list. Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes widened, and his injured right hand suddenly grasped the large blade lying nearby, swinging it at Anno. Clang! Anno effortlessly blocked the feeble strike with his dagger. You cannot kill me. How dare you? My brother will surely avenge me before Harry could finish. Anno swiftly severed his throat with his dagger. As he awaited death, Harry's heart brimmed with regret. Why did I provoke this monster? A gentle breeze swept through, causing the grass to sway. Anno sat on the ground, gritting his teeth. He had sustained several cuts during the battle, and his wounds continued to bleed profusely. I must deal with the aftermath. Anno surveyed the 5 corpses around him, his gaze settling on the money pouches at their waists. Time to loot the bodies. A smile crept across Anno's lips as he seized the pouches. 5, 10, 43 silver coins. There was even a gold coin. Surprised, Anno extracted a gleaming gold coin from the pouch. The combined total from Burton and his companions was only 20 silver coins, alongside over 100 copper coins, with the remainder sourced from Harry's pouch. This guy was quite wealthy. 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins. Thus, Anno's wealth had increased by 144 silver coins after slaying 5 men. Truly, a bountiful reward for bloodshed. Anno chuckled softly, noticing a horde of wild slimes being drawn over by the summoned ones nearby. He rose, clutching the money pouch and his dagger, and departed from the scene. This swarm of slimes consumed everything. With their presence, these corpses will soon be devoured. Valcam, the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps headquarters. A tall knight clad in plate armor, with a fierce countenance, strode in from outside. Captain Sharp, a member of the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps, stood at attention upon seeing Sharp. Sharp waved his hand and inquired, who has been dispatched to collect the security fees from the surrounding towns this quarter? Captain, it is your brother. He left several days ago. If all goes well, he should have arrived at Grueltown today. In a couple of days, he will return with the caravan from Grueltown to Valcam. Harry, is it? A rare softness flickered in Sharp's menacing gaze. Though he was aware that his brother often exploited his name for questionable endeavors, he had only this one sibling. As long as Harry was around, even if he stirred up trouble, so what? In Valcam, a level 10 knight was already among the elite. Who did not know the name of Raging Knight Sharp? It was already April, and the monsters were bound to stir again. A glint of determination shone in Sharp's eyes as he instructed his subordinate, summon the other captains. I wish to discuss how we shall fleece our lord the Viscount this year. Yes, sir. Name, Anno. Race, human. Level, 5. Experience, 7,500. Class, none. Mana, 2150. Skills, low-level perception, acid spray. Talent, spirit summoner. Anno's mana had yet to fully replenish, as he had summoned 4 slimes in the alley while preparing for battle before leaving town. He gained 6 experience points. Killing also grants experience. Anno realized this on the way back to town. However, the difficulty of killing humans was exponentially greater than that of hunting slimes. He felt a sense of futility in his efforts. Upon reaching the church, Anno found the priest deep in prayer. Father Henry, I require healing. Anno approached the elderly priest, his voice somewhat feeble. Old Henry regarded Anno with a peculiar expression. Just hours earlier, the lad had clashed with Harry, and now he returned wounded. You didn't get into another fight with Harry, did you? Henry examined the knife wound on Anno's back, his staff emanating a soft glow. Anno's wounds began to visibly heal at a remarkable pace. Huh. After casting several healing spells, old Henry finally mended all of Anno's injuries. The healing fee is 2 silver coins. Anno moved his limbs and took 2 silver coins from his pocket, handing them to Henry. Anno, you should lay low for a while. The Brooke family in town is decent. With him around, no one dares to commit murder here. Harry and his men are merely collecting security fees as per routine. They'll leave in a few days. After that, you can do as you please. Don't keep getting yourself hurt. If you're not careful one day, you might lose your life and have nothing left. As Henry spoke, he turned to leave. Assuming Anno had barely escaped being overwhelmed by Harry's gang, Anno remained silent for a moment, ultimately choosing not to respond. He exited the church and followed the town's path to the blacksmith shop. Old John looked up at his visitor, furrowing his brow. I heard you had a conflict with Harry this morning? That fellow is no good. Be cautious these days. There's no rush regarding your debts. You can go hunt slimes once Harry has left. Hearing Old John's concern, a smile crept onto Anno's face. I didn't expect you to know about this so soon after it happened. Of course, Gruul Town is so small that news travels fast. After saying this, Old John remembered to ask what Anno needed. I would like a shield. Anno pointed to a small wooden round shield leaning against the wall inside the shop. It was a 2-centimeter thick shield, approximately 40 centimeters in diameter, with a handle in the center for easy grip. The outer surface was covered with a thin layer of iron, providing a modicum of defense. This one, Old John exclaimed, though this little shield's defense is not particularly strong, it suffices for basic protection. It can at least block slime acid or attacks from novice adventurers. Plus, it's lightweight, perfect for someone of your stature. Upon hearing Old John refer to him as little, Anno felt a vain throb on his forehead. At 1.78 meters tall, he was neither muscular nor stocky, but certainly not small. However, in comparison to Old John's massive frame, he conceded there was some truth to it. This shield costs 2 silver coins, sold to him at cost. However, Anno still owed money. Although he had come into a small fortune after dealing with Harry, that was not something to be publicly acknowledged. On the surface, he had very few coins. The tavern owner, Lennon, had even lent him 5 silver coins. If Anno were to casually produce a few silver coins now, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him once Harry's demise came to light. After fiddling with the shield for a moment, Anno felt a sense of security. His body was too fragile. Without some defensive equipment, he could easily find himself in dire straits. Images of Fort and Harry being struck by acid, their skin and flesh eroded, flashed through his mind. Had they possessed a shield, they would not have sustained such severe injuries. The outcome could have been vastly different. However, there are no what-ifs. Anno learned from the enemy's lessons and decided to acquire a shield for self-defense. With this look, you do resemble a knight. Old John teased. I heard Lennon is supporting you in choosing a profession. I think you should consider becoming a knight. You know about Uncle Lennon as support? Anno raised an eyebrow. I told you, this town is so small that information spreads rapidly. Anno scoffed. Father Henry wouldn't spread rumors. Lennon has to keep an eye on Luyan. The only ones who know are Brooke and Owen. Haha. They are regulars here. After resolving your issue, they came right over and mentioned it to me. Old John chuckled heartily. All right, kid. I must be on my way. I'll return another time. Anno grasped the shield and turned to leave, only to be called back by Old John. Take this. Old John produced a hollow backpack woven from leather straps and secured the shield inside. It could be worn on the back when not in use. Thank you, Uncle. Anawa concealed his shield behind his back, waved his hand, and turned away. Kid. Owing me so much money, you'd better not die. Hearing the voice behind him, Anawa replied without looking back. Rest assured, old man, I will certainly outlive you. You brat. Standing at the edge of the forbidden forest, Anawa exhaled heavily. With 2 hours remaining until nightfall, he decided to cautiously explore the area first. At the forest border, Anawa summoned 5 level 5 slimes. Once his magical energy was replenished, he gripped his shield in his left hand and a short sword in his right, carefully venturing inside. Although the surrounding trees were towering, the gaps between them were ample, allowing plenty of light to filter through. Thus, it was not overly dark within. While remaining vigilant of his surroundings, Anawa advanced towards the location of the chapel etched in his memory. Thud. He carved a mark into the trunk of a tree with his short sword to prevent himself from getting lost in the forest. A few days prior, while being pursued by goblins, Anawa had sprinted for 10 minutes and managed to escape. This time, exercising caution. It took him over 20 minutes to finally glimpse the dilapidated chapel. Anawa approached it but hid behind a large tree, sending a slime to scout the situation. As he connected his consciousness with the summoned slime, his vision transformed into shades of gray. GG. The summoned slime, under Anawa's control, hopped out of the forest. The ground still bore the bloodstains from a battle 3 days prior. Judging by the blood, it must have belonged to the brother who had been shot in the arm. After concluding this in his mind, Anawa continued to guide the slime forward. Just as the summoned slime was nearing the crumbling chapel's walls, an arrow suddenly soared down from above. The sharp arrowhead easily pierced the slime's surface, vanishing entirely into it. Anawa's consciousness jolted back, his chest heaving violently. For a brief moment, as the arrow struck, he thought he might perish. The summoned slime's health diminished rapidly until it ultimately succumbed. However, Anawa had gleaned valuable information. Hiding behind the massive tree, he cautiously peered out, directing his gaze towards the heights of the chapel. Though the distance was considerable, he still spotted a goblin archer perched on a slanted stone pillar, swinging its legs and grinning down at the slain slime below. Race, goblin level, 5 health, 500 mana, 100 skills. None to his relief, Anno was glad he hadn't approached personally. The stone pillar stood over 7 meters high, offering a commanding view. If he were to approach from the forest's edge, the goblin archer would undoubtedly notice him. Without any defenses in place, even with a shield, he risked being shot. Moreover, once it detected an intruder, it would surely summon other goblins. With one sentry at level 5, the leader of the group would undoubtedly exceed that level. Anno observed as the goblin archer, having killed the slime, called out to those below. Soon after, several goblins appeared in Anno's line of sight. They had been summoned by the goblin archer to retrieve the slime's corpse. The slime's mucus could serve as a food source for goblins. The goblin archer claimed to have slain a particularly large slime, enough to feed a dozen goblins. Slimes, positioned at the bottom of the food chain, rarely reach a diameter of 60 centimeters, especially in a forest teeming with monsters. However, they were puzzled to find no sign of the slime's body aside from the arrow. The goblin archer, upon realizing this, was momentarily taken aback. It was oblivious to the fact that the slain slime was a summoned creature, unaware that it would dissipate upon death. Frustrated by their fruitless search, the goblins cursed and departed. Among them were level 5s as well as 3s and 4s. Anno had seen their information as soon as they appeared. It seemed as he had suspected, these goblins exhibited a degree of intelligence, with a clear division of roles within their group. There were archers acting as sentinels and a cluster of melee goblins. This was clearly a cohesive unit. For Anno, the strength of the goblins was not a favorable development. It indicated that investigating the whereabouts of the captured women would prove exceedingly difficult, let alone attempting to rescue them. Nevertheless, Anno was reluctant to withdraw just yet. After a moment of contemplation, he sent another slime out of the forest. This time, he did not direct it towards the chapel ruins, but instead circled around it. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant of the goblin archer's movements atop the stone pillar. When the slime ventured out once more, the goblin archer quickly spotted it and aimed its bow at it. However, upon realizing that this slime was not approaching, it lowered its bow. The distance between them had exceeded 100 meters, surpassing the goblin archer's range. The goblin archer spat, ignoring the circling slime as it continued to dangle its short legs, fiddling with its bow, pondering whether it had truly seen what it thought it had. It had distinctly killed a slime. Anno sighed in relief, continuing to control the slime to observe the surrounding situation. After a period of scrutiny, Anno gained insight into the terrain surrounding the chapel and the distribution of the goblins. The area was encircled by forest, with a central clearing where the chapel stood. The chapel was modest in size, the entire ruin forming a circle of approximately 30 meters in diameter. Anno was positioned at the back of the chapel. In front, he glimpsed the grand entrance. On either side of the collapsed door stood a pair of over 3-meter-tall, broken stone sculptures. Beside the sculptures sat 5 diminutive goblins, armed with short swords, long knives, and spears. Among them were those who had intended to retrieve the slime's corpse. At this moment, the goblins were huddled together, chatting and occasionally emitting their unpleasant, cackling laughter. Were the women confined within the chapel? Anno could not discern the situation inside the ruins. However, he believed there was a significant likelihood that the captured women were indeed within the ruins. There might even be goblins monitoring them. He needed to devise a way to lure a goblin out. This was the primary purpose of Anno's visit today. If he could hunt down a solitary goblin, he would have the opportunity to summon one to fight alongside him. In the realm of monsters, a level 5 goblin is significantly more formidable than a level 5 slime. Goblins possess intelligence, demonstrate teamwork, and wield weapons. Even a level 5 novice adventurer must exercise utmost caution when confronting a level 5 goblin. Failure to do so could result in the adventurer's demise. Upon arriving in this otherworldly domain, Anno cleverly obscured the goblin's line of sight with his cloak and struck its head with a sharp stone, successfully slaying the creature. This achievement was attributable not only to his boldness and meticulousness but also to a stroke of luck. Goblins are notoriously challenging to defeat. Otherwise, the former mayor of Grueltown would not have returned with only one mercenary after leading a party of over 10 level 5 adventurers. Chattering away, a goblin stationed at the church's entrance finally noticed the bouncing slime in the distance. It eagerly picked up a wooden stick and ambled towards the slime, excitement coursing through it. Having recently been deceived by its companions, it was elated to encounter such a sizable slime. After feasting on meat for several days, a change in diet seemed promising. As the goblin approached within 30 meters, the slime sensed danger and began to flee towards the forest. The goblin, having ventured this far, was determined not to let the slime escape and pursued it, wielding its stick. Observing the goblin's eagerness, Anno couldn't suppress a smirk. Unbeknownst to the goblin, it was drawing closer to peril. Name: unknown race, goblin level, 5 health, 800 mana, 100 skills. None of the display revealed the goblin's statistics. While this level 5 goblin wielded a wooden stick, its health was 300 points higher than that of a goblin archer. This suggests that variations exist among monsters. This particular goblin is more resilient. Recalling his first goblin kill, Anno resolved to target the creature's vital points when he made his move. Having gained experience from hunting slimes, he understood that a monster does not necessarily fall when its health reaches 0. A slime, struck by acid, may not lose much health initially, but subsequent bleeding could lead to its demise. Similarly, regardless of the goblin's remaining health, a well-placed strike to its neck or heart would assuredly result in death. Striking a vital point would cause the monster to lose a significant amount of blood, yet it could still fight. Health merely reflects a monster's vitality. Numerous factors influence the dynamics of actual combat, as evidenced in his encounter with Harry. Though Harry was not weak, he quickly lost his fighting ability after being doused with slime acid. Kik. Upon entering the forest, the goblin swiftly cornered the slime. With a gleeful laugh, it raised its stick and brought it crashing down towards the slime. Chirp. As the goblin advanced, the summoned slime retaliated by spraying acid directly at the goblin's face. Clearly experienced in battling slimes, the wooden stick goblin dodged nimbly to the side and smashed the summoned slime to pieces. Kik. The goblin discarded its stick and prepared to feast on the slime's remains, only to find its body gradually dissipating before its eyes. The goblin staggered back in shock, chattering in bewilderment. Had it been capable of human speech, Anno would have heard it lament, "Where's my slime? The one that was so large?" Anno, unable to comprehend the goblin's language, focused solely on eliminating it. Seizing the opportunity while the goblin was momentarily dazed, he commanded the 3 concealed slimes to simultaneously unleash their acid projectiles. By the time the goblin registered the noise and attempted to evade the 3 streams of acid approaching from behind, it was too late. The corrosive liquid made contact with the goblin's green skin, inflicting immediate agony. The goblin jumped in distress, its small eyes darting around until it spotted a patch of grass, where it hastily lay down, rubbing its back to alleviate the burning pain and wipe off most of the acid. Seeing this action, Anno realized the goblin was familiar with treating injuries caused by slime acid. It seemed it had encountered slimes on numerous occasions. Contemplating this, Anno emerged from his hiding place, shield in one hand and short sword in the other. Noticing Anno, the goblin scrambled to its feet, eager to evade him and flee towards the church. "You're not getting away." Anno accelerated, swiftly closing the gap between them. The goblin bared its teeth in a snarl, yet hesitated to charge forward, having not anticipated the presence of another human nearby. With its stick abandoned far away, it had no choice but to rely on its sharp teeth and claws to confront the human. Anno tightened his grip on the shield with 4 fingers, as his thumb remained untreated. "Ah!" The goblin screeched at Anno. With a steely gaze, Anno lunged forward. Although inexperienced with the shield, he had witnessed its utility. As he approached the goblin, he forcefully brought the shield down to parry its claw strike. Screech. The sound of the goblin's claws scraping against the shield was unpleasant. Thud. Anno's short sword carved a wound across the goblin's chest. The injured goblin staggered back, eyes filled with ferocity. Bayubu. 3 more streams of acid surged towards the goblin. Still reeling from the pain on its back, the goblin instinctively dodged the incoming slime acid. Anno, not content to merely observe, charged forward simultaneously with the summoned slimes, his short sword slicing through the air to inflict another injury upon the goblin. Clutching its wound, the goblin's gaze flickered between Anno and the slimes. Utterly perplexed as to why these slimes were aiding a human against it, it realized that without a strategy, it would soon perish at the hands of this human. Ark. The goblin howled, attempting to summon its kin from the church. Anno's heart raced at this sight, though they were a few hundred meters from the church, obscured by trees. The possibility of other goblins hearing the call and coming to investigate loomed ominously. Without his interference, the slimes would be utterly vulnerable against any goblin reinforcements. Contemplating this, Anno licked his lips. "Let us resolve this quickly." The goblin, upon spotting Anno charging towards it, swiftly turned to flee. Just as Anno was about to catch up, the creature abruptly spun around and charged at him. Taken aback by the goblin's cunning maneuver, Anno instinctively raised his shield to defend himself. A dull thud echoed as the goblin collided with the shield, sending it flying from Anno's grasp. Hee. A mocking glint flickered in the goblin's eyes as it brandished its darkened claws, lunging for Anno's neck. In a moment of peril, Anno leaned back to evade the attack, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick that sent the goblin sprawling. Seizing the opportunity while the goblin was still on the ground, Anno pounced and began to stab with his short sword. With each thrust, the goblin writhed in agony, emitting pained shrieks. Despite its diminutive stature, the goblin exhibited strength comparable to Anno, who was at level 5. In the heat of close combat, Anno's arms, shoulders, and chest bore several claw marks from the goblin's desperate attempts to fight back. With a sharp thrust, Anno pierced the goblin's heart, causing its body to momentarily freeze before the struggle began to wane. Though the goblin's health bar still displayed over 600 points, it plummeted at a frantic rate of several points per second. As the health reached 0, a white spirit ascended from the lifeless body and merged into Anno. He received 1 goblin soul and gained 10 experience points. Is this formidable goblin really worth only 10 experience points? Anno lamented as he felt the pain from his wounds. Nevertheless, his focus quickly shifted to the goblin soul. At last, he could summon a goblin, though he had summoned one previously. This time he intended to have a goblin assist him in his escape. Before he could revel in the thrill of summoning a creature, the first goblin had already perished. Observing the lifeless form of the goblin on the ground, Anno deftly retrieved its claws and left ear. Placing these items before him, he initiated the ritual of summoning. A flash of white light enveloped the area, revealing a goblin approximately 1 meter tall before him. The summoned goblin scanned its surroundings and then stood before Anno, patiently awaiting his command. Excellent! Anno exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. With the first one, the second will follow, and soon I shall hunt down more goblins. The initial step is often the most challenging. For Anno, acquiring a powerful summoned creature began with this first goblin. However, with this initial success, the subsequent summoning would be less arduous. Under Anno's guidance, the summoned goblin retrieved the wooden stick discarded by its predecessor and wobbled back towards the church camp. Visually, the summoned goblin bore no distinction from the one that had previously attacked. Upon its arrival at the camp, the other goblins remained oblivious to the change. Without any hindrance, the summoned goblin traversed the shattered entrance and entered the church's interior. At this moment, Anno's consciousness melded with that of the summoned goblin, sharing its vision in real time. This church, once a gathering point for those who had crossed over, had now become the den of these goblins. Apart from the few goblins lingering at the entrance, there were a dozen more inside, some dozing on the ground, others bustling around a large pot preparing food, while 2 goblins were squatting in a corner engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Scattered across the floor were fragments of bones, with several skulls particularly prominent. As the goblin's gaze shifted to a relatively flat area, Anno's heart skipped a beat. There, atop a thick layer of straw, lay 4 emaciated women huddled together. Their faces were gaunt, lips chapped, and their bodies bore the bruises inflicted during their struggle. Upon arriving in this alternate world, Anno had observed all the individuals present and immediately recognized that 3 of the women were among those who had initially crossed over. The 4th, with golden hair and an unfamiliar visage, appeared to be a native of this realm. Thick vines, the width of a finger, bound their necks and arms, with the other end tethered to the hand of a slumbering goblin. In this goblin lair, the women had abandoned all thoughts of escape, their eyes reflecting a hollow despondency. As Anno maneuvered the summoned goblin closer, a flicker of fear ignited in their vacant gazes, their trembling bodies instinctively recoiling. Witnessing this scene, Anno felt a profound sorrow. He had to devise a plan to rescue them. He directed the summoned goblin to roam about, meticulously observing each goblin present. Upon reaching the headless statue within the church, he suddenly spotted another goblin lying nearby. This particular goblin was larger than its kin, standing approximately 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall. Beside its robust arms lay a short-handled axe. Anno's heart sank. He could not access the information panel. Only monsters exceeding his level remained concealed from his sight. This short-handled axe goblin was evidently of level 6 or higher, while the surrounding goblins were all below level 5 and lacked any professions. They unmistakably belonged to different classes, archers for vigilance and sword wielders for close combat. However, this did not imply that goblins were devoid of professions. The goblin before him had surpassed level 6 and likely possessed a class. Intelligent creatures, much like humans, could have various professions. Hence, it was highly probable that the axe-wielding goblin belonged to the warrior class. The more Anno analyzed, the more he felt the weight of his inadequacy. Goblins were not like slimes. Their combat prowess was formidable. A goblin with a profession might even wield professional skills. Even though Anno had reached level 5, he was certainly no match for the goblin before him. Cautiously instructing the summoned goblin to retreat, he turned towards the exit. As he passed a large pot suspended over a fire, he caught sight of human torsos submerged in water. Without a doubt, these were the remains of humans hunted by goblins. The summoned goblin exited the church and approached the goblin leaning against the rubble, lost in thought. Wah wah wah. Upon hearing the summoned goblin claim to have spotted a slime, the dozing goblin perked up, seizing a nearby spear and following the summoned goblin into the forest. The spear-wielding goblin, still searching for traces of slimes, was suddenly struck from behind by the summoned goblin, collapsing onto the ground. Seizing the moment, Anno emerged and swiftly dispatched it with his short sword. Everything proceeded smoothly. Anno summoned yet another goblin. Once the second goblin appeared, it picked up the spear from the ground and stood alongside its predecessor before Anno. The strategy proved effective if all went well. He might eliminate a significant number of goblins within their stronghold. Due to the presence of the short-axe goblin, Anno found it impossible to eradicate all the goblins within. Subsequently, Anno skillfully lured another 5 goblins at the church entrance into the forest to eliminate them. 3 of these goblins became Anno's summoned minions, bringing his total of summoned goblins to 5. The claws and left ears of the 2 remaining goblin corpses were severed and stored in his satchel for future use. Among the 7 slain goblins, not all were of level 5. The experience section of his personal panel now displayed 38,500. However, he had yet to encounter any goblins possessing skills. Above him, a goblin archer was stationed, and within the church, there were still 13 goblins, one of which was a short-axe goblin. Seizing the opportunity while the other goblins remained oblivious, Anno commanded one of his summoned goblins, armed with a dagger, to scale the crumbling wall and stealthily approach the watchful archer. In the entire stronghold, only this goblin was equipped with a bow and arrow, possessing ranged attack capabilities, while the others were melee fighters. If he could deal with this threat, Anno would no longer fear the arrows raining down from above, even if combat ensued. The archer goblin, noticing a fellow goblin climbing up behind it, inquired about the latter's presence. The summoned goblin fabricated a reason as it drew closer. The archer goblin, unaware of the impending danger, mumbled a few words before turning back to observe below. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through the archer's throat, causing blood to flow uncontrollably. The summoned goblin covered the archer's mouth from behind, restraining it firmly to prevent any movement. Once the archer fell silent, a wisp of white soul escaped its body. Anno then directed his summoned goblin to carefully position the archer's corpse upon a stone pillar, ensuring it would not fall and alert the other goblins. However, Anno had overlooked a crucial detail. As blood dripped to the ground below, a goblin, idly wandering, happened to walk beneath the archer's perch. Blood splattered onto its bald head. Upon feeling the warmth, it looked up and immediately began to scream. The goblins inside the church became alert. The short-axe goblin, who had been dozing, grabbed its axe and approached the summoned goblin below, glaring angrily. "Damn traitor. Why did you slay our kin?" The short-axe goblin berated, ordering the others to seize the summoned goblin from above. "Speak." The short-axe goblin grasped the summoned goblin by the head, lifting it, while brandishing its axe against its throat. For reasons unknown, despite the summoned goblin's resemblance to its own minion, the short-axe goblin felt an unsettling strangeness. This feeling, combined with the knowledge that it had slain the archer, ignited a fierce desire within the short-axe goblin to eliminate this interloper. Naturally, the summoned goblin remained silent. Within 3 seconds, the short-axe goblin lost patience and beheaded it. Just as it intended to toss the severed head into a boiling pot for dinner enhancement, the short-axe goblin was startled to find the head dissipate in its grasp. The headless corpse likewise vanished before its eyes. The short-axe goblin's heart raced as it quickly scanned its surroundings. It dawned on it that the goblin it had just slain was not its minion, but something else entirely. There were enemies nearby. This realization surged through the short-axe goblin's mind. The other goblins in the church also grasped this truth, eyeing each other warily. Anno's other 4 summoned goblins were now mingled among them. Observing the goblins beginning to suspect their companions, Anno pondered for a moment and devised a plan. While he could not defeat the short-axe goblin, he could divert its attention, using the goblin claws and left ears. He summoned another goblin and sent it forth to the church's entrance, under the watchful gaze of the short-axe goblin. This new goblin began to hurl insults and make provocative gestures. Seeing this, the short-axe goblin's fury ignited. A level 5 goblin dared to provoke a level 6. How audacious. "You shall make a fine dinner," it growled, exhaling white vapors from its nostrils as it charged at the offending goblin. As Anno saw the bait take, he commanded his summoned goblin to flee desperately into the forest. Though the short-axe goblin was not the fastest, its higher level ensured it would catch up soon. This brief window of opportunity was crucial. With the short-axe goblin pursuing into the forest, Anno emerged from his hiding place, a wooden shield in his left hand and a short sword in his right, racing towards the church. At that moment, among the 16 goblins in the ruins of the church were Anno's summoned minions. Once the short-axe goblin departed, these goblins looked around, unsure of what to do. They recognized familiar faces, yet the visage of the traitorous goblin was also among them. Thus, no one could dismiss the possibility that the goblins around them were enemies in disguise. However, when Anno boldly appeared, all the goblins focused their attention on him. They bared their teeth and charged forward, weapons raised. The goblins around them could potentially be foes, but this human was undoubtedly an enemy. In the goblin's mind, any goblin that did not attack a human must be an enemy in disguise. All 16 goblins within the church rushed towards him. One particularly vicious goblin wielding a spear led the charge. Yet, just as it was about to strike Anno, it suddenly pivoted the spear and impaled a nearby goblin instead. The goblin had not anticipated that the spear, which had been aimed at a human a moment before, would be thrust into its own body. Fake. The impaled goblin screamed, clutching the spear shaft as it cried out to its fellow goblins. Nearby, a goblin wielding a dagger rushed forward and, with the despairing gaze of the impaled goblin upon it, plunged the blade into its heart. This one was also false. The surrounding genuine goblins were left bewildered. Why were there so many traitorous kin among them? The dagger-wielding goblin and the spear-wielding goblin, as summoned goblins 3 and 4, stood protectively before Anno, facing the 13 other goblins. Surely there couldn't be more? One goblin scrutinized Anno and his companions. These 3 must be dealt with before the boss returns. The summoned goblin 2, hidden among the goblins, charged forward, roaring as it engaged the dagger goblin in a bloody duel. This one was undoubtedly real. The other true goblins, upon witnessing the scene, immediately recognized summoned goblin number 2 as an ally. In fact, 2 goblins rushed forward to assist summoned goblin number 2 in dealing with goblin No. 3. Simultaneously, other goblins swarmed in, encircling Anno and goblin number 4. At that moment, the still hidden summoned goblins number 2 and No. 1 simultaneously aimed their weapons at the nearby true goblins, coordinating with Anno and goblins number 3 and number 4, swiftly slaying 4 goblins. However, goblin No. 2 also met its demise at the hands of the enraged true goblins. Anno managed to eliminate 5 goblins, but he lost 1 summoned goblin in the process. Nevertheless, Anno still possessed a portion of summoning materials in his backpack. A radiant light illuminated the area, and another goblin materialized beside Anno. On the surface, it seemed like a 5 versus 8 scenario. Yet, in reality, the true goblins had completely lost faith in their kind. Anno's earlier actions had instilled a sense of insecurity in them, making them believe that this world was no longer safe. Furthermore, the fact that a false goblin could be replaced so easily was disheartening. One goblin, unable to bear the tension, turned and fled without a backward glance. With 1 goblin leading the way, the remaining goblins scrambled over the low walls of the church, scattering in all directions. Anno, witnessing this turn of events, felt a surge of joy. His primary objective today was not to hunt goblins, but to rescue people. The fleeing goblins suited Anno's intentions perfectly. He instructed the 4 summoned goblins to remain vigilant around him and swiftly approached the 4 astonished women before him. Anno brandished his short sword, severing the sturdy vines that bound them. "You are free." Anno's gentle voice resonated in the ears of the women. Free? The women stared at Anno for a moment, their eyes suddenly sparkling with hope. Ever since their captivity by the goblins, they had endured a life of humiliation. Initially, they had contemplated rebellion, but they were faced with the ferocity of the goblins. 4 women had been imprisoned here, aside from the blonde woman who was brought in yesterday. The other 3 had arrived alongside Anno, suffering from amnesia. One of them had been struck by an arrow when Anno had previously scaled the wall, and the goblins had shown no mercy, allowing her to perish before their eyes. In a horrific display, the goblins had consumed her body in front of the others, leaving an indelible mark of terror in their minds. They had endured severe psychological torment throughout the day. When the battle erupted, the women huddled together, eyes tightly shut, unwilling to witness the gruesome scene. To their astonishment, this conflict had been initiated by a human against the goblins, all in a bid to rescue them. As Anno declared their freedom, tears streamed uncontrollably down their cheeks. Seeing the women weep, Anno felt a pang of sympathy. However, the summoned short-axe goblin that had drawn the attention was swiftly caught and slain. Time was of the essence. Every second wasted increased the danger. "Ladies, the goblin leader is on its way back, and I cannot match its strength." Anno spoke earnestly to the women. "I understand your sorrow, but now is not the time for grief. We must escape swiftly." The women, having remained in the church, were well aware of the goblin leader's ferocity. Upon hearing that it was returning, they wiped their tears, covered their bodies with tattered clothing, and rose to follow Anno. Before exiting the church, Anno scavenged valuable items from within, severing claws and left ears from the fallen goblins to stow in his backpack for future use. During their flight, Anno instructed the summoned goblins to disperse and remain vigilant. He refrained from allowing the women to interact with the summoned goblins, as he found it impossible to explain the summoning phenomenon and wished to avoid complications. Certain truths must remain concealed. Even if they noticed the goblins aiding Anno during the battle, they would not connect the dots to his ability to summon goblins. Should they inquire, Anno could easily fabricate a plausible excuse. Half a minute after Anno led the women away, the short-axe goblin emerged from a direction in the woods. Upon discovering that only a few corpses remained in the church and that the captive human women had escaped, the short-axe goblin let out a furious roar. At that moment, a diminutive goblin emerged from the nearby brush, gesturing animatedly in the direction Anno had taken. After listening, the short-axe goblin swiftly dispatched the little goblin with a single blow. Noticing that the corpse did not vanish, it brandished its axe and charged after Anno. The women, having subsisted on little more than water for days, were weakened. The goblins had provided them with food, though it had been human flesh. They struggled to move quickly through the forest. Anno felt a rising anxiety. What once could have taken 10 minutes to traverse now seemed like it would take half an hour at their current pace. Yet, he understood that the women were doing their utmost. After another 2 minutes, a summoned goblin trailing behind spotted the short-axe goblin closing in and was soon overtaken. Anno was taken aback that the enemy had truly pursued them. The level 5 summoned goblin stood no chance against the short-axe goblin, which dispatched it in mere seconds. Gazing at the pale, breathless women, Anno gritted his teeth and pointed to a mark on a nearby tree. "Keep an eye on the markings on the tree, follow them, and you will soon exit the forest. Once out, head towards the setting sun. There lies a small town. You will be safe there." The women, unaware of the short-axe goblin's pursuit, feared Anno intended to abandon them. "Please, do not leave me behind." The blonde-haired woman clutched Anno's arm, her face filled with desperation. "Sir, my town was attacked by monsters, and many perished. I barely escaped, only to be captured by goblins. Please, do not forsake me. I cannot endure another capture." The other 3 women had been captured by goblins since their arrival in this foreign world, and with their memories lost, they were bewildered by their circumstances. Having awakened in the same location as Anno, coupled with his daring effort to save them, the 3 women felt an overwhelming sense of reliance on him. When Anno urged them to continue on alone, they felt a renewed sense of abandonment. However, before they could voice their concerns, Anno revealed the reason. The goblin leader is closing in on us. I must divert its attention. What? The 4 women gasped in unison, their faces filled with apprehension. They recalled Anno mentioning that he was no match for the goblin leader. We can run faster. Perhaps it will lose our trail. One woman with black hair suggested timidly. No, it is already nearly upon us. Anua turned away before she could finish her sentence. Setting aside whether they could increase their speed, even if they could, the short axe goblins would easily catch up. You don't need to wait for me. Once you reach Gruel Town, seek out Luyan at the Guangyuid Tavern. She is our companion. This was directed towards the 3 black-haired women. The trio exchanged glances. Comprehending Anua's intent, they watched her departing figure, biting their lips, silently praying for her safe return. Once the 4 women had left, Anua summoned 2 additional goblins. Observing the flattened grass, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Was it due to this that they were pursued? She would need to be more cautious in the future. Lacking experience, Anua had forgotten to conceal their tracks. The short axe goblins had followed them based on the traces left in the grass. Not long after waiting in place, Anua sensed the movement of the short axe goblins alongside the goblins hidden elsewhere. They were indeed swift. Upon spotting the short axe goblins coming into view, Anua was relieved that she had not succumbed to foolish optimism. Had she not stayed behind to delay them, she would have been unable to protect the women during combat once the short axe goblins caught up. Now, she had the advantage of time to prepare the battlefield and maneuver. Perched upon a robust tree branch, one summoned goblin gripped a bow. Its arrow aimed at the rapidly moving short axe goblin below. After slaying a decoy, the short axe goblin realized it had not gone astray. Following the traces on the ground, it continued its pursuit. However, upon reaching a certain spot, it suddenly sensed something amiss, involuntarily slowing its pace. Its beady green eyes darted around, assessing the surroundings, with its axe poised for a swift attack. What an impressive level of vigilance. Anua, concealed in the shadows, couldn't he help but marvel. Although the short axe goblin had not detected Anua's ambush, it could sense danger and had entered a state of alert. Truly, a goblin of level 5 or above. Anua acknowledged the immense pressure weighing on her. This feeling was unlike anything she had faced against a large slime. Tightening her grip on the shield and short sword, Anua remained still, awaiting the opportune moment. As the short axe goblin ventured into the center of the ambush, 3 hidden summoned goblins sprang forth from behind the trees, raising their weapons to strike at the goblin's head, heart, and other vital points. Yua, the short axe goblin exclaimed, charging forward rather than retreating. With a deft flick of its axe, it deflected a thrusting spear, and then, in a swift motion, it cleaved through the air, sending the weapons of the other 2 summoned goblins flying. Without Anua's guidance, the goblins fought as clumsily as they had in life. One of the summoned goblins, stunned after its weapon was knocked away, was swiftly captured by the short axe goblin. Under the relentless strikes of the axe, it dissipated into light. In a 3-on-1 clash, Anua's side had already lost a combatant. This was astonishingly formidable. Anua, still hidden, swallowed hard. She realized that even if she joined the fray, she would not dare to face the short axe goblin's assault. A single strike could easily spell her demise or leave her gravely injured. Originally, Anua had planned to leverage their numerical advantage to surround the short axe goblin. However, that notion had crumbled. From her pack, Anua retrieved a goblin claw and left ear, utilizing her last 10 points of magic to summon another goblin, which circled around before joining the battle. The reason for the detour was her concern that the short axe goblin might discover her hiding spot. Nevertheless, even with reinforcements, the battle remained in favor of the short axe goblin. The level 5 summoned goblins were hardly a match, their health rapidly depleting. Within merely 2 minutes, one summoned goblin had already fallen. The disparity was staggering. Anua, concealed in her hiding spot, dared not even breathe. When summoning creatures, they could only materialize within a 10-meter radius of her. Since she was quite far from the battleground, if she recalled a summoned creature that was fatally injured, it would be unable to approach the battlefield upon resummoning. This could even expose her location. Thus, Anua could not employ the same tactics against the short axe goblin as she had against the large slime, utilizing instant summoning for surprise attacks. The short axe goblin, watching the goblin dissolve into light beneath its feet, grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Die. It roared in the tongue of the demonkin. Its charged skill cleaved through another summoned goblin effortlessly. At that moment, the summoned goblin concealed among the branches, outdrawn, finally found its chance. As the short axe goblin completed its skill, it swiftly released its first arrow. This summoned creature had been under Anua's control, constantly seeking an opportunity. Now, the moment had arrived. The steel-tipped arrow tore through the air, aimed at the short axe goblin's back. With barely 20 meters separating them, the arrow crossed the distance in the blink of an eye, striking its target. However, Anua had aimed for the most probable hit, the torso, but instead struck the short axe goblin's thigh. The arrow embedded itself in its leg, eliciting a pain cry. While the first arrow did not achieve the intended effect, it had nonetheless found its mark. Seeing the short axe goblin wounded, Anua immediately commanded the summoned creature to shoot a second and third arrow, while urging the remaining 2 summoned goblins beside the short axe goblin to mount an attack. Initially, Anua believed that the short axe goblin's mobility would be hindered by its injury. Yet to her astonishment, the subsequent arrows failed to inflict any harm on the goblin. It was not that the arrows had missed. Rather, after being struck by the first arrow, the short axe goblin had become aware of the location of the arching summoned goblin. It used its axe to deflect all incoming arrows. As for the attacks from the other 2 summoned goblins, they were all evaded by the short axe goblin. GG. As the final arrow was loosed, the short axe goblin remained unscathed, leaving Anno deeply disappointed. With the bow's threat eliminated, the short axe goblin relentlessly pursued the 2 summoned goblins. Anno swiftly directed the summoned goblins to leap down from the trees and flee into the distance, deliberately leaving a conspicuous trail in the grass. He himself concealed in the underbrush, remaining utterly still. The 2 summoned goblins managed to divert the short axe goblin for nearly a minute and a half before they both dissipated into white light. After the short axe goblin dispatched the last of the counterfeit goblins, it prepared to remove the arrow lodged in its thigh, which had penetrated about 3 centimeters into the flesh. However, upon extracting the arrow, the short axe goblin's expression remained unchanged. It tore a piece from the tattered cloth it wore, binding the wound, its face contorted with rage. Having been toyed with for so long, it had yet to confront a true adversary. It was imperative to pursue those human women. They were to be offered as tribute to the great king. The short axe goblin retrieved a weapon from the ground and searched the vicinity before following the direction in which the archer goblin had departed. 5 minutes later, while controlling the archer goblin's escape, Anno noticed the short axe goblin closing in. At that moment, he swiftly rose from the underbrush, shouldered his pack, and fled in another direction. He hadn't gone far when the summoned goblin, meant to distract the short axe goblin, was struck down by a thrown axe, collapsing heavily to the ground. Witnessing the imminent demise of the summoned goblin, Anno hurriedly recalled it, now barely clinging to life. The short axe goblin, initially puzzled by the vanishing goblin, soon erupted in furious roars that echoed around it. Unable to confront the foe directly, Anno resorted to cunning to mislead it. The traces left by the women had been obliterated by the archer goblin, while the short axe goblin was preoccupied. After releasing its final arrow, Anno had tasked the archer goblin with luring the short axe goblin, and it had indeed fallen for the ruse. Crisis averted. Anno sighed in relief as he gazed at the recalled, severely injured goblin. Following the marks he had left on the trees, he swiftly navigated through the forest. Soon, he caught up with the fleeing women. After running for nearly another 10 minutes, Anno and the women finally exited the forbidden forest. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, Brooke, stationed at the entrance of Gruul Town, spotted several figures approaching slowly. At the Guangyue Tavern, in a private room, sat several young men and women. Anno occupied the seat of honor, with Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong to his left. Among the 4 women rescued by Anno, 3, aside from the golden-haired native from another world, were present. The tall woman, akin in height to Lu Yin, was named Meng Xian, while the other 2 were called Ning Wen and Wang Zixuan. Despite their disheveled appearances, it was evident that the 3 were exceedingly beautiful. They had followed Anno into Gruul Town and returned to the Guangyue Tavern. After cleansing themselves, donning the coarse garments purchased by Lu Yin, and consuming a modest meal, they were summoned by Anno to the private room. To Anno's astonishment, the 3 revealed that although they had endured considerable humiliation and fear and had suffered numerous blows, they had not been violated by the goblins. The precise reason remained unclear to them. According to Meng Xian, they could sense the goblins' lecherous intentions. However, shortly after their capture, the short axe goblin had appeared. The little goblins dared not lay a hand on them in the presence of the short axe goblin. After tearing away their clothing, the short axe goblin inspected them but did not assault them. Unbeknownst to the 3, it had intended to present them as tribute to a more powerful goblin deep within the forbidden forest. Anno and his companions were equally oblivious to this fact. Yet for the 3 women, this was the best outcome they could have hoped for. In the private room, aside from Anno and the women, there were 2 men and 1 woman. One was a bald man, the other a robust youth, with a dirty-faced, long-haired woman clinging to the latter's arm. Their disheveled hair and tattered garments, stained with dried blood, made them resemble refugees. Anno instantly recognized them as his kindred. The long-haired woman was the first to be taken by the goblins. During Anno and the others' escape, the robust youth had charged in to rescue her. As for the bald man, he had been betrayed by a small man, ultimately pursued by 2 goblins. Anno had presumed they were all dead. To his surprise, upon returning to the Guangyue Tavern, he found them engaged in conversation with Lu Yin. After some discussion, Anno learned of their harrowing experiences. The robust youth was named Xue Feibai, 25 years old and handsome. The long-haired woman was Geng Qingxue, her features obscured by dust. Her age was unknown, but likely under 30. The bald man, Lu Zhishang, was a middle-aged man in his 30s. Both Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang had survived due to their formidable capabilities. Both stood over 6 feet tall, with powerful physiques and bulging muscles, indicating their fighting prowess. Xue Feibai had engaged in a fierce battle to rescue Geng Qingxue from 2 goblins, nearly losing his life. Fortunately, the small man had returned to the church, diverting the attention of the 2 goblins. Tragically, the small man perished in the goblins' onslaught, while Xue Feibai managed to escape into the forest with Geng Qingxue. Initially, Xue Feibai had felt guilty about the small man's death, but upon hearing of the man's actions from Lu Zhishang, he erupted in anger. How could one sacrifice others for the sake of their own survival? Xue Feibai had never imagined such a person existed among them. Lu Zhishang's experience was similarly perilous. The 3 claw marks on his head attested to his harrowing escape. Had it not been for his martial skills, he would have perished long ago. The trio had escaped the forest and entered the town under the cover of night. Lu Zhishang had not encountered Xue Feibai and Geng Qingxue until the following day, when they crossed paths in the impoverished district while searching for food. Anno had also been resting in that area, but had not met them at that time. Xue Feibai took a sip of water to clear his throat before continuing. Today in town, we overheard the townsfolk discussing a black-haired outsider who had angered a local bully named Harry. I noticed that the townspeople do not possess black hair, and immediately thought of our group. Concerned that our people might be bullied, I called Lu to come help. To my surprise, by the time we arrived, you had already resolved the issue. Upon hearing Xue Feibai's hearty laughter, and Nuo felt a surge of goodwill towards the trio. Such words would ring hollow coming from another. For fair-weather friends are plentiful, but true companions in adversity are rare. Save for their shared hair color and awakening in the same locale, they were strangers to one another. Ru Zhishang, in particular, had suffered betrayal at the hands of a comrade. In such dire straits, self-preservation would be the prudent course. Yet, Xue Feibai's offer of assistance was genuine in Nuo's eyes, for the man had fearlessly charged into battle against goblins to save others. Nuo surveyed the room, a tinge of melancholy in his voice. It seems we are all that remain of those who arrived. 15 souls had awakened, yet only 9 now lingered. The other 6 confirmed lost to the clutches of death. Xue Feibai's countenance darkened, his jovial demeanor replaced by a somber frown. With a resounding thud, he struck the table with his fist, exclaiming, "Damn these fiends! I swear, I shall cleanse this land of their presence." In the days since his arrival, he had gleaned a rudimentary understanding of this world. Were he not outmatched by the goblins, he would have already ventured into the forest, seeking to engage them in combat. Ru Zhishang clasped his hands together, uttering a spontaneous prayer. Amit Ba? Huh. Xue Feibai furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Brother Ru, what is the meaning of Amit Ba?" Ru Zhishang paused, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head, confessing, "I know not. It merely escaped my lips." And Nuo cast a sidelong glance at Ru Zhishang, a realization dawning upon him. Could he have been a monk in his former life? The claw marks had previously obscured his view, but upon closer inspection, and Nuo discerned what appeared to be the faint remnants of ordination scars upon Ru Zhishang's scalp. No wonder he managed to elude the goblins. With this in mind, and Nuo surreptitiously examined the character panels of Ru Zhishang and the others. Alas, they were all identical to El Yan's, revealing only their names and nothing more. They appeared indistinguishable from the common townsfolk. Yet, and Nuo harbored a conviction that there was something unique about those who had been transported to this alien realm. A quality he had yet to discern. "Here comes the grub," boomed Uncle Lunan's voice as he entered, laden with platters. After several trips, the table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Placing the final dish upon the table, Lunan turned to Nuo, a warm smile gracing his lips, and Nuo, "My lord, the fare is served. Please, partake at your leisure." Once Lunan had departed, and Nuo addressed Xue Feibai, who was visibly salivating at the sight of the feast. "Don't just stand there, dig in." "Oh right, don't mind if I do." Xue Feibai had not had a proper meal in days, and the sight of the laden table was too much to resist. The others were in a similar state. Meng Xian and her companions having only nibbled earlier, their stomachs rumbling with hunger. As the remnants of the feast dwindled, and Nuo noticed the weariness etched upon the faces of Meng Xian and her companions, he proposed that they retire for some much-needed rest. And Nuo was not short on coin, and the Moonlight Tavern offered lodging, so they all settled in for the night. Upon awakening, the group felt refreshed and revitalized, and Nuo once again gathered them together, posing the question, "Pray tell, what are your plans for the future?" "The future, you say?" Xue Feibai glanced at Geng Qingxue, who clung to his side, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Why, to live life to the fullest, of course." Geng Qingxue remained silent, her grip on Xue Feibai's arm unwavering. It was evident to all that she was deeply reliant on the man who had rescued her. She would undoubtedly remain by his side. Ru Zhishang met in Nuo's gaze, his brow furrowed in thought. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "First, I shall seek employment to sustain myself. Then, I shall ponder the age-old question. From whence do I come? And whither do I go?" Meng Xian and her companions exchanged glances before timidly stepping behind Nuo. In hushed tones, they pleaded, "We know not what we should do, but we beseech you, do not cast us aside." We shall seek employment, as El Yin and the others have done, and we shall not burden you. They had shared a room with El Yin the previous night, not merely to save coin, but to find solace and security in their company. El Yin and Lu Rongrong had regaled them with tales of this world, and the three women were filled with trepidation upon learning of the myriad monstrous creatures that roamed the land and the precarious position of humanity. Moreover, they had encountered Anua. In their darkest hour, Anua had emerged as their savior, just as Gongqing Xue was dependent on Xue Feibai. Anua held a similar position of esteem in the hearts of the three women. Their affection was not born of romantic love, but rather a pure and unadulterated reverence for the man who had rescued them. Anua regarded the three women with a smile, shaking his head gently. Do not misunderstand me, I have no intention of turning you away. In truth, I would be delighted if you were to remain. Oh? The others exchanged puzzled glances. They had assumed that Anua was about to bid them farewell, as their expenses were being borne by him. Meng Xin and her companions may not have fully grasped the gravity of the situation, but Xue Feibai and his compatriots had experienced the harsh realities of poverty during their time in the slums. Thus, Xue Feibai and Ru Zhishang had resolved to depart, lest they become a burden to Anua. However, Anua had expressed a desire for them to stay. Seeing the quizzical expressions on their faces, Anua began to elucidate his intentions. Ever since learning of the absence of adventurers on the continent of Angamlos, he had harbored a desire to establish an adventurers' guild. Previously, he had lacked both the resources and the wherewithal to do so. But now, he had confiscated over 100 silver coins from Harry. Furthermore, the spoils recovered from the slain goblins contained various items that could fetch a sum of several dozen silver coins. Alas, the weapons had been left behind, for they could have been sold for a considerable sum. In total, Anua's current wealth amounted to approximately 2 gold coins. To establish an adventurers' guild, he could begin by registering a mercenary group through the auspices of the Viscount. Through inquiries, Anua had learned that registering a mercenary group required a fee of 50 silver coins. However, only those with a profession could apply, and the group must consist of at least 5 members. Anua now possessed the funds, but he lacked both a professional seal and the requisite personnel. Meng Xin and her companions aside, Xue Feibai and Ru Zhishang were seasoned warriors, capable of escaping from goblins even before acquiring a profession. Their strength would undoubtedly increase upon becoming professionals. So, you propose to finance our journey to Valcam City, where we may seek mentors and become professionals. And then join your adventurers' guild? Xue Feibai exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. You can count on me. Ever since I first heard of the existence of professionals, I have yearned to become one. Lu Zhishang felt a flicker of desire within him. Becoming an ordinary person was also a matter of helplessness. In the town of Gruel, earning a living proved to be quite challenging. However, the outside world remained shrouded in mystery for them. Even if they could save enough to become professionals, it was uncertain when that might occur. Now that Anno was willing to offer assistance and invited them to join his team, it was indeed a favorable opportunity for Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang. As for Anno's character, they were all too aware of the goblin strength. Could someone who risked their life to brave a goblin den and rescue Meng Xin and her companions truly be a villain? Upon hearing Anno's offer of support, Lu Yin immediately expressed her desire to join. Previously, she had sought Uncle Lu Nin's assistance to become a professional, but he had always declined. Anno's words resonated with her. To become a professional, one must battle monsters? Asked Ning Wan, with her shoulder-length hair, timidly from the side. Of course, Anno affirmed with a firm nod. He was currently seeking to gather 5 individuals. The candidates, besides himself, included Xue Feibai, Lu Zhishang, and Lu Yin, leaving one more person needed. As the initial team, Anno preferred to have it composed of familiar faces. If one more woman from the remaining 5 could join, they would meet the criteria to apply to the Adventurers Guild. However, being a professional entailed confronting monsters, inherently fraught with great peril. Anno hoped that those present would comprehend the significance of becoming a professional. Upon hearing Anno's definitive response, the faces of several girls who had suffered at the hands of the goblins turned pale. Wang Zixuan trembled as she inquired, after finally escaping, why not choose to live as an ordinary person? At that moment, Gongqing Xue glared at Anno, seemingly blaming him for leading Xue Feibai into a pit of despair. Observing Wang Zixuan's frail figure, Anno spoke earnestly. Angamoros is not a world that grants you a mundane life simply because you wish to be ordinary. Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong merely sought a simple existence working in a tavern, yet they are harassed and bullied by scoundrels like Harry. Does Tasha, who was captured by the goblins like you, not yearn for an ordinary life? Yet her village was attacked by monsters, and after barely escaping, she was again captured by goblins. Do the impoverished residents of Gruel not desire an ordinary existence? When monsters obliterate their villages, becoming refugees is their only option. In this world, monsters are powerful, and humanity barely endures under their onslaught. To aspire for an ordinary life in such an environment, that is an inherently extraordinary notion. Wang Zixuan was rendered speechless by Anno's words. Although she longed to express her fear and reluctance to fight, she found herself unable to voice it upon meeting Anno's gaze. Anno approached Meng Xin and her companions, continuing, moreover, Have you not realized that our group of memory-lost anomalies appearing in the church is itself an extraordinary occurrence? You, all of us are destined to be extraordinary. One's strength may not be formidable, yet one's spirit must be resilient. This is a lesson imparted to me by my father. It is entirely normal for Meng Xin and her companions to exhibit such behavior after enduring the goblins' capture. However, I do not wish for them to be perpetually affected by this experience, even if they do not become members of the Adventurers Guild. I hope to guide them out of the shadows. As I have stated, humanity has always been in a vulnerable position in this world. Even with the gifted spirit of the festival, I cannot guarantee that the path ahead will be smooth. If I were to perish one day, I hope that others possess the capability to live well. Wang Zixuan pouted, feeling wronged as she said, I understand now. Please do not be harsh with me. With that, she hid behind Meng Xin along with Ningwen. Feeling Anno's scrutinizing gaze, Meng Xin broke into a light sweat on her forehead. I am willing. Anno, I have always wished to become a professional. I have long sought vengeance against those monsters. Really? Anno questioned, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Aren't you afraid of the goblins? Meng Xin replied earnestly, I am. That is why I want to grow stronger, so that I will no longer fear them. Upon hearing this, not only did Anno regard Meng Xin with newfound respect, but Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang also cast admiring glances her way. Well, while 5 individuals suffice to meet the application criteria, I still wish for everyone to become professionals. Anno surveyed Lu Rongrong, Ningwen, Wang Zixuan, and Geng Qingxue, asserting, even if you do not intend to battle monsters, you must possess the ability to protect yourselves. The 4 girls remained silent for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Excellent. Anno smiled, extending his right hand first, declaring, from this day forth, we are brothers and sisters. United in purpose, we shall never abandon one another, and we shall strive to thrive in this world. The group paused for a moment. Then warm smiles spread across their faces, dispelling the earlier tension. Xue Feibai stepped forward first, placing his right hand atop the others, proclaiming, united in purpose, we shall never abandon one another. Lu Zhishang echoed, united in purpose, we shall never abandon one another. The girls encircled them, placing their small hands atop one another, chanting in unison, united in purpose, we shall never abandon one another. In 2 days, we shall venture to Valcam City with the merchant caravan and establish our very own Adventurers Guild. Anno led Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang to Old John's blacksmith shop. When Anno produced a cloth bag and poured out a collection of items resembling wolf teeth and jewels, Old John's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Uncle John, I have come to repay my debts. Anno called out cheerfully. Anno had discovered that every goblin possessed a cloth bag filled with what they deemed treasures. The items before him were all spoils he had collected from the goblins. Are you robbing someone? John exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. After examining the items, he determined that Anno's offering was worth a staggering 40 silver coins. Where did you acquire these, kid? John inquired, his curiosity piqued. Anno chuckled, sidestepping the question, Uncle, you need not worry about these items. Noticing Anno's evasiveness, John ceased his inquiries. He scrutinized Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang standing behind Anno, nodding as he remarked, of course, I will accept them. Let me divide these items into 2 piles. Pointing to the left pile of beast fangs, bones, silver coins, and jewels, he stated, these are valuable. You could sell them at the market for about 30 silver coins. I will give you 40 silver coins for them. As for the right pile, it is merely junk. Worthless. 40 silver coins, you say? Anno nodded in acknowledgement. After settling the debt of 4 silver coins owed to Old John, Anno received an additional 36 silver coins. Along with the wealth acquired from Harry, Anno's little treasury now totaled 180 silver coins, reduced from 181 due to last night's expenses. Turning to Xue Feibai, Anno smiled and said, let us see what fine weapons we have here. I shall cover the costs. Really? Xue Feibai had not taken his eyes off the weapons adorning the walls since entering. Upon hearing Anno's offer, he eagerly approached and began selecting weapons one by one. Upon exiting the weapon shop, Xue Feibai now sported a short dagger at his waist. As for Lu Zhishang, he chose a 2-meter-long wooden stick, as thick as an infant's arm. Anno couldn't help but grin at the sight of Lu Zhishang wielding the stick, thinking, he must have spent time in the Shaolin Temple. The 2 weapons had cost Anno 7 silver coins, primarily due to the dagger's price, while the wooden stick was merely 50 copper coins. After leaving the blacksmith shop, the trio set off towards the grassland beyond the town. They had received word from Old John that a merchant caravan would depart for Valcam City the following day. With a full day ahead, Anno was keen to make the most of it. He had brought Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang along to purchase weapons for the purpose of hunting slimes. Currently, Anno felt no danger facing goblins of level 5 and below. He primarily wished to assess the combat capabilities of the 2 companions. Name, Anno race, human level, 5 experience, for 5500 occupation, none magic power, 50-50 skills, low-level perception, acid spray talent, spirit summoning after his battle with the goblins yesterday. Anno had only gained 38 experience points. However, the most significant achievement from yesterday was summoning a goblin. Though only one remained, It greatly enhanced Anno's combat prowess. Had he not been accompanied by Feeble and Lu Zhishang, Anno would have summoned the goblin and engaged in a frenzied slaughter of the level 1 and 2 slimes. As Anno's level increased, so too did his physical capabilities. Yet, there were drawbacks. He no longer gained experience from slaying slimes of level 3 and below, and slimes of level 3 and above were exceedingly rare, often taking half an hour to encounter just one. Thus, after a mere 10 minutes of hunting, Anno lost interest in participating and opted to observe the battles fought by Feeble and Lu Zhishang. Their combat abilities did not disappoint Anno. Even without being professional fighters or possessing occupation skills, they easily dispatched slimes. Level 2 slimes were no match for them, while only level 3 slimes required a more serious approach. While their equipment contributed to their success, their inherent strength played a significant role as well. Anno also made a delightful discovery. Even slimes defeated by Feeble and Lu Zhishang allowed Anno to collect their souls. Through experimentation, he realized that as long as the slain monsters were within a certain range, their souls could be harvested. By midday, the trio had successfully hunted over 600 slimes, necessitating all 3 of them to carry the slime skins. Half of the kills were made by Anno, while the other half were attributed to Feeble and Lu Zhishang. The only regret was that despite the countless slimes slain by Feeble and Lu Zhishang, there were no signs of them leveling up. Each skin is worth 1 copper coin, so we've earned over 600 copper coins in just a morning. Feeble gasped in astonishment. This money is too easy to earn. Had I known, I wouldn't have toiled as a laborer a few days ago. This isn't a testament to the slime's weakness, but rather your overwhelming strength. Anno interjected. The ordinary townsfolk lack the agility you two possess, and do not underestimate the slimes. Even a level 4 professional would sustain injuries if splashed by their acid. Ha ha ha, the slime's acid spray is too obvious. They could never hit me. Feeble chuckled. Lu Zhishang wore a similarly joyful expression. Though Anno had initially provided all the funds, they were now capable of earning their own. Upon returning to town, they exchanged the slime skins for silver coins, and then made their way back to the Light Moon Tavern for a meal and rest. In the afternoon, the trio ventured out of town once more. As dusk fell, their figures gradually disappeared into the grassland, leaving behind a tranquil expanse. In just one day, they cleared several square kilometers of slimes, and Anno's collection of slime souls exceeded 3 digits. Name: Anno race, human level, 5 experience, 63500 occupation, none magic power, 50/50 talent, spirit summoning skills, low-level perception, enhanced. Acid spray, enhanced. Cost to upgrade skills, 1000 slime souls, white, 1325. Large slime soul, green. One Anno noted that once the quantity of slime souls surpassed 1000, a plus sign appeared next to his skills. This realization filled Anno with exuberance. Undoubtedly, this indicated that his skills were eligible for enhancement. Low-level perception would allow Anno to detect movements within a 3-meter radius, greatly assisting in close combat. For melee engagements, a 3-meter range was indeed sufficient. After contemplating, Anno decided to upgrade the acid spray skill first. His battle with Harry had emphasized the importance of active skills. However, during the fight with the short-axe goblin, the utility of acid spray had diminished significantly. Firstly, its attack range was limited to merely 3 meters. Secondly, its quantity was sparse. Anno vividly recalled the expansive spray of acid unleashed by a large slime, resembling a high-pressure water cannon. Having made his decision, Anno upgraded acid spray. A tingling sensation coursed through his body, signaling a transformation. Focusing on his information panel, Anno observed the upgraded acid spray skill. High-pressure acid spray instantly ejects a significant volume of acid. Greater range, increased speed, expanded area of effect. Excusing himself under the pretense of needing the restroom, Anno temporarily distanced himself from Feeble and Lu Zhishang. Turning his back to them, he aimed at a boulder 10 meters away with an outstretched right hand. High-pressure acid spray, activate. A mass of acid, roughly the size of a human head, coalesced before Anno's hand and shot forth at remarkable speed. Upon striking the boulder, the acid splattered across a wide area. The surfaces coated in acid emitted a sizzling sound as the stone was swiftly corroded. Yet, this was not the end. To Anno's astonishment, 5 more head-sized globules of acid followed in rapid succession. Within mere seconds, the towering boulder was pockmarked and eroded into a ragged appearance. Impressive. Anno rubbed his hands together in excitement. Not only had his power increased, but the quantity of his attacks had also multiplied, transforming from single target strikes to area of effect assaults. With this newfound ability, he felt confident enough to confront Harry and his 5 companions directly, without relying on summoned creatures. However, the drawback was that the skill's upgrade had raised its mana cost to 20 points, limiting him to just 2 shots even at full capacity. Anno even imagined himself challenging the short-axe goblin to a one-on-one duel. Alas, the issue of mana loomed large. He sighed, recalling how Priest Henry once remarked on Anno's low magical capacity, which was only slightly above that of an average person. He pondered whether there was a way to enhance his mana reserves. Otherwise, Possessing a multitude of formidable skills would be futile if he couldn't cast them due to a lack of mana. Lost in thought, Anno returned to Feeble and the others. After disposing of the slime skin, the trio headed back to the Light Moon Tavern, summoning 6 women to accompany them to the tailor's shop, where they purchased 2 sets of clothing for everyone. 9 individuals required 18 outfits, costing them a staggering 18 silver coins. This was still at a discounted rate due to bulk purchasing such expensive garments. Feble's hands trembled as he paid. They had squandered an entire day of youth in the grasslands, earning just 11 silver coins. The efficiency of earning money in Grueltown was undeniably impressive. Yet, they had not anticipated that acquiring 2 sets of attire for everyone would deplete their funds so quickly. Anno had mentally prepared for this, having shopped for clothes before. He patted Feeble on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't fret, these are necessities. We can't have everyone wearing their tattered garments." The women immediately chimed in, "Exactly. Clothing is essential." It wasn't that they didn't wish to save money, it was simply that their current attire was no longer wearable. Aside from Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong, everyone else was clad in ragged outfits. Anno had also purchased clothing for Lu Yin and the other 2. Initially, Lu Yin had been sulking over Anno's decision not to take her to hunt slimes, but as soon as they started choosing clothes, she quickly cast her grievances aside. Upon returning to the Light Moon Tavern, they ordered their meals. "All right, let's enjoy our dinner and rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we venture into the city." The group responded enthusiastically. Oh, as the sun crested the horizon, the merchant caravan in Grueltown had gathered in the town center, ready to embark. Anno and his companions arrived early at the caravan. In addition to local merchants, 2 unfamiliar guards accompanied them. Given the considerable distance to Valcam and the early summer season, the caravan needed to set off at dawn to reach Valcam by sunset. The night was fraught with wild beasts and magical creatures, posing risks even with professional escorts. Thus, the caravans from Grueltown typically aimed to arrive in Valcam on the same day. However, a quarter of an hour had passed since dawn, and the caravan still had not departed. Some merchants in the line began to grow anxious, unaware of the reasons behind the delay. Anno and his friends could only wait patiently. After a while, the portly Mayor Rya approached the front of the caravan, his face clouded with concern, and gave the order to set off. The caravan, including Anno and the 9 others, totaled over 30 individuals. They began their slow journey out of Grueltown in horse-drawn carts. Due to the rugged and uneven terrain, their pace was not particularly swift. Not long after they set off, Anno noticed old John making his way towards him. "What's the matter, Uncle John?" Anno jumped down from the cart to greet him. Old John glanced back at the mayor in the center of the caravan and whispered to Anno, "Mayor Rya told me that he was supposed to go to Valcam with Harry today, but for some unknown reason, Harry has not shown up, and we cannot reach him. Given your past conflict with Harry, I worry he might be planning something against you. Be cautious on the road, and make sure not to fall behind." Hearing old John's concern brought a smile to Anno's face. Just yesterday, when he visited the site of his battle with Harry, he had found it overrun with slimes, with Harry's group having left no trace behind. "Don't worry, Uncle. I'll be careful." Although he understood that Harry posed no real danger to him, Anno still nodded with a faint frown, wanting to maintain the facade. After all, Harry had a level 10 older brother. Anno certainly did not wish for this situation to come back to haunt him. Upon returning to the cart where his companions were seated, Feeble immediately inquired, "What happened?" Anno shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "It seems our caravan was delayed because Harry's group has been unreachable." Harry. Upon hearing the name, everyone except Ming Xin and her companions showed signs of alarm. After all, Harry had clashed with Anno previously. He was a level 4 apprentice warrior, and his brother was a level 10 captain of the Bloodstained mercenary group. Given Harry's temperament, should they encounter him on their journey to Valcam, trouble was inevitable. Lilian looked at Anno, biting her lip as she softly said, "Anno, it's all my fault." "And mine too," Lu Rongrong added, lowering her head. Anno waved his hand dismissively, addressing his companions. "Our purpose for this journey is threefold: to become professionals, to establish an adventurer's guild, and to seek treatment for my severed finger. There is no need for concern regarding Harry. I will handle it." Perhaps due to the confidence conveyed in Anno's voice, everyone chose to trust him and refrained from further discussion on the matter. The journey was long, and the jolting of the cart made it uncomfortable. Not long after, several individuals opted to disembark and walk, as the cart speed was hardly superior to that of walking. Along the way, Anno and his companions beheld the vast grasslands teeming with slimes and the seemingly endless forbidden forest. They even encountered a few slimes that had strayed from either the grasslands or the forest, but these were swiftly dealt with by the guards, causing no disruption to the caravan. The journey continued in silence, with the caravan pausing only at midday for the merchants to snack on dry provisions and allow the horses a brief respite. Finally, as dusk approached, Anno gazed ahead and caught sight of Valcam's silhouette. Valcam, the largest city on the southern border of the Nigel Kingdom. 100 kilometers south of Valcam lay the Aya Mountains, and further south was the human forbidden zone, the Storm Sea. In the Air Mountains, a diverse array of monstrous beings resides, yet they do not constitute the main force of the Demon King's army. The majority possess strengths below level 15. Of course, this is merely speculation by the Valkarm people. As for whether any creatures exceeding level 15 exist within the Ar Mountains, no one can ascertain. After all, no mercenary group is willing to risk annihilation to confirm such information. Currently, during this period of ceasefire, the monsters from the Ar Mountains are not launching widespread invasions. However, minor skirmishes occur daily, with groups of monsters occasionally assaulting the villages and towns surrounding Valkarm. The ruler of Valkarm, Viscount Raynor, also offers bounties for particularly dangerous monsters. In pursuit of the reward, mercenary groups venture forth to hunt these bountied creatures. As Anno and his companions approached Valkarm, they were awestruck by the imposing city walls before them. Truly, this was Valkarm. Shwefebai gazed at the wooden bridge spanning several meters, exclaiming with excitement. The moat is over 10 meters wide. What kind of monster could breach such a fortress? The others also bore expressions of comfort, as though residing here would provide immense security. Anno cast a glance at the group, a wry smile gracing his lips. They had lost their memories. Their understanding of monsters limited to the goblins and slimes they had encountered. All else was hearsay. Valkarm appeared magnificent, yet flying monsters could evade the wall's defenses. Let us enter the city. Anno called to the others, urging them to keep pace with the caravan. Near the city gates, they beheld rows of fully armed soldiers standing vigil on either side. Each row consisted of 5 individuals clad in complete plate armor, helmets adorning their heads, and long spears in hand. The soldiers' sharp gazes continually scanned the bustling crowd, exuding an air of authority. Their equipment and demeanor surpassed that of the guards from Gruul Town. Were these truly professional soldiers? Anno licked his lips, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. The soldiers' armor appeared lavish, far beyond what Anno could afford. The crafting of armor required vast quantities of steel and other materials. A single piece, such as a breastplate, could cost more than a weapon, let alone a complete set. The guards of Gruul Town possessed only a few pieces of armor, lacking a full ensemble. Anno and Shwefebai could only gaze longingly at the soldiers' splendid gear. Under the guidance of Mayor Riya, Anno and his companions entered Valkarm. Beyond the thick city walls lay a plethora of medieval-style buildings and a vibrant array of people. Known as the Southern Defense Line, Valkarm naturally boasted a significant number of professionals. In Gruul Town, aside from the guards and priests, Anno had only encountered Harry and his companions. Yet upon entering Valkarm, they immediately observed several equipped professionals traversing the streets. As night fell, Anno led the group to an inn where they would rest for the night. The prices at the inn were 20% higher than those at the Light Moon Tavern in Gruul Town, but the service and comfort were considerably enhanced. After dining, the 9 of them reserved 3 rooms for the night. The night passed without incident. When Anno awoke, the sun had already risen. After inquiring with the inn staff, he learned that it was already past 7 o'clock. Old John and the other merchants had departed for their errands. They had only one day available, tomorrow morning. The mayor would lead the caravan back. Should they miss the return, they would either need to post a job for a mercenary group to escort them back or wait a month for the town's caravan to return. As for returning alone, monsters favored attacking solitary humans. Anno and his companions did not intend to return with the caravan. Becoming a professional required training under a mentor for a period. Only by mastering the foundational skills of their chosen profession could they truly be considered professionals. After breakfast, Anno and his companions prepared to seek out mentors, as this was their foremost task in Valkarm. During their journey, they had frequently deliberated over their professional choices, ultimately settling on a plan. The core team consisted of Anno, Huefeibai, Lu Zhishang, LV Yin, and Meng Xian. The second tier comprised Lu Rongrong, Gongqing Xue, Ningwen, and Wang Zixuan. The first tier, serving as the primary combatants, required a well-thought-out distribution of professions. The 6 major professions for humans included warrior, knight, mage, hunter, priest, and thief. Warriors, with high attack and defense, were best suited to the front line, with the robust Shwefebai and Lu Zhishang taking on this role. Knights, possessing greater mobility than warriors, saw LV Yin choose this profession. Meng Xian opted for the stealthy thief profession, which could complement the hunter role, acting as the team's eyes. The hunter profession is particularly unique, allowing for ranged attacks with a bow and arrow, close combat with daggers, the ability to tame combat pets, and the crafting of traps. Overall, this profession appears to be quite versatile, yet it is also the most challenging. The breadth of knowledge required is vast. If one fails to master it well, they risk becoming a jack of all trades but master of none. Anno valued this profession for its ability to summon companions. Summoned beings cannot remain hidden indefinitely. They will inevitably reveal themselves. The hunter's ability to bring companions along would provide Anno with cover. The 5 individuals selected 4 distinct professions. As competent adventurers, the team could not afford any weaknesses. The remaining 2 professions were assigned to the secondary tier. The priest, a vital role capable of healing teammates, was indispensable. Anno allowed Lu Rongrong and Ningwen to choose this profession. The remaining members, Gongqing Xue and Wang Zixuan, became mages. As damage dealers, mages were expected to be filled by the primary tier members. However, the choices made by the 5 were the most compatible with their individual affinities. After deliberation, they ultimately decided to adhere to the aforementioned distribution of roles. Thus, The party comprised 2 warriors, 2 mages, 2 priests, 1 knight, 1 rogue, and 1 hunter. According to the standard configuration of a 10-member mercenary team in this world, they were still short 1 knight. Nonetheless, this was deemed sufficient. It is noteworthy that choosing a specific profession does not preclude one from selecting others. However, dedicating oneself to a single profession requires the expenditure of all one's energy. It is rare for individuals to pursue multiple professions. After inquiring about the locations of every profession mentor in the city, Anno set off alone for the headquarters of the hunter profession. Before leaving, he distributed 10 silver coins to each of his companions, having exchanged gold coins for silver at the inn where they were staying. Although the basic skill tuition for becoming a professional only required 5 silver coins, one should not embark on this journey without any funds. Valcam was vast, and Anno walked for nearly half an hour from the inn before locating the residence of the hunter mentor. It was an estate spanning approximately 10 acres. Above the grand entrance, a plaque read Hunter's Home. At the entrance, 2 wolfhounds were stationed, one on each side, vigilantly observing the passing crowd. Anno crouched at the entrance for a while, noticing a steady stream of individuals entering and exiting, many of whom appeared to be professionals returning to learn skills. As Anno approached the entrance, the 2 wolfhounds suddenly stood up and began barking furiously at him. This unexpected development startled not only Anno but also the passing professionals. What is wrong with Shook and Beta? I've never seen this before. A hunter, armed with a bow and quiver slung over his back and a machete at his waist, followed the dog's gaze and spotted the startled Anno. A newcomer? Upon hearing the inquiry directed at him, Anno relaxed his guard and nodded in response. Had the dogs charged at him rather than merely barking, he would have been prepared to launch a high-pressure acid spray. It was no surprise that Anno was startled. He had previously observed that the levels of these 2 dogs were indiscernible, indicating they were at least level 6. You're here to find Mentor Walton, right? Follow me. It's on my way. The hunter approached Anno, casually draping an arm over his shoulder, and introduced himself. I'm Mark Jason. You can call me Mark. Mentor Walton is one of the hunting profession mentors in Valcam. Hello, Senior Mark. My name is Anno. Anno replied, feeling a bit awkward as he gestured toward the growling guard dogs, asking, will they attack me if I go in to find Mentor Walton? Ha ha, don't worry. You're safe with me. Mark knelt down in front of the 2 dogs, soothing them. After a moment, the dogs, referred to by Mark as Shook and Beta, quieted down. Anno watched in amazement. Communicating with beasts was indeed a hunter's skill. Mark explained to Anno, Shook and Beta are Mentor Walton's pets. Don't underestimate them. These 2 are level 10. Level 10. Anno's heart raced. He had no strategy when faced with a level 6 short-axe goblin. A level 10 combat pet could easily end the skirmish if it bore any ill will towards him. Of course, it would be Anno who would be defeated. Throughout the journey, Mark enthusiastically shared numerous details about the hunter's home and commended Anno for choosing the hunter profession. He led Anno to the grand hall at the center of the estate and pointed inside, stating, at this hour, Mentor Walton should be in there. You can go in now. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, Mark entered a building adjacent to the main hall, the Hall of Hunters. After expressing his gratitude to Mark, Anno raised his gaze to the grand hall and pushed the door open. As he entered, he was greeted by the sight of a towering 5-meter-tall statue of a woman, adorned with a longbow and a short blade, embodying the essence of a hunter. Before the statue, 3 individuals were bowing in reverence. Anno glanced to the side and noticed a middle-aged hunter with a bushy beard staring intently at him. Close the door. Walton's deep voice resonated, prompting Anno to hurry inside and shut the door behind him. Subsequently, Walton gestured for Anno to wait a moment. Anno stepped to the side, quietly observing the 3 individuals in prayer. Approximately 3 minutes later, Anno witnessed an astonishing spectacle. The 3 worshippers began to emanate varying intensities of white light. One of them shone particularly brightly, while the other 2 radiated much softer glows. Walton nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The hunter goddess Artemis has acknowledged you. You are qualified to become hunters. He pointed to the brightest individual and remarked, your talent is remarkable. I hope you do not squander it. Dedicate yourself to training and swiftly become a formal hunter. I will impart to you the foundational skills. The day you master them will be when I bestow upon you the hunter's seal. The 3 individuals beamed with joy, expressing their gratitude and standing by in anticipation. At that moment, Walton turned his attention to Anno and asked, choosing to become a hunter entails venerating the hunter goddess. You must hold the utmost respect for Lady Artemis throughout your life. Are you prepared? The hunter goddess Artemis. Anno lifted his gaze to the statue and nodded. He had done his homework prior to arriving. Each profession corresponds to a divine entity. Only those who receive the god's recognition possess the potential to learn skills. Those who do not are deemed unfit for that profession and must explore alternatives. There are 6 professions in total. Theoretically, anyone can choose one as their vocation. Ultimately, the decision hinges on individual affinities. Should a person possess great physical strength but limited magical ability, although one could choose to become a mage, the pace of growth would undoubtedly be slow. Conversely, selecting a warrior or knight would significantly accelerate one's training. However, It would be folly for a frail individual to aspire to be a warrior, as they would likely be unable to bear even the weight of their armor. This is what we call affinity. I am prepared, Anno declared loudly. Walton nodded and guided Anno to the statue, saying, silently invoke the name of Artemis in your heart. In 5 minutes, the god of hunters will respond to you. After saying this, he stepped back to the side, just as before. Anno wasted no time. Closing his eyes and bowing before the statue, continuously whispering the name of Artemis in his mind. Seconds ticked away. Anno was unaware of how many times he had repeated the name, feeling no changes within his body, nor hearing Walton's voice call for him to stop. He could only persistently invoke the name of the god of hunters. Nearby, Walton observed Anno as silhouette, his brow furrowed. The 3 individuals who had received a response from Artemis approached Walton, one of them cautiously asking, Mentor Walton, it has been 10 minutes. And the god of hunters has not responded. It seems this individual may not become a hunter. Alas, Walton sighed and called out to Anno. That is enough. Anno, bewildered, approached Walton and asked in confusion, is this sufficient? My child, you did not receive a response from the god of hunters. Thus you cannot become a hunter. Perhaps you should consider another profession. What? Anno was taken aback by this response. No amount of planning had prepared him for the realization that he lacked the talent to become a hunter. Though such occurrences are rare, it was clear that he belonged to the category of individuals utterly unfit to become hunters. The god of hunters had forsaken him. Anno walked out of the hunter's abode in a daze. According to Walton, in his years as a mentor, he had witnessed those with extraordinary gifts, glowing radiantly during their supplications. He had also seen those with only a faint luminescence, hunters of lower talent. Yet, he had never encountered anyone devoid of light altogether. Such a person was completely abandoned by the god of hunters. Poor child. Anno recalled Walton's final words and the scornful gazes of the 3 individuals beside him, offering a wry smile. Since he could not become a hunter, he would explore other professions. Anno did not feel disheartened. After all, his primary motivation for choosing hunter was to conceal his summoning abilities. Now that the path to becoming a hunter was closed to him, he turned his gaze towards knighthood. Before seeking out the knight mentor, Anno returned to the tavern where he was staying. Prior to leaving, everyone had already agreed. After meeting the mentor, they would not rush to train skills but would first report their circumstances. Their main concern was the issue of professional affinity. If someone in the group found their chosen profession unsuitable, a change would be necessary. Upon Anno's return to the tavern, he was surprised to find he was not the first to arrive. Wang Zixuan sat at a table in the room, her expression one of utter desolation as she stared blankly out the window. It was only when Anno returned that she snapped back to reality. Through their conversation, Anno learned that Wang Zixuan had come back early because the mage mentor had told her, though you could become a mage, you lack magical talent and should consider another profession. Unlike Anno, who was wholly unfit to be a hunter, Wang Zixuan simply faced an issue of affinity. However, the fact that both of them encountered problems left Anno feeling anxious. Surely, among the 9 of us, not everyone would struggle to find a suitable profession. Fortunately, Anno's worries proved unnecessary. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, everyone gradually returned, each bearing good news. With the exception of Anno, all others received a response from the god of their professions. After their supplications, they radiated brilliant light. According to the mentors, in all their years in Valcam City, they had never witnessed such dazzling luminescence. By classification, they were all of exceptional talent. Once they received their professional seals, many factions would undoubtedly vie for their allegiance. Thankfully, the mentors were solely responsible for their respective professions. They remained unaware that, at the same moment within the city, 7 individuals of exceptional talent had emerged. Anno was elated by this news, but he still could not view the panels of the others. Perhaps it would only be when they became apprentice professionals that he would gain insight into their abilities, he speculated. He then briefly shared the circumstances of himself and Wang Zixuan. After a moment of pause, the others reacted with little surprise. If this profession does not suit, then let us try another. There are 6 professions. Surely one of them will be a fit. This was the collective sentiment. Seizing the opportunity before noon, and while the mentors were still at work, Anno led Wang Zixuan and the others back to the hunter's abode. Initially, Anno was the only one in the group who had chosen to pursue hunting, but now that he could not become a hunter, it was Wang Zixuan's turn to give it a try. Shu Ku and Bei Ta, stationed at the entrance of the hunter's abode, began barking frantically upon seeing Anno. Did you two harbor animosity towards me simply because I was not favored by the god of hunters? Anno chuckled bitterly within, waiting outside for news from Wang Zixuan. The others, having already chosen their professions, could not enter the hunter's abode without an introduction, so they remained outside with Anno. Wang Zixuan did not keep them waiting long. Within 10 minutes, she emerged from inside. However, she was accompanied by a tall, thin young man. Anno recognized him immediately as one of the 3 individuals he had encountered in the hunter's hall earlier. The hunter talent appeared to be exceptional. An exceptional hunter is already a sought-after commodity in Valcam, regardless of whether it be mercenary bands, trading companies, or the city's ruler, Viscount Reno. They would all seek to recruit him once he received his professional seal. Ordinary professionals typically require around 2 years to break through to level 5 and become full professionals. Yet, those with exceptional talent possess a far superior grasp of skills compared to the average person, provided they do not squander their talent. They can reach level 5 in less than 6 months. Such a valuable asset, who would not desire it? Thus, upon learning of his exceptional hunter talent, the tall young man, Rod, underwent a transformation in mindset. Previously, he had merely aspired to join a low-tier mercenary band to get by. Now, he aimed to join one of the top 3 major mercenary groups. He even took on one of his contemporaries as a subordinate. Just as he was preparing to bid farewell to Mentor Walton after a morning of learning hunter skills, an extraordinarily radiant light suddenly erupted from within the hunter's hall. Then, a gasp from Mentor Walton echoed from inside. Exceptional talent. By Artemis above, this child possesses exceptional talent. Exceptional? Rod felt his heart skip a beat. With such talent, it was not unreasonable to expect him to grow into a formidable figure at levels 20 or 30. Mentor Walton himself was only at level 15. Subsequently, under the curious gaze of Rod, Wang Zixuan pushed open the grand doors of the hunter's hall, her face adorned with a joyful expression as she dashed out. Though clad in coarse garments, Wang Zixuan's beauty was exceptional, and coupled with her radiant smile, she instantly captured Rod's heart. Surely, she must be a gift from the goddess of the hunt. Praise be to Artemis. Rod's eyes sparkled with infatuation. He scarcely noticed that Wang Zixuan was the only one emerging from the hall. As she was about to run off, he hurriedly followed her. Along the way, Rod incessantly conversed with Wang Zixuan, striving to win her favor by inadvertently revealing his superior hunting talent. Although Wang Zixuan was not entirely clear about the distinctions in talent levels, she was aware that her exceptional talent surpassed his. Moreover, due to her prior experience of being captured by goblins, she had always been hesitant to interact with those around her, trusting only her brothers and sisters. Seeing that Wang Zixuan exhibited no change in expression, Rod boasted of having received a tentative offer from one of the top 3 mercenary groups in Valcam City. Unbeknownst to him, all Wang Zixuan heard was a series of incomprehensible babbles. At last, Wang Zixuan reached the entrance and spotted Anno and her companions. A smile blossomed once more on her face as she quickened her pace toward them. Anno, everyone, I possess the talent to become a hunter, she exclaimed, covering her mouth as she whispered to the group. And it's exceptional. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Anno felt reassured that her decision to recruit them was indeed sound. All of them possessed exceptional talent. There had to be a reason they were transported to this other world. Anno's confidence in her own aspiration to become a knight surged. Should she not become a hunter, it would merely signify a lack of compatibility, which was not a significant concern. However, just as the group intended to leave, a figure emerged ahead, obstructing their path. Hey, kid, I recognize you. Rod rudely pointed at Anno, scoffing. I remember you didn't receive a single response when you prayed to Lady Artemis this morning. Why do you, forsaken by the goddess of the hunt, still linger near the hunter's hall? The group looked on in confusion. Anno turned to Wang Zixuan and inquired, who is this? I have no idea. Wang Zixuan replied, pouting as she clung to Mengxin's arm. He followed me after I left the hunter's hall, chattering incessantly all the way. It was utterly annoying. Oh, and I recall him claiming to possess superior hunting talent. Upon hearing the first part of Wang Zixuan's statement, Rod's heart skipped a beat. It dawned on him that his self-introduction, which he thought was humorous, had not resonated with her at all. When Wang Zixuan mentioned his claim of superior talent, Rod immediately puffed out his chest, declaring to the crowd, indeed, I possess superior hunting talent. He cast a sidelong glance at Anno, sneering. Those forsaken by the goddess of the hunt will never comprehend the brilliance of superior talent. You would do well to seek out other mentors and see if you can find success in another vocation. He then took a few steps toward the group, locking eyes with Wang Zixuan as he spoke earnestly. Beautiful lady, there is no future for you with them. You may not know me well yet, but let us start as friends. I, Rod, vow to protect you with my life on our future journeys. Rod perceived that this group was led by Anno. Although Anno and the 2 burly men carried weapons, Rod, harboring preconceived notions, assumed they were merely ordinary individuals. How much capability could a team led by someone like Anno possess? Once he became a trainee hunter, defeating such commoners would be a trivial task. Such a group was not worthy of the girl's beauty. Only someone with superior hunting talent like himself could befit her. As these thoughts raced through Rod's mind, his gaze swept over the crowd, only to be met by the disdainful expressions of the women. Hiss! Upon noticing the multitude of beautiful women behind Anno, Rod's eyes widened in astonishment. How infuriating! Why did he have to be surrounded by so many lovely ladies, while he had none? Clenching his teeth, he turned to glare at Anno, vowing, you must have coerced these beautiful ladies. I, Rod, advise you to return their freedom. Are you out of your mind? Anno dismissed him, turning away with her companions. Wait. Seeing his goddess turn to leave, malice welled within Rod, and despite the risk of being apprehended by the guards, he launched an attack on Anno. Bang! A loud crash resounded as Rod's body fell heavily to the ground. Shuefeibai clapped his hands, exclaiming, with all that bravado, I expected you to be quite formidable. Those words struck Rod deeply, but the pain coursing through his body brought him back to reality. though he possessed superior hunting talent. He was still merely an ordinary person who had only trained for half a day. Bai, towering and robust, was simply not someone he could contend with. Rod lay on the ground, watching Anno and her group recede into the distance, gritting his teeth and muttering, "You wait. Once I become a trainee hunter, I will make you regret this." With that, he got back on his feet and stealthily followed Anno and her companions, determined to uncover the origins of these dark-haired individuals. Meanwhile, Elian was cautioning the women to remain vigilant against any approaching adventurers, having experienced harassment from Harry and now Rod's antics. She was genuinely concerned for their safety. As they passed a tailor shop, Elian deliberately purchased 6 oversized hats for the women to wear. This was merely a minor interlude among the group. None paid Rod any mind. In the presence of so many with exceptional talents, who would concern themselves with someone of merely superior standing. Under Elian's guidance, they arrived at the location of the Knight's Hall. Anua instructed the others to wait outside while she entered alone. "Child, the god of knights has not favored you. Perhaps you should consider other vocations. The god of warriors has not responded. You are unfit for the warrior profession. The path of magic does not suit you. Return. The light of the god of light does not shine upon you. The god of thieves, Lord Max, does not seem to favor you. Leave this place." After traversing the halls, Anua found that no vocation was suitable for her, leaving her utterly bewildered. As she emerged from the thief's alley, having been denied once more, everyone stood in stunned silence. How could this be? Elian found it hard to believe. Anua was someone who had defeated Harry's group even before becoming a professional. How could such a formidable individual receive no favor from the gods of vocation? Surely, something must have gone awry. Bai stood aside, reminiscing about the moments spent with Anua while hunting slimes. Anua's speed and strength were vastly superior to his own. He could hardly believe that no divine profession had recognized Anua. According to the information gathered, no one had ever been entirely forsaken by all divine professions. Anua, feeling somewhat despondent at first, soon found solace in the presence of his innate spirit. Even without a specific profession to choose from, he could acquire a myriad of skills. For Anua, this was not a setback. Previously, he believed his limited magical power stemmed from not becoming a professional. However, it appeared that his profession had little bearing on this. Not being able to become a professional was inconsequential. After all, he was rather unique, and could grow stronger without a designated profession. Once Anua came to terms with this, he smiled and addressed the group. "Since you have chosen your professions, you must invest your efforts and swiftly become apprentice professionals. The Adventurers Guild can only make its initial appearance in the form of a mercenary group, and only professionals can apply to establish such a group. As for me, it seems I shall be unable to obtain a professional seal." Anua's assertion that he could grow stronger without a profession puzzled the group, yet they felt a sense of relief. It seemed Anua indeed possessed methods to grow stronger. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Harry and rescued Meng Xian and the others? Rest assured, the foundational sword techniques imparted by my mentor are quite simple. I believe I can master them in no more than 3 days. Bai declared, thumping his chest. "By then, I shall be an apprentice warrior. And I could establish the guild simply by putting your name as the leader." Anua chuckled in response. "To form a guild, at least 5 professionals are required. Having only you will not suffice. I should be able to lend a hand." Lu Zhishang interjected earnestly. Although he too was a warrior, his foundational skill was basic staff techniques. Much like Bai, Lu Zhishang found the basic staff techniques rather straightforward and easy to learn. 3 days might even be excessive. Just as the group debated how long it would take to become apprentice professionals, a booming laughter erupted nearby. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. A bunch of trash believes they can become professionals in just 3 days. What a joke." The loud voice attracted the attention of several passers-by, causing Anua and his companions to frown in the direction of the boisterous individual. "Who are you?" Bai inquired, scrutinizing the stranger with a puzzled expression. The laughter abruptly ceased, and the man's face visibly reddened. Angrily, he retorted, "It is I, Rod, blessed with superior hunter talent. We met just a few hours ago." To think that after being beaten, he would be completely forgotten was a humiliation Rod could not bear. His blood boiled at the thought. If he weren't afraid of Bai, he would have charged at him immediately. Anua cast a glance at Bai, surprised to find that he seemed rather cunning. Bai had clearly not forgotten Rod. He was merely trying to provoke him for the insult Rod had hurled at the group. "Ignore him. Let's go," Anua decided, wishing to save time and avoid any further confrontation with Rod. However, Rod had no intention of letting them leave. Noticing Anua turn to walk away and the gathering crowd drawn by his previous remarks, he raised his voice once more. "Don't think I'm unaware. I've been following you for the entire morning. You have not been favored by the hunter god, and cannot become a hunter. That is something I have witnessed firsthand with my superior talent." The crowd immediately began to murmur upon hearing his declaration. In Valium City, the number of professionals was vast, and they were accustomed to news related to professions. Upon learning that Rod claimed to possess superior hunter talent, their gazes toward him shifted. Most individuals had inferior talents, while a few boasted moderate talents. Those with superior talents were highly sought after by major factions, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Rod's future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. As the crowd grew, Rod's confidence swelled. With so many witnesses, if Fei dared to strike him again, the guards would surely intervene. Rod continued to share the intelligence he had gathered. Everyone, not only has he been forsaken by the hunter god, but also by the night god, the warrior god, the mage god, and the god of light. Note that it is not merely inferior talent. These gods have entirely ignored him. Rod pointed at Anno, shouting, "He has just emerged from the thieves' alley. Though I have yet to inquire with the thieves inside. I dare say, the thief god has also abandoned you. Isn't that so?" Anno made no denial. Several individuals had accompanied him to pay respects to the thief god, and this could easily be verified. Moreover, there was no need to conceal it. Could it be true that one could not choose a single profession? To be forsaken by 6 gods, what heinous deeds had this individual committed? A person forsaken by the gods, a true pariah. If the onlookers had previously regarded Anno with mere curiosity, their gazes now resembled those directed at a circus monkey. In a sense, being a pariah was even rarer than possessing extraordinary talent. Indeed, he was a forsaken individual. A team led by a forsaken should not dare to boast of becoming apprentice warriors in 3 days. What did they think an apprentice warrior was? What did they think professionals were? Rod grew increasingly animated, his words spewing forth with fervor. Among the crowd were several professionals, although they remained silent. Their disdain for Anno and his companions was palpable. Judging by their aura, none of Anno's group appeared to be professionals. Their weapons and shields seemed merely for show. Their combat prowess nowhere near that of true professionals. Being a forsaken individual might not be Anno's fault, yet his arrogance was certainly unappealing. What professional had not endured arduous training to earn their professional seal? If the path to mastery were as simple as they claimed, what would that render everyone else's efforts? A group of inexperienced youngsters, likely unacquainted with hardship, were now engaging in empty bravado. 3 days to become an apprentice professional? One might think you possess extraordinary talent. Their attempts to draw attention were futile. Even if they became professionals, how could a forsaken individual ever attain such a status? Ahaha. The crowd, misled by Rod, unconsciously positioned themselves against Anno and his companions. Fei's temper flared instantly. He was about to teach Rod a lesson when Anno intervened. With a calm demeanor, Anno fixed his gaze on Rod and finally spoke. "I am curious as to why you oppose us." This was only the second encounter with Rod for everyone present, yet he had already caused trouble for Anno twice. This perplexed Anno. He speculated that Rod's actions were motivated by Wang Zixuan. However, Rod was a person of considerable talent. Would he truly engage in such foolishness? As it turned out, some individuals indeed possessed such folly. Rod glanced at the women hiding behind Anno, wearing oversized hats, and stammered, "As a forsaken one, you have managed to rally so many. Which must mean you deceived them with sweet words. I, Rod, an elite hunter, command you to release the women by your side." Upon finishing, Rod displayed what he believed to be a charming smile and softly addressed the women behind Anno. "Do not be afraid. I know you have been coerced by the Forsaken One. There is no need for fear. I and the others will advocate for you. Are you out of your mind?" Yin and the other women were genuinely speechless at Rod's arrogance. Did he really think so highly of himself? Who did he think he was to act as our savior? Meng Xin seized the moment to move closer to Anno, wrapping her arm around his. "Exactly." Ningwen and Wang Zixuan chimed in. The onlookers, initially swayed by Rod's words to believe the women behind Anno were coerced, now turned their puzzled gazes toward Rod upon hearing the women's retorts. Rod, blinded by his own arrogance, did not anticipate such a response. He assumed that the women doubted his strength, especially since he had been taken down in a single blow by Fei. "Do not worry. I know those 3 are formidable, but that is only because I have yet to become a professional. Now, with so many here to support you, including professionals, all you need to do is say that this Forsaken One has coerced you, and we will advocate for you. Quickly, declare that you have been coerced." Rod's tone grew urgent as he desperately hoped someone would claim to have been forced by Anno. This would enable him to justify an attack on Anno, rescue the women, and become their savior. With his elite talent, it would not take long before he found his place in Valkarm, living happily alongside the beautiful women. However, the response he received was merely a copper coin thrown by Anno. The coin arced through the air, landing on the stone ground before Rod, rolling to his feet. Anno's voice then reached his ears. "If your mind is unwell, it must be treated. If you cannot afford the fee, I can lend you a copper coin. No need to be polite." With that, Anno turned to leave. The crowd observed Rod with bewilderment. This man had continuously claimed that the Forsaken One had deceived the women. Yet those very women appeared to despise Rod. Thus, Rod's previous assertions were brought into question. Rod stared at the copper coin at his feet, his face alternating between shades of green and red. He lifted his head and glared at Anno, shouting, "You despicable Forsaken One, how dare you insult me? I, Rod, issue you a challenge. Do you dare to accept?" "What did you say?" Fei, having heard Rod insult Anno, stepped forward, glaring at him and shouting, "Are you tired of living? What do you want?" Rod was intimidated by Fei's presence, recalling how he had been knocked down in a single move, and unconsciously swallowed hard. This was bad. He had forgotten that although Anno's companions were not professionals, they were not opponents he could handle. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Rod blurted out, attempting to regain his composure. Shui Feibai rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike Rod. Fighting is prohibited in the city. If you hit me, the guards will apprehend you. Rod shouted while making a hasty retreat. There is an arena in the city for dueling. If you are not afraid, let us have a 3-on-3 match there in 3 days. You all said it takes just 3 days to become an apprentice professional, so I'll give you that time. In 3 days, I will bring 2 apprentice professionals to challenge you. If you lose, I demand you release those women and apologize to all professionals. Professionals are not to be insulted by a forsaken one like you. Do you dare? Anno's gaze toward Rod flickered with disdain as he stepped forward under the scrutiny of the crowd, his voice low. Listen, I will not wager the lives of my companions. If I hear you speak ill of those beside me again, you will surely pay the price. Rod, feeling as if he were being eyed by a ferocious beast, was momentarily rendered speechless. Anno surveyed the surroundings and declared, I know of the arena. While I am open to a wager, we must establish equal stakes. Rod, bewildered by Anno's formidable presence despite his ordinary status, found himself cornered and awkwardly asked, What do you wish to bet? Let us wager 1 gold coin. Whoever loses must pay the other 1 gold coin. The sum of 1 gold coin was no small amount. Previously, Rod had only accumulated 50 silver coins as an ordinary citizen of Valkarm. However, the thought of Anno being a forsaken one stirred a sense of temptation within him. Though the 2 companions beside him were strong, they lacked professional seals. Ordinary individuals could not possibly defeat the apprentice professionals I have recruited. After contemplating, Rod nodded in agreement, agreed, it is a deal. Naturally, we need a witness for the wager. I, the hunter Mark Jason, shall act as the referee in 3 days. How does that sound? A man in his 30s stepped forward from the crowd, smiling at everyone. It was him, the Eagle Eye Mark, a level 10 hunter. It was said that at least a dozen level 10 monsters had fallen to his arrows. He was a renowned hunter in Valkarm, and now he wished to witness this farce? How intriguing. It seemed the Forsaken Ones had some exceptional individuals among them. As the crowd murmured, Rod was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that his wager would attract the attention of the Eagle Eye Hunter Mark. What, do you have any objections? Mark inquired, directing his gaze at Rod. In no objections. Rod felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had previously thought about not contributing any more money, convinced that victory was assuredly his. Now, with Mark stepping in as a witness, he would undoubtedly need to gather his stakes during the competition. Mark then turned to Anno with a smile and inquired, What about your side? Anno, taken aback by Mark's reputation in Valkam, discerned the friendly intent behind his grin and did not refuse. I have no objections. Very well. Mark raised his hands, addressing the gathered crowd. In 3 days, there will be a 3-on-3 duel on the arena. One side will feature Mr. Rod, who has just been identified as a superior hunter, alongside his 2 invited apprentice professionals. The opposing side consists of Mr. Anno, a forsaken one, and his 2 ordinary companions. The wager is set at 1 gold coin. The disparity in strength between the 2 parties is indeed vast. Will Mr. Rod emerge victorious with ease, or will Mr. Anno surprise us? Let us anticipate the battle in 3 days. Both parties are expected to arrive on time with their stakes. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeit, and as the witness, I shall claim the stakes on behalf of the winning side. Do not underestimate the tracking abilities of hunters. News of the wager swiftly spread throughout Valkam. One side boasted Rod, a superior hunter, along with 2 apprentice professionals of level 5 or below. The other side consisted of 3 dark-haired foreigners, one of whom was a forsaken one, while the other 2 were not professionals. Given the glaring disparity in their capabilities, the townsfolk initially regarded the wager as a mere amusement, for it was evident that Rod's side would triumph. Professionals possess skills and enhanced physicality through leveling up. How could non-professionals contend with professionals? However, the presence of the level 10 hunter, Eagle Eye Mark, as the impartial witness piqued the interest of the crowd in this seemingly predetermined contest. Mark was a renowned hunter in Valkam. He would not simply act as a witness without reason. Despite the outcome appearing certain, there could be hidden circumstances. Such thoughts lingered in the minds of many as the anticipation for the duel grew, with a considerable number deciding to attend the arena to witness the event. After finalizing the wager, Mark bid farewell to Anno with a smile and departed. Anno pondered for a moment before glancing back at Wang Zishuan. What is the matter? Noticing Anno's peculiar gaze, Wang Zishuan instinctively took a step back. Anno smiled mysteriously, stating, Perhaps you have inadvertently assisted us greatly. Wang Zishuan appeared bewildered by this remark. Well, now that the wager is set, you 2 must put in the effort. Anno turned to Shui Feibai and Lu Zhishang, speaking earnestly. Since you claim you can become apprentice professionals in 3 days, you must compete as such. This battle is imperative for us to win, not just to teach Rod a lesson, but to establish our reputation. This will serve as excellent publicity for the future development of the Adventurers Guild. Shui Feibai and Lu Zhishang had only just met their mentor that day, and their skill training was still in its infancy. Had anyone else heard Anno's demand for them to become apprentice professionals in 3 days, they would surely have thought him deranged. Yet, Shui Feibai and Lu Zhishang, the subjects of this expectation, nodded with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, in 3 days, I shall teach that boy a lesson. Shui Feibai cracked his knuckles. Lu Zhishang placed a hand over his chest, solemnly declaring, "I have no issues on my end." Rod deemed it arrogant for the two to claim they could become professionals in 3 days. Little did he know, both were endowed with exceptional warrior talents, making the acquisition of basic skills in 3 days entirely feasible. Not only them, but the women in their party also possessed extraordinary talents. Although Anno had not set a 3-day deadline for them to obtain their professional seals, following the incident with Rod, they were determined not to be a burden on the team. After lunch, everyone proceeded to their respective mentors for training. Anno, walking alone, strolled through the streets, absorbing the essence of Valcam. Without a doubt, the first adventurers guild in this other world would take root in this city. This duel would mark the inaugural battle that would establish the guild's renown. Given the decision to commence in Valcam, conducting a foundational survey of the city was essential. Anno resolved to begin by investigating the number of professionals and mercenary groups. With a clear objective, Anno diligently sought information. Soon, he gathered a wealth of non-secret intelligence from various sources. Valcam is a border city with a population of approximately 300,000. The number of various professionals within the city hovers around 5,000, with around 3,000 being apprentice professionals of levels 0 to 5. While becoming a professional is no easy feat, it is not insurmountable. The native inhabitants of this other world do not include Forsaken ones. Provided they are willing to pay a tuition fee of 5 silver coins and undergo extensive training to learn basic skills, they can become apprentice professionals. Consequently, the city boasts a significant number of apprentice professionals. However, advancing beyond the status of apprentice professional proves to be much more challenging. At this juncture, effort is crucial. But so is talent. Additionally, the training of professionals requires substantial resources. Learning skills, purchasing weapons, and armor all demand a considerable amount of currency. Many individuals, after becoming apprentice professionals, lack the strength to enter mercenary groups, trade caravans, or military units, leaving them with insufficient funds to support their training expenses. Thus, many remain stagnant, unable to progress beyond the apprentice level. Currently, the ranks of formal professionals in Valcam City, specifically those between levels 5 and 10, predominantly reside within the top mercenary groups, trade caravan escort teams, and the Viscount's Guard. Due to Harry's influence, Anno made a point to inquire about the Bloodstained Mercenary Group. Harry had not exaggerated. The Bloodstained Mercenary Group indeed ranks as the 3rd largest mercenary group in Valcam. It boasts over 100 formal members, all of whom are level 6 or higher. With a structure of 10 members per team, the group comprises 10 team leaders, 2 captains, and 1 commander. Furthermore, the Bloodstained Mercenary Group has around 200 reserve members. These individuals are apprentice professionals who, upon demonstrating exceptional performance in tasks, receive resources to aid their advancement. Once they break through to level 6, they will be formally recognized. Harry's brother, Sharp Carl, is one of the 2 captains, wielding the strength of a level 10 professional knight, often referred to as the Raging Knight by the professionals in the city. The commander of the Bloodstained Mercenary Group is an even more formidable individual, surpassing level 10. Such prowess places the Bloodstained Mercenary Group only 3rd among the mercenary groups in Valcam. According to Anno's inquiries, the Wolf Fong Mercenary Group ranked 1st. The Black Widow Mercenary Group ranked 2nd, and the Bloodstained Mercenary Group, alongside numerous other larger and smaller mercenary groups, collectively comprise over 2,500 professionals, with more than 800 of them being formal professionals of level 6 or above. Within the city, the various merchant caravan security teams consist of approximately 1,000 professionals, with over 500 being officially recognized. The military force commanded by Viscount Raynaud of Valcam comprises fewer than 700 soldiers, although all 700 are formal professionals. The jurisdiction of Valcam encompasses more than 30 villages and towns, each necessitating a garrison of at least 10 guards. Consequently, with a population of 300,000 in Valcam, the military presence dwindles to merely 300 individuals. Moreover, Anno has received intriguing intelligence. Following the winter's end, when nature awakens, most magical creatures also become increasingly active. At such times, Viscount Raynaud issues public bounties on these creatures to encourage the mercenary groups within the city to hunt them, thereby ensuring the safety of the surrounding villages and towns. However, the bounty for the same type of creature rises each year, not due to inflation, but because several large mercenary groups have colluded to pressure Raynaud not to increase the bounties, resulting in their inaction. Most small mercenary groups align themselves with the larger factions as well. The few smaller groups that respond to Raynaud's calls for action lack sufficient strength. They face dangerous hunts against magical creatures that are fraught with difficulty and low efficiency, often ostracized by other mercenary groups, rendering them ill-equipped to manage the forthcoming surge of magical activity in spring. Although Raynaud is deeply committed to his citizens, he is constrained by the limited number of soldiers at his disposal. His frustration with the mercenary group's tactics is palpable, but he is powerless to change the situation, resorting instead to continually raising the bounties. Currently, the season has progressed into late spring, and based on past experiences, it will only be a matter of 10 days to 2 weeks before the magical creatures become most active. Analyzing the available intelligence, it seems that the relationship between Viscount Raynaud and the mercenary groups particularly the Howling Wolves and Bloodstained Mercenaries, is rather strained. Each year, he finds himself subjected to their subtle coercion in this border town. Yet, due to the necessity of their assistance in combating magical creatures, he cannot take any action against them. The merchant side remains undoubtedly neutral. After a moment of contemplation, Anno arrives at a resolution. Time passes swiftly, and soon it is the appointed hour for the duel. After several days of anticipation, the news of this contest has spread throughout much of the city, becoming widely known. Even if most inhabitants are indifferent, nevertheless, a considerable number are drawn to witness the duel today. At the inn where Anno and his companions are staying, the merchants from Gruul Town have already departed. Before leaving, Old John discreetly pulled Anno aside, revealing that members of the Bloodstained Mercenary group had inquired about Harry's whereabouts from the town mayor shortly before Anno's departure. Sharp, noticing his brother's prolonged absence, has begun to suspect something amiss. However, Anno feigns ignorance, and his companions harbor no suspicions towards him. In front of the tavern, Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang are fully prepared. One is sheathed with a short blade while the other wields a long staff. Around their necks hang the insignias of their warrior professions. Indeed, just yesterday, they acquired their basic skills and obtained their professional seals. In addition to them, Lu Yin and Ming Xian have also received their knight's lance and shield insignias, as well as the rogue's dagger insignia, though the others have yet to attain their seals. Their progress is rapid. According to their accounts, they will master their basic skills within 2 days at the latest. Accomplishments that would typically require months, or even longer, have been achieved by Xue Feibai and the others in just 3 days. Such is the mark of extraordinary talent. Moreover, ever since Xue Feibai and her companions received their professional seals, Anno has discovered that he can now view their status panels. Name, Xue Feibai race, human level, 0 experience, 150 profession, apprentice warrior magic, 100 talent, berserker skill, basic blade technique. The experience points likely stem from Xue Feibai's training efforts. Anno is particularly exhilarated by the talent listed as berserker on her panel. During his time in Valcam, he has encountered numerous professionals, yet all have blank talent sections. This revelation underscores the rarity of talent skills, which are generally unattainable by the average individual. While the specific function of Xue Feibai's berserker talent remains unknown, it undoubtedly surpasses the basic skills and effectiveness. Furthermore, it is not only Xue Feibai who possesses a talent skill, her companions do as well. Name, Lu Zhishang race, human level, 0 experience, 150 profession, apprentice warrior magic, 100 talent, kill order skill, basic staff technique. Name, Lu Yin race, human level, 0 experience, 150 profession, apprentice knight magic, 100 talent, judgment skill, basic lance technique. Name, Ming Xian race, human level, 0 experience, 150 profession, apprentice rogue magic, 100 talent, shadow skill, stealth. The 3 talents are kill order, judgment, and shadow, respectively. Anno is unable to discern the precise details, yet they are well aware of their own abilities. Through the explanations provided by the 4, Anno gains insight into these talents. The berserker talent greatly enhances physical strength and speed for a brief period, albeit at the cost of rationality. The kill order allows for the purification of a slain creature's soul, incrementally augmenting one's own physical strength and defense with each soul purified. Judgment permits the accumulation of power within a lance daily, with the potential to unleash an attack up to 10 times one's own strength against a chosen target. Shadow enables the rogue to blend into the surroundings at night, effectively erasing their presence. Each of these talents is immensely powerful. The berserker is evidently a talent suited for turning the tide in adverse situations. While the name kill order suggests restraint, it is a growth-oriented ability, becoming stronger through continuous slaying. Judgment represents an extraordinary skill, delivering an attack that multiplies one's strength tenfold. Who can withstand such an onslaught? Although Shadow lacks offensive capabilities, it allows the rogue to merge seamlessly with their environment, leaving enemies little chance of survival. After learning of these talents' capabilities, Anno finds himself awash with admiration. Yet he is also aware that his own summoned spirits hold considerable value. While Xue Feibai and her companions must cultivate their skills, Anno can instantly learn abilities by collecting the souls of magical creatures. Moreover, summoning magical beings as combatants remains a significant advantage, allowing him to engage multiple foes simultaneously. Though it may seem that he currently lags behind Xue Feibai and her talented companions, Anno firmly believes that the future potential of his spirits will be substantial. After repeatedly reassuring himself, Anno suppresses his envy and leads his companions to the designated site of the duel. In all honesty, the combined strength of Xue Feibai, Lu Zhishang, and Anno is formidable. Unless Rod recruits 2 level 4 apprentice practitioners, it will be utterly insufficient to witness the spectacle. Rod is certainly no match for anyone, while Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang possess robust physical foundations, making it easy for them to contend against even level 2 or 3 apprentice practitioners. Although Anno cannot summon magical creatures for assistance in plain sight and is unable to utilize active skills, he possesses the strength of a level 5 practitioner. Relying on his keen instincts, Anno is capable of defeating level 5 apprentice practitioners through sheer melee prowess. Upon arriving at the duel venue, the group was astonished to find hundreds of spectators gathered. Fortunately, there were spectator stands surrounding the arena. Otherwise, managing such a throng would have been quite troublesome. As Anno and his companions approached, the onlookers immediately recognized them as one of the protagonists of the day, the party of the Forsaken. After all, Anno's distinctive black hair stood out vividly amidst a sea of vibrant colors. As for the women, they donned veils and hats to avoid causing any trouble for Anno and his companions. Rod had arrived early with his team at the duel stage. Upon seeing Anno leading the group, his gaze swept across the women. However, due to their hats and veils, he could not identify Wang Zixuan. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes as he directed a gaze filled with animosity towards Anno. Damn Forsaken One, once I triumph over you on the stage, that beautiful lady will realize that I, Rod, am the one she ought to follow. Anno instructed the 6 women to take their seats in the spectator area before he ascended the duel stage with Xue Feibai and Lu Jishang. Facing them were Rod and 2 apprentice practitioners clad in identical uniforms. Rod remained an apprentice and had yet to become a practitioner. However, after examining the panel information of the other 2, Anno's expression darkened immediately. It was shameless of them to recruit 2 level 5 practitioners. Had this fellow already chosen to join a mercenary group? Anno scrutinized the 2 individuals beside Rod, his brow furrowing slightly. The uniforms bore 3 bloodstain patterns, indicating their allegiance to the Bloodstain Mercenary Group. As Anno ascended the platform, he briefed Xue Feibai and Lu Jishang on the intelligence regarding the 2 practitioners from the Bloodstain Mercenary Group. One was a level 5 apprentice warrior, while the other was a level 5 apprentice mage. The apprentice warrior possessed basic swordsmanship skills, while the apprentice mage wielded the arcane sphere. The arcane sphere is a fundamental skill of the apprentice mage. After chanting a spell, it condenses a magical sphere at the tip of the wand. This sphere can strike a target within a 10-meter range, detonating upon contact and dealing significant damage to any unprotected practitioners. Upon hearing Anno's explanation, both Xue Feibai and Lu Jishang's expressions soured. With their levels at 0, their combat instincts and innate talents could only match those of level 2 or 3 practitioners at most. They stood no chance against level 5 practitioners. The audience outside also took note of the disparity in strength between the 2 sides. Although Rod had not yet become a practitioner, the 2 practitioners beside him were level 5. Since that Forsaken One dared to gamble against Rod, his companions must not be lacking in strength either, right? Those 2. I heard they weren't even practitioners just 3 days ago. What? Not practitioners? How does that Forsaken One dare to challenge 2 level 5 practitioners? Who knows? I just heard that Eagle Eye Mark was coming to witness this match. I have insider information that it seems the Viscount is also quite interested in this duel. Is that even possible? Shouldn't the Viscount be busy preparing to fend off magical creatures at this time? How could he possibly be concerned with such a farce? Hey, do you not see the person sitting over there? That's the Viscount steward. Indeed, I heard Rod has exceptional hunter talent. Could it be that the Viscount is trying to recruit Rod? If so, the Viscount may be too late. Since the Bloodstain Mercenary Group has sent 2 practitioners to assist Rod, they must have already courted him. Enough of this chatter, Mark has arrived. The duel is likely about to commence. As a hunter appeared on the duel stage, the murmurs in the audience gradually subsided. All eyes were drawn to the arena below. Mark slowly walked to the center of the stage and surveyed both sides. Upon seeing the 2 level 5 practitioners beside Rod, Mark felt no surprise. As a hunter, his ability to gather intelligence was naturally formidable. He had learned 2 days prior that Rod had joined the Bloodstain Mercenary Group. This filled him with regret while also sparking concern for Anno. The Forsaken One, unable to become a practitioner, would naturally miss the opportunity to grow stronger. For Anno to secure victory, he must seek out 2 formidable allies. Yet, the individuals stepping onto the duel stage remained the familiar faces he had encountered just the day before. It seemed these 2 had only just earned their warrior insignia yesterday. Thus, Anno's side simply could not contend with Rod's strength. It appears I have overestimated Anno. Mark shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed in Anno. After the duel, it would be essential to discuss matters with Wang Zixuan. If the exceptional talent were squandered due to the Forsaken One, it would indeed be a tremendous waste. Mark's heightened interest in the match between Anno and Rod stemmed from 2 factors: his prior encounter with Anno, which had fostered a sense of kinship, and his knowledge from Hunter Minter Walton about a woman possessing extraordinary hunter talent, who happened to be Anno's companion. By Artemis, that was indeed exceptional talent. Mark himself only had intermediate talent. As long as one avoids missteps, the potential achievements of exceptional talent are immeasurable, destined to shine brightly within the kingdom. Mark had not allied himself with any faction, solely focused on hunting magical creatures. However, this very independence allowed him to perceive the realities within Valkim City. In Mark's view, if Wang Zixuan were to join a mercenary group that only valued profit, it would be another form of waste. Initially, Mark held a favorable impression of Anno. Yet, the identity of the Forsaken One predetermined that Anno would not achieve great success in the future. The duel before him served as the most compelling evidence. Faced with two level 5 opponents, Anno and his companions stood no chance of victory. Nonetheless, Mark was taken aback to find that, aside from himself, many familiar faces were present at this match. Scott was also there. Was the Viscount truly intrigued by this wager? Mark felt a wave of confusion upon spotting the Viscount steward among the audience. Furthermore, in addition to Scott, Mark noticed 6 mentor-level figures, including Walton, hidden within the crowd, each representing a different profession. What could possibly transpire in Valcam City to warrant the simultaneous attention of 6 professional mentors? Mark did not believe their collective presence was merely due to this duel. How strange indeed. Mark lowered his head, pondering for a moment. Yet he could not fathom the underlying reasons. Since clarity eluded him, he chose not to dwell further on it. After all, he was a solitary figure, indifferent to the various skirmishes within the city. With both sides now assembled, he declared, let us commence the wagered duel agreed upon 3 days prior. After his opening remarks, he gestured for Anno and Rod to step forward. Rod, are the 2 individuals beside you the combatants for this contest? Indeed, Rod replied confidently. Meet Peter, a level 5 apprentice warrior, and Paul, a level 5 apprentice mage. Aware of his own limitations against Fei, he chose to frame the duel as a 3v3 battle of apprentices, although they had not yet attained the status of professionals. Their exceptional talents easily qualified them as reserve mercenaries for the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps. Captain Sharp had specifically dispatched 2 level 5 apprentices to bolster their ranks. Fei and Lu Zhishang were to contend with Peter and Paul, while Rod would face the godforsaken Anno. Once the battle commenced, Rod intended to publicly triumph over Anno, especially in the presence of the woman who captivated him. Your name is Anno, correct? Should you kneel and plead for mercy now? I might consider showing you some leniency during the fight, Rod whispered with a smirk. The 2 accompanying combatants erupted into laughter at Rod's taunt. Anno, however, regarded Rod with an impassive expression and calmly replied, are you prepared for a wager of 1 gold coin? The laughter of Rod and his companions faltered. Humph. Rod retrieved a gold coin from his pocket, handing it to Mark with irritation. Godforsaken one, you have squandered your final opportunity to beg for mercy. Anno continued in his unruffled tone, it is premature to speak of victory or defeat. He tossed the coin into the air, allowing it to land in Mark's hand. As Mark accepted the stakes from both parties, he was puzzled by Anno's composure. Was it possible he had misjudged the situation? A flicker of unease crossed Mark's eyes. He was about to inquire about the team composition when a familiar voice interrupted. Wait a moment. Anno's 2 teammates are right here. Walton led 2 level 5 apprentice hunters onto the duel stage, shocking everyone present. The 2 beside me are indeed Anno's allies. Behind Walton stood a young man and woman, both under 20, yet both boasting level 5 prowess. As an experienced hunter who frequented the Hunter's Lodge, Mark recognized them as Walton's prodigious disciples. Unlike ordinary skill learners, they were true students under Walton's meticulous guidance. Walton had always taken pride in these 2 gifted apprentices, and now he had summoned them to assist Anno. After a brief contemplation, Mark suddenly comprehended Walton's intentions. Assisting Anno was merely a means to cultivate favor with that extraordinarily talented woman. It seemed Walton was contemplating taking on disciples once more. Mark chuckled and shook his head. Rather than disapproving of Walton's actions, Mark found himself in agreement. After all, Rod had enlisted 2 level 5 professionals. It was only fair for Anno to have 2 level 5 hunters assist him. As Mark prepared to ask Anno whether he agreed to this change in teammates, several others approached from the audience. Leading the group was the warrior mentor. Nonsense. Anno's teammates are clearly these 2 outstanding apprentice warriors beside me. What do you hunters have to do with this? Next, the knight mentor, the mage mentor, and the thief mentor each brought 2 level 5 professionals to the stage, embroiled in a dispute over Anno's 2 teammate slots. Even the priest mentor approached Anno, offering free healing for his injured finger, which would ordinarily cost 50 silver coins. Anno, however, had opted not to use his funds for healing, as the wager required financial stakes. Godforsaken one, we eagerly anticipate your performance. The priest mentor smiled as he stepped aside after healing Anno's finger. If Walton's assistance to Anno left the spectators bewildered, the subsequent events utterly confounded them. Mark, equally astonished, gazed at Anno. At that moment, he even entertained the notion that Anno might be a noble of the kingdom. Otherwise, it was unfathomable why these level 15 professional mentors would quarrel on behalf of Anno. Walton, what business do you have meddling in this? Anno requires warriors like us. The imposing figure of the warrior mentor stood in front of Fei and Lu Zhishang, glaring at Walton. Nonsense. Anno is a friend of the Hunter's Lodge. We must assist in this duel, Walton retorted, casting a casual glance at Wang Zishuan below the duel stage. Let us, the knights, take charge. We can ensure Anno's victory. The knight mentor, clad in armor and wielding a spear, flashed a smile at Elyan below. The assassin mentor and mage mentor also joined in, each demanding to send their own warriors into the fray. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, many questioning whether they were experiencing an illusion. Can anyone explain what is happening? What is the identity of that godforsaken one? And why are all the professional mentors in the city rallying to assist him? Who knows? Could he be a noble of the kingdom? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Anno too experienced a fleeting moment of confusion. However, Upon observing the subtle actions of Walton and the other mentors, he realized that they were not there to aid him, but rather to support Feibai and his companions. In Anno's team, aside from himself, every other member possessed exceptional talent. This was pure gold glimmering before him. With an opportunity to mentor such prodigious individuals, the mentors could hardly resist. Hence, they sought to assist Anno in winning the match, while simultaneously boosting their appeal before these gifted apprentices, all in preparation for future disciple recruitment. Yet, these mentors only recognized their own profession's exceptional talents, oblivious to the extraordinary potential present in other fields. Consequently, they failed to comprehend why others had interjected into the fray. Seeing Anno glance his way, Feibai quickly shook his head in denial. I did not summon them for assistance. Lu Zhishang nodded in agreement. Neither did I. Anno turned to survey the fervent mentors, internally lamenting, if you take the stage for this performance, how can we possibly uphold the reputation of the Adventurers Guild? Esteemed mentors, may I request a moment of your attention? Anno suddenly spoke up, capturing the focus of Walton and the others. What more do you wish to say, Anno? Let my warriors take the stage. Feibai and Lu Zhishang are both at level 0 and cannot possibly compete against those two at level 5. The warrior mentor shouted loudly. Anno, as a Forsaken One, left a strong impression on the mentor, at least he remembered his name clearly. Seeing the other mentors preparing to argue, Anno quickly interjected, Esteemed mentors, I sincerely appreciate your willingness to assist. However, for today's wager, we intend to take the field ourselves. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Faced with an inevitable defeat, someone came to offer help, enhancing the chances of victory. Yet Anno audaciously declined it. Did I hear incorrectly? He rejected the mentor's assistance. This Forsaken One cannot be serious, can he? How amusing. I now hope that Rod will teach the Forsaken One a lesson, allowing him to understand the harshness of reality. The spectators around began to criticize Anno for his arrogance and ignorance. Yet, Anno remained unfazed, calmly stating, in this contest, we do have a chance of victory. I hope the mentors can grant us a bit more confidence. A chance of victory? The warrior mentor, in a fit of rage, laughed derisively. His regard for Anno diminishing significantly, he pointed at Rod's companions and said, those are 2 level 5 warriors. Are you suggesting that Feibai and the others take on 2 level 5 opponents? Are you not concerned for their safety? Why would he send 2 level 5 warriors to assist Anno? One reason was to garner favor in front of Feibai and Lu Zhishang, and the other was concern for their safety during the fight. The special rank merely indicated their potential, not their actual strength. Ha ha ha, in a battle with 3 participants, I wouldn't allow just those 2 to engage. Anno chuckled. You? The warrior mentor cast a disdainful glance at Anno, sneering, you, a Forsaken One, cannot possibly intervene in a professional battle. Indeed, Anno, you must recognize the truth. Forsaken Ones cannot become professionals. Ordinary individuals are no match for them. Walton chimed in from the side. Their willingness to assist Anno stemmed entirely from their regard for those accompanying him. If it were not for Anno being the leader, the mentors would hardly bother with a Forsaken One. Oh, who says Forsaken Ones cannot become formidable? Anno retorted, sharing a knowing smile with Scott, the Viscount's steward in the audience. He then turned to Mark and stated, our participants are the level 0 apprentice warriors Feibai and Lu Zhishang, as well as myself, a novice summoner. Summoner? What is that? Walton and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Besides the 6 primary professions, do humans have other vocations? Anno chose not to explain further and continued addressing Mark. We are ready and can commence the duel. Oh, very well. Mark, regaining his composure, turned to Rod and his companions. Previously, when Rod saw so many mentors, especially the hunter mentor Walton, coming to assist Anno, he felt a chill within. The mentors brought formidable level 5 professionals, and his hired help would undoubtedly be outmatched. However, what he did not anticipate was Anno's outright refusal of their assistance. We are also prepared, Rod remarked, glancing at the mentors accompanying Anno, his speech slightly faltering. Walton and the others wore displeased expressions. After being rejected by Anno, they did not linger on the battleground and turned to leave, conversing among themselves. I am eager to see what a summoner is capable of. Once only Mark, Anno, and Rod's trio remained on the duel stage. Mark paused and shouted, the duel begins. Before his voice faded, his figure vanished from the arena. Rod and his companions exchanged glances, smirking as they approached Anno's group. Anno, you had the opportunity to win against me. Yet, you relinquished your only chance. With that, he charged alongside the apprentice warrior Peter, while apprentice mage Paul began chanting spells from the rear. Feibai and Lu Zhishang exchanged a look and simultaneously dashed toward Peter, seeking death. Peter, taken aback by the audacity of 2 level 0 novices charging at him, thought, let me show you the disparity between level 0 and level 5. He roared, accelerating rapidly. And in an instant, he stood before Feibai. Bang! Before Feibai could react, he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the duel stage. After delivering a powerful punch, Peter raised his arm to block the wooden stick swung by Lu Zhishang. Humph, such force is merely a tickle. Peter kicked Lu Zhishang away, disdainfully proclaiming, every time a professional levels up, they gain enhanced physical abilities. You novices must not be aware of this yet. Ha ha ha. Shui Fei Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and approached Lu Zhishang's side. This fellow is quite strong. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, then smiled, his eyes brimming with combat spirit, yet still falling short compared to Anno. Upon this reflection, he drew his short sword and charged forward with Lu Zhishang once more. Meanwhile, as the conflict unfolded among Shui Fei Bai's trio, Rod engaged with Anno. Rod brandished a machete, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Anno, in order to relish the moment of triumphing over you, I have undergone grueling training under Peter for the past 3 days. As a Forsaken One, you stand no chance. Before he could finish his sentence, Rod found himself rendered speechless. Anno had made his move. While Rod prattled on, Anno swiftly appeared beside him, gripping Rod's neck and lifting him off the ground. Rod's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Anno before him. Anno's strength surpassed Rod's expectations, making him feel as though his neck might snap. How is this possible? Rod gazed at Anno's smiling face, overwhelmed by terror. He raised his machete and swung it at Anno. Clang. Anno parried the machete with his short sword, effortlessly flicking it away. Your role is merely to provide us with a stage for display. Now, you have outlived your usefulness. As Rod rolled his eyes back, he suddenly heard Anno's words. Yet, he lacked the energy to ponder their significance. The intense sensation of suffocation turned Rod's face crimson, his eyes bulging, and his struggles grew weaker. Anno refrained from killing Rod in front of the hundreds of onlookers. After all, it was merely a wager. With a slight exertion of his arm, Anno hurled Rod aside. Thud! Rod's body crashed heavily to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Rod, in a fit of rage, charged at Anno, only to be swiftly subdued by Anno, who then casually tossed him off the duel stage. At this moment, Shui Fei Bai was preparing to launch his second wave of attack, just as Paul completed his magical incantation. The spectators in the stands were abuzz with discussion upon witnessing the scene. Rod, vanquished in an instant by a mere glance from the Forsaken One. How could this be possible? Was it the case that the Forsaken possessed innate divine strength? Since Anno had merely utilized sheer force to send Rod out of the arena, the audience momentarily refrained from considering other explanations. However, the subsequent events left nearly everyone astounded. Having completed his incantation, Paul S1 was now adorned with a floating arcane sphere. He was momentarily taken aback as he observed Rod being flung away, but in the next instant, he aimed the arcane sphere directly at Anno. You will not survive this impact, or at the very least, you will be gravely injured. A cruel smile crept across Paul's face. He and Peter were dispatched by Sharp to assist Rod in securing victory. Yet, with Rod eliminated from the contest by Anno, Paul felt a pang of humiliation. As Anno regarded the incoming arcane sphere, he exhibited no intention of evasion. In truth, given his speed, he could have easily dodged the magical projectile. However, seizing the rare opportunity to promote the Adventurers Guild, Anno was determined to showcase his formidable prowess. With his right hand raised, Anno softly murmured, "Acidic liquid eruption." 5 orbs of acid, each the size of a human head, shot forth from his hand. To the astonishment of all present, the acid collided with the arcane sphere. The arcane sphere managed to neutralize only the first orb of acid, while the remaining orbs hurtled towards Paul. Bang, 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 bang. 4 orbs of acid crashed before Paul, instantly corroding the stone beneath and producing a chilling hissing sound that sent shivers down his spine. Gulp. Paul swallowed hard, his face a portrait of survival as cold sweat drenched his back. Had those 4 orbs struck him, the consequences would have been dire. All right. It's your turn to exit. A sudden voice echoed in his ear. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Paul felt a heavy blow to his abdomen, and the world around him swiftly blurred. What manner of monster is this? Paul tumbled out of the arena, spewing a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Silence. The arena and the audience were enveloped in an eerie stillness. In less than 10 seconds, Anno had dispatched 2 opponents from the arena, one of whom was a level 5 apprentice mage. If Anno's earlier action of throwing Rod out could be attributed to sheer strength, the current display of magic against Paul left no room for doubt. The Forsaken had indeed wielded magic. Did I see that correctly? The Forsaken has tossed Paul aside like refuse. Foolishness. The primary concern now is how a Forsaken can wield magic. Indeed, that is magic. The mage mentor leapt from his seat, incredulity etched across his face. But Anno is a Forsaken. I witnessed him pay homage to the god of mages at the Mage Tower. He clearly possesses no aptitude for magic. How is he able to cast spells today? The mentor's tone brimmed with confusion. He yearned to rush onto the arena and demand an explanation from Anno. A person forsaken by the god of mages could never hope to learn magic. That is the rule. Otherwise, the revelation of Anno's forsakenness would not have led everyone to conclude he lacked any talent for cultivation. Observing the reactions of those below, Anno realized it was time to establish his presence. This was not the power of a mage, but rather the strength of a summoner. Moreover, this was merely a fragment of a summoner's power. A summoner? The mage mentor tugged at his long white beard, brow furrowed. What exactly is a summoner? In his 60 years of life, he had encountered much, yet never had he seen or heard of a summoner. The surrounding audience now regarded Anno with newfound respect. Previously, they had deemed him a forsaken, believing he rejected the goodwill of the mentors while arrogantly battling alongside 2 level 0 apprentice warriors and Rod. Yet Anno had demonstrated, through his prowess, that he truly required no assistance from others. However, now that Anno had unleashed magic, it suggested that the summoner he spoke of might be as fragile as a mage, as long as he could prevent Anno from casting magic. Peter believed he had a chance to win. After sending Feeble flying, he charged towards Anno. The audience chose to ignore the bloodied Feeble. Their collective gaze fixated on the confrontation between Anno and Peter. Their thoughts aligned with Peter's. A profession capable of using magic surely could not match the combat prowess of a warrior. This explained why, at the onset of the duel, Rod and Peter had surged forward while Paul, the apprentice mage, remained stationary to cast spells. Should Peter, a level 5 apprentice warrior, engage Anno in close combat, the battle would likely conclude swiftly. Disaster. Why has Anno ceased moving? As the referee, Mark felt a surge of concern for Anno, who stood frozen. Others, too, gazed at Anno in confusion, puzzled by his lack of evasive action. Now that I'm upon you, your defeat is assured. Peter closed the distance, throwing a left hook at Anno. Although Anno maintained a calm expression, his focus remained fixed on Peter, activating his low-level perception at once. Though he was also level 5, Peter was a warrior, and in terms of strength, Anno held no significant advantage. Bang! Their fists collided, and both staggered back a step. Is this the strength one can expect from a fragile profession? Peter roared internally, feeling the pain reverberate through his trembling fist. He had fought against others from various professions before. Warriors and knights primarily trained their bodies, wielding strength far superior to the other 4 classes. Yet this mage-wielding individual stood toe-to-toe with him in strength. What could this imply? Could it be that this so-called summoner possesses formidable close combat abilities as well? Peter entertained the thought, but refused to accept it. I refuse to believe you can truly best me in close combat. With a fierce shout to rally himself, Peter swung his dagger towards Anno. Quick to respond, Anno sidestepped the attack and countered with a thrust of his sword. Peter, noticing the maneuver, swiftly raised his dagger to block. Clang! Blades clashed, sending sparks flying. After a brief struggle, they both kicked out simultaneously, retreating a few steps. However, all present observed that while Peter had only retreated 2 steps, Anno had been forced back 4. Peter noted this discrepancy, and a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. This individual cannot match me in close combat. Once Peter's confidence blossomed, his subsequent assault became increasingly ferocious. In the blink of an eye, Anno found himself in a flurry of frantic defense. This was still under the influence of his low-tier perception skill. Without it, Anno believed he would have been even more beleaguered. Truly, as a level 5 warrior, Peter was formidable. As Anno distanced himself from Peter once more, he found his breathing somewhat disordered. Peter, too, was not faring much better, his heaving chest betraying considerable exertion. Yet he felt resolute that if the battle persisted, victory would be his. Just as he prepared to strike again, Anno suddenly spoke up. He had initially hoped to conceal his trump card by defeating Peter in melee combat, but it seemed that such concealment was no longer feasible. Anno's words caused Peter's advancing foot to retract. This fellow still had an ace up his sleeve. This sentiment was not solely Peter's. It echoed the curiosity of the audience below. Could he be stalling for time to cast a spell? Peter remained cautious, keeping a distance of 3 meters from Anno. As long as Anno made a move to cast that spell, he would attack without hesitation. 3 meters, sufficient for him to close the gap before Anno could unleash his magic. Noticing Peter's movements, Anno understood his intentions. However, he remained unfazed. Instead, wearing a calm expression as he inquired, "Would you like to know the true combat style of a summoner?" The phrase true combat style startled Peter. Had Anno not yet revealed his genuine fighting method after all this time? Surely, he jested. Peter replied with an awkward chuckle. Combat styles are merely melee or ranged. You've already employed both. Oh, is that so? Anno flashed a smile that sent chills down Peter's spine. Then, he posed a question. Have you ever battled a slime? Slimes? Of course, Peter had. What about goblins? Goblins were social creatures, often boasting members exceeding level 6, and most adventurers would not dare provoke them lightly. However, Peter proudly recounted a recent encounter where he had hunted a level 5 goblin alongside his team. Goblins were notorious for their ferocity, and any novice adventurer facing a horde of goblins risked losing their life. Is that so? Then allow me to test whether Mr. Peter is boasting. Test? How would he test that? Confusion flickered in Peter's eyes, mirrored by the bewilderment of the audience. How could one test the act of hunting goblins? Were they to venture outside the city in search of a solitary goblin? Mark and the other professional mentors frowned, sensing that Anno's next move would likely showcase the true power of the summoner class, a revelation that could profoundly alter their understanding. My most loyal servants, your master summons you. Anno, feeling sufficiently prepared, summoned 4 level 5 slimes onto the arena. As the half-meter wide slimes appeared before him, the audience could not help but rise from their seats. Slimes. How could creatures like these appear in the arena? Had monsters truly infiltrated the city? Had Anno not summoned only the weak slimes, the crowd was prepared to draw their weapons for a fight. To dispel any misunderstandings, Anno proclaimed loudly, "These slimes are my summoned creatures. In simpler terms, they are my pets." Seeing the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces, Anno approached the slimes and gently caressed them. The slimes, in turn, nuzzled against him, displaying none of the wildness typical of creatures from the plains. Turning to the astonished Peter, Anno smiled. Utilizing summoned creatures in battle is the true combat style of a summoner. Summoner, summoned creatures. The mentors repeated these terms in wonderment, their tones brimming with astonishment. Was this not akin to a hunter's pets? Walton and Mark simultaneously shook their heads. The former elucidated. Hunters lack the ability to tame monsters or conjure pets from thin air. So, does this mean there truly exists a seventh profession known as the summoner? Certainly not. Anno scoffed internally. The summoner was merely a fabrication he had devised for his own spirits. Shifting his gaze to Peter, he summoned forth a goblin, declaring, "The battle has only just begun." Ha ha ha. The goblin rushed onto the scene, brandishing a spear as it charged at Peter. Splat. For streams of acidic liquid launched towards the bewildered Peter. Oh no. Coming to his senses, Peter clumsily dove aside, but not before one stream struck his calf, causing his flesh to sizzle and bleed. Damn it. Peter had not forgotten about the other goblin. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose only to see a shadow lunging at him. Clang. He barely managed to block the goblin's spear with his short blade, but in the next instant, the goblin sent it flying. Thud. After hitting the ground, Peter rolled right to Anno's side. Yet in his panic, he remained oblivious to Anno's presence behind him. His focus was entirely on the goblin summoned by Anno. Turning his back to the enemy was a foolish decision, was it not? A whisper in his ear caused Peter's pupils to constrict, and the next moment, he felt a kick land on his backside, sending him sprawling awkwardly onto the arena floor. Anno wasted no time, commanding the goblin to kick the still-lying Peter closer to him. In an instant, the arena was filled with the goblin's cackles and the slime's encouraging squeaks, overshadowed only by Peter's wails of despair. At that moment, unless one was blind, it was evident to all that Peter stood no chance against Anno. Was this the essence of a summoner? The spectators watched in trepidation as Peter was kicked about by Anno and the goblins. Anno's display of strength was already among the upper echelon of level 5 professionals, not to mention the goblins, who were worthy adversaries for any level 5 combatant. The battle on the arena was a complete one-sided domination. Peter's body soared through the air, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet, driven by an indomitable will, he shouted, "I acknowledge." Just as his lips were covered by the crouching goblin, Peter's resolve to concede ignited an involuntary shiver throughout his body, prompting him to struggle against the ground. He feared the goblin intended to end his life. "Hold still, I'm not going to kill you." Anno kicked at Peter's flailing legs, waiting until he calmed down before gesturing towards another direction of the arena. "Don't be so quick to surrender. I'll offer you a chance, defeat them, and I will consider this match a victory for you. What do you say?" Following Anno's direction, Peter beheld Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang, their chests stained crimson with blood, just beginning to recover from the severe injuries he had inflicted. Faced with the sight of the two precariously teetering on the brink, Peter was bewildered by Anno's intentions. Even if Peter had been grievously injured by Anno, he doubted that these two novice warriors could pose any threat, especially given their own grievous conditions. Xue Feibai had already coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. "How about this? You've already lost this match, and returning home won't be easy for you. Besides, you have already gravely injured them, so it's not entirely unfair." Anno's words plunged Peter into contemplation. He had indeed been given a directive to secure victory in this competition. "Peter, Rod is now one of us. Teach those forsaken ones a lesson. Make it a definitive victory, so that everyone knows not to provoke the bloodstained mercenaries. If you tarnish our reputation, you shall not return to the mercenary guild." Recalling Captain Sharp's admonitions, Peter swallowed hard. Everyone heard it. "This is your declaration." With that, he rose, retrieving the blade from the ground, and faced Xue Feibai and Lu Zhishang. What a lunatic. The onlookers frowned as Anno, capable of victory, refrained from striking, instead allowing the wounded Xue Feibai to continue the fight. The warrior instructor, witnessing Xue Feibai's pitiful state, felt a pang of sympathy, and upon hearing Anno's demands, his temper flared. "Forsaken Anno, Xue Feibai cannot continue the battle." Ha ha ha, just as I wished. Just as the warrior instructor was about to call Xue Feibai off, he suddenly burst into laughter, excitement radiating as he approached Peter. Anno deftly retreated a few steps, standing aside to observe. "Old Lu, watch from the sidelines. Let me handle this." Wiping the blood from his mouth, Xue Feibai's gaze fixated on Peter, his eyes gradually reddening. "Frenzy." Xue Feibai roared internally, his aura multiplying exponentially. Even in his prime, Peter would have dismissed Xue Feibai's enhanced presence, but in his current weakened state, he perceived Xue Feibai as a formidable tiger. Ignoring his own injury, Xue Feibai focused solely on Peter, relentlessly slashing with his dagger, his speed accelerating, defying the limitations of his wounds. To Peter's astonishment, the current Xue Feibai was far stronger than the uninjured version he had previously faced. As the clash unfolded, Peter found himself increasingly unable to match Schwefebai's rhythm. In a short span, he was struck so fiercely that he coughed up blood and collapsed into unconsciousness. In those fleeting moments before darkness enveloped him, a singular thought echoed in his mind. Monsters. Schwefebai, seemingly unsatisfied, shifted his gaze toward the lurking Anno. Although his sanity had diminished somewhat, he recognized Anno, withdrawing from his frenzied state. Truly, a remarkable talent. Anno nodded approvingly from the sidelines. While the loss of reason was unfortunate, the enhancement effects were undeniably potent. It was worth noting that Schwefebai was merely a novice. Initially, he and Lu Zhishang had been thoroughly outmatched by Peter. Schwefebai's displayed prowess even startled the warrior instructor, further solidifying the instructor's desire to take Schwefebai as a disciple. What a splendid duel. Mark. May we announce the results of the match? Scott, the Viscount steward, beamed with delight as Peter fell unconscious, rising from the audience to applaud. Mark's gaze shifted between Scott and Anno before he exclaimed, "Oh." He then leaped onto the arena. In this contest, Anno emerges victorious. Of course. The outcome was evident to all. Rod and his companions lay unconscious, devoid of any fighting spirit. Yet, such a conclusion was entirely unexpected. Lord Anno, do you have a moment? The Viscount wishes to see you. As Anno retracted his summons and accepted the 2 gold coins wagered, one of which was his own from Mark. Scott extended his invitation. It is my utmost honor. Anno smiled, then gestured toward Schwefebai and Lu Zhishang. But before that, allow me to tend to my brother's wounds. Of course. Scott's smile widened as he regarded Schwefebai. A warrior of such prowess at the novice level was a rarity he had never encountered. However, as a partner, the stronger Anno's side appeared, the more favorable it was for the Viscount. Indeed, Anno had sought out Scott prior to the duel. He could have easily secured victory. Yet he treated the match as a spectacle to showcase the potential of Schwefebai and his peers. Rod and his companions were mere supporting characters. Having witnessed Anno's team's strength firsthand, Scott believed that the proposed collaboration could proceed. The priest instructor, eager to impress Lu Ruru and Ning Wan, healed Schwefebai and Lu Zhishang's injuries. Anno encouraged Schwefebai and the others to engage more with their respective instructors while he followed Scott to meet the Viscount. The two had not walked far when Liu Yin suddenly caught up from behind, biting her lip, and implored, "Anno, allow me to accompany you." Anno paused, glancing back at the departing knight instructor. "I informed my instructor that I had matters to attend to, and he left ahead." "Very well." Anno nodded, replying, "After all, I shall require your assistance in the future. Come with me to meet the Viscount and familiarize yourself." In the eyes of Anno, Liu Yin was not merely a beautiful vase. Her abilities undoubtedly ranked first among the 6 women. Upon receiving Annua's affirmation, a smile of delight graced Liu Yan's face. Though it was swiftly concealed, Scott did not oppose Liu Yan's inclusion. 2 days prior, when Annua approached him with a proposal for collaboration with the Viscount, Scott was naturally skeptical of someone without even a professional seal. However, when Annua summoned a slime before him, demonstrating her ancient vocation as a summoner, Scott's resolve began to waver. Subsequently, Annua proposed the duel for today and invited Scott to observe, suggesting they reach a conclusion afterward. Today, Scott witnessed Annua's strength and potential. Moreover, it was not just Annua. Her companions were formidable as well. As the steward of Viscount Reno, Scott was no stranger to prowess. Yet this was the first time he had seen all the mentors in the city gather together. These mentors were predominantly level 15 elites, transcendent presences in Valcam City. And no one would be foolish enough to provoke them. Yet, this remarkable assembly had convened due to Annua. Scott, not being naive, discerned that these mentors had come for Annua's companions. Annua's companions were relatively weak. Even counting those with professional seals, including Schwefebai, there were only 4. However, the fact that all mentors were stirred by these individuals indicated their exceptional talent. According to gathered intelligence, Liu Yin, like Schwefebai, had acquired her knight seal within 3 days. The potential was boundless. After contemplating this internally, Scott led Annua and Liu Yin to the Viscount's castle. The castle stood in the northwestern region of Valcam City. After a brief ride in the steward's carriage, Annua beheld a castle sprawling over several acres. 2 rows of formidable guards stood at the castle's entrance. From their imposing presence, Annua could ascertain that these guards were elite protectors of the Viscount's stronghold. "Mr. Annua, Miss Liu Yin, please follow me." After disembarking, Scott led the 2 to the room designated for receiving guests. "Please wait a moment." After 2 beautiful golden-haired maids served Annua and Liu Yin some light refreshments, Scott took his leave. In the castle study, a middle-aged man with golden hair stared gloomily at the report in his hands, which detailed the guards' investigations into the surrounding towns. Almost all reports indicated a gradual increase in monster sightings. "Alas, I wonder how many villages will be destroyed this year." Viscount Reno sighed, his murky gaze drifting towards the window. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted him, and he turned to see his steward Scott at the door. "My lord, the Mr. Annua I mentioned to you is waiting in the reception room." Upon hearing this, the Viscount's expression sharpened. What left the deepest impression on him regarding this young man, who sought cooperation, was his identity as a forsaken one. However, the very fact that Scott had brought him indicated much. What is your assessment? Viscount Reno inquired. Great potential, quite usable. Scott's evaluation prompted the Viscount to rise and prepare to head to the reception room. Yet, just as he reached the door, he suddenly halted. Let Lola speak with him first. Anno sat in the reception room, enjoying an apple brought by the maids while stealing glances at the two golden-haired attendants. Although the maids were fairly ordinary in appearance, their figures were exceedingly voluptuous and alluring. Particularly noteworthy were their ample bosoms, which the maid outfits could scarcely conceal. The dazzling white curves of their upper bodies were exposed to the air, capturing Anno's undivided attention. His eyes had not strayed from the maid since Scott's departure. This scene was observed by Lu Yen, who felt an uncomfortable sensation in her chest, as if a stone were lodged there. It reminded her of the time she awoke in a bikini in the forest chapel, fighting goblins when her top was torn off, leaving her upper body exposed to Anno's gaze. Although it lasted but a moment, Anno's expression then mirrored his current one. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a faint blush crept onto Lu Yan's sun-kissed skin. Bah, all men are pigs. And these maids, dressed so provocatively, the Viscount must surely be a lecher. Even before the Viscount made an appearance, Lu Yan had already labeled him as lascivious. Meanwhile, as Anno continued to eat, he suddenly felt a warmth surging to his nose. Quickly, he wiped it away, realizing that he had always thought of nosebleeds as an exaggeration in writing, only to discover their reality. Supporting his forehead with his hand, he wore a helpless smile. After all, I am merely a vigorous young man. Fortunately, no one else noticed. As the maid saw that Anno had nearly finished the fruit platter, they leaned down to replenish it. When a luscious melon was placed barely 20 centimeters from Anno's eyes, his gaze widened to an unprecedented extent, as if he were on the verge of exploding with excitement. Thank you for the hospitality. After the maids departed, Anno reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Lu Yan, about to speak, was interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside. Then, a young girl, approximately 1.6 meters tall, clad in an exquisite princess gown with wavy golden hair cascading over her shoulders, entered the reception room and approached Anno. The girl's beauty resembled that of a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Merely standing there drew everyone's attention. Her delicate pink lips invited admiration, and her starry blue eyes were fixed on Anno, brimming with playfulness and curiosity. With skin so fair it seemed ethereal, and a waist so slender it could be encircled with a single hand, her petite frame elicited an instinctive desire to cradle and protect her. Anyone who beheld her could not help but marvel at her as a divine creation. Yet, Anno merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. No way. Lola looked at Anno in confusion, unable to comprehend what the youth, who appeared only slightly older than herself, meant by no way. However, she was aware of her allure to men. Seeing that Anno was not captivated by her, Lola's curiosity about him deepened. I am the daughter of the Viscount, Lola. She introduced herself. Anno was not surprised by Lola's identity. Scott had followed her closely, clearly indicating her connection to the Viscount. From her age, it was easy for Anno to deduce Lola's lineage. Yet, he could not fathom why it was not the Viscount himself who had come to meet him. I am Anno, and this is my companion, Lu Yan. Following Anno's introduction, Laura took her place at the head of the table. With the heightened activity of magical creatures after winter, my father is quite occupied. Therefore, I've come to discuss potential collaborations with you. Laura's voice possessed a crystalline quality, reminiscent of a nightingale's song. She turned to Anno and inquired, So, Mr. Anno, esteemed inheritor of an ancient summoner lineage, what form of partnership do you propose? Observing Laura's seating, Anno surmised that Count Renaud would not be attending. However, he remained unfazed and responded to Laura, Miss Laura. The matter I wish to discuss with the Count is indeed related to these magical entities. Oh, Laura's interest piqued, and she gestured for Anno to continue. Each spring, the activity of magical creatures escalates significantly, frequently resulting in attacks on the villages and towns surrounding Valcam. Anno stated with newfound gravitas. He fixed his gaze on Laura and queried, Miss Laura, do you not find Valcam to be somewhat overcrowded as it stands? What are you implying? Laura's brow furrowed. Valcam's prosperity was a direct result of her father's efforts, and she took umbrage at Anno's implied criticism. Anno, sensing Laura's misunderstanding, quickly clarified, Please, do not misunderstand my intentions. To my understanding, Valcam was originally a border city of 200,000 inhabitants, yet it now houses 300,000. The additional 100,000 are almost entirely refugees from villages and towns ravaged by magical creatures. Over the years, the number of settlements around Valcam has dwindled, leaving fewer than 40 in the kingdom's southern reaches. Anno had gathered this information during his recent inquiries within the city. While Valcam presented an image of prosperity, bustling with activity, its population was nearing its capacity. The displaced inhabitants should have been residing in the surrounding villages, but these had been reduced to ruins by the incursions of magical creatures. This was due to the city's inability to extend protection to the outlying settlements, resulting in a series of tragic events. Despite the destruction of villages, the population of magical creatures seemed undiminished. And your point? Laura's delicate brow furrowed further, puzzled by Anno's line of reasoning. I believe the reason for the unchecked proliferation of magical creatures lies in our exclusively defensive posture. We have rarely taken the initiative to strike first, Anno declared, his voice rising. He stood from his seat and gestured towards the outside. If Valcom's professionals were to venture beyond the city walls and actively cull the magical creatures, the safety of the surrounding villages would undoubtedly improve. Laura had hoped for a more insightful proposition from Anno, rather than a reiteration of the obvious. If Valcom's professionals were capable of offensive action, her father would have already implemented such a strategy. Mr. Anno, did you seek my father's partnership solely to voice this notion? Anno shook his head in response. No, Miss Laura. The Count is a man capable of governing a city of 300,000 souls with impeccable order. He must have already considered this approach. However, for certain reasons, such a plan has proven unfeasible. Anno narrowed his eyes at Laura, uttering a single word: mercenaries. Anno's investigation had revealed that, with the exception of a few mercenary companies loyal to Count Renaud, the majority had formed an alliance to secure higher bounties. They deliberately avoided accepting contracts for magical creatures offered by the Count, perpetuating the cycle of tragedy. Each spring, they secretly wished for increased magical creature activity, as it translated to greater financial gain. Such individuals could not be relied upon to proactively leave Valcam. Laura, possessing a keen intellect from a young age, had assisted Count Renaud in managing the city's affairs since the age of 15. Renaud had intentionally groomed Laura as his sole heir, and by the age of 18, she had assumed responsibility for many of the city's functions. Consequently, she was acutely aware of the mercenaries' actions and motivations. Upon hearing Anno's mention of the mercenaries, a flicker of recognition crossed her eyes. The mercenaries are merely professionals driven by monetary gain, and are not under my father's jurisdiction unless the city is under direct assault. The city guard is already understaffed, tasked with guarding the city and its surrounding villages. They cannot be spared for hunting magical creatures, Laura explained, her gaze questioning. What course of action do you propose? According to rough estimates based on the seals issued to each profession, Valcom's mercenary companies boast a combined force of over 2,500 professionals. Furthermore, excluding the 1,000 guards employed by merchant guilds who constantly travel between cities, and the 700 guards stationed within the city and its surrounding villages, there remain nearly 1,000 professionals within the city. Anno exclaimed. While 90% of these individuals are of levels 0 to 5, there are also those with the potential of someone like Mark. These individuals could be put to good use. Laura was surprised by the accuracy of Anno's assessment of the city's professional population. However, she remained skeptical of the potential of these individuals, who had been deemed unsuitable by the mercenary companies and merchant guilds, or who were solitary and reclusive. I am aware that many of these individuals possess limited talent. Having been rejected, they lack the resources to further their advancement, effectively ending their opportunities for growth. However, while talent is important, effort and perseverance are equally crucial. Who can guarantee that there are no hidden talents among these 1,000 individuals? As it stands, they are unable to join mercenary companies or merchant guilds, and lack the commissions and financial resources necessary for advancement. They are relegated to performing the same tasks as ordinary citizens, which is a tremendous waste. Furthermore, every resident of the city has the option of becoming a professional. However, the presence of these 1,000 individuals creates the perception that even with diligent effort, one might still end up as an ordinary citizen. In such a case, the 5 silver coins invested in learning basic skills would be lost. This sentiment discourages residents from pursuing a career as a professional. I believe this is the reason why, out of a population of 300,000, there are only 5,000 professionals. Even if your assessment is accurate, and there are indeed individuals with untapped potential, we lack the means and resources to train everyone, simply for the sake of a few potentially overlooked talents. Laura countered. She acknowledged the validity of Anno's points, but believed that altering the status quo was virtually impossible. The strength of magical creatures was undeniable, and the majority of the rejected professionals were only at levels 2 or 3. Without the guidance of high-level professionals, they lacked the ability to hunt magical creatures independently. The Count would never entrust them with such tasks, as it would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Anno's lips curled into a smile. After so much exposition and preparation, he had finally steered the conversation to this point. I am not suggesting that the Count should train them. However, I have a means by which they can train themselves. Once they have developed their skills, they can alleviate the Count's burdens. Lola's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, what method? Please tell me quickly. The method, however, required time to yield results in the support of the esteemed Viscount. Anno chuckled softly and began to discuss with Lola. The plan naturally involved establishing an adventurers guild, allowing local professionals to register as adventurers and undertake tasks for profit. The tasks here differed from the large-scale assignments handled by mercenary groups. The Adventurers Guild would start with smaller tasks, providing opportunities for lower-tier adventurers to develop. These tasks would necessitate assistance from Viscount Renaud, which is what Anno referred to as the support of the Viscount. Upon leaving the Viscount's castle, Anno and Luyan departed in a carriage arranged by Lola. Inside the carriage, Luyan glanced at the contract in Anno's hand and couldn't help but ask, Is the Viscount truly willing to provide us with a house to establish the Adventurers Guild? Anno smiled slightly, shaking the document in his hand. It's not free. It's a rental. The contract is right here. What's there to doubt? However, aren't adventurers in the Adventurers Guild rather similar to mercenary groups? Luyan interjected, having listened closely to Anno and Lola's conversation. Given the constant influence of the mercenary group, why did Lola so vigorously support Anno's idea for the Adventurers Guild? They both offer remuneration for tasks. Why not simply commission the mercenary group, whose strength far surpasses that of idle professionals in the city? Anno, hearing Luyan's question, explained, while the mercenary group is powerful, they are increasingly positioning themselves against the Viscount. Adventurers, on the other hand, are not only more affordable but are also willing to undertake tasks that mercenaries disdain. Over time, this could exert pressure on the mercenary group, which would be beneficial for the Viscount. Luyan pondered for a moment, then remarked, I still fail to grasp the distinction between the two. Haha, once our Adventurers Guild officially opens, you'll understand. At the Viscount's castle, after Anno's departure, Lola immediately sought out Viscount Renaud and recounted their discussion. Establishing an institution to provide some minor, yet intricate tasks, requiring only moderate remuneration, the sooner, the better. Upon hearing Anno's ideas, Viscount Renaud pondered for a moment with his head bowed. He then sifted through the pile of documents on his desk and addressed Lola. As it happens, I have some tasks that need professionals. Did Anno mention where he resides? Lola nodded, responding, after receiving the contract, he mentioned wanting to check the house I offered him. He will be staying there tonight. I'll prepare some materials. This afternoon, you and Scott should deliver the documents to him and encourage him to expedite the establishment of that Adventurers Guild. Indeed. The Viscount had several tasks that were not particularly dangerous yet quite complex. If entrusted to the mercenary group, it would cost him several times more. He had originally intended to send guards to handle them, but if Anno's Adventurers Guild could manage them at a reasonable price, the Viscount would be most agreeable. The manpower saved could be redirected to more critical matters. Very well, Father, Lola responded. She then tapped her chin thoughtfully and added, I recall Anno mentioning that task commissions need to specify concrete objectives for him to assess the difficulty and determine pricing. Oh, difficulty assessment? Viscount Renaud chuckled. Then we shall comply with his request. If he can indeed enhance the capabilities of the Valcam professionals and aid me in combating monsters, he will have performed a great service. Conversely, if he is a charlatan, be he a Forsaken One or a summoner, he shall find himself imprisoned. In the northern region of Valcam City, Anno gazed at the three-story building sprawling nearly 500 square meters before him, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, this was once the town hall. It is more than sufficient for our initial needs. This building had previously served as an office for city officials. Later, for convenience, the town hall relocated to the city center, leaving this space vacant. Starting today, it would become the Adventurers Guild. Anno excitedly approached the entrance and pushed open the wooden door. As the door swung wide, a cloud of dust cascaded from the frame. Covering his nose, Anno stepped inside and surveyed the disarray of furniture, thick layers of dust and cobwebs. Turning to Luyan and instructed, please inform the others to return at noon for a gathering. This place will require considerable cleaning, always making me do the work. Luyan grumbled, yet she complied, venturing to summon the others from their respective locations. Meanwhile, Anno began to explore the building. The first floor served as a hall, saving him the trouble of creating one. This space would serve as the task hall, with a task board set centrally. A few tables would be placed to the right, along with several female staff members to assist the adventurers. The second floor would remain vacant for now, potentially to be developed into a VIP area in the future. The third floor had numerous rooms that could serve as their living quarters. Anno entered one of the rooms on the third floor, opened the window, and gazed at the uneven rooftops and the bustling streets below, feeling a profound sense of comfort. Now, he merely needed to await Viscount Renaud to send over tasks, recruit adventurers, and gradually establish the Adventurers Guild's reputation. This first step had been taken. Regardless of the circumstances, Anno's aspiration to create an Adventurers Guild was finally coming to fruition today. However, none of this was without cost. The house was rented from the Viscount, although the first month was free, starting from the second month. A rent of 50 silver coins would be required. Anno had initially considered purchasing the property, but its price was a staggering 100 gold coins. Quite laughable, as he could not afford such an expense. Furthermore, if the Adventurers Guild failed to achieve the results Anno had promised, the Viscount would hold him accountable. In the afternoon, Anno was engaged in a thorough cleaning of the Adventurers Guild with Shui Bai and others when a voice called from outside. Is Mr. Anno in? Miss Lola has some tasks to commission you. Upon hearing the voice, Anno swiftly opened the window from the second floor and leapt down. Lola, who had just alighted from her carriage, was startled as a figure suddenly descended before her, causing her to stumble backward. Ah! Lola closed her eyes and screamed, but soon felt an arm wrap around her shoulder, while another hand grazed her shapely backside. Startled, Lola opened her eyes slowly to find Anno's somewhat apologetic expression. My apologies. It was unintentional. Anno had not anticipated that he would startle Laura. He was merely excited upon receiving the task. As for his current posture, it was simply to prevent her from falling, devoid of any ulterior motives. Encircled by Anno, Laura felt the man's breath, and her face flushed a deep crimson. How brazen, how audacious, to show such disrespect to the daughter of a viscount. Anno, noticing Laura's flushed cheeks and the steam seemingly rising from her head, was momentarily taken aback by her incoherent stammering. Before she could finish her words, he straightened her up, released her, and stepped back. It was merely an A. Laura's attention was swiftly diverted. Observing Anno's disdainful expression, she stamped her foot and inquired, "So, what precisely does it mean?" Her instincts told her that A was certainly not a commendable term. What does it signify? Anno's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Laura's chest, and with a look of disappointment, he replied, "A represents wealth. After all, not everyone can effortlessly possess an airport. And as the daughter of a viscount, Laura must surely be quite affluent. Is that so?" Laura regarded Anno with skepticism, adjusting her slightly disheveled golden locks, and pouted, "I can't shake the feeling that you're thinking something rather impolite. Let us discuss serious matters. Did you not come to deliver the commission?" Turning around, Anno opened the door to the Adventurers Guild, gesturing for her to enter. The first floor had been tidied up just in time for their discussion. "So soon?" Laura exclaimed in surprise. It had only been a few hours, and they had managed to clean such a large space. Well, it was merely a simple cleaning. It didn't take much time. The subsequent renovations may take a bit longer, Anno said, feeling slightly awkward as he led Laura through the door. The hall on the first floor, though spotless, was sparsely furnished, with only a few tables and chairs, giving it an exceedingly empty appearance. However, with the task commission now delivered, Anno was not far from earning some coin. After all, the Adventurers Guild charges a 5% fee for task rewards. It would not be long before he could procure some essentials for the guild. The task involved surveying the grasslands surrounding Mill Village to ascertain whether any monsters had appeared. Mill Village was not far from Valcom. A round trip would only take half a day. Anno perused the commission in his hand, beginning his assessment. In terms of combat, the nearby monsters were primarily low-level slimes, posing little danger. This surveillance task could be classified as an entry-level assignment, entirely suitable for a level 0 professional. Given that the task itself did not necessitate combat, a reward of 80 copper per day seemed reasonable. Having spent his idle days compiling information on Valcom and its surroundings, Anno was well aware of the situation in Mill Village. To put it plainly, the Viscount was concerned that monsters might stealthily approach Mill Village, hence the need for surveillance. With Mill Village only 5 kilometers from Valcom, should monsters reach Mill Village, Valcom would need to prepare for battle. Nevertheless, the Viscount himself believed the likelihood of a monster attack on Mill Village was slim. Yet, this was a matter of preferring to waste manpower rather than neglecting a potential threat, for if monsters truly did attack, it could lead to significant unnecessary casualties. Previously, the Viscount had dispatched guards for reconnaissance. However, as this was a long-term task, the number of guards at his disposal was somewhat limited. The Viscount had once contracted a mercenary group, but they demanded a fee of 2 silver coins per day, citing the potential danger of encountering monsters. Now, that fee had risen to 5 silver coins per day, justifying the increase by the presence of a 10-member team. Yet, such a commission did not require so many personnel. Ultimately, the Viscount withdrew the commission and instructed the guards from various villages to conduct the patrols. A small town typically had only 10 guards, who were already stretched thin maintaining order while also needing to rotate shifts. The additional patrol task not only intensified the guards' workload but also diminished their training time. Had it not been for the fact that Viscount Raynor was genuinely a benevolent lord concerned for the residents of his domain, the guards would have long expressed their grievances. 80 copper? Laura gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She was not questioning the amount as excessive but rather as insufficient. Would anyone even be willing to undertake such a meager payment? The mercenary group demanded at least 2 silver coins, and the highest was 5 silver coins, far exceeding Anno's proposed reward by more than 6 times. With a light chuckle, Anno explained, the grasslands surrounding Mill Village lack any concealing terrain, rendering the possibility of monster attacks from that direction exceedingly low. If it is merely a precautionary patrol, the risk is minimal. Adventurers could easily avoid engaging with the slimes. A simple circuit of the plains while observing for a day would suffice to complete the task. An 80 copper reward is more than adequate. For the average citizen of Valcom, earning 30 copper in a day was commendable, and even small shops barely turned a profit of 50 copper. At 80 copper, it was certain that some idle low-level professionals within the city would be eager to accept the task. However, would the adventurers you speak of truly commit to the task? That was the very concern shared by Laura and the Viscount. Should the adventurers accepting the commission be negligent in their duties? Laura would prefer to have the guards conduct the patrols. After all, according to Anno, anyone could apply to become an adventurer, and the guild was not subordinate to the adventurers. If the laziness of the adventurers were to lead to unforeseen consequences, Anno would bear considerable blame. Regarding this matter, we impose certain requirements on adventurers for specific commissions. Those who do not meet the criteria are ineligible to accept the task. For instance, for the Mill Village task, unless the adventurer is trustworthy, We would require that they have completed 5 basic tasks without receiving negative feedback from the employer. Malicious reviews do not count. Anno produced several commission forms and explained to Laura, basic tasks are those devoid of any danger. And most of your tasks are quite similar to the one for Mill Village. He sighed, continuing, you still do not grasp what I conveyed to you earlier this morning. Do not confine commission tasks solely to combat and patrols. There are commissions for cleaning sewers of slimes, providing information about wanted criminals within the city, searching for ores or other materials, reinforcing city walls, delivering messages, or even retrieving lost cats and dogs, if the Viscount can afford it. You could even post an epic quest to assassinate a demon king, while cleaning the sewers of slimes might be acceptable. Laura had never considered that one could issue a commission for finding lost items. Moreover, what had Anno just said? Assassinate a demon king. Goodness. That was the very demon king leading an army of monsters against the 3 great nations of humanity. Had it not been for the united resistance of the elven, dwarven, and orderly factions of the beastmen, Angamros would have long been unified under the demon king's rule. How could Anno possess the audacity to utter such a statement? Anno gazed at Laura with a smile. I never claimed I could assassinate the demon king. I merely stated that the task is to eliminate him. As long as the Adventurers Guild continues to expand, it will undoubtedly attract some exceptionally powerful adventurers. Who knows, perhaps some individuals will come across the task, find the rewards appealing, and take it on. Is it truly possible for someone to slay the demon king? Laura pondered, lowering her head for a moment before suddenly asking. Who knows? Anno replied. However, can one truly call themselves an adventurer if they do not embrace risk? Anno organized the commission in his hands and continued. I merely urge Miss Laura not to confine herself to previous notions. As long as it does not violate the law, the Adventurers Guild can undertake any commission. Currently, however, the guild is in its infancy, with few adventurers and no strong ones, rendering it incapable of fulfilling tasks beyond their capabilities. Is it all just your speculation? Laura returned to the conversation, aware that the commission to assassinate the Demon King was overly fantastical. Nevertheless, she smiled and remarked, yet this notion remains quite delightful. Anno tapped the table and continued, let us further discuss the commission rewards. He then classified the 14 commissions Laura had brought. Among them, 10 tasks were similar to those in Mill Village, categorized as beginner level, with rewards varying between 50 copper and 1 silver, depending on the size of the town. 3 involved exploring villages recently attacked by monsters, which posed significant danger and required a team of level 5 to 10 adventurers or a group of level 0 to 5 apprentices, classified as Black Iron level, with rewards ranging from 5 to 10 silver coins. After discussing all the rewards with Anno, Laura felt elated. The rewards Anno sought were far lower than she had anticipated, more than halved. She now looked forward to the growth of Anno's Adventurers Guild, envisioning the day when tasks currently reserved for mercenary groups could be entrusted to adventurers instead. Let us see how you will raise your prices in the future, she thought, cursing the mercenary group that frequently opposed the Viscount. Turning to Anno, who was busily writing on paper, she curiously inquired, Anno, what are your criteria for grading tasks? Anno raised his head and met the eager gaze of the young woman, revealing, there is nothing to conceal. Tasks that can be completed by a level 0 adventurer, such as helping a master find a pet, repairing city walls, or assisting farmers during harvest, are deemed basic level tasks. They pose no danger and can be undertaken by anyone, with the lowest rewards. The next tier is the beginner level, which requires a level 0 adventurer to complete a certain number of basic tasks before tackling low-risk assignments, such as clearing slimes or tasks from Mill Village. The rewards vary but do not exceed 5 silver coins. Following that are Black Iron level tasks, which necessitate combat and can only be accepted by adventurers of levels 6 to 10 with a minimum reward of 5 silver coins. Tasks for adventurers of levels 11 to 15 correspond to the bronze level, typically involving monster attacks on villages and presenting significant danger. Events capable of plunging Valcom into crisis are classified as silver level, requiring a large number of adventurers above level 16 to resolve, such as a siege by thousands of monsters. Upon hearing the term siege by monsters, Laura felt her breath quicken. Valcom did not possess any adventurers of level 16. If thousands of monsters were to attack, Valcom could very well fall. Are there tasks beyond the silver level? Laura timidly asked. Certainly, Anno replied, aware that the realm of human cultivation extended far beyond level 20. Above silver level exist gold, platinum, mithril, hero, and epic levels worthy of historical records, as well as legendary levels deserving of eternal fame. Laura's gaze filled with longing as she contemplated the notion of being recorded in history and celebrated for generations. After spending some time at the Adventurers Guild, Laura departed, promising Anno to utilize the Viscount's influence to help promote the existence of the guild. Anno was immensely grateful. With the Viscount's reputation, the townsfolk would trust the Adventurers Guild, preventing them from viewing Anno as a fraud. In the following 2 days, Anno busied himself with matters concerning the Adventurers Guild. 2 days later, passers-by noticed that the previously abandoned old town hall had been refurbished and revitalized. A significant sign hung above the entrance, boldly declaring Adventurers Guild. On the opening day, Laura personally attended the event to cut the ribbon for the Adventurers Guild. Curious onlookers, who had been slow to catch wind of the news, saw Laura and Anno enter the guild and began to inquire among themselves. What is the Adventurers Guild? Why is Miss Laura here? You don't know? The news about the Adventurers Guild has spread like wildfire among low-level adventurers these past few days. Indeed. I heard that any adventurer can register their identity at the Adventurers Guild and become an adventurer, allowing them to accept tasks. What? The Adventurers Guild is a newly established mercenary group? Not at all. I heard that adventurers are independent entities, not governed by the Adventurers Guild. That is what sets it apart from mercenary groups. What I find most appealing is that even we level 2 adventurers can register as adventurers and accept tasks. Is that true? We can accept tasks without joining a mercenary group? But our strength is limited. Won't that be dangerous? Of course, we can accept tasks. This is clearly stated in the Viscount's announcement. The Viscount also urged anyone in need within the city to present their commissions to the Adventurers Guild, regardless of the task type. As for danger, if adventurers do not take risks, can they truly call themselves adventurers? Moreover, the guild offers tasks of varying levels to choose from. If one feels the need for caution, they may select tasks that do not require combat. Such tasks carry no danger. But the rewards typically do not exceed 1 silver coin. Higher danger means higher rewards. However, I have heard that every adventurer must first undertake a few low-risk tasks before accepting any dangerous ones. Brother, how do you know so much? When someone inquired, Shuefei proudly pointed to his chest, declaring, because I am an adventurer. Affixed to his attire was a small iron badge, approximately the size of a thumb. Upon closer inspection, one could see 2 crossed flags engraved upon it, alongside the inscription Adventurers Guild. Indeed, Shuefei was a plant arranged among the crowd by Anno. Today, due to Laura's presence, many spectators gathered around the Adventurers Guild. Despite Anno's efforts to promote it over the past 2 days, time was too short, and many remained unaware of the guild's purpose. Thus, Anno had preemptively instructed Shuefei and others to blend into the crowd as decoys. As for the outcome, Anno observed the line forming at the bar in the hall, a smile gracing his lips. These were all individuals eager to register as adventurers. In order to attract a greater number of registrants, Anno organized several events. For instance, those who registered as adventurers within the first 3 days were exempt from any fees. Subsequently, a fee of 10 copper coins would be required for registration. The first 10 individuals to register as adventurers would also be relieved of the service fees for 3 basic level tasks and 1 introductory task. On the very first day of operations, 35 individuals expressed their eagerness to register as adventurers. They were recorded by Ningwen at the bar, who issued nameplates, thus becoming the inaugural adventurers of the Angamros continent. All of these individuals were practitioners of level 5 or below. Naturally, after becoming adventurers, they exhibited a keen interest in tasks. However, upon observing the introductory and black iron level tasks posted on the task wall, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. Fortunately, Anno promptly clarified that these tasks were currently unavailable to them. Only after completing at least 3 basic level tasks could they engage in introductory or higher level tasks. Among the 35, 5 individuals accepted basic level tasks, which included a cargo unloading task commissioned by a merchant, a task to clear the moat issued by a viscount, and a delivery task assigned by a blacksmith. These errands merely consumed time and energy, proving rather easy for practitioners. In terms of remuneration, aside from the task of clearing debris from the moat, which offered 60 copper coins, the other 4 tasks provided only 40 copper coins each. There were indeed more than 5 basic level tasks available. Anno had been tirelessly traversing the city these past few days, persuading many in need to post commissions at the Adventurers Guild. However, others remained in a state of hesitation. After recording the details of the 5 who accepted tasks and relaying specific instructions from the commissioners, Anno sent them off to their respective task locations. Is it not a bit too few tasks, given that only 5 have been taken today? Ningwen approached with the registration book, her face etched with concern after the adventurers departed. Although the current number of tasks at the Adventurers Guild was limited, there were still around 40 to 50 basic level tasks available. The nature of such tasks is that they come with time constraints. If no one accepts a task within a few days, the commissioner might no longer require it. Fear not, once someone completes a task and collects their reward from us, there will undoubtedly be more individuals willing to become adventurers, though it will take a bit of time. Anno replied nonchalantly. If a task is nearing its deadline, we can always complete it ourselves. Leading Shuefei Bai and the others to the task wall, Anno perused the postings for a moment before tearing off an introductory task and handing it to Shuefei Bai. This task pertains to Mill Village. I have investigated and found that slimes inhabit the grasslands there. You may hunt slimes to gain experience. At present, Anno's entire team had become practitioners, each endowed with powerful innate skills. However, they had primarily been accruing experience through training in recent days. In Angamros, practitioners could gain experience through both training and monster hunting. Yet, the experience gained through training was minimal, yielding only 10 points over several days, far less than the rapid upgrades achieved through slaying monsters. The latter, however, posed greater risks. Nevertheless, given Shui Bai and his companion's strength, they were unlikely to encounter danger unless they stumbled upon large slimes. Understood. Shui Bai replied and accepted the task sheet. As for the affairs of the Adventurers Guild, Ningwen would temporarily manage the front desk while Anno oversaw operations. Once they recruited staff, Ningwen could accompany others to level up. Currently, in this initial phase, manpower was scarce, and having the gentle-natured Ningwen work at the Adventurers Guild would help alleviate some of Anno's pressure. However, Ningwen would still need to catch up on her levels later. After all, possessing a talent, yet merely serving as the guild's figurehead would be a significant waste. Beneath the soft sunlight, in the middle of Valcom's moat, a gray-haired youth sat in a wooden boat, using a bamboo pole to retrieve the water plants from the river's surface. The youth was named Roger. The wooden boat was borrowed from the guards, utilized for the morning's commission from the Adventurers Guild, the task of clearing debris from the moat. The water quality of the moat was not particularly clear, though fish occasionally leaped above the surface. With an abundance of water plants, Roger's small boat was filled to the brim within just half an hour. However, the task specified a clearing area of only a few hundred meters of river. In other areas, the quantity of water plants was minimal and did not require cleaning. This workload was not easy for Roger, who was only at level 1. Yet, the reward of 60 copper coins enticed him, prompting his acceptance of the task. Typically, he earned around 20 copper coins per day doing odd jobs within the city. Now, this task offered a reward 3 times that amount. He aimed to finish swiftly and then head to the Adventurers Guild to claim his reward. Roger maneuvered the boat to the shore, unloaded the water plants, and continued his efforts. Only when the sunset painted the horizon crimson did Roger, exhausted, seek out a guard to inspect his work. After receiving a satisfactory appraisal, he headed to the Adventurers Guild with the signed task sheet. At that moment, the guild was occupied solely by Anno, Ningwen, and 2 beautiful women. Ningwen was engaged in conversation with the 2 girls, who nodded occasionally. Anno, meanwhile, was contemplating the future development of the Adventurers Guild when he noticed the gray-haired youth entering. He immediately rose to greet him. "Adventurer, how may I assist you?" Anno inquired with a smile, having noticed the adventurer's nameplate pinned to Roger's chest, displaying the number 000010. The first 9 digits belonged to Anno's 9 companions, making Roger the very first adventurer of the day. "I have completed the task," Roger exclaimed, producing the task sheet he had received earlier. Anno took the sheet, noting the guard's stamp and the satisfactory evaluation. "Greetings, adventurer. Congratulations on completing the task. Your reward is 60 copper coins. As you are the first adventurer of the day, the 5 copper coin service fee for this task is waived, granting you the entire 60 copper coins." Anno handed the task sheet through the window to Ningwen. She accepted it, counted out 60 copper coins from the drawer, and with a smile, handed them to Roger. Roger received the coins and counted them meticulously twice before expressing his gratitude to Anno with a deep bow. "Thank you. Thank you for entrusting the task to me." Anno gently pulled Roger back upright and stated earnestly, "The commission was fulfilled by you. Thus, the reward is rightfully yours. This is entirely your own effort, and there is no need to thank me. I understand. But without the Adventurers Guild, we would have no opportunity to accept tasks." This is precisely the reason why Roger expressed gratitude towards Anno. Previously, only by joining a mercenary guild could one be assigned tasks. Although the guild demanded exorbitant fees for accepting commissions, half of the rewards from completed tasks were surrendered to the guild itself, leaving the members who undertook the tasks with only a fraction of the earnings. Individuals like Roger were relegated to menial labor, entirely devoid of the qualifications to accept tasks. Observing Roger's demeanor, Anno promptly initiated a process of persuasion. The original intent behind the establishment of the Adventurers Guild was to provide a platform for growth, ensuring that every individual had the opportunity to strengthen themselves. To determine a professional's future solely by innate talent seems to undermine the value of hard work. True strength is never solely reliant on talent. Effort is equally vital. Adventurers are a collective who depend entirely on themselves to strive for improvement. Through a continuous cycle of accepting tasks, earning bounties, and fortifying their abilities, they can ultimately take on more formidable challenges. Every adventurer has the potential to achieve remarkable feats through their relentless pursuits. Young one, your journey of adventure has only just begun. Upon hearing Anno's words, Roger's face radiated with aspiration. "Are there any tasks available? I wish to accept another commission for tomorrow." A smile graced Anno's face as he pointed towards the task board affixed to the back wall of the hall, replying in a solemn tone, "Indeed, there are. However, you may currently only undertake basic-level tasks. You must complete 3 or more basic-level tasks and receive 3 satisfactory evaluations before you can progress to entry-level tasks. Entry-level tasks may carry a certain degree of peril, but they offer invaluable experience and greater rewards." "Understood. I will strive to qualify for entry-level tasks as swiftly as possible," Roger exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he approached the task board to select a task. "Remember to review the task requirements. Some tasks have deadlines, while others can be repeated." Anno reminded him from the side. "Got it." After a careful selection, Roger chose a task to assist an apothecary in classifying herbs. Although he was unfamiliar with herbs, the task description indicated that there would be guidance on identifying them. The task was scheduled for the following day, with a reward of 50 copper coins. After tearing off the task notice, Roger approached the counter to register with Ningguin. He then prepared to return home with the task notice and the reward. See you tomorrow. Anno waved with a smile, saying, I am Anno, the president of the Adventurers Guild. See you tomorrow, President. Roger replied eagerly. MHM. Anno nodded appreciatively as he allowed Roger to leave. Shortly after Roger departed, the others who had accepted tasks began to arrive one after another to submit their completed assignments. These were all basic tasks, posing no significant challenges, and everyone performed commendably. Apart from Roger, 2 others also received satisfactory evaluations. Regarding evaluations, Anno had implemented a scoring system where the clients rated the adventurers. The evaluation levels ranged from poor, fair, passable, good, satisfactory, to excellent. If an adventurer received a passing score, they would be warned by the guild. Negative reviews could diminish an adventurer's credibility, significantly impacting their ability to accept future tasks. An abysmal rating would incur a deduction of 75 of the bounty, which would be refunded to the client. In such cases, the Adventurers Guild would dispatch personnel to investigate further to prevent malicious reviews. Once everyone had collected their rewards and departed, Anno addressed the 2 women beside Ningguin, saying, Every adventurer has a unique identification number. When they collect their tasks, ensure they present their insignia so you can access their profiles and record the task numbers. When they return to submit their tasks, document their evaluations and distribute the rewards, just as Ningguin did earlier. Can you manage this? The 2 women were strikingly beautiful, endowed with captivating figures. One had flowing golden locks cascading down her shoulders, her enticing red lips radiating allure. Upon hearing Anno's inquiry, she winked at him, her voice sultry. Rest assured, my esteemed president. Samantha and I were the pride of our teacher back in school. Handling this task will be a breeze. The woman referred to as Samantha maintained a more aloof demeanor. Her long red hair was tied back into a low ponytail, cascading from her neck to her chest. She expressed her skepticism. Boss, are you really offering us a monthly wage of 10 silver coins for such a seemingly easy job? Although they were proficient in arithmetic and writing, they were not adventurers by trade. Previously, they had only engaged in odd jobs to supplement their household income, often spending most of their time idling at home. Earning 1 or 2 silver coins a month was already considered quite good. A monthly salary of 10 silver coins was beyond their wildest dreams. The alluring Maggie, fearing that Samantha's words might offend the formidable boss before them, quickly clung to Anno's arm, playfully apologizing, Please don't mind Samantha. Besides being a bit straightforward, she is quite capable. After saying this, she shot a meaningful glance at Samantha. Samantha's family was in dire need of money. If she missed out on this excellent opportunity, their future would be bleak. Anno, however, was not perturbed by Samantha's comment. He had instructed Scott to find 2 young, attractive women with skills in writing and arithmetic specifically to take over Ningguin's duties. Maggie and Samantha fit Anno's requirements perfectly. With their alluring figures and distinct personalities, even Anno found himself internally exclaiming, What a splendid sight. Just imagine. When adventurers arrived to accept tasks and were greeted by 2 stunning beauties at the counter, their spirits would undoubtedly lift. Moreover, an adventurer's guild devoid of charming counter attendants was not the vision Anno had in mind. Reluctantly withdrawing his arm from Maggie's embrace, Anno addressed the 3 with a serious tone. Starting tomorrow, you will officially commence your duties, with Ningguin supervising. In the preceding days, Anno had already provided some training to Ningguin. This morning, she demonstrated exceptional performance. After training Maggie and Samantha for a couple more days, they would be ready to accompany Xue Fei Bai for leveling up. President Anno, will you be going out tomorrow? Ningguin inquired, sensing something in Anno's tone. Anno affirmed, turning his gaze toward the door, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Adventurers Guild had encroached upon the territory of certain individuals. If we do not strengthen ourselves swiftly, we may find ourselves ill-equipped to handle future challenges. Therefore, Anno resolved to continue leveling up the following day. With the assistance of the Viscount, several individuals in the city with specific needs entrusted their requests to the Adventurers Guild. Upon discovering that the rewards offered by the guild were more reasonable for similar tasks, the initial reluctance of many swiftly transformed into eagerness. A considerable number expressed their intent to continue commissioning the guild for future tasks, provided the current assignments were executed satisfactorily. This shift in dynamics inevitably led to smaller mercenary groups, which would ordinarily have received these tasks, being deprived of opportunities. Naturally, those affected began to perceive the Adventurers Guild as a competitor. However, when the guild was inaugurated, Anno had invited Lola for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, implicitly revealing to all that the guild was backed by the Viscount. The smaller mercenary groups, lacking in strength and with few members of even level 6, dared not confront the Viscount openly. At present, the Adventurers Guild had yet to encroach upon the domain of larger mercenary factions. Aside from the Bloodstained mercenary group, both the Wolf Fang and Black Widow mercenary groups regarded the Adventurers Guild with indifference. The animosity from the Bloodstained mercenary group stemmed from a previous duel in which Anno had caused them to lose face. Had it not been for Sharp's preoccupation with locating his brother Harry, he might have personally confronted the guild. Thus, despite the protection afforded by the Viscount, Anno as the guild president, recognized the urgency of strengthening himself. The following day, he entrusted Ningwen with the management of the Adventurers Guild and instructed her to seek Lola's assistance in case of any issues. Anno then departed the city, heading towards Mir Village. The mission at Mir Village was a long-term endeavor. Since Xue Feibai's departure the previous day, he had not returned. Anno's purpose today was to reunite with the others. Name, Anno race, human level, 5 experience, 80, 500 profession, none magic, 5, 0, 50 talent, spirit summoner skills, low-level perception. High-pressure acid spurt, slime soul, white, 325, large slime soul, green. Once since entering Valcam, Anno had not hunted any magical creatures, and his experience had only increased marginally through training. In his summoning space, he had 1 summoned goblin and 4 summoned slimes. The plains surrounding Mir Village were home to only a few slimes, both in quality and quantity inferior to those found in the plains of Gruul Town. Being the closest village to Valcam, Anno's ultimate objective for this journey was not Mir Village itself, unless he encountered slimes of level 3 or higher. Defeating them would yield no experience. To level up, he needed to change his location. His visit to Mir Village was solely to find companions capable of combating stronger monsters. After an hour and a half of travel, Anno finally arrived at Mir Village. After an additional 10 minutes, he located Lu Yin and Lu Rongrong, who were engaged in hunting slimes, about a kilometer south of the village. Seeing Anno from a distance, Lu Yin sprinted towards him, her expression filled with surprise. Anno, what brings you here? With her high ponytail and spear in hand, Lu Yin resembled a female general from ancient China. Anno observed her for a moment, nodding in approval. Well done, you've leveled up to level 2 in just one day. Lu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you know? I hadn't mentioned it. She and Lu Rongrong lacked the ability to discern others' levels, relying instead on the magical energy fluctuations emanating from their companions to gauge their strength. Anno had already known that he could see the levels of others since they became professionals. I can see, he admitted candidly. I can perceive the levels of those below my own, whether they are professionals or magical creatures. The 2 girls displayed no surprise at this revelation, their expressions conveying an understanding that it must be Anno's innate talent. After all, having journeyed together, it was reasonable to assume Anno possessed a talent skill. Anno chose not to disclose the specifics of his spirit summoner talent. Where are the others? We split into 4 groups of 7, and they are in different directions. Let me know where they are, and I will call them back. No need. We just finished patrolling our designated areas and are now preparing to regroup and report. The slimes they had just slain were merely a coincidence, as the previous day's extensive hunting had left the plains nearly devoid of slimes. Then let us return. As Anno recounted the events at the Adventurers Guild to the 2 girls, they walked towards Mir Village. Within a few minutes, everyone gradually returned to the tavern in Mir Village. Upon seeing Anno, their faces lit up with joy, suggesting that they had all enjoyed a fulfilling day. As Anno surveyed the group, he noted that everyone's level had risen to level 2. Name, Lu Rongrong race, human level, 2 experience, 12, 200 profession, priest magic, 180, 200 talent, rejuvenation, all healing effects 10, skills, low-level healing spell name, Wang Zishuan race, human level, 2 experience, 65, 200 profession, hunter magic, 200, 200 talent, beast affinity, ability to communicate with beasts, skills, basic archery, basic knife techniques name, Gongxing Shiwei race, human level, 2 experience, 64, 200 profession, mage magic, 312. For 100 talent, magic amplification, all magical power 10, skills, arcane sphere. The 3 had talents that perfectly complemented their respective professions. Meanwhile, Ningwen, the guild's 2nd priest, possessed the talent of redemption, which increased healing effects on severely injured individuals by 50. Occasionally, Anno found himself contemplating whether the profession of summoner truly existed in this world. The talents of Lu Yin and her companions seemed to align seamlessly with their roles, while the profession associated with spirit summoning likely corresponded to that of a summoner. Anno mused that the reason for his low magical energy might stem from a lack of divine acknowledgement. Others around him, despite being of lower levels, boasted significantly higher magical energy. This was particularly evident with Gongqing Shiwei, the mage, who possessed 400 points of magical energy at level 2. Leaving Anno at level 5 with merely 50 points, sighing internally in despair. How many slimes did you hunt? He inquired, suppressing the urge to express his frustration. Redirecting the conversation towards the slimes. His journey had yielded barely any sightings of them. Xue Feibai chuckled, replying, not many, just over 1,000 in total. He and Gongqing Shiwei were responsible for one area, having dispatched nearly 400 slimes. Lu Zhishang took charge of another area alone. Endowed with the unique talent of killing redemption for every creature he vanquished, he could liberate its soul. Each soul redeemed would incrementally enhance his physical strength and defense. In pursuit of stacking the effects of his killing redemption, Lu Zhishang redeemed 300 slimes. However, the lengthy incantations required for each redemption left his lips nearly chapped and his spirit quite vexed. Yet, the results were beginning to manifest. His defensive capabilities had seen a modest improvement. A blow from a wooden stick felt merely like a mild irritation. Nonetheless, The benefits gained from redeeming slimes were still rather trivial. In the future, once he attained a higher level, redeeming a creature of level 10 or above might render him impervious to harm. Anno's words elicited hearty laughter from the group. Level 10. For ordinary practitioners in Valcam, reaching such a milestone could take years, even decades of relentless effort. Yet for those who had leveled up twice in a single day, it was not an insurmountable aspiration. As Anno shifted the discussion to the day's patrol mission, Shue Feibai straightened his expression and replied, "We have already surveyed the area surrounding Mir Village this morning, and all appears normal. According to protocol, we will conduct another patrol in the afternoon and evening, thus completing today's assignment." Anna nodded in acknowledgement and added, "The likelihood of Mir Village being attacked is low. The slimes on the plains have been nearly eradicated by your efforts, so the patrol should pose no danger. By go. You, Sister Shue, Rongrong, and Mengxin will accompany me on a different mission. The rest shall continue with the task at Mir Village." Anno retrieved a mission order from his satchel. The task at Mir Village did not necessitate such a large contingent. Their presence primarily served the purpose of hunting slimes to gain experience. With that goal achieved, it sufficed to leave Lu Zhishang, Lu Yin, and Wang Zixuan to clear the remaining scattered slimes. The mission location in Anno's possession, Grand Village, lay 10 kilometers southwest of Mir Village and had been attacked by goblin-led monsters a fortnight prior. Grand Village housed an iron mine, which meant the garrison there consisted of 20 guards. Yet, according to survivor accounts, the monsters numbered in the hundreds. In a desperate attempt to cover the villagers' retreat, the guards found themselves ensnared by the monsters and ultimately none escaped. It was precisely due to the events at Grand Village that the Viscount had intensified patrols in the vicinity of Mir Village. Should the monsters make another move, Mir Village could very well become their next target. The Viscount tasked us with gathering intelligence near Grand Village, likely preparing to reclaim it. As Anno briefed the others on the upcoming mission, he emphasized the primary objective of reclaiming Grand Village was to secure the iron mine. If there is an iron mine, why not deploy more guards to protect it? Inquired Lu Rongrong, puzzled. Anno explained, this year's monster attacks commenced much earlier than in past years. The Viscount did not bolster defenses in advance, which is one reason. Another is that there are 3 other villages within a few kilometers of Grand Village. These villages were meant to serve as a warning system. However, the monsters bypassed them and launched a direct assault on Grand Village. Anno's analysis cast a pall of silence over the group. The sheer number of monsters, along with their strategic evasion of lesser targets to strike at vital ones, showcased their formidable combat prowess and intelligence. After Gung Qingxue finished speaking, Shue Feibai chimed in, "Of course, our mentors are all seasoned practitioners of level 10 or higher. Are they not formidable? Yet Valcam still hesitates to venture out of the city to eradicate monsters. In this world, humanity is the underdog, while the monsters are the dominant force. If all monsters were as docile as slimes, could the demonic factions maintain their superiority over humanity and other races?" Bai Ji's words resonated with truth, prompting Anno to caution, "This time, we shall only hunt isolated monsters on the outskirts and cautiously gather intelligence. Black Iron level missions typically required a team of at least one level 6 adventurer or several level 5 adventurers. Presently, aside from Anno and his companions, no one else in the Adventurers Guild could undertake such a task. However, with a 3-day deadline for the mission, should Anno fail, the Viscount would delegate the task to a mercenary group. If my suspicions are correct, Grand Village is likely crawling with monsters. We must find a way to elevate our levels while completing this mission." The group acknowledged, understood. After several hours of exertion, Gung Qingxue, a mage, and Lu Rongrong, a priest, were both panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Anno found a concealed spot for the group to rest momentarily. He surveyed the surrounding terrain and compared it to the map in his hand, informing his companions, "Be alert. We have entered the vicinity of Grand Village. Ahead lie many small hills, reaching heights of several meters, overgrown with shrubs and grass, severely obstructing visibility. Grand Village is just beyond those slopes, a mere 1,000 meters away in a straight line." With a swift motion, Shue Feibai unsheathed his long blade, and the others heightened their vigilance. Anno summoned a goblin to scout the hillside. "I shall also take a look." Mengxin volunteered, activating her rogue's initial skill, stealth, rendering her form nearly invisible. However, upon closer inspection, one could still perceive the distortion of light around her. Through the shared vision with the summoned goblin, Anna glimpsed the scene it beheld. The group was merely on the outermost slope, while the landscape ahead undulated with more hills, connected by a winding path leading deeper into the area. No monsters were visible within the range of sight. Before long, Mengxin returned, reporting that no monsters had been spotted and that the sole route into Grand Village was indeed that narrow path. Shue Feibai turned to Anno, suggesting, "That path is bound to be guarded by monsters. Should we traverse these hills instead?" The singular route posed significant danger. Yet that did not imply crossing the hills was devoid of risk. "I will have the summoned goblin lead the way, and everyone should follow closely behind, being cautious of the surrounding sounds. If you spot any monsters, report to me immediately. If their level does not exceed 5, I will be able to discern their information. If we are capable of defeating them, we shall engage. If not, we will retreat." "Understood." The group nodded in agreement, trailing 50 meters behind the summoned goblin as they stealthily ascended the hillside. Anno also dispatched 4 summoned slimes to spread out around the group, scouting the situation. The mission required gathering intelligence on Grand Village. Since they had yet to lay eyes on Grand Village itself, Anno had no intention of merely glancing about before retreating. Moreover, he aimed to break through level 5 with the monsters lurking on the periphery. On a large boulder in the forest rested a diminutive iron helmet, beside which lay a goblin deep in slumber. Nearby, another goblin, adorned with a helmet, meticulously tended to its nails with a dagger. Suddenly, the dagger-wielding goblin noticed movement on the opposite hillside and ceased its grooming, directing its gaze toward the source of the disturbance. The distance between the two slopes was a mere 30 meters, allowing the dagger-wielding goblin to clearly discern another goblin brandishing a spear on the opposing rise. The spear-wielding goblin ascended the slope, casting its eyes about. Soon, it too spotted the 2 goblins beside the boulder. The dagger-wielding goblin exchanged a puzzled glance with its counterpart, scratched its forehead, and roused the sleeping goblin, inquiring, "Did any goblins venture out today?" The awakened goblin, still dazed, followed the direction indicated by the dagger-wielding goblin and noticed the spear-wielding goblin staring at them from a distance. "Surely not. We are the outermost sentries, aren't we?" It yawned broadly. "That goblin looks unfamiliar. It must be from elsewhere. Should we report to the boss?" With an impending assault on the next human stronghold, an additional goblin could bolster our strength. It appears stronger than us. Resolved, the 2 goblins made their way toward the position of the spear-wielding goblin. Upon identifying their target, they prepared for combat. One at level 3, the other at level 4, both equipped with armor, wielding a dagger and a longsword. Anno and his companions, situated behind the slope, were obscured from the dagger-wielding goblin's view. Upon receiving Anno's command, the others swiftly entered a state of readiness for battle. As the 2 goblins descended from their original slope to the one where the summoned goblin awaited, Anno promptly directed the summoned goblin to turn and retreat. The 2 goblins exchanged bewildered glances. "Brother, don't leave. Let us achieve greatness together." In an effort to entice the solitary goblin, they quickened their pace to pursue it. However, upon reaching the slope, they discovered the spear-wielding goblin had already fled downwards, prompting them to hasten their pursuit. In ambush, Anno and Shuefeihua launched their attack as the 2 goblins descended. With a swift motion, Anno leaped from behind a concealed rock. His short sword aimed at the torso of the target. The opposing goblin, already in a rush down the slope, found it impossible to halt its momentum. Anno's sword penetrated its abdomen. Ugh! The dagger-wielding goblin emitted a pained whimper, lunging its dagger toward Anno's heart. However, Anno had already evaded, pivoting to deliver a kick to the goblin's neck. With a thud, the struck goblin was sent crashing against a sturdy tree before collapsing to the ground, its helmet rolling aside. Anno swiftly approached, withdrew his short sword from the writhing goblin, and thrust it toward its heart. Arg! The dagger-wielding goblin's eyes bulged as it succumbed. Meanwhile, Shuefeihua inflicted a 20-centimeter gash with his blade, exposing bone beneath the torn flesh. The injured goblin, upon hitting the ground, contorted its face in agony. Meng Xian advanced, intent on using her dagger to finish the goblin. Yet, the wounded creature rose, frantically swinging its longsword, preventing Meng Xian from approaching and leaving her with a laceration on her forearm. Even Shuefeihua struggled to contend with the goblin's desperate ferocity. "Should I intervene?" Geng Qingxue inquired, brandishing her wand, poised to summon a magical orb. "Do not. The explosion of magic would reveal our position." Anno, having dispatched 1 goblin, precluded Geng Qingxue from casting and darted behind the wounded goblin. Ugh! The goblin, encircled by humans, emitted low growls from its throat. Blood gushed from its wounds, soon staining its body crimson. "Finish it," commanded Anno as he and Shuefeihua charged the injured goblin simultaneously. Arg! The goblin attempted to call for its comrades, but its voice was feeble and ineffective. With a mere level 4 and in a severely weakened state, it could only fend off Shuefeihua for a short while. After Anno joined the fray, it lasted a mere 10 seconds before its throat was slit. Phew! Following the skirmish, Meng Xian crouched on the ground, panting heavily. This was her first encounter with goblins. The experience was far removed from battling slimes. "Meng Xian, are you alright?" Lu Rongrong emerged from her hiding spot, noticing the wound on Meng Xian's arm and promptly casting a low-level healing spell. Observing this, Anno frowned. Lu Rongrong's 200 points of mana instantly diminished by 20 upon using the skill, and her mana regeneration rate was a mere 1 point per minute. The injury on Meng Xian's arm was a trivial 3-centimeter cut. "Rongrong, we may face numerous battles ahead. Minor wounds like that do not require treatment. Conserve your mana for when it's truly needed." Lu Rongrong, with limited combat experience, had not considered this. Upon hearing Anno's slightly reproachful tone, Lu Rongrong lowered her head, silenced. Meng Xian remained quiet, her lips pressed together. "Meng Xian, please scout the surroundings and report any findings immediately. Shuejia and Rongrong, assist us in tending to the battlefield." Despite their formidable talents, they were utterly inexperienced in combat. To evolve into a competent team, they required extensive experience and cohesion. This was why Anno had refrained from summoning everyone. He feared he could not manage them all in the heat of battle. Now, Anno dispatched the summoned goblin alongside Mercilessly to keep watch while directing the others to dig graves for the fallen. Prior to this, Anno retrieved the necessary sacrifice components from the two goblins, along with the small pouches each goblin possessed. After dismissing the two summoned slimes, he utilized the new offerings to summon 2 level 5 goblins. The summoned goblins collected the discarded weapons and helmets, then moved to patrol the area. With 3 level 5 summoned goblins, Anno felt a significant increase in his sense of security. After slaying 2 goblins, Anno gained a mere 3 experience points. In contrast, Shuefei, due to his lower level, received 70 experience points, propelling him to level 3. Mercilessly gained 50 experience points, nearing the threshold for level 3. Lu Rongrong and Gung Qingxue, however, received no experience whatsoever. Thus, it appeared that only those who participated in combat could reap the rewards of experience. After a moment of contemplation, Anno resolved to spare the enemy during the upcoming battle, allowing the 2 women to deliver the final blows. Continue exploring. Having traversed a few hills, they encountered 2 goblins. It was evident that numerous monsters lurked nearby. However, with Anno summoning goblins to scout ahead, they faced only minor dangers along the way. In the span of an hour, they advanced over 500 meters, encountering more than 30 goblins. Typically, the goblins traveled in pairs, and such density instilled a sense of apprehension among the group. Without the summoned goblins providing cover, it would have been impossible for them to conclude each skirmish swiftly through stealth. Should a goblin raise an alarm during combat, Anno and his companions would find themselves in a perilous situation. Yet, with danger came the promise of substantial rewards. Anno's experience increased by 50 points, bringing his total to 133,500. All summoned creatures had been replaced by goblins, and his inventory contained over 30 goblin ears and claws. During the battle, Anno refrained from using skills, knowing that the mana consumed by summoning goblins would replenish within the hour. Regrettably, none of the summoned goblins possessed skills. The others had also reached level 3. Importantly, the combat coordination among Anno, Shuefei, and Mercilessly had grown increasingly harmonious. Be cautious, there is something ahead. Upon hearing Anno's warning, the group promptly concealed themselves in the underbrush. After traveling such a distance, there were hardly any hills left, and the outline of Grand Village came into view. However, through the vision shared by the summoned goblins, Anno spotted a camp at the foot of the hill, inhabited by 3 level 5 goblins. Had it been only them, Anno would have felt confident in quietly dispatching them. However, the presence of additional creatures nearby gave him pause. A grotesque, hulking figure with a large, bulbous nose, yellowed tusks, and green skin stood beside the goblins. Its arms were thicker than Anno's waist, wielding a nearly 2-meter-long club. This was a towering creature, standing at 2.5 meters tall. Race, troll level, 5 health, 1200 mana, 500 skill, mighty strike hiss. Anno couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the creature's stats. Its health indicated that it was exceptionally resilient. Goblins of the same level typically boasted only 700 to 800 health. Moreover, this creature possessed a skill. The diminutive goblins barely reached the height of the troll's thigh, making it unlikely for summoned goblins to land a successful sneak attack. Should Anno encounter this monster alone on the plains, he might have a 50% chance of defeating it using goblins and skills. However, with goblins present, a confrontation could spell disaster for his group. If they attracted more monsters, it could lead to certain death. Mark the camp on the map. We should retreat, and then proceed in another direction to continue hunting goblins. After careful consideration, Anno decided on a strategic withdrawal. He led his companions back over 300 meters before stopping. Shuefei looked at Anno and asked where they should go next. Anno surveyed their surroundings and replied, "Let us refrain from delving deeper for now. First, we'll observe the situation on the outskirts. Trolls are tough-skinned, immensely strong creatures, and there is likely more than one in the vicinity. Our primary task is to eliminate as many monsters as possible before they detect our intrusion. In the following time, Anno guided the group around the perimeter of the hills, clearing out monsters. They encountered not only goblins but also dog-headed humanoids and rat men from the evil factions, typically traveling in pairs. Race, dog-headed man level, 5 health, 800 mana, 300 skill. None dog-headed men were similar in height to normal humans, often wielding pickaxes or shovels, and displayed greater combat prowess than goblins. Race, ratman level, 5 health, 400 mana, 200 skill. None ratmen were roughly the same size as goblins, about 1 meter tall. And while they lacked the melee capabilities of goblins, they were significantly quicker. During their initial encounters with dog-headed men and ratmen, the group nearly encountered trouble. When Anno confronted a dog-headed man, he employed the usual strategy of using summoned goblins as bait. To his surprise, the dog-headed men ignored the summoned goblins entirely. As the goblins approached, the dog-headed men brandished their weapons, baring their teeth in hostility. Anno was uncertain why the dog-headed men harbored animosity towards goblins, but his goal was to lure them into an ambush. He instructed the summoned goblins to provoke the dog-headed men from a distance. The dog-headed men picked up their pickaxes and advanced towards the summoned goblins. Once the summoned goblins led 2 dog-headed men into the ambush zone, Anno, along with his summoned creatures and companions, feeble and mercilessly, launched a simultaneous attack. The dog-headed men were caught completely off guard. One was struck down with multiple attacks to vital areas, while the other, more fortunate, survived several cuts inflicted by feeble and mercilessly. Realizing that intruders had entered their territory, the surviving dog-headed man let out a howl to alert others. Fortunately, Anno had previously slain an archer goblin and summoned it. Just as the dog-headed man raised its voice, an arrow, glinting with menace, struck its throat, silencing it instantly. Acquiring dog-headed man's soul, white, 2 offering dog-headed man teeth. Left claw, dog-headed man's soul to summon dog-headed man. After retrieving his arrow, Anno immediately swapped out 2 goblins to summon 2 dog-headed men. Thus, he resumed the strategy of using summoned dog-headed men to lure prey, while the group hunted down the dog-headed men in the area. As for the rat men encountered later, it was mercilessly who spotted them. The group had just finished burying the bodies of a pair of dog-headed men when mercilessly, keeping watch, noticed 2 rat men approaching. The rat men, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood, brandished their weapons. They had been nearby, alerted by the commotion. The faint scent of blood heightened the rat men's vigilance. Just as the timid rat men contemplated retreating to report the situation, they spotted the summoned dog-headed men emerging. Anno commanded his summoned creatures to confront the rat men and seized the opportunity to launch an attack. To Anno's surprise, the rat men exhibited astonishing agility. The attacks from the 2 summoned gnolls failed to hit their mark. As the rat men were assaulted, they questioned the gnolls while fleeing, for in terms of sheer strength, the rat men were no match for the gnolls. Fortunately, while the summoned gnolls delayed the rat men, Anno seized the opportunity to have his other summons and feeble encircle the 2 rat men. No matter how nimble the rat men were, facing 6 level 5 opponents, Anno and his 5 summons, alongside feeble and mercilessly, they stood no chance of resistance. In less than 10 seconds, they were overwhelmed and slain. The spoils included 2 ratman souls, white, a sacrifice of ratman tails, and 2 ratman incisors, allowing for the summoning of ratmen. This close call caused their hearts to race. feeble was about to inquire about Anno's next strategy when he suddenly felt a warm sensation coursing through his body. Immensely pleasurable. I've leveled up to level 4, he exclaimed, exhilarated by the surge of power within him. Soon after, mercilessly announced that she too had reached level 4. Previously, both were at level 3, and like Anno, they had participated in the defeat of similarly leveled monsters, earning only 5 experience points each. However, defeating higher-level foes granted an experience bonus. Slaying a level 5 creature awarded a whopping 20 experience points. Throughout their journey, they had vanquished numerous level 5 goblins. And with the recent 4 level 5 monsters dispatched, they had just enough experience to level up. Lu Rongrong and Gengqing Xue were progressing at a slightly slower pace. According to the panel information Anno observed, Lu Rongrong needed 200 more experience points to level up, while Gengqing Xue required just 70. Given the current situation, within half an hour, both would also ascend to level 4. As for Anno, already at level 5, his experience gains from kills were capped at 5 points. In this brief time, he merely accrued an additional 100 experience points. He still required over 250 experience points to breach level 6. Nevertheless, despite not leveling up, Anno's strength had undeniably increased. The emergence of new monsters heralded the arrival of new summons. Given the characteristics of the Ramen, Anno designated them as thieves. After replacing one of his goblins, Anno's current roster of 5 summons consisted of 2 gnolls, melee, 1 ratman, scout, and 2 goblins, 1 spear-wielding goblin and 1 archer goblin. This composition began to resemble a cohesive team. feeble, enviously eyeing the ratman summoned by Anno, suddenly felt his own berserker abilities lacking. Anno alone constituted an entire team. Moreover, as long as he possessed magic power, he could sustain his battles and summon new allies at will. In stark contrast, his own talent could only be activated when injured, and each use resulted in a reduction of intellect. The greater the injury, the more the berserker's enhancement. It made him feel like a masochist. Naturally, feeble only voiced such thoughts internally. At least he still possessed a talent. Among the numerous adventurers in Valkam, Anno had yet to encounter anyone with a talent. Anno glanced up to assess the sun's position, estimating it to be around 4 in the afternoon. As danger heightened after dark, he declared, "Let us hunt for another hour and then retreat." No one opposed Anno's suggestion, and so the group resumed their stealthy hunt for monsters on the periphery. Initially, Anno's 5-member team was a rudimentary configuration. Now, bolstered by their summoned companions, they maneuvered through areas devoid of high-level monsters with ease. Upon reaching the outskirts of the mine near Grand Village, they hesitated to venture deeper. Here, trolls and gnolls appeared in droves. Given Anno's team's current strength, entering would surely spell disaster. After marking critical monster strongholds on the map, Anno led the group in a different direction to hunt monsters. An hour passed swiftly. Without a hint of hesitation, Anno guided his companions back laden with spoils. As night descended, numerous camps of monsters surrounding Grand Village ignited bonfires. From above, one could observe nearly 100 fires encircling the village. At the mine's entrance to the west of Grand Village, moving torches resembled a dragon, with numerous creatures such as gnolls and goblins bustling in and out of the cave. Within Grand Village, the incessant sound of blacksmithing echoed. Once the council hall of Grand Village, it was now occupied by a host of monsters. Creek, a goblin, standing at 1.5 meters tall, emerged from the council hall. Its left arm was wrapped in layers of bandages and was notably thicker than its right. As it prepared to return to its lair, another goblin hurriedly approached. Sir, our brothers outside have perished. The goblin addressed as Sir flashed a glimmer of keen intelligence in its elongated eyes and led over 100 goblins to scour the surrounding hills. Unbeknownst to Anno, after their departure, a multitude of monsters in Grand Village mobilized, turning the outer hills upside down. He was now facing tremendous peril. Be cautious of your rear, bye. Roam. Stay close to Shwejia, do not wander off. Shwejia, cast your spells with precision, do not squander your magic. Meng Xin, conceal yourself well. Strike only at critical moments. Anno deftly dodged while directing his companions. At this moment, Anno was visibly distressed, with 3 deep gashes on his chest from which blood flowed unabated. Before him, Shwefei and the summoned creatures were engaged in a fierce battle with a pack of wolves. Indeed, they had yet to return to Mill Village when darkness fell, leading them to encounter a pack of wolves. Name, Wind Wolf Race, Magical Beast Level, 5 health points, 700 magic points, 300 skills. Anno could hardly believe his misfortune. There were 7 of these wind wolves, each at level 5. While their health points were comparable to those of goblins, the wind wolves, as magical beasts, possessed strength on par with gnolls and swifter speed than ratmen. The moment combat commenced, the group felt an overwhelming pressure. Anno's side, including 5 summons, boasted a total of 9 combatants, with Lu Rongrong's strength as a priest being negligible. Conversely, among the wind wolves, in addition to the 7 engaged, a one-eyed wind wolf lurked atop a massive boulder, its crimson eye fixated on the unfolding skirmish. Anno could not even see the information panel of the one-eyed wind wolf. This indicated that the one-eyed wind wolf was of a higher level than 5. If Anno had been at a higher level, he would surely have been able to discern the following information panel. Name, Wind Wolf King Race, Magical Beast Level, 6 health points, 1,200 magic points, 500 skills, Violent Bite. Wind Blade yet, as a mere level 5, Anno felt a chilling dread creeping down his spine. The mere presence of 7 level 5 wind wolves had already thrown them into disarray, and the 6th level or higher wolf king had yet to even make a move. Anno stepped back to evade a lunging wind wolf, his mind racing as he sought a path to victory. A whoa! As the one-eyed wolf let out a long howl. The 7 wind wolves launched another fierce assault. Currently, Shwefei was dealing with one, while Anua faced 2. Apart from the lance-wielding goblin, the remaining 4 summoned creatures each confronted one of the wolves. Meng Xin, taking advantage of the night, activated her innate shadow ability, merging seamlessly with the darkness. Lu Rongrong and Gung Qingshui remained within the protective circle of their companions, the latter occasionally casting spells to support the group. Anua, move closer. I can't heal you from this distance. The low-level healing spell could only be cast at close range, not through the air. Lu Rongrong, noticing the wounds on Anua, wanted to rush over and heal him, but recalled Anua's command to stay put, leaving her anxiously rooted in place. Anua had no time to respond to Lu Rongrong. Just moments ago, the summoned rat man had been taken down by the wind wolves. With no target left, the wind wolves immediately shifted their focus to Anua. Faced with 2 level 5 wind wolves, Anua found himself in a precarious situation. Now, with 3 wind wolves surrounding him, his throat involuntarily tightened. The 3 wolves circled him, growling ominously. Suddenly, the wind wolf on the left lunged at Anua, its sharp claws glinting in the moonlight as they aimed for his neck. The clash of steel against claw sparked in the air. The fierce wind whipped Anua's hair around him. Gritting his teeth, Anua exerted force with his arms, pushing the wind wolf away, then delivered a powerful kick into the air towards it. The force of the kick sent the wolf flying 5 meters away. However, in the next instant, another wind wolf attacked him. Acidic spray erupted. 5 blobs of acid collided with the wolf's head. The wolf hit the ground, shaking its head wildly and howling in agony. In an instant, its fur was corroded away, revealing mangled flesh beneath. Just as Anua landed, he had no time to celebrate before he heard a whoosh behind him. Not good. At that moment, Anua had just landed and was unable to dodge or block the incoming strike. Seeing the wind wolf poised to bite his head, Lu Rongrong let out a desperate scream. Thud. The lance-wielding goblin suddenly materialized behind Anua, pointing its spear at the wind wolf's throat. The wind wolf, with its mouth wide open, performed a grotesque act of swallowing the lance. As a consequence, the spear pierced through the wolf's throat, instantly depleting its remaining 500 health points. Anua obtained the wind wolf's soul 1, sacrificed the wind wolf's fangs 4, wind wolf claws 4, and another wind wolf soul 1. allowing him to summon a wind wolf. Upon acquiring the wind wolf soul, Anno commanded the lance-wielding goblin to intercept the first wind wolf while he retrieved the necessary summoning materials from the fallen creature. Whoosh! 2 arcane orbs zipped past Anno, striking the head of the corroded wind wolf. Boom! Flames erupted from the severely injured wolf. Anno glanced up and saw the wolf's health rapidly diminishing in the fire, soon reaching 0. Excellent! A smile spread across Anno's face as he disregarded the blood on his hands and prepared to sacrifice the materials he had just collected. Instantly, a level 5 wind wolf appeared. The summoned wolf dashed towards the wind wolf engaged in battle with the lance-wielding goblin, viciously tearing into it. In its last moments, the lance-wielding goblin thrust its weapon into the neck of the wind wolf pinned beneath the newly summoned creature. Awoo! The wind wolf struggled a few times before falling silent. While Anno was busy collecting materials from the second fallen wind wolf, he discovered he had acquired yet another wind wolf soul. Sacrifice! The second summoned wind wolf emerged, taking the place of the lance-wielding goblin. Anno had 50 points of mana. He fired a spray of acid, consuming 20 points. Summoning 2 wind wolves cost another 20 points. With 10 points remaining, he could summon one final wind wolf. Anno, watch out. Just as Anno approached the corpse of the third wind wolf, he heard Lu Rongrong's urgent shout. Looking up, he was alarmed to see the one-eyed wolf charging toward him, now less than 50 meters away. In truth, the one-eyed wolf had noticed them when the first wind wolf fell. However, the subsequent deaths of the 2 wind wolves occurred so swiftly that the Wolf King had not yet arrived when they perished. Witnessing his 3 subordinates slain by a human, the one-eyed wolf was filled with rage. Yet, when the summoned wind wolves appeared, the Wolf King was momentarily taken aback. But as these summoned wolves aided the human in attacking other wind wolves, the king realized they were no longer his subordinates. Roar! When the one-eyed wolf was within 20 meters of Anno, it unleashed a blade of wind from its mouth. The wind blade raced toward Anno in the blink of an eye. I can't dodge it. Anno's breath hitched. In the next moment, he was struck by the wind blade. Blood arced through the air as Anno's body flew like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud. Just as Anno managed to rise, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The wind blade had easily sliced through his flesh, leaving a deep wound on his left shoulder that exposed bone. Anno! Lu Rongrong, not far from where Anno fell, rushed to his side in panic, repeatedly casting low-level healing spells on him. Although Lu Rongrong's innate rejuvenation provided a healing bonus of 10, the severity of Anno's shoulder wound was overwhelming. Even after 2 healing spells, they could only barely stem the bleeding. The flesh around the wound was writhing and growing. Complete healing would require at least half an hour of recovery time. However, the one-eyed wolf would not grant Anno the luxury of a stable recovery. Just as Lu Rongrong prepared to cast a third low-level healing spell, the one-eyed wolf charged toward them. Get back! Just regaining consciousness. Anno shoved Lu Rongrong aside and braced his short sword against the Wolf King's gaping maw. Hiss! Under the immense force of the one-eyed wolf, Anno's body slid backward, his feet carving 2 trenches in the earth, facing the one-eyed wolf at such close range. Anno nearly succumbed to the stench emanating from its mouth. Fight! Anno gritted his teeth as the wound on his left arm split open again, blood cascading down his abdomen. As he caught a glimpse of the one-eyed wolf raising its right paw, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. His current power was suppressed, and he had no hope of evading. The 3 summoned wind wolves were rushing toward him, but they would not arrive in time. Just as Anno braced himself to withstand the impending blow, another arcane orb shot out from the side. Boom! The body of the one-eyed Wolf King was propelled away by the force of the arcane ball's explosion. Seizing this opportunity, Anno retreated several steps, while 3 summoned wind wolves advanced toward the one-eyed Wolf King. Although the one-eyed wind wolf had been struck by the arcane ball, it suffered only a singed patch of fur and lost a mere 100 health points, a trivial amount for a creature still possessing 1,200 health points. As the summoned wind wolves drew near, the one-eyed wind wolf let out a low growl, unhesitatingly baring its fangs at the 3 approaching wolves. While beasts may not possess high intelligence, they are instinctively aware of danger. The one-eyed wind wolf had just witnessed the demise of its 3 subordinates. The summoned wind wolves were now foes, not allies. With the one-eyed wind wolf entangled, Anno finally had a moment to breathe. Yet, this was no time for respite. The 3 summoned wind wolves were no match for the one-eyed wind wolf and would not hold out for long. Additionally, the battle around them was far from favorable. Shui Bai, bloodied and battered, had just slain 1 wind wolf, but Anno's remaining 2 summoned Knoll Hounds had already fallen to the wind wolves. The goblin archer, after witnessing the death of the rat man, also met a swift end at the jaws of the wind wolves. Now, 3 wind wolves were besieging Shui Bai. Brother Bai. Gung Qingxue harbored deep feelings for Shui Bai, who had rescued her from the clutches of the goblins. Seeing him surrounded and in peril ignited a fierce urgency within her. With her staff raised, she began to conjure an arcane ball. Just as she prepared to assist Shui Bai, she heard his booming voice. Qingxue, don't worry about me. Help Anno deal with that one-eyed beast first. At that moment, a wind wolf had just sent Shui Bai flying from behind. He quickly scrambled to his feet, gripping his dagger tightly. Though blood obscured his vision, he was acutely aware of his situation. Despite the formidable presence of the three wind wolves, he could still hold his ground. If Anno were to falter, none of them would survive. That one-eyed wind wolf was a far more dangerous creature, undoubtedly a level 6 beast. Upon noticing that two of the wind wolves were turning to pursue Lu Rongrong and Gung Qingxue, Xuefei swiftly positioned himself in their path. His eyes ablaze with determination. "You brutes, I'm not done with you yet." Berserk. Activating his berserk state, Xuefei's demeanor transformed dramatically. The three wind wolves sensed the newfound strength emanating from the human before them, but the one-eyed wind wolf had commanded them to eliminate all humans present. With a howl, the three wind wolves lunged at Xuefei. "Let us fight." In his berserk state, Xuefei advanced rather than retreating, engaging in a fierce melee with the wind wolves. Meanwhile, Gung Qingxue, hearing Xuefei's words, bit her lip. The arcane ball she had conjured surged forth toward the one-eyed wind wolf. Roar! The one-eyed wind wolf, which had already been struck by an arcane ball, hastily leapt aside. Its crimson eye fixed on Gung Qingxue as it unleashed a blade of wind. Gung Qingxue was caught off guard and felt the sting of the wind blade graze her thigh, instantly staining her trousers with blood. Curse it! Upon witnessing Gung Qingxue fall, Anno cursed under his breath and charged toward the one-eyed wind wolf, breaking through the three summoned wind wolves that surrounded it. Anno's attacks inflicted minimal damage on the one-eyed wolf, yet he knew Gung Qingxue's magic would likely wound it far more effectively than his own efforts. Anno risked intercepting the Wolf King, determined to prevent it from reaching Gung Qingxue. As Anno engaged the one-eyed wolf, Lu Rongrong rushed to Gung Qingxue's side to offer healing. Wait! Gung Qingxue glanced at the fierce battle involving Xuefei and Anno, gritting her teeth as she spoke. "My leg injury won't hinder my magic. Conserve your mana to save others." Tears welled in Lu Rongrong's eyes as she nodded earnestly. Arcane Ball. Gung Qingxue noticed Anno being struck by the one-eyed wind wolf and aimed her spell at it. Boom. The unsuspecting one-eyed wolf was knocked down by the arcane ball. Its fur once more cinched. With its eye flashing ominously, it prepared to unleash another wind blade. Bang! Anno, leaping in from the side, delivered a kick to the one-eyed wind wolf's head. The wind blade narrowly missed Lu Rongrong and Gung Qingxue, a fierce gust whipping their hair about. Damn it! Unleash your bites. As Anno landed, the three summoned wind wolves sprang from behind him, jaws agape, lunging at the one-eyed wolf. The one-eyed wolf, having just been kicked, struggled to regain its balance when it felt sharp pain in its front left leg, neck, and abdomen. A woo. Howling in agony, it rolled and, opening its vicious jaws, bit down on one of the summoned wind wolves. The ferocity of the one-eyed wolf's bite was several times stronger than that of an ordinary wind wolf. The summoned wind wolf, which had been gnawing at the one-eyed wolf's thigh, was swiftly decapitated. In Anno's vision, he saw the health bar of one of his summoned creatures drop to 0. The other two were flung aside by the one-eyed wolf. However, the one-eyed wolf was not unscathed. Blood flowed from the three wounds, its health rapidly dwindling. Blood dripped from the one-eyed wolf king's fur, splattering onto the ground like petals of crimson. Standing between the two remaining summoned wind wolves, Anno's chest heaved with exertion. Nearby, the sounds of Xuefei grappling desperately with the three wind wolves echoed, his sanity nearly lost as he fought like a beast. Gung Qingxue and Lu Rongrong stood not far behind Anno, the former ensuring the one-eyed wind wolf remained within her magical range. After nearly 10 minutes of intense battle, Anno felt the weight of fatigue pressing down on him. In the brief moments he could catch his breath, he found himself not recovering but rather yearning to collapse and rest. Bang! Anno struck himself with a fist to maintain his alertness, then charged toward the one-eyed wind wolf alongside his remaining half-health summoned wind wolf. The one-eyed wind wolf, taken aback by the resilience of its foes, realized that this time, the fight was far more arduous than anticipated. Given another chance, it would never have attacked Anno and the others. Not only had it lost 3 subordinates, but its own injuries had worsened significantly. Even if it succeeded in slaying Anno and the others now, the losses it had incurred could never be compensated. With its forces halved, the hunting grounds of its pack would shrink, and they might become prey for other beasts. All of this turmoil had begun with a single goblin. Had it not been for that goblin blinding one of its eyes, its strength would not have diminished so drastically. If not for its blindness, these humans would have long since become its next meal. Now, its vision has diminished by half. The frail humans before it have also realized this and are attacking from its blind spots. Otherwise, it would not have just been struck on the head. The more it thinks, the angrier it becomes. The one-eyed wind wolf howled to the heavens, swearing that after finishing this job, it would prepare to break through. Sooner or later, it would seek revenge on that goblin with bandages wrapped around its left arm. Roar! The one-eyed wind wolf let out a furious roar, propelling itself forward with its powerful hind legs, sending a summoned wind wolf flying. Seizing the opportunity, another summoned wind wolf pounced onto the one-eyed wind wolf, sinking its teeth into its back and tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Close-range biting skills are immensely powerful, requiring 50 mana points for each activation. A summoned wind wolf has a maximum of 300 mana points, and this one had already expended several in its earlier attacks. Although the mana consumption is significant, Inflicting damage on the one-eyed wind wolf is worth it. The one-eyed wind wolf let out a pained howl. It turned its head and unleashed a blade of wind towards the summoned wind wolf. If in good condition, due to the speed of the summoned wind wolf, it would have easily evaded the wind blade. However, the summoned wind wolf's condition had deteriorated, and the wind blade struck its lower left abdomen. Coincidentally, that area had previously sustained a deep wound from the one-eyed wind wolf's claws. Now, the wind blade deepened the injury, penetrating through its abdomen, causing intestines and other organs to spill out. Not good. The summoned wind wolf's health plummeted instantly. Even if Anno wished to coax the summoned wind wolf to exert its last flicker of strength, its heavily injured body could hardly move. It barely covered 2 meters before dissipating into white light. Hiss. The one-eyed wind wolf exhaled a breath of hot air, turning its single eye to stare at Anno. Oh whoa. The struck summoned wind wolf returned to Anno's side, baring its teeth at the one-eyed wind wolf. Anno's mana had now recovered to 9 points, recovering 1 point per minute. He had hoped to hold on a little longer to summon another wind wolf. But now, it seemed that this minute could not be delayed. Let us see how long you can last in such a state. Anno took a deep breath, gripping his short sword with his right hand, crouching into a ready stance. Whoosh. Anno suddenly dashed forward. At the same moment, the summoned wind wolf charged toward the one-eyed wind wolf. 1 human and 1 beast, 1 left and 1 right. The one-eyed wind wolf incessantly shook its head, its single eye darting between Anno and the summoned wind wolf. Suddenly, the one-eyed wind wolf discovered that the summoned wind wolf had vanished into thin air. This took it by surprise, and it quickly scanned the surroundings for any sign of the summoned wind wolf. Whoosh. At that moment, an arcane missile shot forth from a distance, hurtling toward the one-eyed wind wolf. The one-eyed wind wolf's fur bristled, its claws extending. Boom. The arcane missile struck the ground and exploded. However, the one-eyed wind wolf had already evaded and appeared right in front of Anno. Ugh. The one-eyed wind wolf opened its massive jaws, lunging at Anno. Unable to locate the summoned wind wolf, it decided to eliminate this human first. If it managed to bite him and unleash its violent maw, this human would surely perish. Yet it failed. Anno swiftly turned to dodge the one-eyed wind wolf's bite. Bang. Missing its target, the one-eyed wind wolf spun around, using its tail like a steel whip to send Anno flying. Damn, although its speed had diminished somewhat, its reflexes had not declined significantly. A red mark was left on Anno's chest as blood began to seep out. Clang. After a brief clash between a short sword and the wolf's claws, they pulled apart, and thus began a series of confrontations. Almost every clash resulted in a new wound on Anno's body, blood pouring from his mouth like a free-flowing river. In stark contrast, the one-eyed wind wolf, without the distraction of the summoned wind wolf, sustained almost no damage. Snow, hurry and help Anno. Please. I want to, but they are entangled. And I fear my magic might harm Anno, without the summoned wind wolf to divert its attention. Another downside was that Gongxing Shui could not find an opportunity to cast her spell. Now, the 2 women could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. Thud. Anno was sent flying by the one-eyed wind wolf, his battered body sliding across the ground, leaving a bloodied trail several meters long. Thud. The one-eyed wind wolf's foreleg pressed down on Anno's chest, its sharp claws tearing into his flesh, forcing him to emit a series of agonizing screams. The one-eyed wind wolf opened its jaws wide, preparing to bite through the neck of the human before it. Everything happened too quickly for Gongxing Shui to react. In this situation, even if she launched the arcane missile now, it would be too late to prevent Anno's demise. Pinioned beneath the one-eyed wind wolf, Anno gazed up at the descending wolf head, roaring in his heart. Wind wolf, bite it. Oh whoa. From where it had previously vanished, the summoned wind wolf reappeared beside the one-eyed wind wolf, sinking its teeth into the latter's neck. Rip. In pain, the one-eyed wind wolf's claws instinctively tore at Anno's chest, rending several strips of flesh. Yet Anno seemed impervious to the agony, watching the one-eyed wind wolf frantically swat at the summoned wind wolf, exerting his last ounce of strength to shout toward the empty surroundings. Mengxin. A figure silently appeared above the one-eyed wind wolf, a dagger glinting coldly in the moonlight. Die. At Anno's command, Mengxin, who had been hidden until now, focused intently and plunged the dagger into the one-eyed wind wolf's remaining eye. The 15-centimeter dagger buried itself to the hilt, twisting as it went, just as the one-eyed wind wolf freed itself from the summoned wind wolf. Its body halted abruptly and collapsed. Obtained wind wolf soul, green, 1. Seeing the green soul rise from the one-eyed wind wolf and merge into his own body, Anno finally felt a sense of relief. Oh whoa. Just as Anno let out a sigh of relief, he remembered that Xue Feibai still had 3 wind wolves by his side. However, when Anno turned to look, he found that only 1 injured wind wolf remained near Xue Feibai, while several torn bodies lay nearby. The remaining wind wolf was preparing to flee. As for Xue Feibai, his wounds were no less than Anno's, his entire face smeared with blood. Though he was at his limit, his berserker state had reached its maximum enhancement. Huh. Xue Feibai exhaled sharply, raising his short knife and hurling it at the fleeing wind wolf. Boom. The air erupted with sonic booms as the already damaged short knife crossed the distance and embedded itself in the fleeing wind wolf's side. The wind wolf let out a pained howl, its body tumbling and rolling several meters away. Thud. Pushed to his limit. Shuefei could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Shuefei, please don't scare me. Gongxing Shui cast aside her wand and limped over to Shuefei's side. Upon seeing him unconscious, she could not help but burst into tears. Anua, disregarding her own injuries, hastily instructed Lu Rongrong to tend to Shuefei. Lu Rongrong had no choice but to crouch beside Anua, casting a low-level healing spell before rushing to heal Shuefei. The low-level healing spell proved effective for superficial wounds. After several spells, the torn flesh on Shuefei's body began to sprout granulations, slowly mending. Noticing the rise and fall of his chest, Gongxing Shui felt a slight sense of relief. At that moment, Lu Rongrong was grateful she had heeded Anua and Gongxing Shui's advice to conserve her magical energy. Otherwise, faced with two severely injured individuals, she might have felt utterly powerless. After stabilizing Shuefei's condition, she returned to Anua's side. Meng Xian knelt beside Anua with a heartbroken expression, tearing her clothing into strips to carefully bandage Anua's wounds. In a bid to create an opportunity, Anua had faced the one-eyed wind wolf alone, sustaining most of her injuries during the confrontation. However, unlike Shuefei, Anua remained conscious. After treating several severe injuries, Lu Rongrong ran out of magical energy. Howl. The remaining summoned wind wolf circled anxiously around Anua. Anua glanced at its status panel, noting it still had over 300 health points. Fetch me the heart and 4 claws of the one-eyed wind wolf, Anua weakly commanded. Upon hearing this, Meng Xian dashed forward with a dagger. After a short while, she returned, cradling the still-dripping heart and claws of the wolf. Anua instructed Meng Xian to place the items on the ground, and then sacrificed the wind wolf's soul, green, 1. Indeed, after a grueling battle against the one-eyed wind wolf, Anua gained over 250 experience points, elevating her directly to level 6. She was now capable of sacrificing green-grade souls to summon level 6 monsters. The heart and claws Meng Xian brought were offerings to summon a level 6 wind wolf. Not only did Anua level up, but Gongxing Shui and Meng Xian, who participated in the battle, also reached level 5.5. The experience gained from defeating the one-eyed wind wolf surpassed that of defeating large slimes by several times. It is noteworthy that when Anua defeated the large slime, she was only at level 4 and received a mere 120 experience points. This highlighted the stark contrast between the two creatures, the former being a mere common monster, while the latter was undoubtedly a boss-level entity. Upon reaching level 6, Anua intended to summon the one-eyed wind wolf and, together with the other summoned wind wolf, carry the injured Shuefei back to Valcam for higher priestly treatment. However, unexpectedly, as she sacrificed the wind wolf's soul, green, a sudden wave of trepidation washed over her. In an instant, her consciousness was drawn into a void of darkness. The peculiarity of her surroundings made Anua uneasy. The next moment, she felt an instinctive urge to look up. Above in the void, a minuscule fissure suddenly opened. Though small, the radiant colors emanating from within immediately captured Anua's attention. What is happening? Anua wondered, gazing at the colorful crack above. A vibrant beam of light, resembling a floating ribbon, drifted from the fissure and enveloped Anua, who was rendered immobile. Then, the fissure vanished. Anua's awareness returned to her body. At that moment, she found herself in awe, muttering in disbelief. So there truly exists a god of summoning. My sacrificed souls were offered to the slumbering god of summoning. Just as the radiant light merged with her body, she realized she had received a gift from the god of summoning. It was akin to Shuefei's experience when he worshipped the god of warriors, radiating light, signifying the god had responded by sacrificing a green-grade windwolf soul. Anua had awakened a fragment of divine essence from the dormant god of summoning and received a boon. Upon reaching level 6, Anua's information panel read as follows. Name, Anua. Race, human. Level, 6 experience. 01000 class, none magic power, 060 talent, spirit sacrifice skills, low-level perception, high-pressure acid shot. After receiving the gift, Anua's panel transformed instantly. Name, Anua. Race, human. Level, 6 experience, 01000 class, summoner magic power, 0600 talent, spirit sacrifice, green grade, all-seeing, green grade, previously a hidden talent, skills, low-level perception, high-pressure acid shot, divine awakener. The first change was in the magic power section. Anua had previously been limited by her low magical energy, hesitant to use her skills. She believed that summoning a creature was more worthwhile than utilizing skills due to her meager magic. The scarcity of her magic stemmed from the god of summoning's slumber. As a summoner, Anua's magic was pitifully low. Now, having sacrificed a green-grade soul and awakened a fragment of the goddess essence, her magic surged tenfold to 600 points. While this may not compare to that of mages of the same level, it was certainly respectable among other professions. In future battles, she would no longer have to be stingy with her magic and could freely unleash her skills. The increase in her magic capacity significantly enhanced Anua's strength. However, the other changes brought her even greater joy. Firstly, the talent spirit sacrifice had now upgraded to green quality. The number of summoned creatures increased from 5 to 10. Anua was astonished to discover that her spirit sacrifice now granted her the ability to forcibly bind a creature of her level or lower into a summoned being using a summoning array. The ability to bind living creatures as summons was monumental for Anua. Previously, she could only slay monsters and use offerings and souls to summon creatures of equal level to her own. Once summoned, their templates were fixed and could not be enhanced. Now, if she encountered a highly potential creature, as long as its level did not exceed her own, she could activate the spirit sacrifice array to forcibly bind it as a summon. This meant Anua could acquire a summon of exceptional potential. As for the new talent, All-Seeing, it was an ability Anua had previously overlooked. Anua could view the information panels of adventurers and monsters, mistakenly believing it was a unique skill. In truth, it was indeed Anua's exclusive ability. However, contrary to her assumptions, it was all thanks to All-Seeing. This was a passive skill allowing her to view the information panels of targets. Now, after upgrading to green quality, she could view targets up to 5 levels lower than herself, rather than merely those of equal level. Moreover, as All-Seeing continues to upgrade, it would unlock 5 additional capabilities. In the skills section, apart from the low-level perception and high-pressure acid spray learned from the slime soul, a new skill, the God Awakener, has emerged. The God Awakener is the one who awakens divinity and receives a fragment of the summoned deity's essence, enabling the enhancement of a skill to achieve a qualitative transformation. A fragment of divinity? Anno pondered briefly and immediately recalled the radiant spectrum of colors. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could feel this fragment of divinity coursing chaotically within his body. Alarmingly, he noticed that this fragment was steadily diminishing. At this rate, it would dissipate in less than a minute. What skill should I enhance? Regaining his composure, Anno quickly reviewed his skills. The Wind Wolf's Bite and Wind Blade currently lacked sufficient Wind Wolf souls for learning. Besides these, he was left with only low-level perception and high-pressure acid spray. Was he to choose between these two? Anno furrowed his brow, feeling that applying the God Awakener to either skill seemed inappropriate. The former was a perception skill, while the latter was a ranged attack skill. Although Anno was now a legitimate summoner capable of summoning an entire squad, the existence of the spirit could facilitate his all-encompassing development. Thus, enhancing either skill was not out of the question. Yet, Anno instinctively felt he should not enhance these two skills. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten this? Suddenly, Anno recalled a skill he had yet to learn. If the enhancement functioned as he envisioned, it would be perfectly applicable at this moment. Resolute, he wasted no time and learned that skill, using the God Awakener to enhance it. The 7-colored divinity, upon activation of the God Awakener, transformed into shimmering starlight and merged into Anno's being. Anno skills section. Having just consumed 100 slime souls to learn the Devour skill, then transformed into the Devouring Rebirth. Devour is one of the 3 skills of the slime, serving merely to consume small grasses, soil, and stones, which, upon decomposition, could recover a trivial amount of magical energy. Anno intended to enhance it to allow the consumption of grass and earth to substantially restore his own energy. However, the enhanced skill, Devouring Rebirth, now possessed an almost perverse capability. Devouring Rebirth, Rainbow Level, 0600. According to Anno's understanding, it could create a devouring realm for a brief period without any consumption. This realm could absorb external magical energy and gradually convert it into his own magical energy, or even transform it into life force to heal wounds. For example, if someone cast a spell at Anno, he could utilize Devouring Rebirth to absorb the opponent's magic, converting it into magical or life energy. The limitation was that the upper limit of absorbed magical energy was tied to Anno's strength. With only 600 points of magical energy, he could absorb a maximum of 600 points. Once the absorbed magical energy reached the limit of the Devouring Realm, Anno could no longer use Devouring Rebirth. A bane for mages. A bane for mages indeed. Anno's eyes widened as he uttered words that left Mingxin and Lu Rongrong puzzled, while calling out to Geng Qingxue, who was crouched beside Shui Feibai. Sister Shui, throw a magic ball at me. Upon hearing Anno's request, Geng Qingxue could no longer hold back her tears. Feibai had fallen into a coma, and Anno's mind seemed to have gone awry. Lu Rongrong, too, embraced Anno's head against her chest, her voice trembling with tears. Anno, how can you let Sister Shui attack you with magic? Magic could kill you. Woe is me, woe is me. Anno felt suffocated between 2 towering figures. With great effort, he pushed one away. No, I have learned a new skill that can convert magical energy into usable form. Huh. Lu Rongrong was taken aback. How could one learn a skill in such a manner? But upon reflection, she realized Anno was inherently different from them. His previous skills and summons were never taught by a mentor. Once she grasped this, Lu Rongrong noticed something amiss in her chest. Just then, Anno lowered his hand and once again urged Geng Qingxue to fire a magic ball at him. First, cast a magic ball at me. Then ride the Wind Wolf to take Bai Gu to Valcam for treatment. Anno struggled to rise, prompting Lu Rongrong, Mingxin, and the 2 summoned creatures to step aside. After a moment's thought, Geng Qingxue decided without hesitation. The arcane magic ball was unleashed, a sphere of magical energy soaring towards Anno. Devouring Rebirth. Anno activated his skill, To the astonishment of those present, a vortex the size of a human head appeared before Anno. As the magic ball approached, it was swiftly drawn into the vortex's center and consumed. Devouring Rebirth, 50600. This magic ball contained 50 points of magical energy. Until now, Anno had felt little. Yet, as the magic ball was devoured and began its transformation, he instantly sensed a wave of comfort radiating from within. Lu Rongrong's low-level healing spell treated external flesh wounds, while the healing effect of Devouring Rebirth initiated from within. Even fractured bones were slowly mending. The rate of conversion was neither too fast nor too slow, approximately converting 100 points of magical energy or an equivalent amount of life force per minute. Anno could not see his life value data and could only estimate based on the feedback from his body. After experimenting with the skill, Anno wasted no time. He instructed the level 6 summoned Windwolf to carry Gung Qingxue and Shui Feibai to Valcam. The ordinary summoned Windwolf was too small to accommodate 2 people. After they departed, Anno had Mingxin assist in collecting the remaining 4 ordinary Windwolf fangs and claws. Although his magical energy limit had reached 600, his current energy had not increased. After summoning the level 6 Windwolf, his magical energy was once again depleted, preventing him from summoning new Windwolves, forcing him to store the materials for now. While he could allow Devouring Rebirth to convert the ongoing magic ball into magical energy, what Anno truly needed was healing, especially since Lu Rongrong had now exhausted her magical energy. A slight healing was of utmost importance to Anno. The battle site with the Windwolves was still about 5 kilometers from Mir Village. With the assistance of Lu Rongrong and Mingxin, Anno mounted the level 5 summoned Windwolf. We should hurry back. Beneath the moonlight, Anno rode atop the injured Windwolf, with Lu Rongrong and Mingxin trailing closely behind. There was no choice. After all, Anno was the injured party. He did not waste the corpses of the Windwolves beyond the materials required for summoning. He severed the heads of all the Windwolves and, along with the corpse of the one-eyed Windwolf, bound them with rope to the summoned Windwolf for transport back to Mir Village. After removing the entrails, the one-eyed Windwolf had become significantly lighter, allowing the injured summoned Windwolf to move with difficulty. Perhaps it was because the surrounding area was the territory of the one-eyed Windwolf. Anno and his companions encountered no other magical beast on their return journey. 2 kilometers from Mir Village, Anno spotted Lu Yin and others who had come looking for them. Valcam. As the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon, Roger set out for the Adventurers Guild to accept a quest. If he could complete one more satisfactory basic-level task today, he would qualify for entry-level missions. On his way to the guild, Roger felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. He yearned to become an entry-level adventurer, as Maggie had described, allowing him to hone his skills in genuine combat and earn greater rewards. However, he was also apprehensive about the dwindling number of basic-level tasks available at the guild. Since he and 4 other adventurers had completed a commission and received their bounty 2 days prior, the idle low-level workers in Valcam had become quite agitated with excitement. Many of them, hindered by various circumstances, had experienced slow progress and minimal earnings, leading to a scarcity of training resources. This lack, in turn, perpetuated a vicious cycle of stagnation. Some individuals, through sheer determination, had broken this cycle and emerged as formidable warriors, such as Huntermark. Yet, the majority were defeated by the harshness of life, struggling to survive in this unforgiving world. It was not that the latter lacked ambition, rather, most came from humble backgrounds, compelled to toil for their daily sustenance, leaving them with scant time and resources for training. The existence of the Adventurers Guild provided newfound hope for these individuals. Discarded by mercenary groups, adventurers of any rank could take on corresponding tasks and receive suitable rewards. This news was corroborated by Roger and his companions. Consequently, more individuals who had registered as adventurers on the first day began to take on quests. Those who had not yet become adventurers flocked to the guild to register. Just yesterday, Maggie and Samantha had issued over 100 adventurer badges, including several for level 4 and 5 adventurers. Due to the significant increase in adventurer numbers, the basic level commissions at the guild had quickly been snatched up. At present, basic level tasks were highly sought after by adventurers who had yet to qualify for entry-level missions. Although Lady Ningwen had mentioned seeking Miss Lola to procure more basic level tasks for everyone, Roger thought it prudent to arrive early. However, upon his arrival, he found himself momentarily stunned. Before the still-closed doors of the Adventurers Guild stood a throng of diverse figures, all adorned with badges emblazoned with unique identification numbers. Oh no! So many have come already. A wave of anxiety washed over Roger as he worried whether there would be enough tasks to go around. As time passed, the crowd continued to swell. When the local townsfolk began their day's labor, they were startled to discover nearly 200 individuals gathered before the recently renovated old council hall. Among them were those who had become adventurers just 2 days prior, along with others preparing to register. In the meeting hall on the 2nd floor of the Adventurers Guild, Anno approached the window and slightly opened it. Casting a glance at the lively crowd below, a smile creeping onto his lips. "What is so amusing, dear President?" Ningwen inquired, her face etched with concern. The swift increase in adventurer numbers was alarming. "Our task supply is utterly insufficient. Do not fret," Anno replied, rubbing his bloodshot eyes before calmly addressing the assembly. After returning from my injury treatment yesterday, I sought out Butler Scott to report on the situation in Grand Village, which led to an opportunity to meet with the Viscount. He entrusted me with a commission that our adventurers can undertake. Oh, what task? Mengxin asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Following the battle with the one-eyed wind wolf, Gongqing Xue had taken Xue Feibai back to Valcam for treatment, while Anno, whose injuries were slightly less severe than Xue Feibai's, had joined forces with Mengxin and Lu Rongrong before reuniting with Lu Yin and others from Mill Village to hasten their journey back to Valcam. Having just faced the wind wolf, they would not have traveled at night if not for the proximity of Mill Village to Valcam, coupled with Anno's urgent need for healing from a high-ranking cleric. Fortunately, the effects of the rebirth of the Abyss had stabilized Anno's injuries temporarily, allowing them to reach Valcam, where they promptly sought a cleric's assistance. Once healed, Anno rushed to find Butler Scott. His urgency stemmed from a nagging suspicion regarding the events in Grand Village, particularly concerning the monster encampments marked on the map, most of which clustered around the iron mines. The goblins, dog-headed men, and rat-men encountered in their explorations were all equipped with iron helmets and various forms of armor, raising a troubling hypothesis in Anno's mind. Unable to wait until the following day, he sought out Scott that very night. When Scott met Anno, he displayed no signs of irritation at being disturbed. After Anno succinctly conveyed his encounters in Grand Village, he posited that the monsters might be utilizing the mines to forge weaponry. After studying the map that Anno had marked, Scott furrowed his brow in contemplation and then accompanied Anno to wake Viscount Raynor. After being roused, the Viscount held a meeting with Anno. This was Anno's first encounter with the Viscount. Following their discussion, Raynor promptly dispatched elite guards to Grand Village to verify the information. He praised Anno for his acumen. Upon learning that Anno had slain the one-eyed wind wolf near Mill Village, Raynor expressed astonishment. Although the beast was only level 6, it commanded a pack of wind wolves, making its overall combat strength formidable. The one-eyed wind wolf's territory lay between Mill Village and Grand Village. The task of eliminating it had long been assigned to the bloodstained mercenary group, which had failed to complete it over nearly a month, allowing Grand Village to fall to monsters. Yet, here was Anno, who had achieved the feat. The wolf's carcass lay outside the Viscount's residence, a testament to Anno's truthfulness. With a newfound appreciation for Anno's prowess, Raynor decided to entrust him with a new mission, one that Anno intended to undertake alongside the adventurers downstairs. The client for this task is someone we are quite familiar with, Anno stated, witnessing the puzzled expressions of his companions. It is Mayor Ria from Gruul Town. Mayor Ria? The name triggered a wave of nostalgia among the group, recollecting their days spent in Gruul Town and the familiar faces that danced in their memories. Although only a few days had passed since their departure, it felt like a distant past. Indeed, Mayor Ria had sent a message via carrier pigeon to Viscount Raynor just yesterday, reporting that the slimes on the grasslands outside Gruul Town had gone berserk, with large numbers flooding out to ravage fields and attack passersby. Additionally, several witnesses had spotted goblins appearing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The Viscount decided to dispatch guards today to assist the sentinels of Gruul Town in addressing the goblin dilemma, as well as to patrol the periphery of the Forbidden Forest. As for the task of eliminating the slimes, he entrusted it to our guild. Are you planning to send these adventurers? Ningguan inquired, perplexed. But tasks of this level should be categorized as entry-level. The current adventurers are not yet qualified to undertake such assignments. Indeed, Xue Feibai interjected. Didn't you also mention that the number of slimes is exceedingly high, and that they become aggressive and harm others when provoked? We have merely 146 registered adventurers. Wouldn't sending them result in significant casualties? Xue Feibai appeared equally confused by Anno's intentions. With a light chuckle, Anno rose from the table and led everyone downstairs. This task involves an excessive number of targets, and I suspect the uprising may be related to the legendary Slime King. This is not a challenge that a single individual or team of adventurers can handle. I have classified it as a guild extermination mission, including the 9 of us. Every member of the Adventurers Guild will participate in this endeavor. With that, Anno approached the entrance and swung open the grand doors of the Adventurers Guild. Ragel, waiting anxiously outside, grew increasingly restless. With so many individuals present, he feared missing out on the task would further delay his entrance into the realm of entry-level adventurers. Many others shared Ragel's sentiments, and some even engaged in heated exchanges with their companions. Just as frustration reached its peak, the doors of the Adventurers Guild swung open. The cacophony outside abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned toward the imposing figure at the entrance, a young man exuding an aura of authority. Tall and strikingly handsome. His piercing gaze radiated command. This was none other than Anno, previously labeled as the Forsaken One for being unable to find a profession within the city, yet effortlessly defeating 2 level 5 professionals as a summoner. His other identity was that of the president of the Adventurers Guild. In just 2 days, whispers of Anno's exploits had spread widely. Whether as the Forsaken One or the summoner, he had stirred quite a commotion to many level 2 and level 3 professionals. Anno's status as a summoner made him formidable. Summoning goblins at level 5 was enough to instill caution in level 5 adventurers. Moreover, the presence of Miss Lola, or the Viscount, behind him further bolstered his reputation. Those adventurers who had encountered Anno recently noted a palpable increase in his aura. Truly, he is a remarkable leader, Ragel thought. Gazing at Anno with admiration, secretly vowing to stand before hundreds one day, commanding silence as he spoke. As Anno stepped over the threshold, his gaze swept over the crowd. His enhanced perception unveiled the panel information of each individual without reserve. Aside from 1 level 5 and 3 level 4s, the rest were all level 13s. Most appeared to be in their 20s, with only a few of the higher-tier professionals looking middle-aged. The age at which individuals began their training varied, making it difficult to gauge talent solely based on age. For instance, Lu Zhishang appeared to be in his 30s but had only trained for a few days. However, the seasoned professionals likely belonged to the category that had trained for a decade without breaking through to level 6. Yet Anno believed that as long as they became adventurers, they would find appropriate tasks, gain opportunities to grow stronger, and contribute to the guild's prosperity. He addressed the assembly with a resonant voice. Welcome, everyone, to today's gathering of the Adventurers Guild. I am Anno, the guild president. I understand that you have come here today seeking commissions, and I am pleased for you. Every effort you make will transform into the nourishment of your growth. For all of us, this is merely a starting point. In the various tasks ahead, we may encounter formidable foes, face injuries, suffer losses, and shed tears. Yet, as adventurers, encountering trials along our journey is entirely natural. No one's life is devoid of challenges. Whatever cannot defeat us will ultimately render us stronger. Through continued adventures, we will gradually evolve into formidable beings. As Anno concluded, Ragel erupted into enthusiastic applause, inspiring others who were already moved by Anno's final words to join in. Anno cast a glance at Ragel among the crowd, nodding in approval. He remembered this young man. Despite his level 1 strength being somewhat lacking, he showed promise. Raising his right hand to silence the applause, Anno continued. The term adventurer refers to those who constantly break through their limits through repeated challenges. Entry-level tasks are merely a test for adventurers, primarily intended to assess their sense of responsibility. Those who accept commissions from the guild understand that only through entry-level tasks can they engage in genuine combat and truly hone their skills. Now, you all have an opportunity to bypass the prerequisite of basic-level tasks and directly accept entry-level commissions. Anno's words sparked excitement among a portion of the adventurers. Many had long desired to undertake entry-level tasks, but current regulations mandated the completion of 3 satisfactory basic-level tasks beforehand. The prospect of bypassing this requirement, as stated by President Anno, piqued their interest, particularly among the few middle-aged men at levels 4 and 5. What exactly is the task, President? Ragel inquired, raising his hand. Feigning a moment of suspense, Anno finally revealed, it is a guild extermination mission. He then proceeded to recount the details of the slime uprising task in Gruul Town, concluding with, I will lead this mission, urging everyone to participate. Some of you may lack experience battling slimes. This is your opportunity. Joining forces to exterminate the slimes not only sharpens your combat skills, but also ensures your safety. As Anno spoke, he waved his left hand through the air, summoning 4 wind wolves and a large slime, approximately 1 meter in diameter, to appear beside him. Awoo. The 3 level 5 wind wolves howled in unison. Led by a level 6 wind wolf, the large slime rolled to Anno's feet, making a series of chirping sounds. The level 6 wind wolf was summoned by offering the soul of a one-eyed wind wolf, while the remaining 3 wind wolves were summoned using wind wolf souls, white, one of which had survived from the battles of the previous night. After replenishing his magical energy, Anno discovered that he could not summon level 6 creatures with white level souls. Thus, he managed to summon only 2 level 5 wind wolves, along with the one that had survived from the previous night, totaling 3 level 5 wolves. He retained the last wind wolf soul, white, for future use. As for the large slime, it was a creature Anno had previously hunted. Before reaching level 6, he was unable to sacrifice the large slime's soul. Upon returning to the guild the previous day, Anno retrieved the large slime's skin and sacrificed its soul, green, thereby summoning the large slime. The surrounding adventurers were witnessing Anno's summoning of creatures for the first time. Some were so startled by the sudden appearance of the wind wolves that they screamed and attempted to flee. However, upon realizing that the creatures did not pursue them and instead sat obediently at Anno's feet, they began to comprehend the situation. Goodness! Could these beasts be the summoned creatures of the guild leader? Surely they were, as evidenced by their docile demeanor. Initially, there were doubts regarding the guild leader's rumored abilities, but the sight of a true summoner with their beasts dispelled any skepticism. Among the crowd, the only other level 5 adventurer, who stood beside Anno, was filled with awe as he beheld the wind wolves at Anno's side. Could this magical energy fluctuation possibly belong to a level 6 beast? After summoning the wind wolves and the large slime, Anno paid no heed to the crowd's reactions. He gently stroked the fur of the summoned wind wolves while observing the adventurers as they gradually regrouped. Once they had assembled, Anno spoke calmly. Now, those willing to accept the guild's quest and fight alongside us may register using their adventurer badges. Following Anno's words, Xue Feibai and the others stepped out of the guild and positioned themselves behind him. The gathered crowd was no longer composed of mere novices. Geng Qingxue and Meng Xian had both reached level 5, standing behind Anno, alongside the imposing level 6 wind wolf and other summoned creatures. They exuded an air of strength that resonated with all present. I am willing. I am willing. Roger was the most enthusiastic among them, with the guild leader participating. What was there to fear? I want to join as well, but I lack a proper weapon. Slimes could easily be defeated with a club, provided one avoided their acidic spray. The slime skin can fetch 1 copper coin. Count me in. The thought of fighting alongside so many ignited a fervor within him. Of the over 200 people, aside from a few exceptions, all expressed their eagerness to follow Anno into battle. With Anno leading, they felt confident that the task was manageable, no matter how formidable the slimes might be. Could they possibly rival the strength of a guild leader who could summon beasts like the wind wolves? Anno instructed Maggie and Samantha, who had come to register as adventurers, to record the names of those wishing to join the quest, ultimately counting a total of 216 participants. You have 1 day to prepare. Tomorrow morning, everyone will gather at the guild to prepare for the extermination of the rampaging slimes. The guild's quest was as follows. A significant number of slimes had appeared in the grasslands outside Gruul Town, and the Adventurers Guild was mobilizing all its members for the task. Quest level, Special Guild Task. Recommended Adventurer level, 0 to 5. Quest objective, eliminate the slimes to alleviate the crisis in Gruul Town. Quest reward, 2 gold coins. Guild quest benefits. If struck by the slime's acidic spray, participants could seek free treatment from guild members Lu Rongrong and Ning One. While 2 gold coins seemed substantial, when converted to copper, it amounted to a staggering 20,000 copper. Divided among 200 participants, each would receive less than 100 copper. However, this was precisely Anno's intention, to enhance the overall strength of the adventurers by including everyone in the endeavor. With a larger group, the rewards naturally diminished. In reality, Anno, along with Bai and the others, could have accomplished the task alone, but the sheer number of slimes would prolong the effort. Upon seeing the guild's quest benefits, the participating adventurers became increasingly excited. Priests, being unique healing professions, were typically absorbed by major factions. None of the adventurers present had a priest among them. Previously, concerns had arisen regarding the high costs of healing in case of injury. However, with the guild's support, all worries were dispelled, and the adventurers hurried to prepare for the task. Those who had not yet registered as adventurers rushed to sign up with Maggie and her companion. The day passed swiftly. Anno entrusted the Adventurers Guild headquarters to Maggie for safekeeping and led the gathered adventurers toward Gruul Town. Early in the morning, the townspeople of Valcam witnessed a large group marching out of the city gates. Those unaware speculated it to be a medium-sized mercenary group on the move. However, some well-informed individuals recognized Anno at the forefront, along with the badges worn by all, realizing that the Adventurers Guild was undertaking a significant operation. Has the Viscount taken any action again? Just yesterday, I saw 2 fully armed guards leaving the city, and now the Adventurers Guild is on the move. Could it be that monsters were attacking nearby villages and towns once more? Surely not. Winter had only recently passed, and both Grand Village and Lado Town had already fallen. Now, were other villages and towns at risk of monster attacks? Sigh, it's better to stay in Valcam, although the pressure to survive grows. At least our lives are guaranteed. Don't you think the Adventurers Guild is developing too quickly? Wasn't it just established a few days ago? How could they already have hundreds of members? Ah, you see, the Adventurers Guild was indeed founded by that person named Anno, with the Viscount's support. However, anyone with a profession can register as an adventurer. Just look at the equipment they carry. Wooden sticks picked up from the roadside? A wooden basin as a makeshift shield? They are nothing but a bunch of jesters. In my opinion, the Adventurers Guild is merely a gathering of misfits, incapable of competing with mercenary groups. They won't last long. I have heard that by simply registering as an adventurer, one can accept commissions without the need for combat, thus earning a handsome reward. Furthermore, the guild charges merely a 5% fee, which equates to receiving the full amount. However, what utility does that serve? The commissions are trivial, offering only meager rewards. Tasks assigned to mercenary groups typically yield at least silver coin as compensation. Moreover, certain mercenary groups within the city have expressed dissatisfaction with the Adventurers Guild's practices. Though they must publicly show respect to the noble Viscount, behind the scenes, the Adventurers Guild will certainly face repercussions. Oh, is that so? Indeed. I am a trainee member of the Bristleback Mercenary Group. Just yesterday, the captain issued a directive. If we encounter members of the Adventurers Guild outside, we are to give them a taste of their own medicine. Unfortunately, they all set out today. Otherwise, I, Carol, a level 5 apprentice knight, would have shown them a thing or two. Anno rode at the forefront on his level 6 Wind Wolf, followed closely by the swiftly marching adventurers. Beside Anno were Bai and others, who were discussing strategies for leading these novice adventurers into battle. Meng Xian, meanwhile, was scouting ahead with rogue adventurers. The journey to Gruul Town was long, spanning 40 kilometers. Even with seasoned professionals carrying provisions and traveling light, it would take 7 to 8 hours at a brisk pace. Anno, do these adventurers truly lack proper weapons to contend with slimes? Spoke Ning One, the only one among the 9 still at level 0. She expressed her concern due to the woeful equipment of the adventurers trailing behind. Aside from a few level 3 adventurers wielding iron weapons, The rest were armed with mere clubs or sticks. Those with shovels were considered fortunate. Some even appeared with wooden basins, their hands completely empty. Anno, unfazed upon his windwolf, chuckled lightly, saying, "Slimes, devoid of their acidic secretions, are not particularly formidable. I once ventured into the plains wielding nothing more than a club." "Venture forth." Ningwen involuntarily smirked. "But they are not like you. Rest assured, do not underestimate their capabilities." These individuals joined the Adventurers Guild merely 3 days prior to its opening. Ningwen, perplexed by Anua's words, inquired, "Is there something particularly special about that?" "Indeed. This indicates that they have yet to have their spirits dulled. They still possess a heart yearning for strength." Shui Feibai interjected with a smile, clarifying Anua's point. If they were ordinary folk, they would remain passive, lacking such swift resolve. Certainly, whether they are driven by the allure of bountiful rewards or the desire to bask in the Viscount's shadow, they have made a decisive choice in a remarkably short time. In terms of initiative, they surpass the vast majority. Their ultimate goal, naturally, is to grow stronger. Among them, there may be those seeking to exploit the situation. But that does not impact us. As a guild, our primary task is to provide them with commissions. The individual choices of adventurers are of no concern to us. For now, we must identify and nurture potential candidates to enhance the guild's reputation. By Gu, when you lead the team, keep an eye out for promising individuals. Absolutely. The journey ahead was somewhat dull, devoid of encounters with monsters or magical beasts. Consequently, the group made swift progress. Departing from Valcam at 8 in the morning, they glimpsed the outline of Grilltown around 3 in the afternoon. The adventurers gazed longingly at the prairie and the town from a distance. Upon spotting a multitude of slimes, they could not help but swallow in anticipation. Only a few among them displayed a fierce determination for battle. By Artemis above, the number of slimes is staggering. There seems to be one every 3 to 5 meters. At a glance, there are certainly thousands, with countless more hidden within the plains. What are we afraid of? We have several hundred individuals, and the guild leader is with us. The crops to the west have been utterly ravaged. Grilltown will have a difficult year ahead. My great sword is aching for action. Listening to the discussions of the adventurers around him, Anua rode ahead to survey the situation. The sheer number of slimes was indeed overwhelming. However, the majority were below level 3. The pressing issue now was that the road leading to Grilltown was completely overrun by slimes. To enter the town, they must first clear a path. Anua turned to face the adventurers, whose expressions varied, and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, take a 30-minute rest. After half an hour, we shall charge into Grilltown together. Assemble into the teams I arranged on the journey here." From his vantage atop the Windwolf, Anua instructed the adventurers, once divided. Everyone must follow the commands of their respective leaders during combat. Remember, do not act recklessly. Although we have a priest, their magical energy is limited. So everyone must prioritize their own safety. With Anua's command, the 216 adventurers split into 6 teams. Apart from Anua, Lu Rongrong, and Ningwen, Shui Feibai and his 5 companions each led a team of 36. Each team comprised warriors, knights, rogues, hunters, and mages. Under Anua's guidance, the 6 teams advanced in a V formation toward Grilltown. As the slimes bounded and frolicked across the prairie, sensing the approaching throng, they did not flee as usual but charged forward instead. Bayu, a stream of acidic liquid was expelled by a slime. Shui Feibai deftly sidestepped the attack, brandishing his club to deliver a crushing blow to a slime in midair. The creature burst open, its viscous contents splattering the ground. As Shui Feibai collected the slime skins from the ground, he tossed his club back to the adventurer behind him, saying nonchalantly, "See? Slimes are easily dispatched, so do not fret over wielding a mere club. The guild leader once hunted slimes in this very prairie with nothing more than a club. Just remember to be cautious of the slime's acidic secretions." Subsequently, Shui Feibai also instructed some individuals wielding wooden basins to employ them for deflecting acid in crucial moments. The majority of adventurers lacked prior experience in battling slimes, initially exhibiting a degree of apprehension. Fortunately, the initial encounters involved a limited number of slimes, rendering the situation relatively manageable. Everyone had the opportunity, under the cover of others, to engage in a fair one-on-one confrontation with the slime. In the event of complications, Shui Feibai, as the captain, would promptly intervene. Only the level 1 and 2 adventurers remained largely unaffected. However, several level 4 and 5 adventurers in the party couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at the sight before them. If only I had received such treatment during my battles in the past, I wouldn't have failed my assessment due to injury and remained in obscurity ever since. Xiao, the sole level 5 Knight class adventurer, upon witnessing Shui Feibai's intervention to save an adventurer from impending slime acid, couldn't help but express his admiration for someone of his caliber. Hunting slimes was a trivial matter. Hence, Anno had approached him on the road, offering him the position of vice captain. Primarily responsible for guiding the team when the captain was occupied, the 6 teams advanced steadily. Many novice adventurers were elated after completing their first kill. Upon spotting slimes approaching, they eagerly volunteered to engage. However, as they ventured deeper, an increasing number of slimes detected their presence and began converging towards the 6 teams. Consequently, The adventurers no longer had to vie for a single slime. Initially, each team was only besieged by a few slimes, but later, each team had to contend with dozens of slimes. In the face of the overwhelming acid spray, the 6 teams, under Anno's direction, dispersed into smaller units to handle the slimes separately. As they neared Grua Town, Gongxing Xue's team was directly encircled by over 50 slimes. The adventurers, armed with rudimentary weapons, frantically battled the slimes. Ultimately, Gongxing Xue instructed everyone to lure the slimes together, unleashing several arcane orbs, instantly eliminating over 20 slimes, significantly alleviating the pressure on the adventurers. The only drawback was that the slimes struck by the magic were completely destroyed. Anno, who was constantly moving between the teams, nodded in satisfaction as he observed the teams advancing towards Grua Town in an orderly manner. Indeed, using slimes for their training was an ideal choice. Anno's lips curled upward as he watched the white souls flying towards him. The speed at which over 200 people hunted slimes far surpassed Anno's individual hunting rate. Although he could only collect within a 50-meter radius, it only required him to take a few extra steps. At Anno's current level, hunting these low-level slimes yielded no experience points. He simply wanted to amass slime souls to upgrade his low-level perception. After more than an hour and traversing nearly a kilometer, the 200 adventurers finally arrived before Grua Town. Anno had directly harvested over 1,200 slime souls. After expending 1,000 slime souls, his low-level perception was upgraded to intermediate perception. The perception range increased to a 10-meter radius, while the consumption rate became 2 mana points per second. This consumption rate necessitated activation only during combat. Although Anno possessed a substantial 600 mana points, he could only sustain it for 5 minutes. Among the 200 adventurers who reached Grua Town, only a few sustained injuries, which were promptly healed by Lu Rongrong's magic, thanks to Anno's Wind Wolves and Xue Feibai's rescue capabilities. The guards of Grua Town had long detected the approaching group. As Anno's party drew near, a guard hastily lowered the wooden bridge that had been raised over the town's moat. Anno left behind a group of mages, allowing the others to cross the river first. Once everyone had nearly crossed, a swarm of slimes began to gather. Everyone, unleash your mana to your heart's content. Yeah. Led by Gongxing Xue, nearly 20 mages simultaneously unleashed arcane orbs upon the approaching slimes. Dozens of orbs, like bursting fireworks, streaked towards the slime swarm. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, incinerating dozens of slimes in a blaze of light. The mages, having exhausted their mana, scurried onto the bridge, catching up with the group ahead. Some, while running, exclaimed to others, "Damn, that was exhilarating. I blasted 7 to death with 1 shot." 7. Anno was the last to cross the bridge. After his return, the wooden bridge was hoisted up again with ropes. Although slimes could swim, they were also susceptible to drowning, so they were reluctant to jump into the river. With the bridge raised, a large number of slimes, having lost their target, lingered nearby. "Anno, is that you?" Upon hearing the voice, Anno turned around and recognized a familiar face. "Mr. Brooke." Anno moved through the crowd towards the speaker. "We have been entrusted by the Viscount to clear out the rampaging slimes." Brooke, upon hearing this, looked at the surrounding adventurers with astonishment. He could sense that the vast majority of them were below level 3, with only a handful above level 4. So weak. How could the Viscount entrust them with this task? "Mr. Brooke, have you resolved the goblin issue in the Forbidden Forest? You know about that too?" Upon hearing Anno's question, Brooke sighed. "Initially, we only discovered a small squad of goblins, which the 10 guards of Grua Town were fully capable of handling. However, when we located the goblins' camp outside the Forbidden Forest, we discovered that it had already amassed over 50 goblins, including a considerable number above level 6. Therefore, we sought assistance from the Viscount. Yesterday, the Viscount dispatched 2 squads of guards and commissioned 2 mercenary groups. However, according to intelligence gathered by our scouts, the number of goblins within the stronghold has doubled again. There are at least 30 level 6 goblins. Fortunately, the number of goblins has not increased since then. Otherwise, I would have suspected that these goblins were planning to attack Grua Town. In fact, if we hadn't detected their movements in advance, the Viscount wouldn't have sent so many people to assist. 100 goblins are already capable of attacking Grua Town." Brooke's partner, Owen, approached Anno from a distance. He greeted Anno with a smile. "Long time no see, Anno. You seem to have grown stronger again." Behind him were a man and a woman. A man, standing over 6 feet tall with a robust physique, donned in plate armor, bore a small shield and a long spear. A woman, with a captivating silhouette, possessed striking purple hair and violet eyes. Her curvaceous form moved with the grace of a serpent, leaving an impression of alluring charm. Upon encountering the robust man's information panel, Anno's eyes narrowed instantly. The man, too, noticed Anno and approached her, his triangular eyes fixated on her, and with a menacing tone, he snarled, "So you are Anno. Your connection to the disappearance of my brother, Harry, is undeniable. Name, Sharpakar race, human level, 10 mana, 1000 profession, night talent, none skills, basic spear technique, shield bash. Holy shield, fury of the spear, swift movement." The man with the triangular eyes was none other than Sharpakar, the furious knight and brother of Harry, whom Anno had slain. Unfazed by Sharpakar's accusation, Anno calmly inquired, "And who might your brother be?" Feigning ignorance, are we? Sharpakar scoffed, reaching for Anno's collar. Anno furrowed her brow and swiftly stepped back. Sharpakar, with a hint of disdain in his gaze, advanced to match her movements. With his level 10 strength, capturing Anno would be a trivial task. Yet, just as he was about to close in, a bewitching figure interposed between them. Pray tell, what do you intend to do to this charming young lady? Mavis, with a playful demeanor, stood protectively in front of Anno, her lips glistening with purple gloss as she smiled mischievously. Taken aback by Mavis's sudden intervention, Sharpakar halted abruptly, retracting his hand just before it could make contact. Mavis, this does not concern you. Sharpakar barked, his brow furrowed in irritation. Yet, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Mavis covered her mouth with a light laugh. She is accompanied by the Adventurers Guild for support, and I have eagerly awaited their arrival. Should you harbor hostility towards their leader, what will you do if they decide to turn away? Observing the woman who defended her, Anno mused inwardly. Surprised that the higher-ups of the Black Widow Mercenary Corps were aware of her affiliation with the guild, indicating their keen interest in the Adventurers Guild. Name, Mavis Flynn. Race, human level, 10 mana, 1200 profession, thief talent, none skills, stealth, sprint, backstab, venomous kiss. Upon noticing the venomous kiss skill, Anno instinctively distanced herself from Mavis, aware that those who wield poison can be rather perilous. Sharpakar's wariness towards Mavis stemmed from her proficiency with toxins. Anno's deduction regarding Mavis being part of the Black Widow Mercenary Corps was primarily based on the spider tattoo adorning her neck. As the second-ranked mercenary group in Valcam, the Black Widow Corps predominantly comprised female members, all bearing spider motifs. After Mavis's remarks, Sharpakar mockingly gestured towards the surrounding adventurers. Support? What do you expect from this bunch of trash? Are they to suffocate those wretched goblins? Have you lost your wits over your brother's disappearance? Mavis rolled her eyes. With their presence, we can temporarily address the slime issue, allowing the freed soldiers to join us in exterminating the goblins. Surely, you understand the significance of having more level 6 soldiers when engaging goblins? Sharpakar's anger flared upon Mavis's mention of his brother. Drawing a spear and pointing it threateningly at her head, Mavis remained unfazed, a dagger gleaming with a green hue appearing in her grasp. Anno observed the tense standoff with a peculiar expression, confident she had not interacted with Mavis or any other Black Widow member prior. Yet, Mavis was defending her in front of Sharpakar, though Anno had publicly announced the guild's mission just yesterday. Sharpakar and Mavis had set off with the Viscount soldiers early that morning, coinciding with Anno's guild task. Sharpakar was evidently unaware of Anno's reinforcements, while Mavis claimed she had awaited Anno's arrival, fully cognizant of her intentions. As Anno watched the confrontation, a smile crept onto her lips. Given the intel at hand, combined with the knowledge that the Black Widow Mercenary Corps was among the few active allies of the Viscount, it was not difficult to deduce their connection. Mavis's actions were unmistakably signaling Anno. They were aligned, at least for the present. Captain Sharp, Captain Mavis, what is the meaning of this? Brooke and Owen interjected, sensing the escalating tension between the two. Sharpakar sheathed his spear, recognizing the peculiar nature of the moment and refraining from violence. He glared at Anno, growling. When was the last time you saw my brother, Harry? Though he chose restraint for the time being, he was determined to inquire about Harry's whereabouts. With all eyes now on her, Anno feigned contemplation. Harry? Ah yes, I recall encountering him while I was in Gruul Town. He was bullying my companion, and I had to teach him a lesson. After that, I lost track of him. Sharpakar had gathered this information shortly after arriving in Gruul Town. Not long thereafter, Harry had vanished from public sight. Thus, Sharpakar harbored grave suspicions that Anno was involved in his brother's disappearance. Moreover, he was aware of Anno's identity as a summoner, capable of calling forth goblins to fight. Though he loathed to concede it, should a conflict arise between Harry and Anno, it was highly probable that Harry would meet his demise. You had best not let me uncover anything, or I shall ensure you regret ever coming to this world, he threatened, though internally he resolved to cease his inquiries. Any suspicious individuals linked to his brother's disappearance would ultimately face one fate: capture, interrogation, and execution. For now, due to the looming goblin threat and Mavis's presence alongside the soldiers, Sharpakar opted for patience. He planned to strike when Anno was alone, knowing that as dusk approached, it would be simpler to abduct her under cover of darkness. With that, Sharpakar turned to leave, and Brooke and Owen breathed a sigh of relief. Being only level 6, they felt powerless against the wrath of the furious knight should he choose to act against Anno. They would have to rely on the assistance of the venomous spider, Mavis. Little brother, the hour grows late. Come with your sister into town, and let your companions find a place to rest. As Mavis was mid-sentence, a sudden series of sounds echoed from afar. Her expression shifted, and she turned her gaze toward the source of the noise. Not only Mavis, but also Brooke, Owen, and the still present Sharp all turned in the same direction. Anno noticed this as well and glanced back. In the distant sky, a conspicuous red flare erupted. That direction was the Forbidden Forest. Anno did not comprehend the meaning of the signal, but the expressions on Mavis and the others' faces indicated that it was certainly not a good omen. Owen quickly informed the captain, the goblins outside the Forbidden Forest are stirring. Brooke urged Owen with great urgency. Owen had already started running toward the town as soon as he saw the flare ascend. Anno observed the hastily departing figures and understood that the situation might be serious. All adventurers swiftly returned to the town for sustenance and rest. Prepare for battle at all times. The surrounding adventurers responded in unison. Yes. At the edge of the forbidden forest, a goblin approached the corpse of a human thief and extracted an axe from the lifeless body. Behind it were several other goblins and various other creatures, all of which were of level 6 or higher. At the center of these creatures stood a figure shrouded in a dark cloak. Observing the ascending flare, the cloaked figure trembled with agitation. Useless fools, you couldn't even detect a human thief this close. The language of the creatures resonated from beneath the cloak. The surrounding monsters, including a level 10 goblin shaman, lowered their heads in silence. Increased the pace of the troops and reached the designated location. We must seize this town tonight. As night fell, the scattered thieves and mercenaries around the small town remained oblivious to the unusual occurrences. However, the mercenaries and guards within the town showed no signs of relaxation. The signal had been fired, yet the one who launched it had yet to return. Sam and Vanessa were likely in grave danger. Inside the town's assembly hall, the guard captain, Rodney, sighed heavily. Both Sharp and Mevis wore troubled expressions. The two thieves dispatched were their subordinates. Given Vanessa's capabilities, capturing her would have required several monsters of level 8 or higher. Mevis, having lost a sister, spoke in a subdued tone. Rodney nodded and stated, according to prior arrangements, the flare should only be released upon sighting the creatures moving toward the town. It appears the monsters intend to act tonight. Everyone must remain vigilant and alert for any approaching creatures. The confirmed number of creatures exceeded 100, with 30 of them at level 6. On the side of Gruul Town, there were 30 guards and 18 mercenaries, all of level 6 or higher, along with over 200 adventurers brought by Anno. In terms of combat, humanity seemed to have an advantage. Yet, the monsters operated from the shadows while the humans were in the light. The outcome remained uncertain, given that the movements of the monsters have been revealed. Will they postpone their attack? Sharp suggested to Rodney. If they abandon tonight's assault, would it not be a waste of energy for us to remain on guard? If the monsters rest and we remain vigilant through the night, we may find ourselves fatigued when they strike again the next day. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Rodney furrowed his brow and replied, but we cannot gamble. We are responsible for the lives of over 2,000 townsfolk. Mayor Rhea, who was listening, nodded repeatedly, affirming, yes, we cannot take chances. He had already sent a message via carrier pigeon to Viscount Reno regarding the situation in Gruul Town, and support from Valcam would not arrive until the following morning at the earliest. If we can endure tonight, the situation will improve with tomorrow's reinforcements. Upon hearing that Mayor Rhea had requested assistance and that Rodney had relayed the message to the Viscount, Sharp felt a flicker of relief. Nevertheless, he persisted. The brothers have not rested during the day. They cannot be expected to stand guard all night. What are you trying to say? Mevis understood but still wished to hear Sharp's thoughts. I have a suggestion. Sharp, undeterred by Mevis's demeanor, addressed Rodney. Did a considerable number of professionals not arrive just now? Nearly 200? We could assign them to keep watch on the perimeter and report any developments promptly, allowing our brothers to rest. Should the monsters indeed launch an attack tonight, we would not be forced to fight while exhausted. What do you think? Mevis interjected softly. The adventurers brought by Anno are all low-level professionals. What difference does it make whether you send them to the perimeter for watch or to their demise? That perspective is too harsh. As long as they are alert and can detect the creature's movements in advance, it would be a significant contribution. Even level 8 Vanessa could not escape. How can you expect a group of level 2 or 3 individuals to provide a warning? That Anno appears quite formidable. He is a summoner, after all. Perhaps we could involve him as well. Captain Rodney, if we do not make good use of these low-level professionals, it would indeed be a loss. Moreover, if we do not allow them to keep watch, shall we permit them to hide in the town like the villagers? Sharp's reasoning was quite compelling. Rodney furrowed his brow in thought before nodding in agreement. According to kingdom regulations, all professionals could be conscripted to fight in emergencies. During such times, everyone must contribute. Tonight, the adventurers brought by Anno would primarily be responsible for perimeter watch, while we should each assign 2 more individuals for vigilance. Mevis shrugged and ceased speaking. A smirk of cunning success crept across Sharp's lips. When the guards found Anno in a private room at the Light Moon Tavern and conveyed Rodney's decision, Anno immediately felt a surge of anger. The task we accepted was to clear out slimes. Engaging in combat with a monster army exceeds our acceptable task level. In Anno's classification of task levels, a mission involving a monster attack on a village would, at minimum, be classified as a bronze-level task, requiring professionals of levels 11 to 15 to undertake. Even as a group, a considerable number of professionals of levels 5 to 10 would be needed to qualify for participation. While the Adventurers Guild had many members, they were all low-level professionals. Participating in a bronze-level task would be tantamount to seeking death. This is merely a warning. The primary combat will still be handled by us guards and mercenaries. Owen spoke somewhat awkwardly. Moreover, this is an emergency situation. According to kingdom law, all professionals are obligated to assist the guards in handling emergencies. You cannot refuse this task. You have half an hour to prepare before you must lead your people out. If professionals refuse to fulfill their duties, the guards have the right to execute deserters. As Anno watched Irving depart, a shadow crossed his face, and he descended into deep contemplation. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his eyes widened in realization. So that's it. Anno murmured softly. Is this the true purpose behind your summoning me to Gruul Town? To test my capabilities, or is there another motive at play? Previously, Anno had perceived that the task of quelling the slime uprising assigned to him by Count Reno was an acknowledgement of his strength. However, it became evident that the Count had entirely orchestrated the situation to his advantage, learning that there were dozens of goblins lurking outside the Forbidden Forest. With only a handful of level 6 monsters present, the Count not only dispatched a contingent of 20 guards, but also hired 2 mercenary squads of 10. If the intention was merely to eradicate these goblins, there would be no need for such a surplus of level 6 or higher professionals. With their presence, the slime uprising could be effortlessly resolved without the necessity of further delegating the task to Anno. It now appeared that Count Reno might have foreseen the impending goblin assault on Gruul Town. Indeed, as Rodney and his men arrived, the number of monsters in the goblin encampment had doubled. Count Reno intended for Anno to serve as a hidden asset, ostensibly engaging in battle with the slimes. However, in the event of a monster attack, he would be conscripted. Possessing the strength to hunt level 6 windwolves, Anno would undoubtedly assist the guards in addressing various troubles. He exhaled heavily, casting a glance towards Vaugham, and muttered to himself, "This is your scheme, isn't it? A person who manages a city of 300,000 with such precision, while having ambiguous connections with Vaugham's second-ranked mercenary group. I have underestimated you." Anno replayed the scene of his meeting with Count Reno in his mind, even striving to recall his initial encounter with Mevis for any overlooked details. After 2 minutes of reflection, Anno sighed and whispered, "It seems this task is one I must undertake, whether I desire it or not." Upon exiting the private room, Anno summoned the leaders of the 6 teams and elucidated the current situation. "Let us serve as the line of defense. These people are truly capable of devising any strategy." The middle-aged knight Shao, the deputy captain of the Shui Fei team, could not suppress his indignation. The other adventurers shared his grim expressions. Well aware of the kingdom's laws, they understood that should they defy orders, they would be branded as deserters. And execution by the guards prior to battle was not out of the question. Accepting the task would be manageable if the monsters remained inactive. However, should a monster assault occur tonight, those adventurers on guard would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Anno recognized that these adventurers had been drawn into this predicament because of him. Originally, this task was meant to be completed by Anno alongside a few from the Shui Fei team. Yet he had treated it as a guild mission and brought along 200 individuals. Nonetheless, the situation had reached this point, and Anno had no intention of apologizing to the adventurers. His focus was now on how to respond, given the current circumstances. Unless they were willing to be labeled as cowards, they had no choice but to accept the task. Naturally, facing the swarming slimes and the unknown location of the monster forces in the dead of night, he did not consider fleeing to be a prudent option. Therefore, it was time to issue an urgent mission. Task rank, bronze level. With a single declaration, Anno made it clear that they had no choice but to accept the mission. Subsequently, the captains mobilized according to Anno's instructions, gathering personnel, preparing torches, and assigning watch areas. He also sent Shui Fei to find Old John and arrange for the rental of weapons from the blacksmith shop. Old John, a reasonable man, watched without a hint of concern as Anno's people carried away the weapons. Half an hour later, the 6 teams were evenly dispersed around the town. The townsfolk had gathered at the town center square. Some young men armed with farming tools encircled the elderly and the infirm. Anno was not idle either. He retrieved 4 goblin ears and claws from his pack, summoning 4 level 5 goblins. Observing the 4 goblins traverse the 10-meter-wide protective river, disappearing into the night, Anno mounted his wind wolf and returned to the town. Outside, on the grasslands, the night breeze rustled the grass. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a series of vibrations. The slumbering slimes were startled awake, turning in unison towards a singular direction. Thud, thud. A massive, spherical black shadow, towering 3 meters high, bounded from afar toward Gruul Town. With each leap, it covered a distance of several meters. Upon landing, the ground was cratered, and the unfortunate slimes that could not evade were flattened. In the pitch-black night sky, a white dove flapped its wings incessantly, a small bamboo tube bound to its leg. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed nearby. In the next instant, a colossal shadow darted past the white dove. A few white feathers, mingled with blood, fell from the sky. At Vaugham, in the Count's castle, Laura pushed open the door to the Count's study, presenting a pot of tea to Count Reno. "Father, the hour is late. You should rest." Count Reno sipped his tea, rubbing his weary eyes, and asked, "Have we received any news from the outside today? You reviewed the reports from Grand Village this morning. There have been no further updates. What of Gruul Town? Has there been no word?" "None. I instructed Rodney and Mevis to relay any developments. Then it appears they have encountered no issues. Let us hope that is indeed the case." Count Reno took another large sip of tea and murmured, "If anything were to occur, Anno's Adventurers Guild should be able to lend assistance. At this mention, Count Reno could not help but chuckle. He had merely intended for Anno to go, not realizing Anno would bring along over 200 individuals. Although they were but low-level adventurers, Anno's presence constituted a significant force, coupled with the guards and the mercenaries. They need not fear the assault of those numerous monsters. Speaking of Anno, Laura's spirits lifted, and she exclaimed, "Indeed, Anno is quite remarkable. In just a few days, he has recruited over 200 adventurers. His own strength is also advancing rapidly. I hear that the professional mentors are interested in a few people around Anno and wish to take them on as disciples. At this rate, it won't be long before the Adventurers Guild becomes the fourth largest mercenary group in Vacum." No, wait, Anno said the Adventurers Guild is not a mercenary group. Yet, his Adventurers Guild surely won't be inferior to any mercenary group. Count Reno, amused by Laura's enthusiasm, chuckled lightly. His rapid growth is not without your influence. Inviting you on the opening day was merely to instill a sense of apprehension in others. When he returns from this task, I need to have a serious discussion with him. At this moment, Count Reno remained oblivious to the fact that the monsters outside Grolltown were not merely 50, but over 100. All captains, once the guard regions are allocated, be sure to remain fully alert. Each team is separated by at least several hundred meters. This necessitates the division into several smaller squads, continuously patrolling their designated areas. Moreover, it implies that should a monstrous incursion occur from a particular direction, the responsible team must engage alone until reinforcements arrive. Thus, it is imperative that the captain immediately signals with a flare upon spotting any creatures. Adventurers, do you comprehend? The 12 team leaders standing before Anno solemnly replied, "Understood." Anno scanned the crowd, his voice resonating with gravity. "Tell all adventurers that if we endure through tonight, everyone shall be deemed a hero." Laughter erupted as Khan, the vice-captain of the Gung Qingxua team, exclaimed, "I once believed that only the strong could be heroes. Yet here I am, a mere level 4, presented with an opportunity." He continued with a chuckle, "Although I am new to the Adventurers Guild, the camaraderie we exhibited while slaying slimes has fostered a wonderful sense of trust. Once this night is over, I shall treat the president to a cup of buckwheat wine. It shall have to be the cheap kind, as my finances are limited." Another level 4 hunter chimed in. "I see you wield a blade and presumed you were wealthy. But it appears you, too, are a pauper." Anno, touched by their jovial expressions, declared, "In that case, after tomorrow's conclusion, I shall treat each of you to a cup of buckwheat wine." "Agreed." Shout turned to the myriad of adventurers behind him and shouted, "The president will treat us to drinks tomorrow. Did you all hear that?" "Yes." The crowd responded in unison, their collective voice echoing and startling the nearby townsfolk and mercenaries. Anno addressed the throng of torchbearers, proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed adventurers, while our role in this defense may be one of vigilance, we shall not engage with high-level monsters. Soldiers and mercenaries will handle those threats. However, we are still required to confront the lesser creatures. This is also our chance to grow stronger. The experiences we gain from battle will nourish our development. This afternoon, many have advanced levels by hunting slimes. If monsters truly attack, we shall eliminate them and elevate our ranks. Each team will be reinforced with a level 6 professional soldier. They will arrive promptly upon the detection of monsters. So fear not. Our strength is equally formidable." Many adventurers were conscripted by law, and some harbored lingering fears, as monstrous assaults were not a novel occurrence. Several among them had witnessed their villages fall prey to such attacks. Anno's reassurances somewhat alleviated their apprehension, though it had not fully dissipated. He exchanged a glance with the captains, and then shouted, "Let us depart." 6 teams, each consisting of 36 members, led by their respective captains, set forth, laden with supplies deemed necessary. Behind Anno trailed 6 professionals. 2, clad in standard gear and wielding long swords, were familiar to him, the guards Brooke and Owen, who volunteered to assist the adventurers. The remaining 4 hailed from the Bloodstain and Black Widow mercenary groups, all warriors or knights. Anno assigned the 2 from Bloodstain to Shwefei's team, distributing the others according to need among the 4 groups. To be candid, Anno held reservations regarding the Bloodstain mercenaries. Their placement within Shwefei's team served as a precaution, for they were to guard the main entrance, the focal point of all attention. Even if the other guards and mercenaries refrained from engaging initially, this direction would still draw scrutiny. The Bloodstained mercenaries, aware of their predicament, would not dare to act out of line. Anno positioned himself beside Shwefei's team, whose captain, Lu Zhishang, was only level 3, as was the vice-captain, with the remainder predominantly at level 2. Their overall strength was lacking, which was precisely why Anno had joined them. Another underpowered team was led by Yen, who, like Lu Zhishang, had not participated in the Grand Village mission, both currently at level 3. However, Yen's team had Brooke among them, positioned to the right of Lu Zhishang, ensuring that Anno could respond swiftly in case of emergencies. Furthermore, he had provided Yen with a level 5 Windwolf as a steed, transforming her into a true knight. Upon reaching the designated site, Anno instructed the adventurers to kindle campfires and erect scarecrows nearby, measures he had previously ordered to confuse the monster's vision. Other teams had also procured numerous scarecrows from the townsfolk before their departure. In addition, Anno urged everyone to swiftly dig and construct elongated earthen walls and trenches. This would provide cover against any long-range attacking monsters. Anno himself joined in the construction of the earthen barriers. As time passed, tension within the group escalated. The night was punctuated solely by the crackling sounds of the burning fires, although separated by a 10-meter-wide guard river from the grasslands. With 2 wooden bridges, one to the south and the other to the north, Shui Feibai's team was tasked with defending the northern gate, while Geng Qingshui's team guarded the southern entrance. Despite both bridges being raised, the possibility of monsters utilizing alternative crossing methods lingered. It was rumored that during the strategic discussions, some had proposed destroying the wooden bridges to prevent monsters from stealthily crossing and allowing them to rapidly advance. However, this suggestion was unanimously rejected by 3 captains. The reasoning was clear. Should both bridges be destroyed, Gruul town would be isolated by the 10-meter-wide river, leaving townsfolk with no escape route should the battle turn dire. Navigating the river was no simple task, especially for the elderly and children. As all adventurer teams awaited in silence, a cloaked figure emerged from the darkness amidst a gathering of colossal slimes, flanked by numerous large slimes. The night breeze billowed the figure's cloak, revealing 2 backward-curving horns atop their head. Sensing the arrival of the cloaked figure, the enormous slime shifted its rotund form, seemingly bowing in reverence. Slime King. The cloaked figure caressed the massive slime, speaking in the tongue of the demon race, commenced the assault. Though the Slime King was deemed a king, it possessed limited intelligence. Nevertheless, it understood the straightforward offensive command issued by its superior. Roar. The body of the Slime King split open at its center, revealing a mouth that emitted a deafening roar. The slimes scattered across the hills immediately began to bounce toward Gruul town. At first, Anno only caught a few distant calls of the slimes, but soon the sounds coalesced into a thunderous chorus, indicating an overwhelming number of slimes charging forward. It was time to prepare for battle. Anno peered over the earthen wall, illuminated by the dim moonlight, casting his gaze across the riverbank. Through the scattered goblins summoned nearby, Anno learned that only the main gate and the adjacent areas were under attack from the slimes. The only teams affected were Shui Feibai's group, Anno's team on the right, and Meng Xian's team on the left. The other directions remained eerily quiet, and there were no signs of goblin monsters. Thus, Anno refrained from firing a signal flare. Presumably, the other teams had not spotted any goblins either, as no flares ascended into the night sky. As the first bouncing silhouette emerged, Anno's entire field of vision was gradually filled with slimes. The slimes, usually averse to river water, now leapt into the river, propelling themselves toward the adventurers on the opposite bank. In no time, the river was awash with a thick layer of slimes, at least hundreds of them. Even more slimes were converging from the meadows beyond. Fortunately, the adventurers had encountered a greater number of slimes on their way here, so the sense of dread did not intensify. Cautiously observing the slimes' acidic attacks, Anno instructed his comrades to first eliminate some of them before igniting the dried straw once their numbers swelled. Earlier, Anno had arranged for the adventurers to lay down a layer of dry straw along the riverbank. When ignited, it would create a fiery barrier, initially intended to combat the goblins. However, with the slimes launching the first wave of assault, and in such great numbers, it would now serve as their defense. Indeed, as the slimes initiated their attack, Anno and the others cast aside any lingering hopes of evasion. The uprising of the slimes indicated a high probability that the goblin forces would assault tonight. After drowning a considerable number of slimes, the first batch finally reached the shore. Anno shouted for everyone to dodge the acidic spray and swiftly eliminate a portion of the slimes. With a roar, the level 6 summoned wind wolf surged forward, cleaving through the air where the slimes lay, leaving a path of devastation in its wake. However, among the 30 adventurers, excluding ranged fighters, only a little over 20 could engage the enemy directly. The area they could defend was perilously limited. Despite Anno and the wind wolf's relentless onslaught on the slimes, the tide of slimes continued to swell. When the adventurers found themselves encircled by hundreds of slimes, Anno immediately ordered the straw to be ignited. With a resounding boom, as torches were hurled onto the straw, flames leaped high, effectively halting the advance of the incoming slimes. Seizing the opportunity, the adventurers hastened to clear the surrounding slimes. The multitude of slimes unleashed their acidic projectiles, creating a deluge akin to rain. Fortunately, the slimes lacked the intelligence to coordinate their attacks in waves. Otherwise, they could have overwhelmed the adventurers before exhausting their magical energy. Nevertheless, a dozen individuals were struck by the acidic spray. Anno promptly directed them to retreat to the rear, where water pouches were prepared to wash away the acid and prevent further injury. Just as Anno finished dispatching the last few slimes, a dozen large slimes suddenly descended from above, landing squarely in Anno's camp. These slimes towered over a meter in height, and upon landing, they charged toward the nearby adventurers. Such enormous slimes. Some had never witnessed such a sight before, screaming as they dodged the impending collisions. Species, slime level, 7 health, 700 mana, 1000 skills, devour. Perception, high pressure acid spray, impact, Minor healing species. Slime level. 6 health. 600 mana. 800 skills. Devour. Perception. Acid shot. Impact. Minor healing. These colossal slimes were the very same large slimes Anno had hunted on the plains. Now, he possessed a summon large slime of his own. The Devour skill appeared to be an advanced ability of consumption. Anno had encountered this skill while battling a large slime. As it split its body open to reveal a gaping maw, had he not summoned a slime to shield him, he would have been devoured. The minor healing skill was the means by which large slimes recovered, though its effect was modest. Anno had long desired to learn this skill since discovering it upon summoning a large slime. However, large slimes were rare, and their souls difficult to collect. But now, there were 13 large slimes before him. Anno, witnessing the fleeing adventurers, could not resist drawing his short sword and charging forward. Step aside, I will handle this. Anno commanded the level 6 wind wolf to engage a large slime. Thank you, President. Roger, having just risen from the ground, felt a wave of dread wash over him. The large slime, eyeing the duo blocking its path, began to retract its body, preparing to unleash its acidic spray. Although both were level 6, Anno found himself far stronger than this creature. With a few agile leaps, Anno easily dodged the large slime's attack. In the next moment, he and the wind wolf surged forward. Splat! The large slime's sides were torn open by the short sword and the wolf's claws, causing its health to plummet by 200 points. Simultaneously, the viscous fluid seeping from the wounds further diminished the large slime's vitality. However, under the influence of minor healing, the wounds began to close. The injured large slime turned its attention to Anno, charging toward him with renewed vigor. Boom! It struck air, crashing into the assembled earthen wall, toppling it with a resounding crash. In combat against the slimes of equal level, victory was considerably easier. Anno's strength and speed had significantly improved since reaching level 6. In terms of close combat capability, he could easily contend with 3 or 4 of his former level 5 selves. Thus, facing the large slime felt remarkably effortless. Swoosh! Anno once again advanced towards the massive slime, his short sword piercing repeatedly. As Anno approached, the colossal slime split in half, attempting to engulf him. Unfazed, Anno unleashed a powerful spray of acidic liquid into its maw. With a series of explosive bursts, the 5 shots of acid not only forced the giant slime to close its mouth but also penetrated its body. Before long, the creature's life force dwindled to 0 under the combined assault of Anno and the wind wolves. He acquired 1 green giant slime soul. The entire encounter lasted less than 10 seconds. Anno had utilized 9 of his 10 summoning slots, 1 level 6 wind wolf, 3 level 5 wind wolves, 1 assisting Lian, while the other 2 hunted slimes around Anno, 1 giant slime in the summoning space, and 4 level 5 goblins, scouting for monster troops across the river. The battle was chaotic, and Anno had no intention of summoning the giant slime for combat. To avoid any potential friendly fire, he aimed to collect some souls and learn the low-level healing spell, which required 50 green giant slime souls. Anno's gaze shifted to the nearby giant slimes, determination igniting within him. His focus now rested solely on the giant slimes. Through Anno and the wind wolves' relentless slaughter, numerous slimes had been vanquished. After half an hour, the onslaught of slimes began to wane. A third of the adventurers were injured, some severely, and those in dire need were sent to town for treatment by the elder priest Lu Rongrong and Ningwen before returning to the battlefield. Just as the adventurers hoped for a moment of respite, the second wave of slime attacks commenced. These mindless creatures, do they even possess tactical awareness? Anno was taken aback. Yet he had no choice but to lead everyone in hunting slimes once more. Hours passed, and the adventurers were visibly exhausted. The riverbank was littered with the remains of slimes. Initially, some had collected them for later sale, but now the sight of slimes repulsed everyone. In these few hours, Anno's small team alone had slain nearly 5,000 slimes. Many had leveled up, but their stamina and magical reserves were depleted. Numerous mages had long since exhausted their mana. As injuries mounted and the healers themselves ran low on magic, the defensive line continued to retreat. This was an unavoidable outcome. The sheer number of slimes concentrated their attacks over a wide area. Other teams, wary of the monster troops, dared not mobilize until the threat emerged. Even if the town's resting guards and mercenaries were summoned, they would take time to eradicate the foes. The retreating defense meant Anno had completely lost visual contact on both sides of the moat. Amidst the advancing slime horde, several kobolds carried a log over 10 meters long, blending in with the chaos. They maneuvered the log across the river, constructing a makeshift bridge. Though the kobolds possessed some intelligence, they were far from tactical. Their actions were merely following the commands of the cloaked demon. The entire plan for tonight's monster assault on the village, including the slime uprising, was orchestrated by this unknown demon. Once the log was set, dozens of goblins donned in helmets and light armor emerged from the underbrush, gleefully crossing the log. While Anno was searching for the giant slimes, he suddenly noticed an unusual sight on the river's surface. He promptly mounted his wind wolf, preparing to strike at the shadow on the log. However, the goblins adeptly clung to the wood, managing to cross the river with ease. Except for 2 goblins that fell into the river, shrieking after being hit by the acidic spray, the rest made it across unscathed. Upon realizing these creatures were goblins, Anno was taken aback. My summoned goblins had detected nothing. How did they slip by? Upon a quick count, Anno estimated there were over 30 goblins, all below level 5, yet equipped far better than any adventurer. They had indeed utilized the slimes as cover, stealthily advancing amidst the confusion. Now that he had spotted the goblins, Anno's mission was effectively accomplished. He retrieved a signal flare from his pack and ignited the fuse. 3 red flares erupted almost simultaneously in the sky. The other 2 flares indicated the positions of Shue Feibai and Meng Xins teams. At the town's council hall, Rodney observed the flares and immediately roused the resting guards and mercenaries, preparing for action. Race, Goblin level, 7 class, Warrior life, 1500 mana, 800 skills, /bite. Vertical strike as the last goblin crossed the bridge into Anno's view. He realized it was no longer safe to linger. Everyone quickly retreated towards the north gate, herding the goblins along. 6 kobolds, over 30 goblins, and 1 level 7 goblin warrior posed a significant threat capable of easily annihilating Lu Zhishang's team. The already fearful adventurers, upon hearing Anno's retreat command, hurried towards the north gate. According to Rodney's earlier discussions, it was best to concentrate the goblins together to prevent them from scattering throughout the town. A few level 4 slimes leapt before Anno, only to be swiftly dispatched by his wind wolf. Behind him, the goblin horde cackled ominously, with the fastest among them being the level 7 warrior goblin. The town was encircled by a wall over 5 meters high. Although the goblins could use tools to scale it, they were ordered to pursue the humans. Just as the warrior goblin was about to catch up to the slowest human, a shadow suddenly darted from the side, knocking it aside. The wind wolf shook its head and continued to carry Anno away. If it were just him facing the goblin, Anno was confident he could handle it with his numerous summons. However, he was acutely aware of the 30-plus goblins trailing behind. He had no desire to be surrounded. Wind wolf, unleash the wind blade. The galloping wind wolf unleashed a blade of wind towards a goblin preparing to shoot an arrow from behind. The goblin, startled, attempted to dodge but lost an arm to the slicing wind. Arg! The level 7 goblin rose from the ground, charging forward once more. However, due to Anno's delay, the adventurers had already gained some distance. Anno continuously commanded the wind wolf to disrupt the creature with gust of wind. The goblin could only watch helplessly as the gap between them widened. During their retreat, Anno glanced at his status panel. Name, Anno race, human level, 6 experience, 677-1000 class, summoner magic power, 432,600 talents, spirit sacrifice, green grade, universal vision, green grade, skills, world devourer rebirth, low level healing, intermediate perception, enhanced, high pressure acid eruption, enhanced. At present, Anno's soul reserves were quite ample. He possessed large slime souls, green, 33 slime souls, white, 5,200 wind wolf souls, white, 2 goblin souls, white, 45 dog-headed man souls, white, 26 rat man souls, white, 24 after more than 3 hours of battle. Anno had amassed over 5,000 slime souls, with 83 being large slime souls. Of the 5,000 slimes, at least 1,000 were slain by Anno himself, while he had primarily taken down the large slimes alone. However, creatures 2 levels below Anno did not grant him experience, so the contribution from slimes was minimal, mainly derived from the large slimes. The low-level healing skill required the consumption of 50 large slime souls to learn. Conversely, both intermediate perception and high-pressure acid eruption could be upgraded using 5,000 slime souls. Considering the ongoing night battle, Anno upgraded intermediate perception to advanced perception, expanding his detection range from 10 meters to 20 meters, consuming 5 magic points per second once activated. Excellent. Anno nodded in satisfaction. Aside from World Devourer Rebirth, he now possessed low-level healing, significantly enhancing his survival capability. Provided he was not overwhelmed by too many monsters, he should be able to manage. After a few minutes of running, Anno and his companions finally reached the vicinity of the town's northern gate. The battle here was equally fierce, with over 30 monsters engaged with the adventurers at the gate. Currently, none of the adventurers were below level 2, yet they were struggling against the well-equipped goblins. By the time Anno and his team arrived, the adventurers had already been forced back into the gate. Fortunately, 2 level 6 mercenaries from the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps were present. Otherwise, the monsters might have already breached the entrance. As the monsters attacked the gate, they suddenly noticed a group of humans approaching from the side. One level 6 dog-headed man immediately brandished a pickaxe and charged at Lu Zhishang and the others. At that moment, a series of battle cries erupted from the main gate. The dog-headed man then observed in shock as its comrades began to retreat. They were being pushed back. Boom. A figure burst forth from the horde of monsters, sending the surrounding creatures reeling. Adventurers, your task is complete. Leave the rest to us. Rodney swung his spear, charging towards a level 6 goblin. As the goblin raised its weapon, Rodney's spear sent it flying. In an instant, the goblin's unprotected throat was pierced, and its body was lifted into the air by Rodney's spear. Thud. The goblin's body fell to the ground, struggling for a moment before succumbing. In the next moment, all the guards and mercenaries, under the leadership of Rodney, Mevis, and Sharp, launched an assault against the monster horde. Anno stared in astonishment as he acquired a green-grade goblin soul. He was taken aback by how effortlessly Rodney dispatched a level 6 goblin. Are knights of level 10 truly this formidable? However, he quickly regained his composure. Under the cover of Rodney and the others, he led the adventurers back inside the gate. At the same time, Meng Xian returned from the other side with her team. Anno noticed that her group had diminished considerably, clutching her arm. Meng Xian looked at Anno with a hint of dejection. I'm sorry, I couldn't bring everyone back. Anno placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, You did well, leave the rest of them. In front of the main gate, over 100 monsters had gathered. Yet, only a few were above level 6, although well-equipped. They were no match for Rodney and his group. In no time, the monster horde was halved. Observing from the back, Anno furrowed his brow as he watched the rising monster souls merge into his body. Something was amiss. Why were there only monsters below level 5? Hadn't they been informed of dozens of creatures above level 6? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a goblin summoner stationed at the periphery spotted a dense crowd of monsters racing towards the southern gate. Shifting his consciousness into the summoner lurking in the grass near the southern gate, Anno beheld hundreds of goblins, half of which were above level 6, including several level 10 monsters. Not good. Anno's expression changed, and he dashed towards the main gate, shouting to Rodney and the others engaged in battle, Captain Rodney. My summoned creature detected that the main force of monsters is at the southern gate. Over 100 monsters are heading there, including some level 10s. What? Rodney, who had also been puzzled by the absence of high-level monsters, was momentarily taken aback, then snapped back to reality, rallying his team towards the southern gate. Anno, hold the northern gate with your team. The rest, follow me to the south. There are still over 100 at the southern gate? Sharp kicked the monster away. Shouting at Rodney, the numbers don't add up. Damn it, how did so many monsters appear? Mevis hissed, slicing through a goblin's throat with her dagger. They're getting smarter. Diverting us. With over 2,000 townsfolk remaining in the town center, they had to hurry back to intercept the main force of monsters. After all, they had already cleared a significant number of monsters earlier. Among the fewer than 50 remaining, all were below level 6. Anno looked at the injured adventurers, cursing inwardly. We've been fighting for 3 hours. How can we hold them now? Yet he also understood that even if Rodney took everyone away, they might not be able to contend with the main force of monsters. President, we're here. Just then, Lu Yen, Wang Zixuan, and Geng Qingxue arrived with over 100 individuals, blocking the monster horde that had nearly breached the gate. Panting, an avian demoness gracefully descended upon a small hillside, approaching the cloaked figure. Beside the cloaked individual stood a goblin sentinel, his left arm bound in bandages, bearing a large bow and a quiver of arrows. Upon receiving the report from the demoness, the cloaked figure furrowed his brow. Hadn't the forces been directed to the northern gate? How had the humans discovered my contingent dispatch to the southern gate? This turn of events was somewhat unexpected for the cloaked figure. However, now that it had transpired, he chose not to dwell on the matter. He had intended for the main force to stealthily infiltrate the town through the southern gate under the cover of night, hiding until the humans believed they had achieved victory, only to launch a surprise attack while they rested. But since they had been discovered, a direct confrontation would suffice. Although the arrival of over 200 human adventurers had disrupted his plans, he still commanded over 100 demon warriors, aside from the slimes. If he could eliminate such a large number of human adventurers in open combat, those fools would no longer dare mock the succubi for their lack of combat prowess. A fierce wind billowed the cloak of the cloaked figure, revealing his demonic horns, broad chest, slender waist, and the long tail trailing behind him. You, accompanied by the Slime King, shall assault the northern gate. Following this command, the succubus leaped from the hillside, grasping the talons of the soaring demoness as they flew towards the southern gate. That area was the main battleground, although there were more human adventurers at the northern gate. They were relatively weak and had already been worn down by the slimes throughout the night. Now, all the guards and human mercenaries had rushed to the southern gate, leaving only 50 monsters and the Slime King to contend with the northern gate. Meanwhile, Anno found himself under increased pressure after Rodney and his men had withdrawn. However, the timely arrival of Geng Qingxue and her companions alleviated some of the situation. Although over 50 monsters were surrounded by nearly 200 adventurers, they had yet to show any signs of disadvantage. This was partly due to the fact that half of the 200 adventurers had already been fighting for several hours, exhausting both their stamina and magical energy, many of them bearing injuries. The newly arrived 100, though uninjured, were generally of a lower level than those who had already fought, and they lacked experience in combat against monsters. On the other hand, the monsters were naturally powerful, and their armor further augmented their strength compared to adventurers of the same level. A level 3 goblin could hold its own against 4 adventurers of equal standing. However, this was a concern only for the ordinary adventurers. Anno and his companions were not included in this category. Xue Feibai, Meng Xian, and Geng Qingxue had all reached level 5 after battling the one-eyed windwolf. while Lu Zhishang had just leveled up from 3 to 4 following his fight with the slimes. Unfortunately, the chaos of battle left him no time to utilize his soul-reaping abilities. Yet, with Anno present, none of these souls would go to waste. El Yin and Wang Zishuan remained at level 3, slightly underleveled, but their teamwork allowed them to barely contend with a level 4 goblin. As for Anno, he stood as the sole level 6 individual on the battlefield. He would refuse to face over 50 monsters alone, but with such a multitude of allies providing support, he could unleash havoc upon the battlefield. Under his command, several summoned wind wolves could dispatch a level 5 goblin within 10 seconds. In less than 2 minutes, Anno had eliminated 8 goblins, 1 ogre, and 1 gnoll, each of them level 4 or 5 monsters, significantly alleviating the pressure on the adventurers. Xue Feibai and Ming Xin also managed to slay a level 4 target. A level 5 ogre swung its massive club forcefully towards a level 3 adventurer. Xiao, entering from the side, collided with the startled adventurer, sending him flying, before raising his blade to block the heavy blow. Bang! Xiao was propelled 5 meters away, blood spurting from his mouth. "Uncle Xiao, be careful." Roger, saved by Xiao, saw him land beside a goblin and shouted a warning. The goblin, spotting Xiao, swung its dagger without hesitation. Yet before the blade could strike, a wind wolf lunged in from the side, engaging the goblin in a fierce struggle. "Thank you, President." A flicker of joy crossed Zhao's eyes. He had thought his end was near. On another front, after dispatching a gnoll, Anno directed a level 5 summoned wind wolf to rescue Xiao before charging towards the ogre that had just sent Xiao flying. Anno's primary target was the troublesome one. The 2-meter-tall ogre, upon seeing Anno riding the wind wolf charging towards it, swung its club towards the wolf's head. Whoosh! The wind wolf, leaping into the air to evade the blow, unleashed a blade of wind. The wind blade struck the ogre's chest, leaving a deep gash that revealed bone. Anno was not idle either. He unleashed a torrent of corrosive acid towards the ogre's head. Although a few splashes missed their mark, one of them hit the ogre's grotesque left cheek. The acid corroded the ogre's face as it clutched at the wound and wildly swung its club forward. High-level perception, activate. Leaping off the windwolf, Anno seized a spear he had picked up during the battle and engaged the injured ogre alongside the windwolf. The enraged ogre swung its club with increasing frequency, but Anno, agile and with his perception skill active, evaded its strikes with ease, puncturing it repeatedly. Whoa! Seizing the opportunity, the wind wolf pounced onto the ogre, exhausting its last remnants of magic to deliver a savage bite to its throat. Bang! The ogre's last swing struck the wind wolf on the head, draining nearly 100 hit points from it. As the battle progressed, the level 6 summoned wind wolf had endured numerous attacks, leaving it with less than 800 hit points remaining. Obtained ogre soul, white, X1, sacrificed ogre tusks X2. Ogre hands, ogre soul can summon ogres for combat. This was the second ogre soul Anno had acquired. Given the ogre's impressive combat strength, Anno planned to summon one. Picking up an unknown axe from the ground nearby, Anno approached the ogre's corpse, extracting 2 tusks and severing 2 hands. Just as Anno was preparing to summon the ogre, he suddenly sensed a shadow rushing toward him. The radius of his high-level perception extended 20 meters, but the shadow moved with incredible speed, striking Anno in the very next instant. Thud! The flesh was torn as Anno's body was flung away. Immediately, a level 6 wind wolf protected him, while 3 level 5 wind wolves, which had been hunting monsters nearby, rushed to encircle him, hiding behind the wind wolves. Anno grimaced in pain as he extracted the arrow lodged in his shoulder, his heart racing with fear. Had he not activated his perception skill and moved slightly, that arrow would have struck his head. With a low-level healing spell, the blood at the wound ceased flowing and began to heal continuously. I must flee. Remaining stationary in the face of an archer was unwise. Anno swiftly mounted the wind wolf, propelling himself forward in an instant. A second arrow shot from the shadows grazed the back of his head. Such accuracy. Anno glanced in the direction of the incoming arrow but was met only with darkness. Despite the moonlight, he could not see it. How could it see him? While pondering these thoughts, he dispatched the other 3 level 5 wind wolves to seek out the archer. After narrowly evading another arrow thanks to the wind wolf's speed, Anno mingled with the crowd of combatants. On the opposite bank, a goblin archer, eyes glinting with malevolence, spotted Anno blending into the throng through its night vision skill. With a curse, it shifted its target to other humans. In rapid succession, it loosed 2 arrows, each claiming the life of a human. However, just as it reached for another arrow from its quiver, it heard a disturbance nearby. Hell, 2 wind wolves, having crossed the river, immediately pounced upon their target. Simultaneously, Anno became aware of the enemy on the opposite bank. Focusing on one of the wind wolves, and utilizing his passive skill to observe, he gleaned the goblin's information. Race, goblin level, 8 occupation, archer, the occupations of monsters and humans differ. Health, 1600 mana, 700 skills, night vision, eagle eye. Precision. The goblin archer had originally been in Grand Village. It had come here to deliver equipment crafted in Grand Village back to the Forbidden Forest. This was also why the goblins attacking Gruul Town were all equipped with helmets and armor. Now, obeying the orders of the succubus leader, it was preparing to breach the northern gate alongside the Slime King. Upon arriving at the riverbank, it had seen a human warrior riding a wind wolf slaying numerous monsters. Recalling the wind wolves from days prior outside Grand Village, the goblin archer intended to catch the lead wolf off guard. However, it ultimately escaped. Unbeknownst to the goblin archer, the wind wolf Anno was riding was the very one it had blinded. It found it strange that a human could tame a wind wolf. Seeing the goblin archer, which was 2 levels above him, Anno furrowed his brow. Goblins were not to be underestimated, especially at higher levels. Let us test its strength. Anno commanded the 2 level 5 wind wolves that had crossed the river to attack the goblin archer. The goblin archer, upon witnessing this, retreated while drawing its bow. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows flew in quick succession, all aimed at the same wind wolf. The first arrow narrowly missed due to the wind wolf's speed, but the second and third struck its abdomen and neck, respectively. With a thud, the injured wind wolf collapsed and, propelled by inertia, flew several meters before dissipating into shimmering starlight. Another wind wolf attempted to seize the opportunity to pounce, but the goblin archer was equally swift. It evaded the wind wolf's attack and, from close range, sent 2 arrows that killed it. The disparity in levels was too great. Anno sensed the deaths of the 2 wind wolves, and anxiety gripped him once again. Without the wind wolves providing visibility, he could no longer see the goblin archer. Fearing that the enemy would turn its attention to others, he urgently called out to the surrounding adventurers. There's a goblin archer across the river. Everyone, retreat behind the gate. By shifting the battlefield to the rear, the goblin archer would lose the ability to shoot at the adventurers from across the water. Upon hearing Anno's warning, the adventurers hastily fell back. The remaining 30 or so monsters exchanged glances, hesitating to press the attack. In the recent skirmish, while Anno had slain a dozen, others had also been killed by the adventurers. Although several adventurers had perished at the monsters' hands in the last few minutes, over 180 still remained. The monsters were severely outnumbered. Boom, boom. A series of deep thuds echoed from the distance, capturing the attention of both the monsters and Anno. Something formidable was approaching. Although Anno could not see it, he discerned from the sounds that a heavyweight presence was imminent. The goblin archer glanced back at the tardy Slime King, unable to suppress a curse. Despite the Slime King's high level, it could not outrun the goblin archer. Thus, it had only ridden its coattails for a brief moment before jumping off to run ahead. The 3-meter-wide Slime King leaped toward the goblin archer. Accompanying it were 2 slightly smaller slimes and several large slimes. One was red, the other green. As the Slime King prepared to jump, the goblin archer quickly leapt onto its back. Whoosh! The Slime King soared gracefully, landing effortlessly on the opposite bank. Upon landing, the goblin archer noticed incoming arcane energy orbs and swiftly jumped aside. Boom! The freshly landed Slime King was struck by several magic orbs, creating a gaping hole in its body. Roar! The Slime King let out a painful howl, its wound pulsating and swelling, healing within seconds. Subsequently it, along with the red and green slimes that had also jumped over, bounded through the town's entrance. Boom! The Slime King's several-ton weight crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Adventurers caught off guard were crushed beneath it. Roar! The Slime King's body split open at the center, a gaping abyss devouring 2 nearby adventurers. Beside him, the crimson slime incessantly unleashed fireballs in all directions, while the emerald slime spewed forth venom. Seizing the chaos created by the Slime King, the goblin archers, accompanied by over 30 remaining creatures, surged through the entrance. Name: Slime King. Race: Slime level 10. Class: None. Health: 1952,000. Magic: 950-1000. Skills: Devour, Perception, Advanced Healing, Acid Gun, Acid Rain. King's Might. Name: Flame Slime. Race: Slime level 8. Class: None. Health: 1800 Magic: 860-900. Skills: Devour, Perception, Intermediate Healing. Flame Jet. Name: Venomous Slime. Race: Slime level 8. Class: None. Health: 1780-1800. Magic: 850-900. Skills: Devour, Perception, Intermediate Healing. Venom Spray. The information panels of the 3 slimes caused Anno to gasp in astonishment. The 2 newly emerged types of slimes, relentlessly spewing flames and venom, along with the colossal Slime King, plunged the surrounding adventurers into disarray. It's the Slime King. Everyone, remain calm. Divert the slimes, and use ranged attacks to hold them at bay. Shui Fei Bai, Gung Qing Shui, Meng Xian. You lead a group to contain these 3 slimes. Remember, the red and green slimes are both level 8. One utilizes fire attacks, the other employs venom. The Slime King is level 10. Focus on evasion. You cannot defeat it. I will deal with that goblin archer first before turning my attention to the Slime King. Lu Jishan, Shao Kahn, organize forces to confront the creature horde, under Anno's command. Aside from a small group that fled in panic toward the town, the others armed themselves and began to follow his directives. Gung Qing Shui, disregarding her mana conservation, unleashed a barrage of arcane orbs toward the Slime King. Infuriated, the Slime King leaped toward her direction. A throng of hunter-class adventurers, no longer fearing the encroaching darkness impairing their aim, unleashed arrows at the 2 massive slimes, each approximately 2.5 meters in diameter. Those with arrows remaining in their quivers targeted the 2 behemoth slimes. The taunting Gung Qing Shui and her allies used nearby residential structures for cover as they darted about. Boom. Houses crumbled under the onslaught of the Slime King. Despite the perilous circumstances faced by Gung Qing Shui and her companions, the three slimes were at least momentarily distracted. Wounded, Xiao and Khan, accompanied by a cadre of allies, re-engaged the creature forces, though many fell in the fray. Anno's gaze remained fixed on the goblin archer lurking behind the monster horde. Though the Slime King was formidable, its intellect was still lacking. While Gung Qing Shui and her comrades could not defeat it, they could certainly delay it. The goblin archer, though of a lower level, claimed the lives of adventurers with nearly every arrow drawn. Just moments ago you were across the river, out of my reach. Now that you've come over here, I shall engage you. Anno retrieved the summoning materials he had collected. Earlier, when Rodney had arrived at the north gate, he had slain 3 level 6 goblins and a level 6 dog-headed creature, the souls of which Anno had absorbed. However, summoning a level 6 creature required materials from creatures of at least level 6. In the recent battle, Anno had only managed to gather one set of goblin materials. Unlike the level 6 wind wolf and level 6 large slime, goblins, being humanoid creatures, possessed classes upon reaching level 6. The class of the summoned goblin depended on the profession of the goblin soul sacrificed by Anno. Level 6 goblin claws, left ear soul. Once all preparations were complete, a new figure materialized before Anno. Race, goblin level, 6 class, warrior health, 1400 magic, 600 skills, bite. Vertical strike. The summoned goblin warrior seized a short dagger from the corpse of a nearby adventurer and silently charged toward the goblin archer, who was preparing to draw its bow. The summoning of the goblin warrior occurred in an instant. The goblin archer, witnessing this scene from a distance, blinked in disbelief. What was happening? A goblin had materialized out of thin air in front of that human and was charging at it. Whoosh. The goblin archer, acting swiftly, aimed an arrow at the charging goblin warrior. Thud. The summoned goblin warrior, struck in the shoulder, hesitated momentarily, but soon accelerated toward the goblin archer. The latter, retreating while drawing another arrow, continued firing. Seizing the opportunity while the goblin archer was preoccupied, Anno swiftly mounted his wind wolf and dashed out of the gates, returning to the previous battlefield to search for the corpses of level 6 creatures. Before departing, he also summoned a level 6 large slime to assist in deflecting arrows. Upon reaching the area where Rodney had fought, Anno directed the level 6 wind wolf to confront the goblin archer. Over here. Anno quickly located several corpses that were notably larger than ordinary creatures among his summoned beings. For level 5 goblins had already infiltrated the creature assault at the south gate and could not be recalled at this moment. Thus, he was left with only the goblin warrior, the level 6 wind wolf, and the large slime. The wind wolves summoned previously had perished in the battle. Fortunately, Anno still possessed 3 level 6 souls, once again summoning 2 level 6 goblin warriors and a level 6 dog-headed warrior. Anno instructed them to gather weapons from their surroundings and charge back into the fray. The level 6 wind wolf was commanded to withdraw from the battlefield to retrieve Anno. Upon Anno's return to the battlefield, the initially summoned goblin warrior bore 4 arrows lodged within its form, its blood staining its body crimson. Though not dead, it was on the brink of collapse. As for the summoned large slime, it lay in a corner, riddled with punctures, awaiting its demise. The goblin archer, observing Anno's brief absence followed by his return with several level 6 creatures, experienced a surge of anxiety. Despite its speed, accuracy, and high attack power, it was down to less than 10 arrows. The goblin archer had initially planned to eliminate the goblin under human control and reclaim its arrows. Yet, it was taken aback by the return of this human, whom it had thought was fleeing. Surrounding houses had ignited unexpectedly. Amidst the flickering flames, Anno's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the goblin archer, now merely dozens of meters away. Let us go. Uncertain of how many arrows remained in the goblin archer's quiver, Anno knew that overwhelming it with numbers was his best strategy. The 3 goblin warriors immediately charged forward. The goblin archer lifted its hand and shot the already injured goblin warrior dead, then leaped backward onto a rooftop, gaining a vantage point to shoot at the remaining 2 goblin warriors. Aru, the wind wolf let out a howl, and its form suddenly accelerated. As it neared the goblin archer, the wind wolf leapt over 3 meters high, pouncing towards the goblin archer on the rooftop. The goblin archer gazed at the airborne wind wolf and Anno, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With remarkable swiftness, his left hand drew an arrow from the quiver on his back, knocking it onto the bowstring, aiming fiercely at Anno, who was above the wind wolf. Foolish human. Leaping into the air is your gravest mistake. Once the arrow was aimed precisely at Anno's head, it was released. The 2 opponents were now on the same horizontal plane, merely 10 meters apart. The goblin archer envisioned the scene of the human's head being obliterated by his arrow. However, to the goblin archer's shock, a dog-headed warrior appeared out of thin air before Anno, intercepting the arrow. As the dog-headed warrior took the arrow, he hurled his pickaxe towards the goblin archer. The goblin archer quickly leaped off the rooftop to evade, only to be doused in the corrosive liquid Anno had shot at him. The skin armor on the goblin archer hissed as it was eaten away. The exposed areas of his body suffered severe corrosion, and the acid splashed onto his bow hand, causing him excruciating pain and nearly making him drop his weapon. Anno would not allow his opponent a moment's respite, charging forward on the Windwolf. With distance on my side, I doubt your prowess in close combat, Anno thought to himself, but in the next instant, he was sent flying backward, crashing into a wooden house. What strength! Anno coughed up blood, struggling to rise. Moments earlier, the goblin archer had delivered a powerful punch to Anno's chest, sending him flying and breaking 2 ribs. Yet, despite having knocked Anno aside, the goblin archer was soon overwhelmed by the Windwolf, which, though only at level 6, possessed innate strength as a magical beast. The goblin archer, pinned beneath the beast, was drenched in sweat, struggling to keep the Windwolf's jaws at bay with his strong left hand. His right hand, tainted by acid, reached for a dagger at his waist when suddenly a shadow appeared beside him. Thud. A goblin warrior, having just arrived, thrust a short sword into the goblin archer's side. The injured goblin archer shuddered, losing all strength in his left hand. With a decisive snap, the Windwolf's jaws closed, severing the goblin archer's head. The goblin archer had never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary human today. Not only could he evade arrows, but he could also tame magical beasts, conjure creatures to fight alongside him, and even wield magic. Had he known the human was so formidable, he would never have followed the Slime King. Receiving Goblin Soul Green. 1. Anno gained 100 experience points. With the previous experience from slaying level 5 goblins and trolls, Anno's experience reached 805-1000. He was merely 200 points shy of leveling up to level 7. Injured, Anno clutched his chest and emerged from the house. After busying himself beside the goblin archer's corpse, a level 6 summoned goblin archer appeared at Anno's side. Race, goblin level, 6 class, archer health, 1200 mana, 600 skills, night vision, eagle eye, precision cough. Anno covered his mouth and coughed twice, wiping away the blood he had coughed up, and departed with several level 6 summons. Upon reaching the doorway, Lu Zhishang was still engaged in combat with the magical creatures. A mere few minutes had passed, yet their battle remained intense. However, with only 60 men at his side, Lu Zhishang was struggling against more than 30 magical creatures. Once Anno's summons joined the fray, the tide began to turn. Particularly, the summoned goblin archer, using his remaining 6 arrows, swiftly felled 6 magical creatures. The efficiency was astounding. The magical creatures were bewildered by the sudden assault from their formidable kin. After a brief struggle, they could no longer withstand the pressure and fled towards the exit. Yet, they were ultimately pursued and dispatched by Anno's summons. Only one rat man managed to leap into the moat, swimming towards the opposite bank. However, he did not get far before being shot dead in the water by the recovering goblin archer. Night vision is indeed quite useful, Anno mused, casting a glance at the summoned goblin archer. Learning night vision required 50 goblin souls, green, and Anno could only set aside his own desires for now. The focus shifted to the Slime King and the 2 special slimes. Anno instructed the injured to tend to their wounds on the spot before searching for nearby adventurers. He himself followed the trail of destruction left by the Slime King. Wherever the Slime King passed, houses lay in ruins or were consumed by nothingness. Anno rode the Windwolf for over a minute until he finally spotted the Slime King near the impoverished district. Along the way, Anno encountered many adventurers who had been injured or burned, lying in distress. Anno's basic healing magic only worked on himself, rendering him unable to assist them. Boom. Intermittent magical blasts rained down upon the Slime King, yet he still boasted over 1,500 health points. Roar. The Slime King, enraged by the magic, suddenly expelled a torrent of corrosive liquid. The thick spray fell like a rainstorm, and in the darkness, many failed to recognize the danger and cried out in agony. Anno's heart raced, and he immediately commanded his summons to charge forward. The summoned goblin archer leapt onto a rooftop, expending his remaining arrows to serve as Anno's eyes. Utilizing the summoned goblin archer's night vision, Anno located Shui Fei Bai and Gengqing Shui. Shui Fei Bai was covered in wounds from the acidic rain, while Gengqing Shui was protected well behind him. Brother Bai, how are you? Shui Fei Bai had just rinsed the acid off his body with water from his water pouch when he heard the familiar voice.